Chapter 1. A taste is sufficient to quench one's thirst. As September unfolds, the weather transitions gently from the warmth of summer, with a soft breeze stirring the fallen tender leaves, carrying with it a sense of distant journeys. The night descends earlier than usual, though it is merely 7 o'clock. A radiant moon rises gracefully into the sky, casting dappled, cool shadows upon the ground through the SWA. Ing branches. Benshu is a renowned bar in the Shaojing area, characterized by its gray-white ambience. The establishment is modest in size, its sign emblazoned with the name Benshu in deep chestnut lettering, prominently displayed on the eaves. A few clusters of wind chimes dangle at the entrance, creating an atmosphere that, despite being a nighttime retreat, exudes a touch of poetic charm. Inside, a few patrons engage in animated conversation, their laughter harmonizing seamlessly with the bar's atmosphere. Occasionally, the interplay of colorful lights dances across the room, while a subtle, ambiguous air lingers in the atmosphere. In stark contrast to this lively scene, a woman who has just entered the bar stands out distinctly. She carries a laptop bag in one hand and is clad in a simple white blouse and black trousers that elegantly accentuate her flawless figure. Her long hair is tied back in a neat ponytail. Her face, resembling polished ivory, is adorned with minimal makeup. The tapered black trousers reveal a glimpse of her slender ankles, exuding a palpable coolness interwoven with an elusive sensuality. The patrons nearby pause their activities, their gazes both intentional and inadvertent drawn toward her. Wen Ciyi, seemingly oblivious to the scrutinizing stares, strides directly to the innermost section of the bar. Upon noticing her, the bartender deftly flips a few glasses in his hands and greets her with a familiar tone. The usual? Wen Ciyi does not respond verbally. Instead, she lowers her gaze, retrieves her laptop from the bag, and offers a gentle nod. As Sun Yan emerged from the dance floor, she beheld the scene before her. Her dear friend, with an expression devoid of emotion, had just dismissed a man attempting to engage her in conversation, only to return to her diligent work moments later. Sun Yan felt a sense of exhaustion on her behalf. Wen Ciyi, the esteemed CEO of a prominent financial group in Z City, seemed to oscillate between working and working overtime in bar, leaving one to ponder whether to label her as lacking in romantic sensibility or overly devoted to her career. Wen Ciyi was engrossed in analyzing financial statements when someone draped an arm over her shoulder from behind, the overpowering scent of perfume prompting her to wrinkle her brow. In distaste. Pray tell, my dear Wen darling, what brings you to the bar? Sun Yan inquired, pressing her fingertip down to emphasize her point. Wen Ciyi cast a glance her way, her expression inscrutable, and withdrew her hand, the message clear without words. President Wen, do not linger on work. What could possibly be more entertaining than men? Sun Yan's patience waned, and she leaned closer to Wen Ciyi with a feigned smile, swiftly changing the subject. You have no idea, a new resident singer has arrived at the bar named Su Simeon, and her appearance is simply captivating. Upon hearing this, Wen Ciyi's expression remained unchanged. A soft, ethereal female voice began to resonate throughout the bar, its tones soothing and gentle as the dim light cascaded down, creating a stark contrast against Wen Ciyi's fares. This bar exudes a certain charm, Wen Ciyi remarked, momentarily diverting her focus from her financial analysis. Sun Yan pursed her lips, indignation bubbling within her as she retorted, it seems more suited to your profession, President Wen. Not at all. Wen Ciyi finally seemed to recognize the inappropriateness of her work-related behavior, hastening her pace in completing the analysis. I shall be done shortly. During their conversation, a throng of people gathered around the central square stage, and the previously sweet female voice was abruptly silenced, replaced by a powerful beat of DJ music. The meticulous calculation of data was interrupted, and Wen Ciyi's fingers danced momentarily. She closed her laptop and casually lifted her gaze. As if sensing something, the individual across from her fluttered his eyelids, locking eyes with Wen Ciyi. His gaze was devoid of warmth, dark and alluring, with depths as profound as an unfathomable ocean, interspersed with shades of aloofness and indifference. In just a few seconds, he turned his head away, as if their brief connection had been merely an illusion, leaving Wen Ciyi momentarily dazed. Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, tilting her head slightly, and inquired with curiosity to the person beside her. Do you know the singer on stage? Sun Yan replied affirmatively, her face adorned with a gossiping expression. According to sources, he is a male university student in his 3rd year at Peking University. It's said that he took to performing in bars because his financial circumstances have not yet reached the heights he aspires to. What a coincidence. What's this? Sun Yan leaned closer, teasing Wen Ciyi with a playful grin. Is the esteemed President Wen interested? Indeed, she was. Wen Ciyi's lips curled into a slight smile, her tone elongated in contrast to her earlier cold demeanor, reminiscent of a languid cat that pricks at one's heart. He's rather goodal. Okay. The duration of the song was brief. After finishing, the performer rolled up his sleeves and, amidst the cacophony, descended the stage, momentarily glancing back at Wen Ciyi with his eyes slightly downcast, Wen Ciyi lifted her eyelids slightly and closed her laptop with elegance, letting her previously tied ponytail cascade down, her inky hair reminiscent of begonia blossoms, draped casually over her fair shoulder, adding an alluring touch of sensuality to the glass. Wen Ciyi raised her gaze, gesturing to the bartender. A teasing smile curved her lips, her eyes narrowing slightly. Lemon tea, for the gentleman who just stepped down fro. And the stage. Before the bartender could respond, Sun Yin, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed, "You're offering Su Simeon lemon tea instead of alcohol. Why should I order alcohol?" Wen Ciyi countered, leisurely swirling her drink, the glimmer in her eyes hinting at a predatory grace. For those just descending from the stage, Lamont. EA is the most fitting choice, a mere taste. Just to quench thirst, Su Simeon leaned against the bar, intending to leave, when a glass of lemon tea adorned with mint leaves was pushed in front of him. The bartender succinctly stated, "Hello, sir, this is from that lady over there." Following the bartender's direction, Su Simeon's gaze effortlessly met Wen Ciyi's, an encounter devoid of surprise. With a sense of disinterest, Su Simeon lifted the glass, but was suddenly engulfed by the scent of lemon. The droplets of water clinging to the rim of the glass slid down the wall, trickling into the palm of his hand, leaving a sensation both slightly prickly and refreshingly cool. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, comma. Status. Resource C exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, comma. Status. Resource C exhausted. Chapter 2. Classmate Su, please take care of me, that is splendid. Would you be willing to deliver a speech for the graduating class? The mentor from the class of 2018 expressed his excitement. She had always been a staunch realist, not one to act on impulse. Throughout her life, whether it was a goal she set for herself or one imposed by her parents, Wen Ciyi had consistently achieved them swiftly and efficiently. This time, her goal was merely a name. However, she did not anticipate that her second encounter with Su Simeon would arrive so soon. Sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting a dappled glow on the path below. The auditorium of Jiang University was teeming with people, a cacophony of animated voices and bustling energy that seemed unending. At the center of the stage stood a tall, slender figure, his tousled hair framing a face that bore an expression of cool detachment. Clad in a loose-fitting blue suit, his collar flared outward, revealing a crisp white shirt beneath. His wide-leg black trousers were complemented by a pair of backward-turned AJ shoes. Meanwhile, Wen Ciyi sat comfortably in the broadcasting room, holding a script for an outstanding graduate speech, her demeanor composed as she gazed at Su Simeon, who was delivering the address. After a meeting with her mentor earlier that day, she had effortlessly navigated her way to the lounge, never imagining that the host giving the welcoming speech would be none other than Su Simeon. What a serendipitous twist of fate. On that weekend, upon entering the room, Wen Ciyi was greeted by a captivating scene. In the bright lounge, there sat a woman who appeared to be no more than 24 or 25 years of age. Her makeup was simple yet exquisite, her eyes slightly curved, holding a spark that seemed to conceal the vastness of the cosmos. Her flowing dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with a few delicate hairpins, reminiscent of a gentle breeze sweeping across the mountain ridge, adding a touch of whimsy to her presence. She donned a white shirt and a black pleated skirt, emblematic of her student days, while her porcelain white calves gracefully disappeared into her marten boots. Zhou Mo couldn't help but exclaim on the weekend, "Senior, you are truly stunning." "Thank you," Wen Ciyi responded with a gentle laugh. Zhou Mo continued with introductions. "Senior, I am Zhou Mo, and this is my roommate, Su Simeon." Wen Ciyi cast her gaze down, meeting a pair of deep, indifferent eyes. Despite his frosty demeanor, Zhou Mo suddenly remarked, "Senior, you may not know this, but in recent years, only two prominent figures have emerged from Peking University. One is you, and the other is Su Simeon. Can you believe it? A perfectly good junior who should be focused on his studies spends his time performing at bars. Of course, he has his reasons. Much of his thoughts are consumed by financial matters." As Wen Ciyi listened to him refer to Su Simeon as this kid, the corners of her lips curved slightly. Her eyes, enchanting yet tinged with fatigue, sparkled as she smiled, conveying an air of elegance. Zhou Mo felt an inexplicable warmth rush to his cheeks, and he cleared his throat, averting his gaze. "Senior, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave." "All right," Wen Ciyi replied softly. Throughout this exchange, Su Simeon remained silent, coldly sifting through his papers, as if the conversation did not pertain to him. Wen Ciyi lifted her smile and extended her hand towards Su Simeon, saying, "Classmate Su, I look forward to your guidance later." Her smile, with slightly upturned eyes, resembled the delicate glow of the autumn sun as it wanes. Su Simeon cast a casual glance at the delicate, pale hand before him, yet did not take it. He shuffled through the documents and, lowering his gaze, remarked to himself, "Senior, you must be quite familiar with the upcoming procedures." The lounge window was not tightly shut, allowing sunlight to filter through the gaps and illuminate his eyelashes, casting a beautiful arc. A glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes, quickly masked as she spoke in a languid tone, laced with a hint of feigned inquiry. "Before my arrival, the mentor did not provide me with extensive details. As for this process, I am not entirely certain." Wen Ciyi lowered her gaze, her voice imbued with significance. "Therefore, dear Su, might you deign to be my assistant for a time?" Su Simeon turned the pages thoughtfully, his fingers grazing the edges. His deep-set eyes, when lifted to meet another's, seemed to harbor ink, their pristine blackness intensely focused, resembling a tranquil, profound pool that unwittingly beckoned one to plunge into its depths. Su Simeon nodded coolly, glancing at his watch. "Senior, it is time for you to take the stage." The clamor of the hall surged, with Wen Ciyi and Su Simeon proceeding just a few steps apart. She halted at the back curtain as he advanced to the podium. The previously scattered and noisy crowd fell immediately silent, and he stood there, as elegant as a crane. "Good afternoon, esteemed leaders and fellow students." His unhurried voice resonated through the microphone, tinged with a hint of fatigue, while Wen Ciyi's gaze subtly settled upon the profile of Su Simeon. He possessed a delicate yet austere demeanor, his profile sharply defined, softened subtly by the illumination. The origins of this moment were murky, lacking both beginning and conclusion. Wen Ciyi gently pressed her palms together, as the welcoming remarks approached their conclusion. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Su Simeon, who was making his way toward her. His eyes, cold and elongated, were emblematic of the classic dancing style. Yet, at this moment, his pupils harbored an indistinct emotion that was difficult to decipher, prompting Wen Ciyi to unconsciously take a step forward. Upon her appearance, the audience erupted in a chorus of astonishment, a stark contrast to the earlier silence that enveloped Su Simeon's speech. Wen Ciyi smiled, a hint of buoyancy in her brow, testing the microphone. Her gentle and crystalline voice resonated throughout the room. "Hello everyone, I am Wen Ciyi, CEO of Noah Group, and a proud graduate of Peking University's class of 2018. I am truly honored to be invited by my teachers and the principal to deliver a speech here at Peking University." The individual on stage exuded confidence and vitality, radiating a youthful exuberance akin to the stars that seemed distant yet sparkle with brilliance. Her eyes and brows curved lightly, infused with the spirit of a newborn sun. "Ah, she epitomizes the essence of a successful woman," a friend remarked during the weekend, noticing her companion's silence. She nudged Su Simeon. "Oh, tell me, what kind of person could possibly catch the interest of someone so extraordinary?" "Hey, that is quite an exaggeration. I, too, am exceptionally remarkable," Su Simeon retorted, his tone filled with playful indignation. With a brief, dismissive laugh, Su Simeon turned his wrist and inquired, "Why am I the only host today? Where's Yijiwan?" Weekend frowned, seemingly reluctant to mention the name, and replied, "She always promises the teachers. Yet recently she has been shirking her responsibilities." He then asked, "What did her side say?" Su Simeon furrowed his brow, stating coldly, "If the female host we initially determined is frequently absent without reason, then she should no longer be part of this." Weekend remarked, "No wonder you are the student council president. Your words carry weight." As the speech approached its conclusion, the fervent atmosphere remained undiminished. Wen Ciyi lightly touched the microphone and asked, "Do any of you have questions?" A bold male student eagerly asked, "Senior, do you have someone you like?" Wen Ciyi was not surprised by the topic and smiled politely. "I do." The student pressed on, "Then, have you and the person you like started dating?" After a moment's thought, Wen Ciyi succinctly replied, "Not yet." The crowd immediately shifted from excitement to a collective sigh of disappointment. However, Wen Ciyi paused for effect and added, "But I am still pursuing." Once the speech concluded, her mentor rushed over, exclaiming, "Your presentation was simply outstanding, truly worthy of a newly appointed CEO." Wen Ciyi offered a wry smile, shaking her head. "Please, teacher, do not tease me. To be honest, I was a bit nervous while presenting." A sudden voice pierced through the tension, and Wen Ciyi turned to see a figure approaching, revealing a pair of profound eyes. "Ah, just in time. Su Simeon has also arrived. In that case, dear students, let me treat you to a meal. You have been of great assistance today." The mentor's delight was palpable. "There's no need, teacher. It's really nothing," Wen Ciyi politely declined. "That won't do." the mentor insisted, just as he was about to continue. An untimely ringtone interrupted the moment. The mentor fished out his phone and hastily said to them, I must take this call. You all discuss what you'd like to eat. All right, Mian replied, lowering his gaze. He retrieved an item from his pocket and handed it to Wen Ciyi, his cool voice laced with a husky timbre. Senior, you left this at the bar yesterday. In his open palm lay a lipstick, its texture unmistakably defined. Wen Ciyi feigned surprise. I completely forgot. Thank you, Junior. As her fingertips brushed against Mian's slightly damp palm, a tingling sensation coursed through her. Mian was tall, requiring her to tilt her head slightly to meet his descending gaze. She parted her lips, gently coaxing, Su, do you know that there is a virtue at Peking University, which is to find joy in helping others? Mian studied the person before him, his eyes deepening, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. So, thus, Su. Wen Ciyi's fair fingertip lightly tapped her lips, which blushed like a ripe lychee. Could you perhaps take a moment to assist me in the spirit of kindness and help your senior apply this lipstick? Chapter 3. I am Mian's girlfriend. Mian's fingertips flickered momentarily, and he averted his gaze with an air of icy indifference, his voice resonating like a glacial echo. Senior, you have overstepped your boundaries. He then placed the lipstick into Wen Ciyi's hand. Before she could utter a word, the mentor pushed the door open, an apologetic expression adorning his face. I apologize, Ciyi. I promise to treat you to dinner another day. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Wen Ciyi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. It's perfectly fine. I should be the one treating you, teacher. Ah, wait. The mentor interjected, pointing at Mian with a smile directed at Wen Ciyi. Let my proud protege treat you. It would be wonderful for two young individuals from the same discipline to engage in conversation. Really? Wen Ciyi glanced at Mian, who maintained his frosty demeanor. Rather than dining in the school cafeteria, Mian opted for a bustling establishment outside the campus, a place that Wen Ciyi had frequented during her student days. The lines were still extensive and lively. Would you prefer to dine in a private room, or should we reserve a table here? Mian inquired, his slender fingers gliding over the screen. Noticing Mian's brief silence, Wen Ciyi cast a discreet glance at him, only to observe him canceling the reservation for the private room. You made a reservation and still ask me? A hint of confusion flickered in Wen Ciyi's eyes. I also booked a table here, Mian replied nonchalantly, glancing down as he tucked his phone away, his expression unwavering. Better to be prepared. Wen Ciyi had grasped the nuances of the situation. Her junior exhibited a facade of aloofness, yet was quite amiable, akin to a Labrador that often wears a stern expression, but upon closer inspection, might reveal himself to be a somewhat innocent Samiyet. At this hour, just past 5, the atmosphere along the North Street had already grown vibrant. The air was infused with the mingling scents of street food and stir-fried dishes, as students from nearby universities emerged from their institutions in search of diversion, their laughter and chatter filling the air with exuberance. The sun, blushing in its descent, filtered through the clear windows, casting a soft, mottled glow reminiscent of a faded painting. The meal itself was brief, lasting no more than half an hour. Wen Ciyi, feeling satisfied, glanced at her phone just as a financial report analysis document appeared. Her fingers moved instinctively to tap on it, but a gentle knock on the table interrupted her. Reflexively, she looked up to find a handsome young man before her. His features were softened by youthful innocence, and he spoke with a hint of nervousness. Hello, senior. May I add you on WeChat? The young man's face flushed with a moment of awkwardness as he stumbled over his words. Actually, I'm from Beijing University-affiliated high school. Out of the corner of her eye, Wen Ciyi noticed Mian watching her from the doorway. Instinctively, she rose, picking up her phone and offering an apologetic smile to the young man. I'm sorry, but my friend is waiting for me at the door. If possible, I hope to see you at Peking University in the future. The young man seemed poised to say more, but as he moved to speak, he felt the weight of a cold, indifferent gaze upon him. Although summer was still lingering, it sent a shiver through him, as if he were suddenly ensconced in an icy chamber. Suit yourself, he managed to respond. Mian spoke lightly, quickening his pace slightly, mirroring their earlier ascent onto the stage, with the two of them walking one after the other. Noticing Mian's lack of desire to continue their conversation, Wen Ciyi decided to embrace a moment of silence, inadvertently following Mian down a path that diverged from her expectations. Upon recognizing the expanse before her, Wen Ciyi halted in her tracks. They had arrived at a boundless lake. The indistinct hum of insects echoed from the grass, while a few individuals lounged lazily on the grassy slope beside the path, each pair consisting of a young man and woman. Every university typically designates spaces for romantic exchanges among students, and Peking University's Mandarin Duck Garden is one such locale. This particular spot was a section of the garden known as the Mandarin Duck Playing in Water Lake. Observing the sudden stillness of her companion, Su Simeon turned to Wen Ciyi and inquired, "What's the matter?" The bright streetlights along the path illuminated Su Simeon, accentuating the graceful line of his neck that subtly vanished into his collar. The scattered light danced upon his tousled hair, revealing his striking features, which, stripped of their usual aloofness, bore a hint of understated warmth. Captivated by this version of Su Simeon, Wen Ciyi felt a playful urge arise within her. She teased, "Junior, do you know where we are?" "What?" Su Simeon replied calmly, his gaze imbued with a touch of indifference, as if entirely uninterested. "This is the Mandarin Duck Playing in Water Lake." Wen Ciyi chuckled, her laughter sparkling like fragmented light in her eyes, her demeanor imbued with a youthful innocence that belied her age. "Surely, you can't be unaware of this?" Wen Ciyi contemplated silently. Just as she was about to continue the conversation, she was unexpectedly jolted from behind, and in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a chilly embrace. I'm sorry. A dismissive female voice brushed past her ear, only to dash forward. Out of the corner of her eye, Wen Ciyi noticed that the girl still held a cup of milk tea in her hand. The faint scent of cedar lingered at her nose. And when Ciyi blinked several times, the fabric she was touching seemed to warm rapidly in that instant. Su Simeon's soft, tousled hair brushed against her temple, and she could even feel Su Simeon's heartbeat, steady as a mountain, in contrast to her own, which raced uncontrollably. Su Simeon was tall. Wen Ciyi found herself gazing upward, only to meet his downward glance. Su Simeon lowered his head slightly, his rhythmic breathing gently grazing her ear. Wen Ciyi had never been this close to anyone before, and she instinctively shifted, her palms growing slightly clammy. Su Simeon noticed the flush spreading across Wen Ciyi's neck and the tips of her ears. His gaze deepened as he gradually released her, observing the hem of her dress with an indescribable tone. Your dress is wet. Ah? The earlier atmosphere seemed to dissipate, and as Wen Ciyi looked down, she sighed. Then I'll have to walk quickly later to avoid being seen. No sooner had she spoken than an unfamiliar warmth enveloped her shoulder. Wen Ciyi's fingers twitched, and she caught a glimpse of a blue garment, still radiating warmth, being draped over her. Put it on, Su Simeon said in a low voice. And then what? Sun Yin gazed at the elegant attire of Wen Ciyi and inquired, Didn't you mention that you were initially going to escort him to his dormitory? How did it turn into him accompanying you instead? With a flirtatious glance, Wen Ciyi replied, Of course, my junior is simply being considerate. Sun Yin's expression faltered momentarily. Heh. Sighing, Wen Ciyi reflected, Thanks to this little opportunity, I successfully added my junior's WeChat. Is it because you need to return his clothes? Sun Yin speculated. Bingo. Wen Ciyi snapped her fingers and glanced at Sun Yin. Once I resolve matters at the company tomorrow, I shall visit him at Peking University. Do you have his class schedule? Sun Yin posed a rather pragmatic question. Wen Ciyi hesitated for a second or two, realizing that she indeed did not possess his schedule. With determination, she stated, I will ask about it shortly. Sun Yin, with a playful expression, remarked, No wonder you're the renowned president. You handle matters with such decisiveness and efficiency. Wen Ciyi retorted, It has only been a few months, and you're already asking me this. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from the other side. Thank you, Sister Sun Yin. Wen Ciyi was taken aback, after delivering a brief graduation speech. She was astonished to find that she had accumulated thousands of urgent emails requiring her attention. Rubbing her temples, she began to sift through them one by one. Wen Ciyi clicked on Su Simeon's profile. His avatar depicted a simple little dog, with a nickname that mirrored his name. After much hesitation at the keyboard, she ultimately decided against sending a message. She had just exited the page when she noticed a solitary 1 in the WeChat notifications. Who could possibly be liking her moments at such a late hour? Wen Ciyi clicked into her own moments, only to discover that Su Simeon had liked a picture from her previous work page. A slight arch raised at the corner of her brow. Was he still awake? Since he was not yet asleep, she decided to send him a message. Wen Ciyi took a screenshot of the notification and promptly forwarded it to Su Simeon. Wen Ciyi, screenshot Wen Ciyi. Little Junior, why are you still awake at this hour? The screen displayed that the other party was typing. A moment later, Su Simeon replied, I'm working on a report, my finger slipped. Wen Ciyi thought to herself, who would believe such an excuse? She chose not to pursue the matter further and instead texted, What time are you free tomorrow? Su Simeon, why? Wen Ciyi, to return your clothes. After a brief silence, a class schedule was sent over, followed by the message, 10 in the morning. Wen Ciyi, sounds good. Upon reading those two words, a smile graced her lips. She refrained from continuing the conversation and succinctly replied, then it settled. Good night, Junior. If she wished to understand the junior better, she had to create an air of intrigue, transforming passivity into initiative, thus assuming the role of the hunter. The wind whispered through the treetops as the gentle rays of the setting sun caressed the city's edges. Wen Ciyi had not slept for long. She rummaged through her wardrobe and selected a black jumpsuit with a utilitarian flair. She had placed Su Simeon's suit in a transparent bag. Their meeting was scheduled beneath the library at Peking University. It was now 9 o'clock, and she had not informed Su Simeon that she had already arrived on campus. The sun at 9 o'clock is not particularly bright, perhaps due to the late summer season, with the breeze carrying a gentle warmth. Wen Ciyi stood beneath the shade of a tree when her train of thought was interrupted by a phone call. Seeing that it was her assistant, Xiaoli, she pressed the green answer button and said, Xiaoli, what can I do for you? It's like this, General Wen. The company has received an invitation for you to attend the CR Group's gala. How do you plan to respond? Noticing a girl standing before her, intently gazing at the item in her hands, Wen Ciyi replied succinctly, let me discuss it with the team at the office later. I have a few matters to attend to. Understood. Wen Ciyi smiled gently, her tone warm as she addressed the girl. Is there something you need? The girl pointed to the bag Wen Ciyi was holding and inquired. Excuse me, is that clothing belonging to Su Simeon? Wen Ciyi offered no immediate response, prompting the girl to continue. I am Su Simeon's girlfriend, and if that is indeed his clothing, I can deliver it to him. Chapter 4. Don't forget to bring an umbrella. Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she shook the bag in her hand. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed someone approaching, and her tone took on a teasing note as she remarked, You claim to be Su Simeon's girlfriend? Her voice trailed off lazily, imbued with a carefree cadence. The girl, unflustered, was about to respond when someone walked past her. The words she intended to speak lodged in her throat as she beheld a tall figure, a black backpack slung over one shoulder. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing a slender, porcelain-white forearm, and his expression bore an air of aloofness, with tightly pressed lips that exuded an aura of distance. Wen Ciyi sensed the girl's reluctance to speak, yet she understood the underlying dynamics. Su Simeon was a prominent figure at Peking University, akin to a celebrity, but her demeanor was as frigid as an iceberg. Though she garnered considerable admiration from her junior classmates, they were filled with desire but lacked the courage to act. Su Simeon slightly turned her head, her gaze sharp and frosty, as she stated, Yi Zhuan, how is it that I am unaware of having a girlfriend? Yi Zhuan was momentarily taken aback, stammering without a coherent explanation. Furthermore, regarding future hosting duties for Peking University events, you need not concern yourself. I will find someone else. Su Simeon delivered this with an impassive expression, casting a glance at Wen Ciyi. Senior, are you not leaving? Wen Ciyi was about to respond when she was interrupted. Why? Yu Zhiwan protested. What gives you the right to dictate my actions? Su Simeon found her incessant chatter tiresome and cast a disinterested glance at Yu Zhiwan without engaging further. Once you have accepted a task, it is only right to fulfill it diligently, is it not? Wen Ciyi, true to her name, spoke with a gentle tone, her eyes slightly veiled yet brimming with brilliance. The senior is absolutely correct, she remarked. The tree-lined path bustled with activity as Su Simeon softly replied. A faint smile graced Wen Ciyi's lips as she observed Su Simeon's unyielding expression, a mischievous thought brewing within her. With a hint of intrigue, she quipped. Not only can I speak, but I can also act. Would the junior like to experience it firsthand? Her words carried a suggestive undertone. And as Wen Ciyi's eyes narrowed slightly, sunlight filtered through the leaves, mingling with the summer cicada's song. Her gaze sparkled like a piece of glistening amber. Su Simeon paused momentarily, refraining from responding to Wen Ciyi's playful remarks, and instead reminded her softly, Senior, please be mindful of your image. Wen Ciyi burst into laughter, finding the moment utterly amusing. The golden sign at the entrance of Peking University shimmered brilliantly under the sun. Su Simeon tightened his grip on his backpack strap and halted, addressing Wen Ciyi beside him. I will escort you this far, Senior, as I must leave shortly for an engagement. It seemed I am not particularly favored by the junior students, as they seem to evade me like a plague. Wen Ciyi's leisurely tone carried a hint of feigned sorrow, not even willing to wait with me for a cab. With her gaze lowered, a semblance of genuine, albeit half-hearted, sadness flickered across her features. Su Simeon glanced at the Bentley parked nearby, its presence speaking volumes. Wen Ciyi followed his gaze, recognizing the familiar license plate, and her demeanor faltered momentarily as she deftly explained, "That might just be a coincidence, Junior." Su Simeon regarded her with an impassive expression. "Since you have a car to pick you up, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and brushed past Wen Ciyi. She wore a bright smile as she strode towards the Bentley, her ponytail swaying gently behind her. Only a short while after Wen Ciyi's departure, the office became a flurry of chaos, papers flying in disarray. Upon entering her office, she changed into a simple black suit. Just as a knock echoed at the door. "Come in. President Wen, here are this year's financial statements," the department had announced, entering with a document in hand. Warm words lingered in the air, her eyebrows barely stirred as the luminous marble countertop silently bore a document. She diverted her gaze from the computer screen. Her legs naturally crossed, and her eyes fell upon the file. As she opened it and flipped through the pages, the only sound that punctuated the stillness was the soft rustling of her fingertips against the paper, as if the very atmosphere had momentarily thickened. "Redo it," she stated flatly, casting the file aside after perusing only a few pages. "There are discrepancies in the data, the audit lacks rigor, and the financial department's analysis is inadequate." The director paused, momentarily taken aback, before hastily responding, "But, Ms. Wen, this batch of data was just approved this morning." The implication was clear. Such glaring errors should not be possible. An invisible pressure loomed, reminiscent of an impending storm, as a chill pervaded the office from all directions. With a dismissive glance, she regarded the director, who, intimidated, dared not utter a word. "Leave," she commanded succinctly. Though her voice was not loud, each word seemed to strike with palpable weight. "If you cannot perform adequately, do not present your failures to me. The tasks assigned by the company are not to be treated with such carelessness. If you truly cannot manage, then perhaps you should consider departing." The red notification dot blinked insistently, drawing her attention to the anonymous sender below. A thought crossed her mind, and she swiftly unlocked her phone, opening WeChat to send a message to Su Simeon, whose avatar featured a small dog, Junior. "Remember to take an umbrella when you go out." Chapter 5. A day of running her phone, resting on the desk, buzzed a few times. Su Simeon, closing his computer screen, glanced at the message. "Junior, remember to take an umbrella when you go out." On the side, Joe Weekend observed Su Simeon lost in thought, her lips curling into a faint smile. Curiously, he leaned closer and inquired, "What captivates you so, Miss Su?" At that moment, Su Simeon extinguished the screen of her phone and nonchalantly tucked it into her pocket, her expression somewhat listless as she replied, "Nothing." Joe Weekend pouted in response. The mentor, engrossed in fiddling with a laboratory flask, paused, seemingly caught in a dilemma as he murmured, "Now, what should I add next?" Su Simeon cast a quick glance and then retrieved a bottle filled with a cerulean liquid from the shelf, handing it to him. "Teacher, add this for dilution. We need to refine it later." "Oh, right." The mentor suddenly recalled, chuckling as he remarked, "Indeed, age does diminish one's memory." He then cast a seemingly casual glance at Joe Weekend, who was stealthily indulging in his phone. "You rascal, are you here to assist, or merely to slack off?" the mentor exclaimed, puffing his cheeks in mock anger. I'm working, I assure you, teacher," Joe Weekend stammered, hastily concealing his phone and sporting a sheepish grin. The mentor retorted with feigned irritation, "You had better be, or forget about graduation credits next year." Su Simeon crossed her arms, wearing an expression of amused anticipation. "I truly am putting in effort, teacher. I even received an international award this term," Joe Weekend lamented, feigning innocence. The mentor nodded in satisfaction. But little did he expect Su Simeon to deliver a sharp retort. That award was merely a consolation prize. The mentor's expression darkened immediately, and with a heavy heart. He lamented, "Look at this. Did you win an award, or merely a consolation prize? Why can't you learn from your roommate, Su Simeon? Since her freshman year, she has amassed countless accolades in national competitions, while you squander your days idly." Su Simeon, sensing the tension, calmly took out a tissue to wipe her hands. Her tone icy as she remarked, "Do not let your curiosity run rampant." Upon hearing this, Joe Mo was momentarily taken aback, quietly astonished. After finishing the tidying up, it was nearly 5 o'clock. The summer days stretched long, and Wen Ciyi found herself gazing at a pot of verdant cacti on her desk for an extended period, finally feeling a modicum of relaxation. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed an invitation letter pressed beneath a stack of folders. Pulling it out, she discovered it was an invitation to a gala hosted by the CR Group, scheduled for that evening at 5:30. Wen Ciyi pondered for a moment. The CR Group was a burgeoning entity, not insignificant in scale, with a considerable influx of clientele and steadily rising stock prices. It would be rather unreasonable to decline the invitation. With a barely audible sigh, she reflected on her original plan to leave early to meet her junior. She glanced at the previous messages, which still lingered on her reminder to bring an umbrella. Wen Ciyi pressed the button on her desk phone, and it was answered promptly. President Wen? In succinct terms, Wen Ciyi instructed, prepare yourself. We are attending the CR Gala shortly. Understood, President Wen. I will get ready now. You may come downstairs in 10 minutes. Wen Ciyi donned a slightly elegant evening gown, its vibrant crimson hem gracefully veiling her slender calves. Adorning her ears were a pair of minimalist earrings, complementing the delicate porcelain of her neck, akin to the finest silk. As her secretary entered with the proposal, Wen Ciyi was in the midst of arranging her hair. The corners of her eyes drooped ever so slightly. Yet she had merely sketched her brows casually with a pencil, exuding just the right touch of tenderness. General Manager Wen. Here is the Market Economy Monopoly Analysis Report for the latter half of this year. Wen Ciyi glanced at it casually before her gaze settled on her secretary. Change into another outfit. You shall accompany me to the CR Gala. She assessed her secretary with an appraising eye and lifted her chin slightly. Hihua, somewhat bewildered, complied and went to change. Just as Hihua was ready, the driver awaited downstairs in the company's business vehicle. The CR Gala was unexpectedly extravagant. With a red carpet stretching nearly several dozen meters from the entrance to the main road, adorned with clusters of blooming flowers along the edges, and throngs of people brandishing cameras jostling to capture the moment. Hihua pulled open the car door from the outside, and Wen Ciyi adjusted her gown as she stepped out of the vehicle. An observant reporter spotted Wen Ciyi and rushed over, barely able to contain their excitement. Good evening, General Manager Wen. Are you here to attend the gala as well? Good evening, Wen Ciyi replied with a poised smile. Her gentle eyes, enhanced by meticulous makeup, sparkled alluringly, with the delicate eye makeup adding an extra layer of charm. Gentleness and allure are typically opposites. Yet Wen Ciyi embodied a harmonious blend of both. The gala hosted numerous titans of the business world. The amber light streamed through the glass windows, casting reflections throughout the banquet hall, while soothing melodies gently wafted into every corner. The attendees appeared entranced yet exhilarated, mingling in small groups, their conversations brimming with satisfaction and admiration for the soiree. Wen Ciyi, not in a hurry to engage, had spent the day busily at work, scarcely having time for lunch. After her gaze wandered aimlessly, she found herself drawn to the food area not far away. The delicately arranged desserts were neatly displayed on various platters, capturing her attention. Just as she reached for a plate, a figure clad in a black vest, complemented by a crisp white shirt and black trousers that elegantly hugged his long legs, interrupted her. My lady, it is unwise to indulge in sweets on an empty stomach, he remarked, his tone calm and indifferent. Wen Ciyi offered a faint smile and retorted, Pray tell, how do you know whether I am indeed hungry? At this, she chuckled softly, a hint of self-mockery in her laughter. Nonchalantly, she took a plate of sushi, her smile radiant as she said, Then, thank you. The man, observing her attire for a brief moment, soon blended into the throng of guests. Finding a relatively inconspicuous spot, Wen Ciyi settled down and pulled out her phone. She opened WeChat and sent a message to her junior, Su Si Mian. Have you eaten yet? Su Si Mian replied, No. Contemplating for a moment, she smiled slightly, contemplating a playful tease directed at her junior, who was as cold as an iceberg. Her fingertips tapped the screen a few times. Still not dining at this hour? Are you busy assisting your mentor? Wen Ciyi, are you tired? Su Simeon, not at all. Wen Ciyi, with an air of seriousness, naturally interjected, How could you not be fatigued? After all, you've been running around in your sister's heart all day. It's impossible not to feel weary. Wen Ciyi contemplated whether her remark was a tad audacious. Just as she was about to add another line, she suddenly noticed the other party sending a meme. It depicted a small white dog sitting obediently on the ground, yet above its head, 6 dots emerged, an ellipsis. Chapter 6. I Desire You. Wen Ciyi understood the essence of eloquent expression. A subtle smile graced her lips as she put away her phone and focused intently on the plate of sushi before her. Oddly enough, the banquet's food must have been prepared in advance, typically resulting in a certain chilliness. However, the dishes in front of her were at the perfect temperature. Do contemporary chefs genuinely take such care of their patrons? Wen Ciyi mused silently, resolving to consider the preferences of the public when her own company hosted a banquet. By chance, she encountered the president of the Lin Group. Wen Ciyi took the initiative to greet him, exuding an air of poise. "Good evening, President Lin." Upon seeing her, President Lin's face lit up with a broad smile. "Good evening, President Wen. Have you encountered President Ji yet?" "President Ji?" Wen Ciyi was slightly taken aback. The manager in charge of planning at CR Group actually bore the surname Ji? Noticing her bewildered expression, President Lin quickly added, "It's no problem if you haven't met. You might still cross paths later. What is your perspective on the land in Nanxing, President Wen? I've heard that your company has even established a dedicated planning team." President Lin deftly shifted the topic of conversation. Wen Ciyi raised the corners of her lips, evoking an air of assured confidence. The engineers under the company's banner were diligently preparing. It remained uncertain whether our company would be fortunate enough to collaborate with Mr. Wen in investing in this market. Lin's smile bore an undertone of urgency, sensing the investment crisis that loomed ominously within the business realm. Yet, Wen Ciyi maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "Of course, if the opportunity for collaboration arises." After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, she bid farewell to Lin and encountered several other executives, compelling her to continue donning her commercial smile. Once the crowd dispersed, Wen Ciyi gently massaged her stiffening smile. At that moment, she yearned for someone with whom she could unwind. The banquet venue was expansive, and she ascended to the second floor. There, with fewer people, she discovered an inconspicuous balcony. Leaning against the railing, she gazed upward at the vast expanse of stars flickering like diamonds in the night sky. A gentle breeze swept through, caressing her temples before drifting away into the distance. As she lowered her gaze, a figure abruptly entered her line of sight. The resplendent banquet was reflected through the glass windows, harmonizing with the moonlight. The individual stood tall, their lithe form accentuated by a white shirt cinched at the waist. Wen Ciyi felt a sense of familiarity wash over her. Coincidentally, the person glanced up, and their eyes met amidst the dim moonlight. In mere seconds, she grasped her phone and sent a message to Su Simeon. "Junior, what are you up to?" The notification chimed sharply from below, cutting through the serene twilight. Su Simeon, upon being discovered, exhibited no signs of embarrassment. Calmly, she retrieved her phone, stating that she was at work. "Su Simeon, come over for a part-time job." Wen Ciyi, with a meaningful tone, inquired while descending the stairs and tapping on her screen. "How much can this side job earn?" Su Simeon replied, 300 per hour. The door to the banquet was pushed open from the inside, and Su Simeon's gaze flickered momentarily. A woman clad in a strikingly bright red dress stood before her, with a delicate jawline accentuating her exquisite collarbone. Su Simeon cast a fleeting glance, quickly averting her gaze. Wen Ciyi's lips curled into a smile, reminiscent of an enchanting sprite, as she teased, "Junior, follow your sister, and you'll earn much more than just 300 an hour." Su Simeon maintained her aloof demeanor, replying, "What does Senior want me to do?" "Ah, well?" Wen Ciyi stepped closer to Su Simeon, having to rise on her toes to immerse herself in the depths of his gaze. Her fair fingers tugged at the hem of Su Simeon's clothing, and with a gentle pull, he leaned in her direction. She drew near to Su Simeon's ear, her soft breath brushing against his earlobe as she seductively whispered, "I want you." For a fleeting moment, Su Simeon's expression darkened, and he stepped back, his throat tightening as he said, "Senior, please maintain your decorum." Wen Ciyi smiled sweetly. "Why act so distant, Junior? You already call me Senior. Why not simply call me Sister?" Su Simeon remained silent, glancing at his watch and coldly remarking, "It's nearly 9 o'clock. Hasn't Senior finished her social obligations yet?" Su Simeon wore a tense expression and inquired, "Are you alone, Senior?" Wen Ciyi responded nonchalantly, "Indeed, my assistant and secretary have been dispatched, and my driver is on leave for personal matters." Su Simeon lowered her gaze, seemingly assessing the veracity of her words. He Hua entered Wen Ciyi's line of sight. Noticing the CEO appearing to exhale in relief, "President Wen, the banquet is about to conclude. What do you think?" Su Simeon. Wen Ciyi. The radiant smile that typically graced Wen Ciyi's lips abruptly faded, and she let out a dry chuckle to mask her embarrassment. He, understood. Please wait for me outside." He Hua, perplexed by the exchange, nonetheless exited the room. Wen Ciyi, however, dared not meet Su Simeon's gaze. Su Simeon seemed to anticipate the moment, her expression unreadable. "After so many years at Peking University, Senior, have you ever heard the adage?" "What?" Wen Ciyi asked, puzzled. Su Simeon cast a sidelong glance at her, her lips slowly forming the words, "Treat others with sincerity." Wen Ciyi. "Then you parted ways?" Sun Yan asked, perched on the sofa, nibbling on an apple. Wen Ciyi replied listlessly, yes. Her tone was steeped in profound melancholy. Am I not attractive? Wen Ciyi glanced at her reflection in the vanity, observing her slender waist and the exquisite makeup she had yet to remove. She found it hard to believe Su Simeon remained unmoved. After all, he was not devoid of emotion. Wen Ciyi's lips puffed up in indignation, resembling an irked pufferfish. Sun Yin found the situation rather refreshing. She took a crisp bite of her apple and remarked, do you not think you might be acting a tad hastily? Hastily? This is strategy. Wen Ciyi replied, tying her hair back. Then perhaps you should reconsider your strategy, Sun Yin suggested with a shrug. For instance, since he performs at the bar, you could return to work there, request his songs with generous tips, yet avoid looking at him, immersing yourself in your own tasks. By accepting the tips, he is obliged to sing for you. But if you remain indifferent, treating him as mere entertainment, it will instill a sense of frustration in him. Just ignore him and have fun. Sun Yin's perspective was a novel approach that Wen Ciyi had never encountered before. She nodded appreciatively, satisfied. Well, that's quite clever. I shall increase your salary tomorrow. Sun Yin, curious, inquired, President Wen, what is it that you find appealing about that iceberg? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ciyi slowly replied, because it's cold, perhaps. After working for a while, one yearns to challenge oneself with new experiences. A fleeting glimmer of amusement crossed Wen Ciyi's eyes, only to vanish quickly. Upon hearing this answer, Sun Yin couldn't help but chuckle, as expected of you, President Wen. Chapter 7. I shall buy you something. The summer heat was as oppressive as ever. Even the clouds drifting lazily across the sky seemed to carry an unmistakable sense of urgency. She picked up the air conditioning remote that lay beside her and glanced at the display, 23 degrees. Wen Ciyi sighed as expected. She feared the heat, yet was equally apprehensive of the cold. The air conditioning, when activated, often slipped her mind, leading her to suffer repeated bouts of illness. With great effort, Wen Ciyi pressed her forehead, opening the drawer to retrieve a thermometer, only to discover that her cold medication had long been depleted. She took her temperature, finding it to be 38.1 degrees Celsius. Not too bad, she thought, forcing a semblance of comfort upon herself. Previously, her fever had rendered her delirious, reaching even 39 degrees. This was indeed a stroke of misfortune that bordered on luck, she mused with a wry smile. Struggling, she managed to extract an outfit from her wardrobe and hastily completed her morning routine before the cold virus could take hold. As she passed through the living room, she noticed a breakfast warming in the microwave, a meal that Sun Yin prepared for her each day. However, at that moment, Wen Ciyi felt incapable of consuming anything. Grabbing the keys by the entrance, she stumbled out into the world, her mind clouded by fever. Beneath her apartment complex lay a pharmacy. Although she was nearly in a daze from the fever, to the outside observer, she merely appeared flushed, as if adorned with rosy clouds. The new receptionist at the pharmacy assumed Wen Ciyi was simply feeling the oppressive heat of the summer day. Relying on her memory, she made her way to one of the side shelves, hoping to find some cold medication. Cold medicine, cold medicine. Wen Ciyi paused, her vision becoming increasingly blurred. Rubbing her eyes in an effort to regain clarity, she found the once still shelf splitting into two, a double vision forming before her. She shook her head, attempting to focus when suddenly darkness enveloped her. A distressed cry for help resonated in her ears, causing Wen Ciyi to stumble forward and fall into a cold embrace. The scent enveloping her was reminiscent of a lush field of lavender, intertwined with a subtle freshness, a seemingly incongruous aroma that harmoniously fused on this person. Just before she succumbed to unconsciousness, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. She hoped it was a stranger who had caught her. If it were someone familiar, she would be too ashamed to face them. The antiseptic scent lingered at her nose, and as her fingertips twitched, she gradually opened her eyes. Noticing the saline drip in the pristine white sheets, she confirmed her suspicion she was in a hospital. As she attempted to move, a sharp-eyed nurse, observing her actions, rushed over to restrain her. Wait, don't move yet. This bag isn't properly hung. Wen Ciyi paused her movements and managed a weak smile. Excuse me, who brought me here? As if recalling something significant, the nurse responded with admiration. It was your boyfriend, tall and slender. You have no idea. He carried you into the hospital. His face filled with concern. Tall and slender? Wen Ciyi asked uncertainly. Yes, the nurse affirmed enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. He's incredibly handsome. Not the typical sort you encounter on the street, but rather radiant like the moon. Before she could finish, the ward door swung open from the outside. The moment their gazes met, Wen Ciyi was utterly taken aback. She could never have anticipated that the person entering would be Su Si. Just as she thought that, the nurse briskly stood up to make way. "Hey, handsome, your girlfriend has awakened. Hurry, come quickly. I need to find a room. I've been waiting for a while." Wen Ciyi maintained her last shred of composure, saying, "Thank you. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Your boyfriend is truly considerate. He worried you would feel frightened upon waking, so he asked me to keep you company while he handled the paperwork," the nurse exclaimed, rushing out. From a distance, her lively voice echoed, "What a lovely couple." Wen Ciyi was left speechless. Su Si, however, displayed little reaction, his demeanor remaining cold and detached as he placed a bag of kanji on the bedside table. Wen Ciyi took a deep breath and composed herself, responding, "It's fine. Then drink the kanji. It's warm and not too hot," Su Si offered, handing her a spoon. Wen Ciyi eyed his delicate, jade-like fingers, teasingly suggesting, "How about it, Junior? Since you're being so kind, why not feed your senior?" Her heart, accustomed to the rigors of the business world, remained resilient. With a hint of mischief in her bright eyes, she continued, "What do you think, Junior? Senior, you're lying in bed. Perhaps it's best to refrain from teasing." Su Si replied calmly as he placed the spoon in her palm, his expression unperturbed. Wen Ciyi's lips curled into a gentle arc of delight. The porridge perfectly tempered in warmth, accompanied by delicate side dishes that were both soft and soothing to the palate. Her gaze swept around the room, revealing a solitary patient ward equipped with a television and a leather sofa. Su Si reclined against the sofa, his legs casually crossed, a laptop resting on his knees. His hand propped up his chin, his hair tousled and scattered across his forehead, while his amber-hued eyes drooped slightly. The contours of his jaw were naturally defined, and a gentle sunlight enveloped him lazily, imbued with a touch of warmth. Wen Ciyi took a sip of water and seemingly nonchalantly inquired, "How did you unexpectedly appear at the pharmacy beneath my building?" Not unexpectedly, Su Si paused his fingers above the keyboard, revealing a calm indifference in his gaze. "I visited a relative last night and stayed there." "Oh," Wen Ciyi feigned a sense of regret. "What a pity. I thought you went there solely to chance upon me." Su Si responded with a silent stare. He lifted his gaze to meet Wen Ciyi's, composed as ever, and remarked, "It's not possible to chance upon someone. How could it not be possible? Have you ever experienced a serendipitous encounter?" Wen Ciyi suddenly found herself intrigued. "Did the senior not forget that you drive to and from work?" Su Si's words caught her off guard. Yet, resilient as she was, Wen Ciyi merely smiled, as if lamenting, "Ah, it seems fate is telling me that I can no longer drive to work. Otherwise, I would miss the chance to encounter my dear Junior." Su Si decided to abandon the conversation, opting instead to focus on his studies. Before long, Wen Ciyi finished her kanji and began to tease her junior, saying, "Junior, today is a weekday. Aren't you attending your classes at Peking University? I have already completed all my required courses in advance, so there is no need for you to worry." "Senior," Su Simeon replied succinctly. "Is that so?" Wen Ciyi chuckled, her voice clear and melodious, akin to a delicate wind chime swaying gently. "It seems my junior is rather accomplished, quite impressive, indeed. I like it." At the moment she expressed her fondness, a ripple stirred within Su Simeon's gaze, yet it was swiftly subdued by the weight of his unyielding demeanor, causing her fingers to hasten their dance upon the keyboard. Wen Ciyi observed everything with keen interest when suddenly her phone, resting on the bedside table to her left, vibrated vigorously. She swiped the green answer button and pressed the device to her ear, inquiring with curiosity, "Hello? Wen, the CEO. It's me. Why haven't I seen you in the office?" Came the anxious voice of Sun Yin from the other end. "Oh, I'm at the hospital. Could you ask Ihua to file a leave for me?" Wen Ciyi replied casually. "Hospital? Why on earth are you at the hospital?" The voice on the other end rose sharply. "Are you unwell, CEO Wen?" Noticing a flicker in Su Simeon's eyes, Wen Ciyi lowered her volume. "It's just a minor issue. The air conditioning didn't turn off last night. Nothing serious. Just remember to inform Ihua for me." "You scared me," Sun Yin exclaimed, her heart racing as she patted her chest. "Sister, as a CEO, why must you report for a leave? Procedures must still be followed," Wen Ciyi replied. "I must hang up. I have matters to attend to." As Wen Ciyi finished her words, she unceremoniously hung up the phone. A glance at the clock revealed it was just past 10 in the morning. Noticing that Su Simeon had quietly sat beside her, merely observing the computer after serving her kanji, Wen Ciyi inquired, "Junior, have you eaten?" Su Simeon continued to gaze at the screen, succinctly responding with 2 words, "No." A wave of guilt washed over Wen Ciyi. After all, Su Mian had busily escorted her to the hospital and even arranged for her drip that morning. Instinctively, she replied, "I'm sorry." Her actions surpassed her thoughts as she lifted the covers, preparing to rise from the bed. "Let me get you something to eat." However, her movement inadvertently tugged at the arm connected to the floor. In the next moment, someone grasped her arm firmly. A hint of disapproval flickered in Su Mian's eyes as she spoke in a low voice. "Do you not want your hand?" The warmth transmitted through their point of contact enveloped Wen Ciyi's senses, and the sudden proximity allowed her to catch a faint whiff of lavender. She candidly replied, "I do, but I would rather ensure you have something to eat." Su Mian cast her a glance, tucking her hand under the blanket. "I will eat when I'm hungry later. You just lie there and don't move." With that, Wen Ciyi ceased to insist and obediently reclined. Rubbing her arm as she recalled the earlier touch, the lingering warmth still vivid in her mind, prompting a smile to grace her lips. As a frequent sufferer of colds, Wen Ciyi found that her fevers came and went swiftly by the time the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. She had completed 3 bags of 4 fluids and was ready to be discharged. Noticing Su Mian organizing some documents, Wen Ciyi spoke up, "Junior, how much is the hospital fee? I will transfer it to you." "No longer needed." Su Mian gazed at her calmly, leaving the remainder of her words unspoken. Wen Ciyi, having traversed the business world for several years, had learned a great deal of acumen, and she naturally understood the implication behind Su Mian's words. "No longer needed," Wen Ciyi replied with a smile, choosing not to pursue the matter further. "Then I shall wait until I have the time to repay the junior later." She left her statement somewhat ambiguous, regardless of whether Su Mian agreed or not. Politely expressing her gratitude once more, she proceeded towards the nearby ride-hailing vehicle. The car soon revved to life, departing swiftly and leaving only a trail of exhaust in its wake. A lively figure approached Su Mian, exclaiming with delight, "Su Ge, it really is you." The newcomer was Zhao Jia, a friend Su Mian had met while performing at a bar, a third-year student at Beijing Normal University. With a face that bore a charming countenance, Su Mian nodded lightly. "Hey, Su Ge, aren't you the one who despises the sin of disinfectant? How is it that you emerged from the hospital, where the smell is most potent?" Zhao Jia inquired with a hint of confusion. Su Mian replied with a frosty demeanor. "Accompanying someone." "Who?" Zhao Jia pressed on. "Is it a boy or a girl? What do they look like? Are they attractive?" Her curiosity was evidently piqued. Su Mian cast a light glance in her direction, and Zhao Jia quickly realized her enthusiasm had perhaps gone too far, scratching her head and smiling sheepishly. As if recalling something, Su Mian's lips pressed into a thin line. "It's a senior." "Ah?" Zhao Jia's eyes sparkled instantaneously. "A senior? Which senior? Do I know her? Is she pretty?" Su Mian, with a hint of disdain, glanced at Zhao Jia. "Have you forgotten? We are not in the same school." Zhao Jia spoke candidly. "It matters not. All students and seniors are like family." Su Mian glanced at his watch, displaying no hesitation. "I must be off. I have other matters to attend to." "Wait a moment." Zhao Jia called after him. "Tomorrow evening, there will be no one to perform. I need to fly to Linen for a competition. Would you mind covering for me?" Su Mian pondered for a moment. "What time?" "Just like before, from 10 to 11, Zhao Jia replied. After a brief contemplation, Su Mian consented. "Very well. This is what the doctor prescribed her earlier." Wen Ciyi glanced at the bag, noting the absence of cold medicine. A touch of obsession and nostalgia lingered within her. She preferred the cold remedy she used to take rather than experimenting with other brands. She took out her phone, snapped a picture of the medicine bag, and posted it on her social media, captioning it, "Thank you." The caption, though formulaic, carried a tone that evoked a myriad of interpretations. Far away, Linga commented below, "Oh, who sent this?" Just as Wen Ciyi was about to set her phone aside, a message popped up from her younger brother, Wen Nan. He too was at Peking University, a freshman this year. Wen Ciyi opened the message. "Wen Nan, sister. Do you have time tomorrow, Saturday?" Chapter 8, Silence Tomorrow. Wen Ciyi considered, recalling that she had a conference proposal to present, and she needed to fly to Linen as well. Her fingers tapped the table lightly as she inquired, "Must it be tomorrow? Would the day after work?" Wen Nan seemed to be inquiring about someone, and after a while, Wen Ciyi heard him say, "That's fine, sister. As long as you can come, that's what matters. Is there something you need my assistance with?" Wen Ciyi responded. Wen Nan immediately laughed heartily. "No, sister. It's just that the anniversary celebration at Peking University is approaching." He then feigned mystery, adding, "I have prepared a surprise for you. You can come either tomorrow or the day after." Bewildered, Wen Ciyi hung up the phone. She glanced at the calendar beside her, and indeed noticed the date she had marked in red was the anniversary of Peking University. She had completely forgotten about it amidst her busyness. In the past, she would always return to campus during the anniversary to visit her mentor. Logically, the university was a vast sea of people, with thousands of faces coming and going, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Graduates departed in waves while new students arrived in droves. Sometimes, mentors would even forget the students they had taught. Yet, Wen Ciyi recalled her mentor for a long time. And this particular mentor was not the one who invited her to speak as an outstanding graduate, but rather the one she had been immensely grateful to from her enrollment until her graduation. Wen Ciyi planned to complete her work in linen ahead of time and hand it over to her secretary, He Hua. Sun Yan passed by Wen Ciyi's office and, peering through the frosted glass, vaguely saw Wen Ciyi bent over her desk, diligently scribbling away. Sun Yan shook her head and walked away, sighing inwardly, alas. Even with a goal to conquer, she still embodies the spirit of relentless dedication in her work. As time slipped through the tip of her pen, Wen Ciyi finally rubbed her sore wrist after revising all the proposals. Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, she noted that the company would experience a power outage at noon, and it was only 10 o'clock now. She had anticipated working on the documents until at least 11. To her surprise, an hour had already passed. With a sigh, she opened the food delivery app, but after browsing for a while, nothing appealed to her appetite. The only option that slightly tempted her had a delivery time that would be delayed by another hour. Fearing that she might starve before the food arrived, she expressionlessly exited the app and opened her WeChat moments instead, briefly scanning the number of likes. It was evident Su Simeon was absent. Wen Ciyi pressed her lips together and put away the documents, deciding it was time to leave work. It was nothing. Such minor difficulties posed by Su Simeon were inconsequential. As the ancients said, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their spirit, harden their bones, starve their body, and disrupt their actions so as to strengthen their resolve and enhance their abilities. She had only reached the third step. It was all right. The journey ahead was still long. Comforted by this psychological reassurance, Wen Ciyi pressed the elevator button while contemplating making a simple dish of tomato and egg noodles. However, the gap between thought and reality proved to be a bit wide. Take the overcooked, thick noodles, for instance. Wen Ciyi's expression grew complex as she weighed her options for a few seconds before decisively pulling out her phone to make a call. The other end picked up swiftly, but an ear-splitting noise erupted from the receiver. Wen Ciyi instinctively held the phone a bit farther away and asked, "Where are you?" The chaotic sounds on the other end responded, "Hello? President Wen? What's wrong?" Upon hearing that voice, it was evident that the individual had indulged excessively. Wen Ciyi furrowed her brow and called out, "Sun Yan, where are you?" The connection abruptly ended. She had indeed heard someone shouting Sun Yan's name moments ago. After pondering for a while, a sense of unease crept in. Although Sun Yan often frequented bars and KTVs, places teeming with dubious characters, it was no guarantee she could always emerge unscathed. Wen Ciyi decisively turned off the stove, seized her car keys, and descended to drive to Benchu. Meanwhile, Sun Yan found herself cornered in a booth by 3 or 4 burly men. One of them grinned broadly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and leered, "Hey there, miss. All alone? Why not join us for some fun?" Likely encountering such a situation for the first time, Sun Yan's complexion paled slightly as she replied, "I'm sorry, but I must leave. My friend is on their way to pick me up." The man to her left leered with a lascivious gaze, brazenly appraising Sun Yan from head to toe without a hint of subtlety. "We've noticed you for quite some time, beauty. Aside from those few who were drinking with you earlier, who else is around?" His unabashed stare slowly traversed her body, causing beads of cold sweat to form in her palms. Sun Yan glanced at her so-called friends, who all seemed to retract their necks as if she were invisible. In an instant, her heart plummeted to the depths. Noticing Sun Yan's silence, the man boldly approached, attempting to grasp her arm. "Come on, let's have some fun together. If we enjoy ourselves, perhaps there will be a reward. Don't touch me." The coarse fingers made contact, prompting Sun Yan to instinctively jerk her arm away. "Stay away from me." At that moment, the music in the bar abruptly ceased, drawing the attention of all present, who turned their gazes towards the scene. Yet, none among them dared to intervene. Some even retrieved their phones to capture the moment on video. The man, noticing Sun Yan's defiance, revealed a menacing expression. "You foolish woman. Do not refuse a toast and instead drink the punishment." With that, he and his equally burly companion advanced to see Sun Yan. invoking a repugnant sensation akin to the touch of insects from a filthy gutter. The man, ever eager to placate the crowd, smiled and explained, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We're friends here." The onlookers merely murmured amongst themselves. Upon hearing the mention of calling the police, the grinning man abruptly raised his hand, the swift motion producing a sharp crack that echoed piercingly within the silent bar. Sun Yan's hair hung disheveled, while her face quickly swelled to a shocking crimson. Wen Ciyi hastily entered, confronted by this disheartening tableau. Sun Yan's head tilted, her tousled hair sprawled across the counter amidst the cacophony, while the instigator continued to rationalize his actions without a hint of remorse. Wen Ciyi approached directly, striving to suppress his fury and maintain a facade of calm. "Sir," he addressed, "this is my friend. Is it not improper for you to treat a woman with such audacity? And where were you when her need for a friend arose?" The man scoffed, his words cut short as Wen Ciyi swiftly retaliated, delivering a forceful slap that turned his head aside. As the metallic taste of rust lingered on his palate, the man turned his gaze, his large hands, akin to iron and copper, abruptly seized Wen Ciyi, forcefully thrusting her into a pile of champagne behind him. The meticulously arranged cluster of champagne bottles collapsed instantaneously, the icy, piercing liquid cascading into Wen Ciyi's collar. Caught off guard, she struck the sharp edge of the bar with the back of her head, and the warm liquid poured forth in a rush. Enduring the excruciating pain, Wen Ciyi managed to wipe at the vibrant crimson that marked her hand. "Blood! Oh no!" someone screamed, witnessing the vivid scarlet on Wen Ciyi's hand. A cacophony of startled voices erupted, plunging the bar into chaos. In the next moment, a sharp gust of wind whisked past Wen Ciyi's ear. A figure clad in a sleek black coat moved swiftly. Before she could comprehend the situation, the individual seized the man's collar, delivering a brutal punch that left him bloodied and battered. The other two, witnessing the shift in power, rushed forward, only to be effortlessly hurled 4 meters away, collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as the assailant, like a frenzied beast, unleashed a flurry of punches, veins bulging with a blend of fervor and rage, his fists stained with glaring red. Through her blurred vision, Wen Ciyi barely discerned the contours of the assailant's profile, which bore a striking resemblance to Su Simeon. At this rate, he might kill him, someone beside her muttered softly. Wen Ciyi hastily wiped the blood from her hands, struggling to rise to her feet, her voice crushed under the weight of her anguish. "Su Simeon." The man appeared as though he had been frozen in time. His movements gradually came to a halt. He relinquished his grip on the man, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his body crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Su Simeon, possessing an inherently aloof demeanor, now bore an even colder glimmer in her eyes, as if a layer of frost had settled within. Her features sharpened, and she stood there, devoid of expression. Yet an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. She forced her lips to part, her voice tinged with bitterness. "I am not." Before her stood a woman, her attire drenched in alcohol, her dark hair disheveled, and even her usually radiant eyes appeared dulled. One hand was pressed to the back of her head, while the other bore unsightly, indelible stains of blood. Su Simeon, her gaze frosty, interrupted her coldly. Silence. The subsequent events were a blur for Wen Ciyi. Su Simeon had called the police, maintaining a stern countenance throughout the ordeal. The group of provocateurs had entered the police station, and after having just been discharged from the hospital that afternoon, she found herself admitted again that evening, in the same ward, with the same arrangements. Even the incessant chatter of the same little nurse was present. Wen Ciyi had sustained a laceration to the back of her head. Although the sight of the blood was unsettling, it merely required a few stitches. Since her arrival at the hospital, she had not laid eyes on Su Simeon. The little nurse observed Wen Ciyi and attempted to lighten the atmosphere, exclaiming, "Hi, what a coincidence, we meet again." Clearly, she had chosen an ill-fated opening. Wen Ciyi cast her eyes downward, her tone listless as she replied, "What a coincidence." Indeed, it was a coincidence that Su Simeon had uttered the words "no need," that Sun Yan had encountered a rogue, that she had sustained an injury to the back of her head, and that she had crossed paths with Su Simeon once more. The twists of fate are indeed remarkable. The young nurse, upon noticing Wen Ciyi's distracted demeanor, found herself at a loss for words, and the two shared a moment of silent contemplation. After a while, the door to the ward opened, and as soon as the nurse saw someone entering, she quickly greeted them and hurried away. Wen Ciyi, still in a daze, looked up to see the familiar features and the heavily bandaged hand. Her eyes gradually filled with tears as she choked out, "Thank you for today. I will cover the medical expenses." Su Simeon subtly furrowed his brow and replied in a low voice, How is your head? Huh? Wen Ciyi, belatedly realizing, reached out to touch it, only to inadvertently brush against the wound. She winced slightly. It's nothing serious, just a few stitches. Thank you, Junior. No need, Su Simeon said. His gaze fixed on her actions, his tone calm. If it were anyone else, I would do the same, not solely for you, Senior. You needn't bear too heavy a burden in your heart. Wen Ciyi froze, a wave of bittersweet emotions surging within her. She managed a faint smile and inquired, And my friend? How is she? She is in the room next to yours. She is not seriously injured, Su Simeon replied coolly. Wen Ciyi twisted her fingers anxiously and uttered a soft "oh." Her gaze fell upon Su Simeon's tightly wrapped hand, where the pristine white bandages were stained with patches of blood. Unable to hold back any longer, she said, I truly apologize. Yet her words trailed off, left unspoken. Suddenly interrupted by Su Simeon, he furrowed his brows, a look of confusion crossing his eyes. What was the senior apologizing for? Was it for her actions at that moment, or for the current circumstances? Perhaps it was both. Wen Ciyi lowered her head awkwardly, unable to meet Su Simeon's gaze, the lingering bruises dotting her fair arm. Su Simeon said nothing and turned to leave the ward. With his uninjured hand, he pulled out a chair and, deftly dipping a cotton swab into iodine, spoke in a tone that was far from pleasant, even tinged with indifference. Extend your hand. Chapter 9. Do not cause more trouble. As the cotton swab made contact with the bruised area, Wen Ciyi instinctively recoiled. Su Simeon looked up at her. Do not move. I'm not. It just hurts a bit, Wen Ciyi replied softly. In response, Su Simeon continued his task, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. How come you didn't feel pain when the senior struck? They were the ones who acted first, regardless. One should not treat a girl that way, Wen Ciyi retorted. Even if I hadn't intervened, could the senior have withstood it alone? Who gave her the confidence to believe she could take on 3 robust men single-handedly? His tone was harsh, coldly concealing a sharp edge. Even a fool could discern Su Simeon's anger. Wen Ciyi fell silent for a moment, striving to suppress the bitterness welling up in her chest. Gritting her teeth tightly, she said, I was inconsiderate and have troubled you, Junior. It won't happen again. Su Simeon acknowledged with a slight sound as he meticulously applied the iodine. Glancing at the clock that indicated it was 2 in the morning, he ceased his actions and cast a sidelong glance at Wen Ciyi, remarking, Senior, it is quite late. Please ensure you rest well. Approaching the door of the ward, he grasped the doorknob but suddenly turned back, his tone imbued with a persistent chill. I hope you will keep your word and refrain from troubling me in the future. Wen Ciyi stood frozen, his words laden with double meaning, striking at her heart more acutely than the earlier dismissal. Su Simeon was genuinely intent on delineating boundaries. The door clicked shut. The sun's fading rays bathed the edges of the clouds, occasionally filtering through with a soft glow. The emerald treetops swayed gently, harmonizing with the desperate cries of cicadas. When a sudden breeze swept by, carrying with it waves of relentless warmth, the city stirred languidly to life. Wen Ciyi, a light sleeper, opened her eyes to the ceiling at the early hour of 5. Having completed her saline infusion, she removed the needle herself, finding the ward stocked with towels and toiletries. She proceeded to the bathroom for a brief wash. The hospital was typically quiet in the mornings when Su Nian entered, carrying a bag of breakfast, and collided directly with Wen Ciyi. Noticing her, Wen Ciyi merely nodded and returned to her bed. Su Nian placed the breakfast on Wen Ciyi's table, expressing her remorse. I am truly sorry. Wen Ciyi shook her head, replying, It is not your fault. If blame must be assigned, let it be to the unfortunate encounter with those unreasonable individuals. Su Nian lowered her head, filled with self-reproach. If only I knew some self-defense techniques, she lamented, her eyes misty with tears. You got hurt for my sake, sob. Wen Ciyi interjected, rubbing her temples. Stop. Just stop. Su Nian pushed the breakfast toward Wen Ciyi, saying, I just came over and ran into Su Simeon. He asked me to bring this to you. Wen Ciyi blinked in rare surprise, hesitating. Su Simeon? Did he say anything? Just as she was about to open up, the memory of Su Simeon's indifferent expression from yesterday flashed through her mind, along with his words, Don't bother me again. Feeling disheartened, she chose not to respond and pushed the meal back to Su Nian. You eat. I don't have much of an appetite. With her gaze cast down, reflecting her melancholy. Even Su Nian, despite her carefree nature, sensed something was amiss. She cautiously inquired, Did you two have a quarrel? Wen Ciyi pondered for a moment and replied gloomily, Perhaps. He told me not to trouble him anymore. Upon hearing the circumstances, Su Nian sighed and shook her head. I must say, President Wen, this is where you went wrong. Wen Ciyi was perplexed. Huh? Su Nian continued, Look at how he fought for you. and even got hurt in the process. Yet, when he was tending to your wounds, you argued with him. If it were me, I would be angry too. Sun Yan meticulously analyzed the situation for Wen Ciyi, adding, "In considering Su Simeon's character, stubborn and cold as ice, did you really expect him to sweetly say, 'Sister, it's painful, come here'?" Sun Yan shrugged, her tone laced with gentle reproach. As Wen Ciyi contemplated Su Simeon's stern expression while uttering those 6 words, she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Noticing her amusement, Sun Yan continued, "Reminiscent of an old matron, so you know what to do, right? Su Simeon is like an iceberg, and you should be a volcano." "Though this metaphor may be somewhat dubious," she muttered, "it's not entirely off the mark." Wen Ciyi raised an enigmatic smile, and upon hearing Sun Yan's words, she suddenly felt an unprecedented lightness in her heart. "I've thought of a splendid idea." Zhou exclaimed in disbelief. "Bro, have you been attacked?" Su Simeon cast a cold glance at him, prompting Zhou to hastily deny. "How could that be? How could you possibly be harmed?" His bunkmate burst into laughter. "Zhou, can you be any more cowardly?" Nevertheless, he leaned closer to Su Simeon, his gaze fixated on her hand, which was wrapped in bandages, and inquired, "Bro, what happened to your hand?" Su Simeon deftly dodged the topic, responding dismissively, "It's nothing. Didn't you mention that there were rentals available at Huanshe apartment? Is that place still up for grabs?" Zhou pondered for a moment. "It should still be available. No one would rent it out at this moment." "I'll take it," Su Simeon declared, pulling out her phone with an air of nonchalance. "Send me the landlord's WeChat." Zhou was taken aback. "Bro, the rent over there is quite steep. Are you sure?" As he spoke, he theatrically crouched down and clutched Su Simeon's thigh, exclaiming, "Bro, we've lived together for 3 years. You can't just abandon us all." Su Simeon coldly instructed, "Let go." Zhou, despite his loud protests, refused to release his grip. Su Simeon narrowed his eyes and, with a detached tone, began counting 3, 2, just as he was about to reach 1. Zhou sprang up like an arrow released from a bow. He clapped his hands, straightened his clothes, and feigned elegance as he said, "Brother, is it WeChat? All right. I'll send it to you now." The other 2 roommates on the bed burst into laughter. Su Simeon confirmed the handover of the rent and promptly filled out the application for leaving the dormitory. The review process was completed in less than a day. The rented apartment, a 2-bedroom unit, was clean and tidy, maintained by the landlord who hired someone for daily cleaning, making it ready for immediate occupancy. Its location was neither too far nor too close to Peking University. Due to Su Simeon's hand injury, Zhou and the other 2 roommates assisted him in packing. Zhou, aware that those who were meant to leave could not be retained, felt the dream of 3 years in the same dormitory shattered. He resembled a forsaken widow, nervously exclaiming, "My dear, fly slowly and watch out for the thorny roses ahead. Darling, take your time." Only after receiving Su Simeon's icy glare did Zhou sheepishly fall silent. Wen Ciyi waited in the hospital until dusk, yet Su Simeon had not arrived. After completing several bags of saline, her restless nature urged her to leave, especially since she had promised her younger brother to visit Peking University the next day. She approached the nursing station to express her desire to discharge herself. The nurse, upon hearing her request, smiled kindly and replied, "Miss Wen, your condition is still under observation. We are unable to process your discharge at this time." Wen Ciyi implored, "Sister, could you please make an exception for me? I have matters to attend to at the company tomorrow." Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the nurse, unblinking. She wore no makeup, yet exuded an ethereal charm, her gaze shimmering with hope. The nurse appeared troubled, and just as Wen Ciyi sensed a glimmer of hope, she continued, "This is truly urgent, sister." With her hands clasped together in a pitiful tone, she pleaded, "I beg you, nothing will go wrong. I will return for regular checkups." After much persuasion, the nurse finally arranged for someone to sign the discharge papers. By the time Wen Ciyi arrived home, it was already 7 in the evening. As she exited the elevator, she caught a glimpse of the freight elevator beside her, bustling with individuals moving items that appeared to belong to a moving company. It reminded her of recent discussions in the property management group regarding rental matters. Had they found tenants so swiftly? Instinctively, she glanced at the floor indicator, noting it was set to 8, surprisingly, 1 floor above her own. The Harmony World apartments typically housed 1 unit per floor, and her mind wandered to ponder who her new upstairs neighbors might be. After turning on the air conditioning, she settled onto the sofa to research dietary precautions for her recovery. Just as she opened a search engine, a call came through, an audio message via WeChat, marked by the image of a small dog. Surprised, Wen Ciyi pressed the answer button and said, "Hello? Aren't you in the hospital?" The voice on the other end was devoid of any emotional inflection. Su Mian responded coldly, "Wait." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Not long after, the doorbell rang, causing Wen Ciyi's heart to skip a beat. Could it be? She rose to answer the door, and as it swung open, she beheld Su Mian, his gaze cast downward, his eyes as dark as ink. The ends of his hair were damp with sweat, yet he maintained an air of indifference. "You," Wen Ciyi began, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Mian's cold voice. "Is your work more important than your health?" She regarded him, a sudden smile lighting up her features. "Oh, how considerate of you, Junior." This woman would soon revert to her former, glib self. Wen Ciyi sensed today was a fortuitous moment and eagerly ushered Su Mian inside. "Come in and sit, Junior." Su Mian's gaze briefly scanned the room, which was stark in its simplicity, dominated by monochrome hues. The sparse furnishings added to the air of desolation. For a moment, he struggled to articulate his feelings. Just as he was about to speak, he veered off course. "Have you eaten, Senior?" "Not yet," Wen Ciyi replied, gathering her hair into a ponytail, exposing her delicate, fair neck. "I was planning to order takeout. Would you care to join me, Junior?" Su Mian frowned. "Takeout?" "Yes." Without a hint of hesitation, Wen Ciyi continued. "There are no ingredients left in the fridge, so I thought I'd de-order some. What do you think?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Would you like to eat something?" However, Su Mian, upon witnessing her eager expression, turned silently and exited the house. Wen Ciyi exclaimed, "At least say whether you want to eat or not." However, it wasn't long before Wen Ciyi noticed the sound coming from the entrance. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze to see Su Mian entering with a large bag of items. Wen Ciyi stood frozen in place, exclaiming, "How did you manage to be so quick?" Su Mian merely regarded her with calm eyes. A thought flickered through Wen Ciyi's mind, and the corners of her lips curved upwards. "Did you move upstairs, Junior?" Her tone betrayed an undeniable joy. Did this signify that she had taken another step closer to winning Su Mian's heart? Fortune was on her side, her eyes sparkling like a lake bathed in silver light. Su Mian set down the bag and rolled up his sleeves, revealing a strong forearm. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Don't order takeout. Those things are unhealthy." He effortlessly carried the bag towards the kitchen, as the layout of the Huansher apartment was uniformly designed. Suddenly, Wen Ciyi jolted, recalling the mess of uncooked batter she had yet to tidy up. "Wait, don't go in yet," she exclaimed, hastily stepping in front of Su Mian. Forcing herself to appear composed. "Perhaps I should handle it, since your hand is injured." However, her obstruction proved futile. Su Mian was tall, and the kitchen door stood wide open. With a mere glance, he caught sight of the pot filled with the untidy mixture. Su Mian lowered his head, his expression inscrutable. Wen Ciyi lifted her chin, her gaze betraying a hint of guilt. Su Mian averted his eyes, maneuvering around Wen Ciyi and entering the kitchen, the scent of lavender wafting past her. He swiftly unwrapped the bandage, revealing a wound that was not particularly severe, merely a scraped surface. The force he had exerted during the altercation had not been fully restrained, resulting in a small cut that had caused some excessive bleeding. Casually, he tossed the clump of gauze into the trash bin and stated, "Senior, you may step outside. I can manage here." Wen Ciyi had initially intended to offer assistance, but recalling her own lack of culinary prowess, she felt it was already commendable that she did not create further chaos. She tidied the living room table, pulling out a few wet wipes, noting that Su Mian seemed to possess a penchant for cleanliness. Lost in thought for a moment, she soon remembered her work and promptly opened her phone to check the files on DingTalk. Chapter 10. Not with a boyfriend. Having finished reviewing the documents, Wen Ciyi realized that only a little over 20 minutes had passed. Su Mian turned off the range hood, pushed open the kitchen door, and called out to Wen Ciyi, "Senior, it's time for dinner." Upon hearing the words dinner, Wen Ciyi immediately set her phone aside and hurried over, exclaiming, "I'll serve it. You don't need to move." "Junior." Su Mian glanced at the shelf above, retrieving 2 bowls and sets of chopsticks. He had prepared 2 dishes and a soup, pork rib soup, braised fish, and braised eggplant. The flavors were exquisite and the colors vibrant. As Wen Ciyi served herself rice, she wrinkled her nose in surprise, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to be so adept at cooking." Su Mian cast a sidelong glance at her and inquired, "How is it?" with her head bowed as she ate. Wen Ciyi's manner was not particularly graceful, yet it stood in stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Her cheeks were puffed out as she joyfully exclaimed, "Delicious." Uncertain whether it was the gentle lighting, from a subjective perspective, Su Simeon's lips curled into a faint arc, as if she had just shared a light chuckle. Wen Ciyi, feeling a sense of urgency in her hunger, was offered a glass of water by Su Simeon. Rarely did Su Simeon pick up her chopsticks. And upon noticing Wen Ciyi's puzzled gaze, she replied softly, "I have already eaten at school." A pang of guilt subtly intensified within Wen Ciyi, objectively speaking. Her pursuit was rather unsuccessful, with Su Simeon continuously aiding her. Reflecting on this, she instinctively blurted out, "I truly appreciate your help, Junior," having asked for assistance numerous times. The sincerity of her words seemed diminished, prompting her to silence herself. To this, Su Simeon responded nonchalantly, "Having troubled me so many times, one more instance hardly matters." The meal unfolded with a certain delicacy, yet despite the undercurrents, Wen Ciyi found herself quite satisfied. After placing the dirty dishes into the dishwasher, she turned with a radiant smile towards Su Simeon and said, "Thank you for today, Junior. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal." Su Simeon acknowledged her with a nod and inquired, "Does your head still hurt?" His mention caused Wen Ciyi to momentarily forget about it. Now, she felt almost no discomfort. "Not anymore," she replied, and as if to express concern, he turned his head, his throat momentarily tightening. "If you need anything, call me." Early the next morning, Wen Ciyi received a phone call from Wen Nan, who was brimming with excitement on the other end, exclaiming, "Sister, are you awake yet?" Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Wen Ciyi replied hoarsely as she slipped on her shoes, "Yes, I'm up." Wen Nan then remarked, "Sister, make sure to arrive early today. The celebration at Peking University has added a plethora of delightful activities. I have a surprise for you." Wen Ciyi tugged at the corner of her mouth, pondering just how grand this surprise could be that her brother called so early. She quickly replied, "All right, I'll call you when I arrive. Talk to you later." Wen Ciyi stood before the wardrobe, contemplating her attire. She selected a blue camisole dress and paired it with a matching jacket. Her naturally fair complexion was accentuated by this outfit, lending her an air of effortless elegance and freshness. She tilted her head towards the vanity mirror, noticing a piece of gauze on the back of her head. After a moment's thought, she let her hair down. Not rushing off to Peking University, Wen Ciyi decided to grab a casual breakfast by the roadside before driving to the shopping mall. She needed to choose a gift for her mentor. The mall she chose was somewhat distant, taking her over 40 minutes just to drive there. From afar, Wen Nan spotted his sister's car and waved his hand, cupping it as a megaphone. "Over here, over here." Wen Ciyi turned into a nearby parking lot and called out to Wen Nan, "Come here and help me carry something." Wen Nan took the heavy item with a sigh, saying, "Sister, you really don't need to bring such valuable things just to see me. What are you thinking?" Wen Ciyi closed the trunk and retrieved a bag of snacks from the passenger seat, tossing it to Wen Nan. "Here, this is for you. Share it with your roommate." Wen Nan fumbled to catch it, grinning widely as he said, "Sister, your concern for my social life is touching. You even prepared something for my roommate." "No." Wen Ciyi's gentle gaze softened as she earnestly remarked, "I worry that your carefree nature might lead you into trouble one day. I hope your roommate can keep an eye on you." The snacks in Wen Nan's hands suddenly felt somewhat burdensome. The vibrant atmosphere of Peking University was alive with colorful banners, bustling crowds, and laughter that echoed far and wide. Wen Ciyi accompanied her brother to the entrance of the dormitory, where throngs of people passed by, many of whom recognized her and greeted her with cheerful smiles. Wen Nan, trailing behind her, expressed his boredom. "Sister, how come they all know you?" He continued, "I have no desire to smile insincerely and engage with the business circle. Just thinking about it is exhausting." Wen Ciyi remained noncommittal. Upon reaching the dormitory, she inquired, "Which building are you in?" Wen Nan promptly replied, "This one." "Just wait for me here, sister." Wen Ciyi casually nodded and stood quietly in the shade of a tree, a warm breeze teasing the hem of her dress, accentuating her slender waist. She exuded an enchanting charm. On the day of the school celebration, classes were suspended, and aside from a few students assisting their professors, most wandered leisurely around campus. It was rare to see girls waiting by the boys' dormitory, especially one as beautiful as Wen Ciyi, and after just a moment, numerous gazes were drawn to her. As the weekend unfolded, one could spot a figure standing beneath a large tree, slender and poised, their silhouette graceful and captivating. He cast a few uncertain glances, and upon recognizing the face of the individual, Mo exclaimed softly, elbowing the girl beside him, Su Simeon, who was engrossed in her phone. "Brother, look, it's Wen Ciyi, who gave a speech a few days ago." Su Simeon lifted her eyelids slightly, following Mo's gaze. The inky hair, reminiscent of begonia petals, casually draped over her shoulders, revealing delicate collarbones. Her porcelain-like skin appeared almost translucent, and her petite face gleamed with a freshness akin to a peeled lychee. Meanwhile, Wen Ciyi was gently dabbing a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off the brow of a nearby boy. Zhou Emo sensed something was amiss and hesitated, pondering aloud, "Is that boy Wen Ciyi's boyfriend?" Su Simeon, expressionless and downcast, replied indifferently, "I don't know." However, Zhou Emo found it intriguing. Muttering, "That boy just came out of the freshman dormitory. Could it be that the senior sister has a fondness for younger boys? Why are you so chatty?" Su Simeon replied coolly, "Let's go." Zhou Emo responded, "Oh, okay." Wen Nan, carrying some items, followed Wen Ciyi to her mentor's office, only to find her mentor absent. Thus, Wen Nan placed the items on the desk. Glancing at the time, he asked, "Sister, are you hungry?" Wen Ciyi was standing by the window, gazing outside. "Not really." She paused before continuing, "You mentioned a surprise. Where is it?" "Well," Wen Nan replied playfully, blinking mysteriously, "you'll find out soon." Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, yet she refrained from urging him on. She merely lowered her gaze, the soft light cascading down like a delicate veil upon her shoulders, rubbing the nape of her neck. She inquired, "Why did you summon me so early?" "Early? It's already 11 o'clock, sister." Suddenly, Wen Nan grasped Wen Ciyi's wrist and began to pull her outside. "Sister, I just remembered there seems to be a small auction happening nearby." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a gentle brush against his shoulder, a force not too strong, yet palpable, emanating an aura of low pressure. Wen Nan looked up, momentarily stunned, and involuntarily loosened his grip. Wen Ciyi approached from behind, lazily asking, "Why did you stop?" She collided with Su Simeon's profound gaze, freezing momentarily. In just 3 seconds, Su Simeon was the first to avert his eyes, while Wen Nan, regaining his composure, hurriedly urged Wen Ciyi forward. "It's nothing, nothing at all, sister. Let us go." Zhou Mo, who had caught up to Su Simeon, appeared utterly bewildered. "Brother, our mentor's office isn't this way." "Indeed," Su Simeon replied nonchalantly. "I took a wrong turn." Hearing this from a short distance away, Wen Ciyi couldn't help but smile. Observing Wen Nan moving ahead like a headless fly, she teased, "What's the matter? Did you run into a plague?" Wen Nan, suddenly on high alert, quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. "What's wrong?" Wen Ciyi asked. "That handsome guy?" He asked the campus figure, Su Simeon. Wen Nan's heart raced. He asked just a bit aloof. A typical person who is tough but speaks little. They were all filled with trepidation upon encountering him. Wen Ciyi found it somewhat amusing, pondering how exaggerated it seemed. Wen Nan shook his head in denial, explaining that their mentor had been assigned elsewhere, and they had enlisted a senior, Su Simeon, to assist with their experiments. Su was rather taciturn, merely observing them as they conducted their tasks. One of their male classmates, rather careless, failed to pay attention to his actions. After Su gently reminded him once, and again, he chose not to intervene further when the student continued to disregard his advice. Wen Ciyi reflected on Su Simeon's temperament, recognizing his disposition of not feeling compelled to waste words on those who would not listen. Wen Ciyi and Wen Nan had not strolled for long before Wen Nan received a call from his roommate. Observing the look of sheer terror on his face, Wen Ciyi inquired, "What did they say?" Yet, the gentle yet insistent tone of his voice unmistakably conveyed, "If you dare to leave me alone, you shall face dire consequences." Trembling with fear, Wen Nan replied, "Sister, I was wrong, but this is truly urgent." Before Wen Ciyi could respond, he dashed away, throwing back a distant remark, "Sister, I'll meet you at the second canteen of Peking University later." Wen Ciyi, candidly admitting her desire to strike him, found their duo reduced to a solitary venture. Lacking the inclination to continue wandering, she turned into a shaded path where the breeze had faded, and the cicada song was but a distant echo. She wandered aimlessly for a while before halting, uncertain whether to proceed. Su Simeon, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, with slender ears peeking through his hair, stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression devoid of warmth. Beside him stood a girl, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Just as she intended to sidestep, Su Simeon's gaze traversed past the girl and met hers. Wen Ciyi remarked. The girl, undeterred by the presence of others, mustered her courage to declare, "Senior, I have liked you for a long time." Wen Ciyi, intrigued, curled her lips into a smile, reveling in the serendipity of stumbling upon a confession scene. Su Simeon remained impassive, his brow unruffled at her words. The girl continued, "Senior, I have applied for a spot to study abroad together, and I hope you could." "I'm sorry," Su Simeon interrupted, lowering his gaze. I have no intention of pursuing a relationship, and you needn't waste your efforts on me. The girl froze, her eyes stinging with emotion. I'm sorry. Seeing Su Simeon avert his gaze, she caught sight of Wen Ciyi and, overwhelmed with shame, hurriedly exited the scene. Wen Ciyi watched the girl retreat before approaching Su Simeon, her tone leisurely as she said, "Junior, you've made that girl quite sorrowful." Su Simeon replied coolly. "Isn't the senior with her boyfriend? Why is she here?" "Boyfriend?" Wen Ciyi chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Why would the junior assume that?" Su Simeon's gaze deepened as he replied, "The senior knows the truth." After a brief pause, he added, "I'm leaving." He turned to depart. But Wen Ciyi swiftly positioned herself in his path, her fingers brushing against his sleeve without permission. With a teasing lilt in her voice, she asked, "Is the junior feeling jealous?" Su Simeon's emotions remained unperturbed as she coldly retorted, "Why should I feel jealous? It seems that even in my absence, the senior can find happiness with others." Wen Ciyi contemplated the depth of this misunderstanding and gently interjected, "The boy you encountered today is my younger brother." "Younger brother?" Su Simeon echoed in a subdued tone. Realizing that her words might be ambiguous and considering that Su Simeon was younger than herself, Wen Ciyi earnestly clarified, "He is my biological brother, Wen Nan." The oppressive atmosphere around them seemed to dissipate slightly, and Wen Ciyi observed that Su Simeon's expression appeared less frigid. Su Simeon then shifted the topic, asking, "Where are you headed, senior?" At this juncture, Wen Ciyi pondered for a moment, her eyes clear and seemingly aglow. She smiled at Su Simeon and said, "Let's go to the second cafeteria at Peking University." The second cafeteria was not overly crowded, and Wen Ciyi found herself reminiscing about the braised pork. She and Su Simeon walked in tandem, with Wen Ciyi occasionally struggling to keep up, prompting Su Simeon to intentionally slow her pace. Wen Ciyi texted Wen Nan, inquiring, "Are you coming?" After a moment of reflection, she wondered, what went awry? Wen Nan responded with a screenshot concerning the analysis of economic monopolies and state-owned enterprises. Being familiar with the business realm, Wen Ciyi scanned the content and arrived at a solution in her mind. Yet, she inexplicably wished to present this conundrum to Su Simeon. She handed the information to Su Simeon and winked, "Junior, do you know how to address this question?" Su Simeon lowered her gaze, pressed the screen for a moment, and then returned it to Wen Ciyi. Wen Ciyi glanced at the message that had been sent, contemplating the analysis of the development of major state-owned enterprises, summarizing the essential points and emphasizing the significance of the state-owned economy. With a delightful mood, she tucked her phone away, implying with a smile, "How wonderful." Su Simeon, puzzled, inquired, "What is wonderful?" Wen Ciyi replied with a playful glint in her eyes, "Does the junior know what this implies?" Su Simeon calmly asked, "What?" "It signifies that we are in sync." Wen Ciyi responded effortlessly, her gaze radiating a bright smile. Su Simeon, maintaining his composure, cast a sidelong glance at her. The queue moved swiftly, with few people ahead, as Wen Ciyi, holding her meal, led Su Simeon to a vacant seat. After taking a bite of the braised pork, Wen Ciyi remarked, "The flavor remains unchanged." Su Simeon, hearing this, retorted, "Are you feeling nostalgic, senior?" Unsure of how the conversation had shifted to this topic, Wen Ciyi pondered briefly before replying, "Not particularly, it's just that after working for a while, I find myself reminiscing about my school days." Su Simeon acknowledged her sentiment, while Wen Ciyi recalled the earlier remark made by a girl and hesitantly asked, "Junior, are you planning to study abroad?" Su Simeon abruptly lifted his gaze to meet hers. His dark eyes resembled an unfathomable ocean. He paused momentarily, gripping his chopsticks before responding flatly, "I have no such plans." "Oh," Wen Ciyi said, intrigued, "then just now." Su Simeon's tone turned somber. "My mentor discussed the prospect of studying abroad with me, and she happened to be there at that time." Upon hearing this, Wen Ciyi sighed in relief. "That's good to know." Her tone lingered, and she continued, "However, long-distance relationships seem quite intriguing. Senior has a private jet, so she can visit Junior every day without any worries." After a moment of contemplation, her voice brimmed with enthusiasm, "Or perhaps I could establish a branch office there, allowing us to see each other daily, just like in our home country. What do you think, Junior?" Su Simeon remained silent. Wen Ciyi smiled, exuding the charm of a beguiling fox, and Su Simeon imagined her beautiful tail swaying gently. "It really doesn't have to be so complicated," Su Simeon replied calmly. Wen Ciyi responded, "Senior could pursue someone else, thus sparing herself the hassle of opening a branch office." Su Simeon articulated this notion slowly, as if discussing a mundane topic such as what to eat for lunch. Wen Ciyi pondered, leaning closer to Su Simeon, her cerulean eyes sparkling with mischief. Well, Junior does have a point, but what about now? With a beaming smile, Wen Ciyi declared, I only like Junior, and I wish to date Junior. Caught off guard, she threw a direct ball. Su Simeon averted his gaze, clearing his throat, noticing the faint blush creeping up the younger student's ears. Sensing the situation, Wen Ciyi decided to shift gears. After they finished their meal, her phone rang. Without a second thought, she answered, Hello? Sister. I made it. Thank you, sister. Wen Nan exclaimed excitedly on the other end, though his excitement was short-lived as Wen Ciyi soon heard him sigh deeply. Wen Ciyi inquired, Why the sigh after all has passed? Wen Nan replied, My mentor pondered for a moment after reading and then asked, Is this something your sister taught you? Wen Nan's mentor was well aware that his sister, Wen Ciyi, held a prominent position in the business world. Wen Ciyi, however, offered no retort, merely reassuring him, it's all right, as long as it's over. Suddenly recalling something, Wen Nan's face lit up with joy. Sister, as a kind-hearted person, could you do me a favor? Wen Ciyi noticed Su Simeon approaching with 2 bottles of water and casually inquired, What is it? Wen Nan, slightly bashful, chuckled awkwardly, Sister. My roommate and I have an academic project we must expedite. Could my beautiful and gracious sister bring 2 meals to the dormitory for her beloved brother? Wen Ciyi paused, taken aback. You certainly have audacity. Wen Nan clasped his hands together in a pleading manner. I beg you, sister. Your dear brother is in dire need of your generosity. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ciyi asked, So, what would you like to eat? Cold noodles from the second cafeteria. A supersized portion. 2 servings. Wen Nan exclaimed with excitement. Wen Ciyi acquiesced. Very well, I shall bring them to you shortly. Wen Nan, ever the smooth talker, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sister. Su Simeon, noticing Wen Ciyi heading towards the food stall, inquired, Did you not have enough to eat, senior? Wen Ciyi, unusually hesitant, replied, Not quite. My brother requested that I bring him a meal, as he is unable to leave due to pressing matters. Listening intently, Su Simeon took a few steps forward and placed the cool water into Wen Ciyi's hands, the chill droplets cascading onto her palm, leaving it damp. Su Simeon remarked, I'll go buy it. You wait here, senior. Wen Ciyi absent-mindedly responded affirmatively. Just as she exited the cafeteria, her phone began to ring once more. A glance at the caller ID revealed it was Lingo, who had been drifting abroad. This call was one she could not afford to ignore, yet she had finally seized a moment of solitude with her junior. With a resigned sigh, Wen Ciyi answered, Hello? Why do you sound so listless? Came Ling Ji's vibrant voice from the other end. Wen Ciyi replied bluntly, Because you interrupted my pursuit. Su Simeon, who stood nearby, paused momentarily, his steps faltering. Without granting him a chance to respond, she hung up the call. Estimating the time, Wen Ciyi's face brightened with a smile. It's all right. I just need to pick someone up soon, so we should hurry. Su Simeon remained silent for a moment, then extended his hand towards her. Wen Ciyi inquired. Su Simeon lowered his gaze, his thick lashes casting a subtle shadow. There will be a traffic peak when we drive. If you're picking someone up, I suggest we leave now. I can deliver lunch for you. Wen Ciyi had not anticipated this suggestion. She stepped closer to Su Simeon, gazing into his deep, ink-like eyes. A breeze brushed past her skirt, carrying with it the refreshing scent of gardenias, and for a fleeting moment, Su Simeon's gaze darkened. Wen Ciyi handed her belongings to him, her lips curving into a delightful smile. Then I shall thank you, Junior. Su Simeon's brow twitched slightly, and he swallowed. Su Simeon cast a glance at him and inquired, Wen Nan? Wen Nan's mind seemed to be in a state of dormancy, yet he instinctively nodded in response. Your sister brought this for you. She had something to attend to. Su Simeon handed him the item in her possession, remarking indifferently. As if mechanized, Wen Nan accepted it. But only when Su Simeon turned to leave did he regain his senses. Clutching the bag, which felt like a rare treasure, he timidly questioned, May I dare to ask, what is your relationship with my sister? Su Simeon shot him a cool glance, remaining silent. Are you dating? When Nan's legs trembled uncontrollably, his expression contorted into a smile that resembled more of a grimace. She neither confirmed nor denied. A roommate emerging from the restroom found Wen Nan standing at the door, seemingly possessed, and approached him, asking, What's wrong? Wen Nan, in a daze, replied, It's going to change. His roommate assumed he had lost his mind over academic discussions. Wen Ciyi arrived at the airport, and as she alighted from the vehicle, she collided into a fiery embrace. Surprise. My darling. The suddenness left her breathless, and Ling Gu, noticing her discomfort, promptly released her, apologizing, "Sorry, darling. My outfit is a bit tight." Wen Ciyi merely blinked in response. Ling Gu had been her friend for quite some time. She sported a cascade of fiery waves, her face alluring, with eyes that sparkled like clear, affectionate springs. The red crop top accentuated her enchanting curves, while low-rise jeans revealed a pair of porcelain white, long legs. Ling Song scrutinized Wen Ciyi and remarked, "Darling, have you lost weight? Your chest seems a tad smaller, but you still possess quite a fullness." As she gazed out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, Ling Song took the initiative to inquire, "Do tell me, what kind of person could prompt the illustrious president when to pursue them?" Wen Ciyi pondered momentarily. "It's my junior from Peking University." Recognizing Wen Ciyi's penchant for younger men, Ling Song refrained from further comment, but couldn't he help but ask out of sheer curiosity, "What does he look like? Is he well endowed?" Wen Ciyi fell silent for a brief moment, finally admitting, "To be honest, I do not possess a photograph of him." The air grew still for several seconds before Ling Song erupted into laughter. "Ha! See, how could you not even have a picture? It seems your relationship is progressing rather slowly." In response to this, Ling Song candidly confessed, "I am avoiding someone." Wen Ciyi inquired, "Who?" Ling Song replied honestly, "Not exactly a boyfriend, but a boyfriend nonetheless." Leaning against her office chair, she absent-mindedly tapped her fingers on the smooth, transparent marble table. "Should I send 5,200? Wen Ciyi contemplated, initially considering sending 50,000, but worried that it might be too much for Su Simeon to accept. She opened Alipay, entered Su Simeon's phone number, and with a swift motion, completed the transfer. The notification sound from her phone broke the silence, causing Su Simeon, who had been meticulously tinkering with experimental equipment, to pause and look up in surprise. "Brother, your phone is ringing?" Su Simeon's gaze fell as he noticed the Alipay notification displayed on the table. "Wen Ciyi has transferred 5,200 to you." Su Simeon opened WeChat and sent a question mark to Wen Ciyi. Su Simeon, no merit, no reward. Just as she was about to continue the discussion with Su Simeon, a message from Wen Nan appeared at the top of the screen. "Sis, come to Peking University at 7 tonight. A surprise awaits at the podium." Wen Ciyi, "Is that for real?" Wen Nan, with utmost sincerity, replied, "Absolutely. I wouldn't deceive you, sis. Do you want me to take you there?" After some contemplation, Wen Ciyi politely declined Wen Nan's kind offer. With a playful glint in her eyes, she messaged Su Simeon, "Junior, are you free tonight?" "Perfect." Wen Ciyi added, "Could you pick up your senior at the university gate at 6:30? I have a matter to attend to." Su Simeon pondered for a moment. "Sure." Wen Ciyi entered the office's lounge, intending to rest for a while. Shortly after, she got up and had a light dinner at the company cafeteria before setting off for Peking University. He Hua, observing her meticulously styled appearance, tentatively inquired, "Director Wen, are you in a relationship?" "No," Wen Ciyi replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. Her eyes sparkled, but perhaps not for long. He Hua nodded, seemingly understanding yet bewildered. As Wen Ciyi stepped through the school gates, she caught a glimpse of a tall youth leaning against the wall, arms crossed, lazily casting his gaze downward. Wen Ciyi approached him with a greeting, "Good evening, Junior." Su Simeon lifted his eyelids slightly, gradually straightening his posture, and responded, "Good evening, Senior. Let us go take a stroll around the podium." Wen Ciyi's eyes curved with delight. The two walked in tandem, reminiscent of their previous encounter during the speech. They had not walked for long when laughter and cheerful voices echoed from ahead, infused with the unique vibrancy of university life, filling every corner of the campus with a bustling crowd. Wen Ciyi glanced at the person beside her. Su Simeon had changed into a white shirt and black pants. His profile was calm, with clear lines, and his features were exquisitely refined, reminiscent of the ceaseless waves of the mountains. Chapter 12. Unexplained Intimacy. Weekend stared in astonishment at Wen Ciyi walking alongside Su Simeon. Wen Ciyi took the initiative to greet him. "Hello there." "Good evening, Senior," Weekend replied. Still dazed, Su Simeon cast a dispassionate glance his way. "What is wrong with your eyes?" Weekend. Wen Nan was busy directing people to move things and immediately trotted over upon seeing Wen Ciyi. "Sister." Wen Ciyi noticed the sweat beading on his forehead and instinctively reached for a tissue, only to realize that she hadn't brought a bag today. She turned to Su Simeon. "Did you bring any tissues?" Su Simeon produced an unopened pack of pocket tissues from his pocket and handed it to Wen Ciyi. Wen Nan, trembling slightly, took it and rubbed it vigorously against his forehead. "Wen Ciyi, it's about to start. You might want to find a better spot to watch. The view here isn't great." Weekend, witnessing her expression, took the initiative to explain, "He is preparing to go on stage." Yes, Weekend nodded, stating matter-of-factly. It was a sudden arrangement. Since he sings well, they wanted him to perform a song to inspire the students. Noticing that Wen Ciyi remained silent, Weekend curiously asked, Senior, you didn't know? He didn't tell you? There was no need for Su Simeon to discuss such matters with her. Yet Wen Ciyi found her heart weighed down by a surge of emotions. With her gaze lowered, she pondered over the Weekend and boldly stated, Senior, perhaps the fellow is merely planning to surprise you. The Weekend saw them enter the auditorium, where he chose a trio of seats. As he settled down, he casually draped his jacket over the seat to Wen Ciyi's left before maneuvering to her right. The stage curtain fell, leaving only a few spotlights illuminating the scene. The auditorium was filled to capacity, and as the audience recognized the figure on stage, a profound silence enveloped the room for a few moments before an uproar of cheers erupted, growing louder with each wave. Amidst this deafening cacophony, Wen Ciyi exchanged a distant gaze with the young man cradling a guitar. Su Simeon's expression was cool yet unexpectedly gentle. He strummed a few chords, adjusted his ear microphone, and a soft voice flowed from his lips. Good evening, everyone. His eyes met Wen Ciyi's momentarily before darting away. I received a last-minute notice from the school to sing a song for you all. A voice from the audience pierced the air with a scream. Ah, Senior, we love hearing you sing. Another chorus followed. What are you waiting for, Senior? We adore everything you sing. The volume escalated, drowning out even the security personnel at the entrance, who shouted hoarsely for silence. Su Simeon seemed to chuckle softly, marking the second time Wen Ciyi had witnessed his smile. His calm tone resonated within the auditorium. This song is for you all. Walking with light, he adjusted his guitar and began to strum gently, while a deep, cello-like melody flowed through the air. Had the world changed? Strange shoulders brushed against one another as we pursued that beam of light. Let me walk alongside the light. I shall never fall into darkness. I plant this belief and await the thaw of winter's embrace. What is there to fear in stumbling, failing, or struggling? The laughter, the doubts, the complexities, all are but a prelude to dreams and hopes blossoming. A song lasts only 3 or 4 minutes, yet eventually, the echoes caress the tender heart of Wen Ciyi, quietly reaching the depths of her very marrow, her blood surging in response. This was not her first encounter with Su Simeon's singing, yet each time she was captivated by the effortless brilliance he exuded. After warming up the atmosphere, Su Simeon stepped off the stage, guitar in hand. He did not meet Wen Ciyi's gaze, nor did she mind. She cast a glance at the host who took the stage next, knowing that Wen Nan was about to perform. After hearing her brother's song, she remained seated. And when Zhou, slightly bending down, inquired, Senior, are you not leaving yet? Enveloped in darkness, she struggled to grasp his words, raising her eyes slightly as they moved a little closer. What did you say? One stood while the other sat, when Zhou's hand rested on the armrest of her seat. Their proximity tinged with an inexplicable intimacy. With a mere tilt of her head, Wen Ciyi could brush against Wen Zhou's chin, an unspoken connection lingering in the air. Su Simeon lingered backstage, leaning lazily against the wall, arms crossed, his expression impassive as he observed. Wen Ciyi heard his question and shook her head slightly, pointing to the stage while murmuring, I need to wait for my brother's performance. It was as she had thought. Zhou Emo said, Then I shall accompany you, Senior. Zhou Emo settled down beside her. Su Simeon's brow twitched as he rolled up his sleeves and walked along the path. Wen Ciyi inhaled a fragrant aroma that enveloped her, and before she could react, someone sat down next to her. The arm resting on the left armrest brushed against that person, and an involuntary thought crossed Wen Ciyi's mind. She turned her head and unexpectedly collided with a pair of eyes that sparkled like light. The sensation where they touched magnified infinitely in the dimness. The continuous warmth permeating through the thin fabric to her very senses, an ambiguous atmosphere swirling quietly between them, an undeniable presence. Wen Ciyi's eyes brightened. Junior? Yes. Su Simeon replied. They remained still in their positions, while Wen Ciyi's thoughts fluttered like startled swans. She gently curled her lips, her gaze fixated on Wen Nan, who was passionately delivering a speech at the podium. Zhou Emo, sitting beside her, had dozed off for a moment. It was only after Wen Nan stepped off the stage that Wen Ciyi softly roused Zhou Emo, who, realizing he had unceremoniously fallen asleep in front of the goddess, felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly found an excuse to slip away. Wen Nan rushed over, clutching a trophy and a stack of papers, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Sister, this is my surprise. Wen Ciyi took the paper from him, perplexed, and asked, a 3-day trip to Jianan? Yes, yes. Wen Nan nodded vigorously, 2 tickets. Sister and Su Nian were conversing when he chuckled softly, saying, I heard about the reward for this competition and immediately thought of you, sister. You should allow yourself some relaxation, otherwise, remaining entrenched in that circle all day could be stifling. However, this victory is earned through my own merit. Don't you feel a sense of pride, sister? Wen Ciyi noticed the dark circles under Wen Nan's eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. Have you not slept for several days? Not long after, Wen Nan blinked. Kiki, well? Wen Ciyi pressed. Well, what? Wen Nan replied. It seems I might need a bit of funding lately. Wen Ciyi realized that he had been waiting for this. Wen Nan excitedly spun around. Oh, thank you. Sister, now go and study hard at school. As they conversed, Su Simeon stood at a distance, engrossed in his phone, seemingly disinterested in interrupting them. Wen Nan, like an exuberant puppy, replied, Take care on your way, sister. Once Wen Nan had wandered off, Wen Ciyi approached Su Simeon. Junior, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Su Simeon lifted his eyelids slightly and put away his phone. It's nothing. As if momentarily captivated by her unreserved smile. Su Simeon hurriedly averted his gaze. Thank you, senior. The two walked side by side to the parking lot. Just as Wen Ciyi was about to unlock the driver's side door, someone deftly snatched the keys from her hand. She cast a puzzled glance at Su Simeon. Wen Ciyi instinctively exclaimed, Surely I cannot take advantage of the senior's car and expect her to drive as well. That would be impolite. Su Simeon stepped aside to open the car door. Senior, please take a seat, he invited. Wen Ciyi, feeling a bit dazed, climbed into the vehicle. Su Simeon exhibited remarkable driving skills, prompting Wen Ciyi to curiously inquire, When did you obtain your driver's license, Junior? His hands, as smooth and white as mutton fat, rested on the steering wheel. Su Simeon rolled up his sleeves, revealing the prominent bones of his wrists, and gazed at the icons on the dashboard. How did you come to purchase such a car, senior? He questioned. Is there something wrong with it? Is the configuration inadequate? Wen Ciyi followed his gaze to glance at the emblem. The configuration is quite good. However, Su Simeon hesitated. Boys might prefer this type of model. Wen Ciyi's eyes sparkled with mischief. Do you like it, Junior? Su Simeon's gaze deepened. Not particularly. Not at all? Wen Ciyi sighed regretfully. You refuse both money and the car. It's quite difficult to pursue you. She struck a playful pose reminiscent of Shizi holding her heart. Su Simeon, glancing at Wen Ciyi's exquisite features as she performed her exaggerated gesture, couldn't help but smile slightly. As they arrived at the entrance of the community, Wen Ciyi alighted from the car. She did not accept the keys Su Simeon extended, but instead changed her tone. You can keep the keys for now, Junior. If you don't mind, how about becoming my occasional chauffeur? Fearing rejection, she quickly added, just occasionally. Not every day. Her smile was enchanting, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Su Simeon, almost instinctively, murmured, all right. They entered the elevator together, and as the numbers illuminated to signify Wen Ciyi's floor, she slowly retreated, facing Su Simeon. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of mischief, and after playfully biting her tender pink tongue, she slowly uttered, Junior, remember to dream of your senior tonight, or else I might feel disheartened. As Wen Ciyi finished her final words, the elevator doors began to close. Su Simeon's gaze slightly lowered. She could not discern the emotions concealed in his eyes. In high spirits, Wen Ciyi hummed a tune as she opened her room door. Su Nian, astonished by Wen Ciyi's exuberance, inquired, What has gotten into you? Wen Ciyi vaguely hummed, Though love may span mountains and seas, the chasms can surely be bridged. What? Su Nian exclaimed in surprise. Have you already won him over? Wen Ciyi shot her a silent glance, not so swiftly. Su Nian patted her chest in relief. That is good to hear. What do you mean, that is good? Wen Ciyi regarded her with a piercing gaze, her voice carrying an unspoken authority. Speak honestly. Under the pressure of the president's formidable presence, Su Nian closed her eyes and hastily confessed. I made a bet with Yihua on how many days it would take for you to win over the junior you fancy. I wagered a year. Yihua wagered half a month, with a stake of 30,000 yuan. Her words flowed rapidly without punctuation. Oh, so that is the case. Wen Ciyi observed her from a superior position. I suspected Yihua's recent decline in work efficiency was due to your collusion. Upon hearing this, Su Nian protested vehemently. I refuse to take the blame. Wen Ciyi waved her hand dismissively as she entered her bedroom. Prepare yourself. We're heading to Jiannan the day after tomorrow. Su Nian asked, what is the purpose of going to Jiannan? A business trip? Wen Ciyi peeked out from her bedroom. I'm granting you 3 days off for a little getaway. Upon hearing this, Su Nian immediately became agile, hurriedly packing her belongings. Wen Ciyi inquired, what is the junior up to? She sifted through her collection and ultimately selected a playful emoji of a little fox spinning in circles to send. Su Simeon. Upon receiving the message, was about to take a shower and, lowering his gaze, typed a few words. I'm preparing to shower. Showering, she mused. Surely male college students possess abs. With a plush toy in her arms, Wen Ciyi smiled, articulating deliberately. I've heard that Sue Simeon. Wen Ciyi continued. Boys at this age, Sue Simeon. She pressed on, male college students, Sue Simeon. Wen Ciyi teased, all have abs. Sue Simeon. Wen Ciyi, squeezing her pillow, provocatively remarked. Thus, I'm curious to see if the junior has abs, Sue Simeon. A smile graced Wen Ciyi's lips as she crafted her final message. If he is a junior, he should feel quite nice to the touch. Chapter 13. As the ancients often said, things come in threes. Su Nian messaged her, stating she would be staying at a relative's house for a few days. Wen Ciyi contemplated how to manage breakfast, thinking she could manage to prepare a few slices of toast with ketchup. While waiting for the toast to brown, Wen Ciyi tapped on her phone. Junior, are you awake? Sue Simeon replied, I am. He made no mention of their conversation from the previous night. Wen Ciyi asked, have you had breakfast? Sue Simeon responded, I have. Wen Ciyi suggested, how about coming to my place to help me out a bit? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ciyi shook her head and typed, Junior, take a few steps towards the balcony and look down. You will see a pot of cactus I've been nurturing. Sue Simeon sent back a picture. What's up? Wen Ciyi delicately squeezed ketchup onto the toast, one hand pressing the voice command button. A smile dancing at the corners of her mouth as she slowly remarked, each thorn on that cactus mirrors the sting of every rejection from the junior, causing the senior much pain. A wave of frustration washed over Wen Ciyi. How could this child be so frigid? She pondered a compromise. Is the junior free after school? Could he perhaps come to pick the senior up after work? She employed the phrase could he rather than any other declarative expression. Sue Simeon glanced at the keys resting on the entrance table and acquiesced. This could be deemed a small yet significant step, and Wen Ciyi nodded in satisfaction. She rummaged through the assortment of car keys in her bedroom, finally selecting a Porsche, an impulsive purchase. However, upon entering the company, she found herself ensnared in a whirlwind of tasks, leaving no time to message Sue Simeon. She was utterly swamped. It was tea until dusk approached that Wen Ciyi could pause for a moment to sip water and catch her breath. Preparing for a social gathering, she had to navigate. An hour later, the thought of facing those cunning sharks of the business world, who would undoubtedly ply her with drinks, prompted a barely perceptible sigh. Just then, Sue Simeon sent a message. Senior, are you off work? She could not allow Sue Simeon to witness her reeking of alcohol. That would be utterly damaging to her image. In her pursuit of the junior, she still needed to maintain some dignity. Having just sent her reply, her phone abruptly died, the screen darkening due to a lack of charge. Realizing belatedly that she had forgotten to charge her phone, she considered bringing Hihua along, only to remember that Hihua had taken the day off, seemingly choosing this very day out of the entire year. Wen Ciyi sighed, acknowledging her fate. It seemed as if the heavens conspired against her. Realizing that the time was drawing near, she composed herself, donning a practiced smile, and prepared to meet her appointment at the hotel. Meanwhile, Sue Simeon glanced at the message, her brow slightly furrowing. Zhou Weekend bounded up from behind, placing a hand on his shoulder. Come on, brother, let us grab a bite. No, thank you, Sue Simeon replied. I have a few matters to attend to. You all go ahead. As he spoke, he turned to leave, moving swiftly until he vanished from sight. Someone inquired, why is Sugo in such a hurry? Is something amiss? Zhou Weekend nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and I sense this is no trivial matter. What is it? The curious individual asked. Zhou Weekend stroked his non-existent beard, feigning profundity, a matter of lifelong significance. The person responded with a silent pause. Wen Ciyi wore a polite smile. Yet beneath the table, she pressed her hand against her stomach, her complexion paling. Observing her distress, the individual seated to her left felt a pang of sympathy. Seizing the moment while others engaged in superficial chatter, he whispered, Wenzong, are you all right? Wen Ciyi forced a smile through the pain. I'm fine, I can endure. Such grand banquets occurred 4 or 5 times a year, and ideally, Wen Ciyi should have grown accustomed to them. Yet, the experiences she endured abroad rendered her unable to adapt. The significance weighed heavily upon her. Any flicker of trepidation was intolerable. She sensed a dull ache at the back of her head, a throbbing pain that intricately intertwined with her nerves, tightening its grip. The wine glass was raised and lowered repeatedly, as if she had already consumed nearly 15 cups. Wen Ciyi counted, ensuring she remained within her usual limits. Finally, she mustered the strength to rise and politely address the gathering. Excuse me for a moment, I need to use the restroom. As she approached the door to the private room, the sounds of lively discussion flowed in waves to her ears. Wen Ciyi remains the same as ever, haha. So young, how could she possibly keep up with us? Even if she appears composed now, it's just a fleeting moment in time. Indeed. Just a little girl. How long can she sit there? Haha, exactly. How long can she endure? In truth, far longer than you might anticipate. Wen Ciyi tightened her sweaty, tingling palms, just as she was about to step towards the restroom. A casual glance from the corner of her eye abruptly froze her in place. Simyin stood not far away, his expression grave, his indifferent gaze locking onto hers, invoking an inexplicable sense of guilt as though she had been caught in a lie. As Simyin approached, the scent of alcohol wafted towards him, and he coldly inquired, "Didn't you say you were working overtime at the company?" There was a last-minute gathering, Wen Ciyi replied cautiously, her tone lacking conviction due to the necessity of her deception. Simyin frowned. "How much have you consumed?" Wen Ciyi intended to lighten the mood with a laugh, but a sudden sharp pain shot through the back of her head. "Let us go to the hospital." Simyin turned decisively. Wen Ciyi was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure and insisted, "No, I can't. The gathering hasn't concluded yet." Simyin halted her steps, tilting her head slightly, her gaze imbued with an undeniable authority. "I insist. We are going to the hospital. This time, I cannot leave." Wen Ciyi remained rooted in place, her tone marked by an unusual seriousness. Upon hearing this, Simyin let out a soft, mocking laugh, and continued with a voice as frigid as a pool of ancient ice, "As you wish." The scene unfolded in a mechanical repetition of the previous ritual of raising glasses and toasting. Wen Ciyi's throat had long since lost sensitivity. What began as a fiery sensation gradually waned into numbness. The door to the private room swung open and shut, a throng of people hastily concocting excuses to depart, until only Wen Ciyi remained. Her complexion was as pale as freshly fallen snow, her stomach roiling in discomfort, yet she was not intoxicated. On the contrary, she remained acutely aware, observing herself pouring drinks, witnessing her own forced consumption, until she ultimately felt utterly paralyzed. For her, this commercial gathering marked the final occasion. Strangely, Wen Ciyi felt a twinge of relief at having persevered through it abroad. She pressed a hand against her abdomen to soothe the turmoil before finally rising, only to be met with sudden darkness. In a moment of disorientation, she blinked, slowly opening her eyes. Those who had previously expressed concern for her upon entering the gathering were greeted by the sight of Wen Ciyi supporting her forehead. Hesitating, one inquired, "President Wen, may I offer you a ride?" Startled by the unexpected voice, Wen Ciyi heard the man hastily add, "I forgot my coat and came back to retrieve it." She simply wished to avoid burdening someone she barely knew, having long since acclimated to shouldering her burdens alone. Upon witnessing Wen Ciyi's steadfast demeanor, the individual refrained from further comment, simply advising, "Be cautious on the road, Wen." "You too," replied Wen Ciyi. Once he departed, she sank to the ground, shifting her position as her frail shoulders slumped against the wall, curling into a small ball. After all, she thought, no one was watching. She could linger a little longer. A relentless pain surged through her head like a tidal wave, while her stomach ignited in a cacophony of discomfort, rendering her breathless. It felt as though she were being subjected to a fierce fire, her insides being kneaded and pulled, only to be gradually torn apart, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. The dual afflictions of her body caused beads of cold sweat to form upon her pale forehead. Bowing her head, droplets cascaded from the tip of her nose, splattering on the ground, coalescing into a small puddle. Time slipped by unnoticed until a pair of white sneakers came into her blurred vision. In her dazed state, she instinctively looked up, meeting the gaze of those cool, indifferent eyes. Wen Ciyi struggled to muster a smile but ultimately relinquished the effort. Simyin had an uncanny knack for encountering her in her most disheveled moments. The ancients often said that misfortune comes in threes, yet this marked the third occurrence. Thus, she resolved to feign unconsciousness. Simyin sighed, extending his hand to grasp her shoulder and waist. Shifting his stance, he swiftly lifted her into his arms, eliciting a startled gasp from Wen Ciyi. "Huh?" Simyin averted his gaze, stating, "Senior can hold onto my neck." Wen Ciyi hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision, yet ultimately accepted the reality of the situation, her arm gently brushing against Simyin's jaw. Simyin frowned slightly, the gesture almost imperceptible. The hall was desolate, rendering the scene of him cradling the princess in his arms unnoticed by most. He carefully placed Wen Ciyi into the backseat of the car, striving to avoid any jostling, while he himself made his way to the front. Lowering his head, he started the engine, saying, "Senior, you can rest for a while. We are heading to the hospital now." He pulled down the glove compartment and retrieved a dark thermos. Pressing his lips together, he offered the thermos to Wen Ciyi, tilting it slightly. "This contains a hangover remedy. Take your time to recover. You care for me so much, Junior. Are you not afraid that I might be so moved that I would offer myself in return?" Wen Ciyi, though weakened, maintained an air of nonchalance, even finding the strength to jest with him. Su Simeon glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his tone devoid of embellishment. "If you could consider your own well-being a bit more, perhaps you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament next time." Wen Ciyi detected the awkward concern beneath his words, and a faint smile crossed her lips. Previously, she had likened him to a Samoyed, but he now seemed more akin to an Arctic fox. "It's nothing serious. I want to perish," she thought, a hint of self-deprecation flickering in her eyes, her pale visage reflecting an unusual weariness. Su Simeon shot her a disapproving glance, his voice imbued with an uncommon seriousness. "Senior, as a girl, you shouldn't risk your health in drinking contests. Excessive drinking is detrimental to your body." Wen Ciyi was momentarily taken aback. She had encountered such sentiments during her time abroad. At that time, she was proud and haughty, unable to tolerate even the slightest imperfection. During a soiree, a girl was heckled into taking a penalty drink, her eyes reddened, resembling a frightened little rabbit, while those who approached her harbored ill intentions. Wen Ciyi had initially stumbled upon this gathering by mere chance. She unwittingly became embroiled in the drinking game. However, being a girl, she was subjected to relentless attempts to force alcohol upon her. Fortunately, she ultimately triumphed, single-handedly outranking a group of wealthy young men who fell in disgrace at the table. The girl, meanwhile, had long since vanished. Yet, she harbored no regrets. If given the chance to relive that moment, she would unhesitatingly extend her hand in assistance. No matter the circumstances, those who elevate their status through the bullying of women are the ones most deserving of disdain. As the evening wore on and the alcohol took its toll, she felt increasingly disoriented and alone, her state of vulnerability compounded by her unfamiliar surroundings. She could only navigate her way along the wall, step by painstaking step. In that moment of distress, with her stomach in turmoil and consciousness fading, she vaguely recalled falling into an embrace, one that felt somewhat cold yet bore a faint scent of sandalwood, momentarily snapping her back to awareness. The individual sensed her movements and gently whispered in her ear, "It is best for girls to avoid alcohol, as it can be detrimental to one's health." Though this was hardly a consolation, it was the first time someone had spoken to her from a woman's perspective. In a foreign land, even after a prolonged stay, one still yearns for home. She felt a sense of urgency and inquired with others, only to receive a vague mention from someone she was not very familiar with, who claimed to have seen a tall, slender figure. However, she lacked any means of contacting this individual, and as her academic burdens gradually intensified, the matter faded into the recesses of her mind. Unavoidably, Wen Ciyi found herself undergoing another round of stitches, administered by the same doctor who had assisted her in obtaining the discharge certificate on the day she was admitted. The doctor, exasperated, remarked, "It seems you are quite accustomed to this place, having visited thrice in less than a week." Wen Ciyi could only offer an apologetic smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Su Simeon leaning against the wall, his usually ink-black eyes half-closed, seemingly in a state of slumber. Chapter 14. "I will pursue you." The doctor hooked Wen Ciyi up to and for of saline, and she gazed down at the needle, her thoughts momentarily adrift. "You must be contemplating how to remove it, aren't you?" A sudden voice broke the silence of the hospital room. Wen Ciyi was taken aback. "How could you possibly think that?" Su Simeon let out a scoff and chose not to respond further, reverting to his previous indifferent demeanor. Wen Ciyi suspected that he might be recalling the time she had deceived him about working late, only to be found at a social gathering, which led to a lingering sense of deception regarding her current actions that showed a lack of self-care. However, she could not help but feel somewhat beleaguered. She might very well be the first instance of someone who, in the pursuit of love, had inadvertently sent the object of her affections to the hospital on 3 separate occasions. Though her career has not been a seamless journey, she has nonetheless forged her path through thorns and challenges, navigating her way alone. However, upon encountering Su Simeon, each step she took felt precariously delicate, in stark contrast to the previously vibrant and radiant Wen Ciyi. Taking a deep breath, her eyes tranquil as still water, she gazed at Su Simeon, her tone tinged with a hint of turbulence. "Junior." Su Simeon raised his gaze to meet hers. With little reaction, he lifted his eyelids and remarked, "If Senior intends to pursue a romantic relationship with me, it would be wise to abandon that thought. To his surprise, Wen Ciyi shook her head. Despite being half reclined on her bed due to a stomach ailment, her eyes sparkled like stars, radiant and captivating. The woman before him smiled, revealing a genuinely enchanting curve. And he could almost envision her commanding presence in the business world, triumphing effortlessly. I wish to say, let us start anew. Su Simeon hesitated. Su Simeon. Wen Ciyi's voice was gentle and clear as she pronounced his name, exuding certainty with an undercurrent of boldness. I intend to pursue you, not as a request for your consent, nor do I plan to seek it. I am merely informing you. Wen Ciyi smiled, reminiscent of their first encounter in the bar, where their eyes met. And she occupied a position more predatory than that of a hunter. She had cast her net, waiting for her quarry to ensnare itself willingly. Her words, soft as a gentle spring breeze, swept over him, igniting a butterfly effect within Su Simeon's heart. In an inexplicable manner, Su Simeon blinked slowly, yet his heart quivered. Concealed from Wen Ciyi, he subtly curved his lips, maintaining his usual nonchalant tone. As long as Senior is happy. He revealed not a trace of his emotions, carefully cloaking them, with only he himself privy to his own contemplations. Ultimately, this was a game between prey and predator. Concerned that Wen Ciyi might encounter difficulties during the night, Su Simeon opted to rent a temporary hospital bed. Due to the pain at the back of her head, Wen Ciyi kept her eyes closed, yet the discomfort was unavoidably amplified. She opened her phone to jot down notes as a distraction, dimming the screen's brightness. After inscribing the name Su Simeon on her notes, she pursed her lips, pondering for quite some time. To her chagrin, despite their time spent together, she still could not discern his preferences. Typically, boys might favor shoes, she thought, as she typed out a few brands. Furthermore, clothing? She noted down several brands again. Yet, would this come across as too materialistic? Would Su Simeon appreciate it? It was her first endeavor at pursuing someone, and she possessed no experience whatsoever. Is Senior still awake? The sudden voice startled Wen Ciyi, prompting her to hastily turn off the screen. She replied honestly, I can't seem to fall asleep. She then inquired, is Junior also unable to sleep? Su Simeon rested his hands behind his head, his tone leisurely, He rarely exhibited such relaxation in her presence. Wen Ciyi cleared her throat and pressed on, since you're not feeling sleepy, shall we chat for a while? Su Simeon inquired, about what? Finding subtle implications in his words. Wen Ciyi hurriedly remarked, it's not as you think, it's merely a casual conversation. As I think? Su Simeon slowly pondered over her words, his tone enigmatic. What exactly was I contemplating, Senior? I was saying that I want to. Wen Ciyi quickly interjected, realizing too late that she had fallen into Su Simeon's verbal trap. It was deliberate on his part. Feeling a pang of disappointment, Wen Ciyi sighed, Junior. Su Simeon chuckled lightly, reminiscent of a breeze brushing over the waves, exuding an air of nonchalance. He remained silent, as if the previous exchange had been mere pleasantries. Wen Ciyi, disheartened, prepared to lower her gaze to her phone and continue her aimless documentation. Anything was better than nothing. She filled in the delivery address for Su Simeon's home, convinced he would accept it. If he refused payment, she had myriad ways to ensure he received something else. What is the Senior writing? Su Simeon inquired, having noticed her tapping away on her phone. The financial analysis report for this year's market, Wen Ciyi fabricated effortlessly. May I take a look? Su Simeon expressed keen interest. I have a debate topic at the end of the semester that pertains to this subject. Well, Wen Ciyi thought, isn't he the one who didn't want to converse? She forced a smile, gracefully responding, Junior, this is confidential business information. Once you enter the workforce, you'll have to discover these things on your own. Ah, Su Simeon feigned a regretful sigh. What a pity that is. What was he lamenting? The content above must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, he might devise countless schemes to thwart her. Wen Ciyi, with a demeanor both gentle and resolute, stated, Junior, you may rest now. Throughout the following morning, Wen Ciyi scarcely found respite, having scoured numerous online guides on pursuing individuals, while also contemplating the personality of the one being pursued. In the end, she reached a conclusion. Such strategies were utterly ineffective when applied to her and Su Simeon. Thus, she resolved to approach Su Simeon's companions, albeit discreetly, for any information regarding him, lest her intentions be uncovered. She quickly refreshed herself and made plans to visit Peking University later that day. With determination igniting her spirit, her eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. Even as she accompanied Su Simeon for breakfast, her steps noticeably lighter. Su Simeon, with a subdued tone, inquired, Is there something that brings you joy, senior? He lowered his gaze momentarily before lifting it again, his expression enigmatic as he remarked, "That is good." Chapter 15. Treading two paths after a simple breakfast with Su Si Mian. Wen Ciyi received a message from Lingo, inviting her to play golf. However, she had work commitments today. It seemed that the enchanting Ling had perhaps miscalculated her schedule. Wen Ciyi replied, "I have some matters that remain unresolved." After a brief pause, Su Si Mian, captivated by the warmth of Wen Ciyi's amber eyes, murmured to himself, "Never mind." Wen Ciyi was not one to abandon her work for personal pleasures. Inherently, she possessed a relentless work ethic that often led to an unprovoked irritation. Su Si Mian, with a downcast gaze, offered, "Allow me to escort you, senior." Wen Ciyi paused for a moment before responding, "All right." Upon returning to the company, she found herself overwhelmed with work. Having occupied the position of president for an extended period, coupled with her inherent aura of quiet authority, she commanded respect effortlessly. Typically, her eyes would brighten when facing Su Simeon, but now they hung low, radiating an unusual coldness. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. No one dared to breathe, fearful of inciting the wrath of this young, yet formidable president. Wen Ciyi succinctly reviewed the contract signing process, prompting everyone to shrink back and comply. The meeting stretched on for 3 hours. Rubbing her sore wrists, she waited until all attendees had departed before retrieving her phone. It was now 1 in the afternoon. She calculated the time, noting that Su Simeon's major courses aligned closely with hers, although she remained uncertain if his brother's schedule mirrored Su Simeon's weekend commitments. A wave of frustration washed over her. She regretted not having secured a weekend contact earlier. Glancing at the screen, she surmised that the large lecture should be concluding around this time. She considered heading to Peking University in hopes of a fortuitous encounter. It was rare to find a president, freshly graduated, still so intent on returning to her alma mater, even if her motives were somewhat impure. Nonetheless, her intentions were not entirely misguided. As she reflected on this, the peculiar feelings within her subsided slightly, just as she was about to pull out her office chair. A knock echoed from the door. Sun Yan poked his head in and inquired, "President Wen, would you like to join us for lunch?" Wen Ciyi, eager to find someone, did not lift her head as she gathered the documents on her desk. "No, you go ahead. I need to make a trip to Peking University." "Going again?" Sun Yan exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you truly spend 80% of your day meeting with your junior?" Wen Ciyi, fully aware of the situation, refrained from elaborating further and simply suggested that Wen Ciyi grab a meal at Peking University before departing. Wen Ciyi nodded absent-mindedly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her smooth and radiant forehead before deftly gathering her hair into a bun. Stray wisps framed her face, lending an air of dreamy nonchalance. Each time she visited Peking University, she meticulously selected her attire. The last occasion called for a dress, but upon surveying her wardrobe, she decided this time to don a blue shirt paired with shorts. Over this, she draped a black blazer, adorned with a brooch depicting a small fox with its eyes squinted in a playful expression. Although Wen Ciyi hailed from the south, she effortlessly exuded an air of sophistication, her gentle demeanor harmonizing beautifully with her elegance, enhancing her allure rather than clashing with it. Though September heralded the subtle onset of autumn, the summer warmth lingered, with cicadas still serenading the branches daily. As she arrived at the gates of Peking University, Wen Ciyi intended to disembark in an orderly manner when a thought struck her. She retrieved her phone to message her younger brother, Wen Nan. "Brother, may I ask you something?" She bit her lip in contemplation. "Do you happen to know anyone in your vicinity who is acquainted with the third-year senior Zhou Wei?" The expansive grounds of Peking University, particularly the main campus, thrived with bustling crowds, and she feared that she would exhaust herself before even locating him. She had prepared herself for the possibility that Wen Nan might not know Zhou Wei, but she sought confirmation nonetheless. After all, familiar haunts could provide some clues. Typically, third-year students could be found either in their advisors' laboratories or in the library, racing against time to prepare their theses and practical reports. However, the library at Peking University is quite abundant, and she feared that she might not find a suitable spot. Coincidentally, she had just exited another library over the weekend. That would truly be a situation devoid of solace. In the next moment, a message from Wen Nan arrived. "There is indeed a place." Wen Ciyi's eyes brightened at the revelation as she quickly typed, "Could you help me ascertain his current location?" Wen Ciyi pondered. Did this mean her trip had been in vain? With a sigh, She contemplated dismissing the matter with a simple "it's fine, thank you." Yet, Wen sent another message almost immediately. However, the senior mentioned that during weekends, Su Si Mian is often nearby. So they might be in the main library at Peking University, specifically on the 6th floor, likely on the 3rd floor. If they were indeed in the main library, finding them would be a breeze. Wen Ciyi moved her fingers thoughtfully. "All right, thank you." Wen Nan, unabashed in her curiosity, teased, "Sister, have you firmly resolved to pursue the junior?" Wen Ciyi retorted with a single word, "Scram." Wen Nan promptly responded with a crying emoji. As Wen Ciyi opened the door, the security guard, familiar with her, exchanged a few friendly words before allowing her entry. After walking for a while, she entered the library where a group of people were waiting for the elevator. She glanced at the time, 2:30 in the afternoon. The elevator arrived swiftly, and as Wen Ciyi stepped onto the 3rd floor, she aimlessly wandered for a moment before spotting the individual she sought in a window-side seat. It was a fortunate stroke of luck. On the weekend, sitting opposite Su Si Mian, she observed him with his head resting inward, his soft hair cascading over his forehead. Eyes closed. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a delicate halo upon Su Si Mian's straight nose, leaving a gentle ring of illumination around it. Wen Ciyi could not help but raise an eyebrow. Despite being in her 3rd year, she still found time to lounge and sleep. In contrast, Zhou Mo sat upright before her, engrossed in a book. She then recalled that with Su Simeon's remarkable prowess, a little slumber seemed inconsequential. She contemplated approaching him but hesitated, fearing she might disturb Su Simeon or that he might awaken to find her discussing him with his friend. The thought of that scenario made her feel rather odd, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed. As she wavered, Zhou Mo stood up with a cup of water in hand. He turned, and their eyes met, prompting Zhou Mo to feel a surge of joy as he spoke. "Senior." Upon hearing him, Wen Ciyi quickly gestured for silence. Zhou Mo promptly closed his mouth and cast his gaze towards the door, implying, "Shall we talk outside?" Wen Ciyi nodded slightly in agreement. Once outside, Zhou Mo spoke without restraint. "Senior, are you pursuing that fellow?" Wen Ciyi responded affirmatively, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Junior, could you share his preferences with me? It would certainly aid my pursuit." She waved her phone and suggested, "How about we add each other on WeChat?" Zhou Mo had no objections and was even a bit flustered as he hurriedly scanned Wen Ciyi's QR code. Since the goddess had taken an interest in Su Simeon, he felt compelled to lend his utmost support. As for the icy Su Simeon, Zhou Mo secretly mused. He would transform from a clumsy sidekick into an invaluable ally to ensure that these two could ultimately find happiness together. It is high time for Su Simeon to find a companion. With this thought, Zhou Weekend couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear brother, forgive me, but for your happiness, I intend to lend you a helping hand." Wen Ciyi gazed at the friend request that had just come through, feeling a sense of reassurance. This would surely smooth the way for her. Not merely smooth, Zhou Weekend boisterously declared, "With me as your divine ally, you'll effortlessly win him over." Wen Ciyi couldn't help but lower her head and smile, her eyes curving like a graceful spring painting, rippling with charm. This delicate scene of her gentle smile caught the attention of the person by the window, who had only recently awakened. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Weekend suddenly exclaimed, "Senior, you were the one who transferred 5,200 yuan to Su Simeon, weren't you?" Wen Ciyi admitted, "Indeed, that was me." "How did you find out?" Zhou Weekend explained. "Oh, his phone was on speaker, and in the dormitory, the notification of 5,200 yuan from Alipay rang out loud and clear, leaving me and the other two utterly stunned. We were all speculating whether he had been taken care of by someone." Zhou Weekend mused aloud, glancing at Wen Ciyi. "But if he were being supported by you, it would undoubtedly be a loss for you." Wen Ciyi, intrigued, asked, "Why is that?" Zhou Weekend bluntly responded, "That lad is far too aloof. Even colder than the Arctic Ocean." Wen Ciyi let out a soft laugh, her lips curving into a radiant smile as she shook her phone, saying, "Well, thank you, Junior. With your assistance, I can certainly find an appropriate approach." An appropriate approach to what? The Weekend had yet to utter a word when a chilling voice cut through the silence. The newcomer possessed a tall and lean figure, his features devoid of expression, as tranquil as still water. One hand rested in his pocket, exuding a nonchalant demeanor that belied the frigid aura akin to millennia-old ice. His posture stood tall and unyielding, with eyes as dark and lustrous as pearls, rendering the warm words of the bystander, Wen Ciyi, strangely vulnerable under his emotionless gaze. Sensing the atmosphere had grown slightly tense, Zhou Weekend hurriedly attempted to ease the moment. Sugu, why aren't you asleep? Su Simeon cast a brief, indifferent glance his way. His tone cool. Have you completed the design draft? He abruptly shifted the topic, and Zhou Weekend instinctively replied, no. Su Simeon rubbed his neck, casually remarking, then why are you still standing here? The design won't animate itself. An inexplicable pressure weighed heavily on Zhou Weekend, causing him to feel a sharp pang of anxiety, and he stammered, no. Then why don't you get to work? Su Simeon's eyelids drooped lethargically. Yet his voice suddenly turned icy. Do you need my assistance? No. That's not necessary. Zhou Weekend quickly exchanged a silent glance with Wen Ciyi, mouthing words in a desperate plea. Before Wen Ciyi could decipher his gestures, Su Simeon's cold laughter echoed nearby. Zhou Weekend, have your eyes and mouth both malfunctioned? Startled, Zhou Weekend promptly sealed his lips and swiftly retreated through the door on the left. Su Simeon cast a sidelong glance at Wen Ciyi, who instinctively took a step back. Su Simeon. He lowered his gaze, observing the figure before him standing upright and obedient, revealing two long, slender legs beneath the shorts, smooth and luminous, flawless as jade. Su Simeon averted his gaze slightly, his Adam's apple gently bobbing. Is there something you need, senior? Wen Ciyi pretended to ponder for a moment. It seems there isn't. So, you specifically came to Peking University and even found the library just to add me on WeChat for a trivial matter over the weekend? Su Simeon paused, then continued with indifference. Wen Ciyi tilted her head, contemplating for a moment, then corrected herself. It's not trivial, it's a targeted approach. Su Simeon did not quite catch her words. What? Wen Ciyi initially intended to repeat herself, but considering her own feelings, she hesitated. If Su Simeon realized she added him on WeChat for him, would he frown and refuse? That would complicate matters. Su Simeon observed the silent Wen Ciyi before parting his thin lips. Or perhaps the goal you set yesterday has been changed today. Upon hearing this, Wen Ciyi suddenly lifted her gaze to him, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. No, she felt it necessary to clarify. I was thinking of straddling two boats? Su Simeon interjected unexpectedly, his voice low yet tinged with coldness. Senior, should I be relieved that I am one of the boats you have chosen? Wen Ciyi. She had not anticipated that Su Simeon would think of her this way, causing her to tremble with anger. Meanwhile, the Weekend had been discreetly observing their exchange from the side. He was somewhat bewildered. How could Su Simeon utter such an unexpected remark that seemed so out of character for him? Wen Ciyi has always favored individuals who are forthright in their lives. Her circle of friends, both large and small, reflects this trait, and she herself is no exception. The sincere and direct affection she expresses, along with her candid and open demeanor, forever captivates and inspires admiration in others. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ciyi stated, no. Su Simeon crossed her arms, her gaze as frosty as ice. Without hesitation, Wen Ciyi continued, because I like you, I wish to understand your preferences through your brothers and close friends. My pursuit of you is not merely a fleeting whim. Her eyes shone with clarity and brilliance, reminiscent of the cosmos adorned with myriad blossoms, flourishing abundantly. Upon concluding her declaration, she refrained from observing Su Simeon's reaction. At that moment, a phone call interrupted, and she answered while heading towards the emergency exit. Su Simeon tilted her chin slightly, a fleeting smile gracing her lips. Zhou Mo could not help but be taken aback. Indeed, Su Simeon was no ordinary person. She was a force to be reckoned with. Unintentionally, Zhou Mo voiced his innermost thoughts, and Su Simeon, upon hearing him, cast a gentle glance his way, surprisingly refraining from retorting. The delightfully captivating expression on her face vanished in an instant, concealed by her long lashes. In Chapter 16, titled Sister, Su Simeon caught sight of someone nearby attempting to conceal themselves and coldly remarked, Aren't you leaving? Zhou Mo, undeterred by danger, playfully teased Su Simeon, saying, I just saw you smile. He then added, almost as if to emphasize his point, It seems the glacier is on the verge of melting. Zhou Mo mockingly raised his thumb in approval. Su Simeon, I believe that with your design draft, one person can indeed anticipate great things. Su Simeon raised an eyebrow, her tone neither high nor low as she casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weekend immediately adopted a sincere attitude, admitting his fault. Brother, I was wrong. The bittersweet emotion began to intensify, a sensation she had not experienced in quite some time. Although she preferred to be straightforward, she did not relish engaging in such circumstances. Yet, remaining silent would only exacerbate their misunderstandings, ultimately leading her to clarify her feelings. She was not one to engage in unnecessary verbal exchanges, so she decided to lay it all bare. She liked Su Simeon and genuinely wished to pursue him. Wen Ciyi would not merely speak without action. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ciyi grabbed her keys, intending to leave work, contemplating whether to reach out to Su Simeon. Her fingers unconsciously grazed the screen, pausing just before sending a message. Rubbing her nose, she meticulously deleted the words she had just typed, one by one. The direct approach had left her feeling somewhat hesitant. To be honest, she sensed that Su Simeon did not harbor any dislike for her. However, she lacked complete assurance that he might have feelings for her. For the first time, the esteemed President Wen found herself timid in matters of the heart. Not long after arriving home, having just placed her vegetables in the refrigerator and intending to take a shower, she heard someone ring the doorbell. Before she could finish her thought, her gaze met a pair of eyes as serene as the moon. A mere 4 hours had passed, and Wen Ciyi found herself face to face with Su Simeon once more. Su Simeon glanced at her with lowered eyes, offering no explanation for his presence, and inquired, "Are you waiting for someone, senior?" "Waiting for my roommate." Wen Ciyi lifted her head to gaze at him, her eyes shimmering with a hint of light. "You need something from me, Junior?" Su Simeon coughed lightly, his right hand pressed against his lips, diverting his gaze. From Wen Ciyi's perspective, a delicate blush crept up his fair ear, and he inquired, "Have you eaten, senior?" Wen Ciyi chuckled, her enchanting eyes curving with a teasing glimmer. "Oh, did the junior accidentally overcook the meal?" Su Simeon opened his lips as if to respond, but Wen Ciyi seized the moment, stating, "Ah, yet the junior has wounded the senior's heart today. I'm simply not in the mood to eat." She pouted slightly, her eyes cast down, adopting an expression of profound sorrow. Su Simeon, however, Wen Ciyi continued, her smile directed at Su Simeon, her gaze glimmering with mischief. "If the junior agrees to call me sister, my mood would surely brighten." Su Simeon curled his fingertips, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. After a prolonged silence, Wen Ciyi began to think she had perhaps gone too far in her teasing. Just as she was about to retract her jest, Su Simeon turned his head and, in a low and rapid whisper, uttered 2 words, "Sister." The response was silky yet tantalizingly out of reach, visible but unattainable, dissipating silently into the boundless night within the narrow corridor. His ear, as delicate as jade, flushed a deep red, reminiscent of a bewitching rose. Wen Ciyi stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling with delight. Su Simeon did not glance back at her. Instead, he stepped forward, pressed the elevator button, and feigned calmness as he asked, "Senior, shall we dine together?" "Of course, why wouldn't we?" Wen Ciyi approached with a radiant smile, her lips curling into a playful grin as she said, "Senior, I am in particularly high spirits today." Su Simeon rubbed his temples, feigning indifference as he replied, Yet, Wen Ciyi continued to tease him, mischievously adding, "Junior, it's quite amusing how you just called me sister moments ago, only to adopt this aloof demeanor now. It truly saddens your senior." Su Simeon was at a loss for words. Unsure how to respond to Wen Ciyi's remark, he awkwardly rubbed his wrist. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Su Simeon stiffly stepped out, while Wen Ciyi followed behind, her face beaming with joy. She sauntered leisurely, the door merely ajar behind them. Su Simeon opened the door and retrieved a pair of deep black slippers from the entrance, placing them beside Wen Ciyi's feet. "Please wear these first, senior." The corridor was bathed in warm light, lazily cascading over Su Simeon's tranquil features, revealing a hint of tenderness. His home was impeccably tidy, perhaps overly so, with a color scheme mirroring hers, predominantly black, white, and gray, the only distinction being a few potted cacti adorning the balcony. Wen Ciyi glanced at the vibrant cacti, discovering they were of the same variety as those she had chosen. Half-jokingly, she quipped, "Junior, are you secretly in love with me? Even the plants you picked are the same species as mine." She had spoken without intent. Yet to her surprise, Su Simeon suddenly raised his gaze to meet hers. His eyes were intensely focused, and in the depths of those dark irises, Wen Ciyi could discern a faint, blurred reflection of herself. Wen Ciyi momentarily felt a surge of joy, only to dismiss the thought. It was merely a coincidence. She urged her junior not to take it to heart. Su Simeon lowered her gaze as she arranged the tableware, responding with an acknowledgement. As Wen Ciyi took her seat at the dining table, her eyes suddenly brightened, prompting her to tease Su Simeon. "You truly embody the phrase skilled and dexterous." Su Simeon cleared his throat. Wen Ciyi shook her head with a sigh, pondering which fortunate young lady would be blessed in the future. Su Simeon. Wen Ciyi mused aloud. Since she is yet to appear, Why not let it be me? She looked at Susie Mian with a playful smile, akin to a cunning fox. What do you think, Junior? Susie Mian, holding his cup, felt an involuntary tremor in his hand. He raised his eyes and replied nonchalantly, I currently have no thoughts of marriage, senior. He emphasized the term senior, as if to draw a line. Yet, how could Wen Ciyi allow such a boundary? She continued, I haven't even broached that topic yet, Junior. Could it be? Her tone, imbued with insinuation, was like a small fox playfully teasing its prey. Are you so eager, Junior? Susie Mian suddenly choked on his water, coughing several times as he realized he had stepped into a trap. He decided to remain silent, closing his mouth. Meanwhile, Wen Ciyi, having playfully provoked Susie Mian throughout the evening, felt an unprecedented sense of joy. Even the following day at work, her delight was palpable. She casually opened the chat box for the weekend. Wen Ciyi, are you there, Junior? Weekend. I'm here, Senior. What is up? Wen Ciyi licked her lips and inquired, I haven't been able to contact Su Simeon for several days. Has he been staying over at your place? During the weekend. She received a screenshot that depicted a dormitory background, with Su Simeon donning a white lab coat, resting his head on the table, seemingly in a deep slumber. The message read, We are shorthanded, and it wasn't until today that we managed to bring in a few helpers. Only then did this fellow find a moment to rest. He is working too hard, tackling all the complex tasks himself while we can only assist him as best as we can. A flicker of an unusual emotion passed through Wen Ciyi's eyes, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of Su Simeon's relentless spirit during her study abroad days. Wen Ciyi contemplated her schedule for the following day. She had to fly to Linen the day after tomorrow, with a flight scheduled for 8 in the evening. She reevaluated whether she could see Su Simeon at home the next day. Deciding to inquire further, she tapped on the screen, When will you all be free? At 5. She thought, that should work. The weekend messenger then asked, Is the senior coming? Startled, the messenger tumbled from his chair, his loud crash waking Su Simeon, who furrowed his brow and looked toward the source of the noise. What is wrong with you? The messenger, glancing at the screen, quickly denied, Nothing. Su Simeon scrutinized him for a moment, his posture unchanged, before calmly asking, Who are you chatting with? The messenger, shuddering, hastily replied, My mom. She is asking if I have enough clothes to wear. He nearly thrust the phone into Su Simeon's view. Su Simeon gazed at him for a moment, her expression devoid of emotion, before turning her head away, avoiding his penetrating gaze. On the weekend, she finally exhaled in relief. That boy's stare was truly unnerving, as if he could effortlessly discern her innermost thoughts. To put it plainly, it felt akin to being exposed before him, devoid of any clandestine secrets. Wen Ciyi quickly grasped the essentials of cooking. She resolved to first follow the recipe herself, intending to refine her skills by preparing the dish again the next day. A last-minute scramble, after all, could yield some benefit. Consulting online resources, she diligently reviewed the steps and embarked on her earnest culinary journey for the first time. She mused, Could it be that I possess a natural talent for cooking? She retrieved a bowl and utensils from the kitchen, sampling her creation. The flavor was slightly subdued, yet negligible. Satisfied, Wen Ciyi nodded, planning to replicate this method for a new soup the following day. Her phone chimed with an email from her secretary, prompting her to place the soup in the refrigerator as she contemplated her lunch for the next day. A cursory glance revealed it contained a list of social engagements concerning Linen. With Hihua on leave due to injury, she decided to attend alone. She booked her flight, meticulously confirmed several liaison details, and carved out time to prepare a conference report for her subordinates to execute. Finally, Wen Ciyi sent a message to Su Simeon, urging him to take care of his health and avoid overexertion. As she immersed herself in her tasks, she lost track of time, only realizing it was late when she hurried to shower and sleep. With an 8 o'clock flight, she managed her time impeccably. As the clock struck 4, Wen Ciyi clocked out punctually, leaving her colleagues astonished. Why was President Wen leaving work early today? Alas, one ought not to speculate on the thoughts of the president. Even if they arrive at 9 and depart at 10, it remains the president's prerogative. An onlooker, perceiving the sour tone, retorted, How can you speak so? Aside from today, has Director Wen ever left work later than us? TSK. The individual merely shook their head in silence. Following her previous routine, Wen Ciyi meticulously cleaned the chicken, ensuring it was thoroughly washed before placing it in hot water for a brief saute. Concerned that 2 chickens might not suffice, she resolved to add some mushrooms and other vegetables. This time, Wen Ciyi worked at a leisurely pace, enduring several splashes of oil on the delicate skin of her hands. which resulted in a few blisters. She cast a fleeting glance at her hands but paid them little heed. Her primary concern was the passage of time. After adding the final simmering broth, her phone displayed 4:20. There was no rush. So Wen Ciyi fetched 4 lidded ceramic bowls and poured the chicken soup into each with care. Upon completing this task, she gingerly packed the soup into several bags to prevent any spills. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she took a shower and organized her belongings, making 2 trips to carry the items and bags downstairs. By the time she drove to Peking University, it was only 5 o'clock. Leaning against her car door, she messaged her friend for the weekend, "Junior, I have arrived." The friend, assisting Su Simeon with some preparations, leapt with excitement upon reading the message. Su Simeon, without lifting her gaze, remarked in a low tone, "What is it with you? You've been fidgeting as if you were on fire since earlier." Almost forgetting the presence of this particular individual during the weekend, he quickly shook his head and silently reminded himself that the young man would eventually owe him his gratitude. Under the pretense of a pressing need to relieve himself, the weekend dashed out, leaving no room for anyone to intervene. The other two looked at each other, bewildered, as if questioning whether he had taken some strange medication. Su Simeon, engrossed in his experiment, suddenly felt an unfamiliar emotion flicker through his heart. He inadvertently glanced out the window, only to see the weekend sprinting away as if pursued by something ominous. His speed remarkable despite the fact that there were restrooms within the teaching building. The direction in which he ran led towards the main gate of Peking University. Su Simeon paused for a moment, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 17. Not intentionally ignoring messages breathless, the weekend came to a halt before Wen Ciyi, who exclaimed in surprise, "Junior, why are you running so fast?" The weekend replied earnestly, "That fellow was staring at me, and I feared he might discern something." Wen Ciyi chuckled softly, retrieving several bags from her car. The weekend hurried to assist her, and as they walked into Peking University, she inquired, "Are you still at the laboratory?" "Yes," the weekend answered affirmatively. "We just finished dinner, but I have been subtly reminding them to eat less." Wen Ciyi burst into laughter, while the weekend gazed down at the heavy bags in his hands, likely filled with rich chicken soup. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Senior, Su Gu is truly fortunate." Wen Ciyi smiled gently and replied, "It's not as extravagant as you think. To be honest, I was worried I might have cooked too little." As the weekend hurriedly shook his head, he replied, "No, senior sister, the 4 of us do not usually eat much, especially Su Gu. He is quite easy to satisfy." Wen Ciyi genuinely smiled, her eyes sparkling with mirth. The laboratory was located on the 2nd floor, and as Wen Ciyi turned the corner, she spotted Su Simeon, engrossed in his experiments. Just as the weekend was about to speak, Wen Ciyi gently shook her head, signaling him not to disturb him. "Does the senior sister still have work?" the weekend inquired. "Yes," Wen Ciyi responded. "I have a flight to London at 8 o'clock today. Are you really not going to say goodbye before you leave?" the weekend asked, unwilling to relent, having prepared soup but only able to steal a glance through the window. "No, it's fine," Wen Ciyi smiled, shaking her head. She cast one last glance at Su Simeon. "He is very focused. I do not wish to distract him." The weekend nodded, somewhat understanding, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the back of Wen Ciyi's hand, where the skin was slightly raised and red. "Senior sister, what happened to your hand?" "Huh." Wen Ciyi glanced down nonchalantly. "It's nothing, just a minor burn from a splash of oil." Suddenly, the weekend felt the weight of the bag in his hand, declaring, "Senior sister, let me fetch some burn ointment from the dormitory for you." He attempted to set down the bag. No, Wen Ciyi quickly interjected, "It's not that troublesome. I can easily buy a tube on my way. It's about time for me to leave." The weekend, unable to extend his arms due to the burden of the bag, could only watch as Wen Ciyi descended the stairs. Another roommate, catching sight of the weekend struggling to enter, noticed the bag in his hand and teased, "What is going on?" The sun rose in the west, prompting a teasing inquiry. "Have you gone shopping for us?" Zhou Weekend rolled his eyes in response. How could that possibly be? However, Su Simeon's gaze fell upon the bowl peeking out, which appeared somewhat familiar. His tone was light. "Who sent it?" It sounded less like a question and more like a statement. Zhou Weekend felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. He recalled the injury on Wen Ciyi's hand and thought it only right to inform Su Simeon. Thus, he steeled himself and confessed, It's senior." The other two immediately pressed, "Which senior have you been secretly acquainted with?" Zhou Weekend sighed, "Could you refrain from adopting expressions of a scorned lover?" Upon hearing this, Su Simeon's movements abruptly halted, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Who are you talking about?" He glanced out the window just in time to see Wen Ciyi hastening away. A mere shadow flickering past. Zhou Weekend trembled slightly. It's Senior One. A flicker of anger ignited in Su Simeon's eyes, without even changing his clothes. He rushed out, swiftly brushing past Zhou Weekend. The other two stood bewildered. What have we missed? As Zhou Weekend noticed Su Simeon's silence and hurried pace. He was about to mention Wen Ciyi's injury when Su Simeon had already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Wen Ciyi pressed the touchscreen of her phone. Noting the time was 5:30. Contemplating a meal at the airport, she slowed her pace as she stepped outside. The wind howled past her, lazily swirling over the treetops, casting elongated shadows that obediently trailed behind her. The plane trees swayed in the breeze, shedding a few leaves gracefully. As Wen Ciyi lingered for a moment, poised to open the car door, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed behind her. Her eyelids remained unlifted, intending merely to bow her head and sidestep. The senior, Wen Ciyi, hesitated momentarily with her hand on the car door, instinctively glancing toward the source of the sound. Su Simeon's chest rose and fell slightly, as if he had just dashed over. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. His brows arched lightly, and his eyes sparkled with a youthful exuberance that had been absent for some time. Wen Ciyi exclaimed in surprise, "What brings you here?" It was a question she ought to have directed towards the senior. Su Simeon replied, fixing his gaze firmly on Wen Ciyi, his expression unusually earnest. A flicker of surprise crossed Wen Ciyi's features as her eyelids fluttered. In an instant, she smiled and said, "Ah, I just heard over the weekend that you have been preoccupied with laboratory matters, so I thought I would bring some soup for you." Wen Ciyi spoke with utmost sincerity. "You must take care to eat properly." She refrained from mentioning the message she had sent to Su Simeon, believing instead that he had simply overlooked it. As one often does when engrossed in laboratory work, Su Simeon lifted his gaze, catching sight of her hand resting on the car door. That hand, fair and delicate, bore several abrasions along its inner side. Narrowing his eyes, shrouded in a veil of concern, he said to Wen Ciyi, "Senior, allow me to see your hand." Wen Ciyi remained unmoved, teasing, "What? Are you trying to flirt with me?" Su Simeon, momentarily speechless, retrieved a tube of burn ointment from his pocket, shaking it slightly. Wen Ciyi was taken aback. "Did you speak with someone over the weekend?" "No," Su Simeon replied, his gaze unwavering and profound. He stepped closer to Wen Ciyi, traversing the short distance that felt infinitely longer in that moment. It was the first time for the senior to prepare soup. Su Simeon, without permission, touched her wrist. Noting its delicate nature, he held her wrist lightly, contemplating that the senior might be splattered with oil. The searing sensation enveloped the area he grasped, as if blood surged within her veins. Wen Ciyi curled her fingertips slightly, taken aback by Su Simeon's initiative to apply the ointment. She even entertained the thought of teasing him. Quickly pressing her lips together, she inquired, "How did you know it was my first time?" Su Simeon twisted off the cap of the ointment and, upon hearing her words, met her gaze with a subtle understanding. Wen Ciyi recalled the mishmash of dough she had created. She observed Su Simeon's long fingers resting on her wrist, gently grazing the wounded area, sending an unexpected thrill through her. She attempted to withdraw her wrist, suggesting, "Perhaps I should do it myself." "Do not move," Su Simeon said in a low voice, meticulously applying the ointment to her injury. All done, he handed her the tube of burn ointment, advising, "Senior, remember to apply the ointment in a timely manner from now on." His movements were deliberate, akin to frames in a film, where each nearly imperceptible moment could be magnified. His hands were exquisite, as flawless as porcelain, devoid of any wrinkles. Su Simeon glanced briefly at his phone and, upon noticing a message from Wen Ciyi, paused momentarily before explaining, "Senior." Wen Ciyi replied, "What is it?" She was surprised that Su Simeon felt the need to explain himself, and she smiled, adding, "Understood. Make sure to take breaks when you're busy." Wen Ciyi remarked, "Not really. I need to head to the airport shortly." Su Simeon furrowed his brow lightly at this, discarding the paper into the trash bin. "Are you going on a business trip, Senior?" he inquired. "Yes," Wen Ciyi replied, "there's an impromptu meeting." Su Simeon casually asked, "Where is it?" He neither nodded nor shook his head, his gaze indifferent, simply bidding farewell to Wen Ciyi. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Wen Ciyi teased, "Junior, do remember to think of me." Her tone rose playfully, imbued with a hint of flirtation, akin to a small stone breaking the calm surface of water, sending ripples that expanded outward. "Hello? Suge?" The call was quickly answered by Zhao Jia. "What is up?" Su Simeon, with one hand tucked into his pocket, leaned against the wall. "I recall you're heading to Linen tomorrow, correct?" Indeed, Zhao Jia replied. There's a live performance scheduled from 8 to 9. Su Simeon's tone betrayed no emotion as he stated, I'd like to swap with you. I have some matters to attend to there. Tomorrow conveniently coincided with Saturday. The response from Zhao Jia came almost immediately. Sure, Su Go. The address is the same as before. I will send you the details. It was not uncommon for bar performances to exchange shifts, so Su Simeon decided to go ahead with the swap. All right. After ending the call, Su Simeon turned and walked towards Peking University, where the tasks in the laboratory were nearing completion after several nights of assistance. During the weekend, he sat upright in his dormitory, occasionally rubbing his palms together, earnestly muttering, Ba, I am only doing this for the sake of that boy. His roommate jested from the side, You really don't need to be this anxious, do you? With a lack of conviction, he retorted, Who's anxious? I am merely fetching soup for the senior sister. I have no ulterior motives. Oh, you wish to have ulterior motives? At that moment, Su Simeon entered through the door, responding with a cool indifference. Weekend felt as if he were under siege, promptly retreating under the covers like an ostrich. Su Simeon glanced at the bag resting on the table and remarked nonchalantly, Aren't you going to eat? The roommate chuckled, We wouldn't dare touch it until you arrived. Upon hearing this, Weekend lifted the covers, revealing a disheveled hairstyle, and nodded slightly. It's nothing. Su Simeon took out a bowl, which contained several pairs of disposable chopsticks. As he set the bowl down, the vibrant soup within elicited a light chuckle from Su Simeon. He smiled gently at Weekend and said in a friendly tone, Go ahead and eat. Weekend swore that Su Simeon's gaze seemed to imply that he had secretly poisoned the soup, waiting for him to take a sip. Weekend. I truly am just delivering soup. Wen Ciyi had consumed an airplane meal and dozed off in a daze. Upon awakening, she realized there was still half an hour until the plane would land. Next time, she must remember to bring a book for the flight. Her eyes lowered. She caught sight of a message. CR Group? At the company where she had previously attended the soiree, Wen Ciyi's thoughts drifted back to the elusive Mr. G, whom she had never had the chance to meet. Her curiosity compelled her to read further. As the page turned, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure, leaving her momentarily dazed. It was Ji Zhuai, her childhood companion with whom she had shared countless memories. It had been several years since she last saw him. Their final encounter was at a gathering during her studies abroad, where Ji Zhuai celebrated receiving an offer from his dream company with her, Ling Gu, and their close friends. After she helped the inebriated Ling Gu into a car, Ji Zhuai confessed his feelings for her. At that moment, her mind was a whirlwind, and she instinctively rejected him. Since that day, she had not seen Ji Zhuai again. They existed like strangers on a call list, occasionally remembered but never reaching out to one another. Their connection had become aimless yet purposeful. Even after disembarking from the flight, Wen Ciyi felt somewhat disoriented. She retrieved her phone and called Su Nian, who answered promptly. Without preamble, she inquired, Is Ji Zhuai currently the representative of CR Group? Su Nian responded as if she had anticipated the question. Yes, didn't you attend the soiree? Did you not see him? Of course, she had not seen him. Had she would not be in such a flustered state now. Noticing Wen Ciyi's silence, Su Nian remarked, That's strange. Weren't you two quite close? Although what? Wen Ciyi pressed, Do you still keep in touch? She pondered. What was happening then? Were you on the phone? Chapter 18. You are truly beautiful. Wen Ciyi's emotions were a complex blend of feelings. After a brief pause, she remarked, Forget it. I suppose we will only encounter each other in a professional capacity. Sighing, Su Nian inquired, Why did you reject Ji Zhuai's confession? Wen Ciyi responded succinctly, There is no need for explanations. Love does not adhere to a sequence of events. Moreover, her eyelashes fluttered as she added, I have always regarded Ji Zhuai as an elder brother, never entertaining any other notions. Su Nian sighed deeply. Well, love is indeed a rather perplexing matter. After ending the call, Wen Ciyi hailed a cab to the hotel. The weather in Linen had turned rainy, and a light drizzle began to patter against the window, with streams of water coalescing and cascading to the ground. After spending over a night on a plane, Wen Ciyi felt a twinge of discomfort in her back. Upon arriving at the hotel and settling her belongings, she reclined on the bed. She perused news articles online about the rise of CR, which all seemed to suggest that such meteoric success must be backed by some clandestine maneuvering. The business world is often rife with suspicion and hidden agendas. At times, Wen Ciyi found herself feeling weary of it all. Yet, she knew she had to maintain her position firmly. For now, she must remain steadfast, otherwise, she would truly wish to be a carefree bystander, casting aside all responsibilities. However, her pride would not permit such indulgence, regardless of whether she traveled abroad or not. She needed to ensure her standing in the business realm. Wen Ciyi intends to reschedule the meeting to tomorrow afternoon, as she is in urgent need of a place to catch her breath. Weekend, observing the person in front of her packing their belongings, displayed a rather lewd smile. Sugu, are you really going to Linen? Su Simeon did not even lift his eyelids. He was well aware of what Weekend was about to say next. As expected, Weekend's subsequent words revealed her intentions. I've heard the girls in Linen are all graceful and delicate. If you have the chance to meet someone after your performance, could you possibly recommend me? Su Simeon let out a cold laugh and spoke a pointed remark that struck at Weekend's heart. You still wish for a long-distance relationship? Weekend's previous girlfriend had ended due to the challenges of distance. Mentioning this painful memory, Weekend pouted and fell silent. Noticing his demeanor, Su Simeon casually remarked, last time a junior came to inquire about your relationship status. She was rather attractive, a sophomore, and studying the same major as you. Weekend's eyes instantly lit up. Who was it? Who was it? I don't know, Su Simeon admitted, shaking his head with a feigned sense of regret on his face. At that time, you were sound asleep in your dorm. I called you several times, but you didn't answer, and eventually, that junior left in disappointment. Then why? Weekend raised his voice. Didn't you give her your contact information? Su Simeon raised a finger and shook it, solemnly stating, such an important thing as contact information must be exchanged face-to-face for it to hold any significance. Weekend retorted, you are insufferable. As Su Simeon lowered her gaze to check the time, she picked up her backpack, preparing to leave. I'm off. Please remember to close the door when you leave. Thank you. The Weekend seemed to pause momentarily. Wen Ciyi idly scrolled through her phone. This was not her first visit to Linen. She intended to seize the remaining time to enjoy a meal outside. Linen's night market was renowned, and there was a bar nearby that had gained some popularity online. After taking a bath and applying a light touch of makeup, she changed into a casual outfit. She donned a delicate yellow jumpsuit that elegantly showcased her collarbone and cinched at her slender waist, with the hem gracefully falling below her calves. As the evening temperature dropped slightly, she added a thin white jacket. Stepping out of the hotel, she found herself facing Westlake. Wen Ciyi quietly drifted along with the crowd, moving forward at a leisurely pace. Although there were many people, it was overcrowded. The lively chatter added a touch of warmth to the atmosphere. A gentle breeze swept through the throng, carrying with it the fleeting essence of time. Wen Ciyi chose a restaurant she had visited before, ordering a small bowl of noodles, her eyes focused intently on her meal. Her manner of eating was polite. Seated alone against the wall, occasionally attracting glances from passers-by. Her phone flickered, and she glanced at it. It was now 7:30. The portion of noodles was modest, just enough to stave off hunger, as she planned to explore the night market later. Not wanting to overindulge, she set her chopsticks down. At that moment, a man pretending to peruse the menu noticed the beautiful woman preparing to leave. He immediately stood in front of her, taking out his phone and asking, "Excuse me, would you like to add me on WeChat?" Wen Ciyi slightly furrowed her brows and casually remarked, "I'm sorry, but I don't use WeChat." Just as the boy was about to persist, suggesting that QQ would suffice, a figure abruptly entered his line of sight, tall and clad in a white short-sleeve shirt. The individual exuded an icy demeanor, with distinct and striking features. He then noticed the beautiful girl from earlier momentarily stunned before she gracefully approached that person. Instantly, he withdrew his phone. She must have a boyfriend. Wen Ciyi felt a flicker of surprise upon seeing Su Simeon. She blinked and inquired, "Junior, what brings you here?" Su Simeon cast a nonchalant glance at the boy from moments ago, his shoulders relaxed, revealing strong, well-defined arms beneath his shirt. Following Su Simeon outside the shop, he seemed to give Wen Ciyi a fleeting look, leading the way but taking his time. "There's a live performance this way," he mentioned. Anticipating that Wen Ciyi might question him about it, he slightly miscalculated the emphasis of his response. "Aren't they all?" Wen Ciyi clarified, "I have a few friends who perform live." He had arrived in Linen, and the live performance scheduled at the hotel had been moved from 8 o'clock to 6 to 7. Wen Ciyi chose not to pursue the topic further and shifted the conversation, asking, "How did you find the chicken soup I made?" Su Simeon replied, "It was excellent. My friends enjoyed it over the weekend. And you? Did you like it?" Wen Ciyi's gaze flickered as she lifted her eyes to Su Simeon, her soft hair neatly tucked behind her ears. His dark, ink-like eyes revealed no discernible emotion as he responded, "I did." A smile played on Wen Ciyi's lips as she replied, "Then I shall make it again next time." Upon hearing this, Su Simeon cast a fleeting glance at her and inquired, Did it still splatter on your hands? Wen Ciyi resolutely shook her head, replying, no, it definitely won't next time. Are you so certain? Su Simeon chuckled lightly, though the smile was ephemeral. Before Wen Ciyi could grasp that fleeting expression, it vanished from his lips. Unconsciously, she raised her eyes and asked, Junior. Su Simeon lowered his gaze. What is it? Wen Ciyi continued, could you perhaps smile for me? I realize this question may seem peculiar, she mumbled, adding, Junior, you are quite handsome, especially when you smile. Su Simeon seldom smiled. Even friends who had spent many years together had rarely witnessed his laughter, and the few occasions were often marked by a mere cold snort. However, her unexpected words amused him, causing a fleeting smile to dance at the corners of his mouth, his eyes harboring a lingering mirth akin to stars plummeting into the ocean. Crashing into the depths of Wen Ciyi's heart, an incongruous thought crossed her mind. You are not a wild rose in my barren land. You are a constellation of unpicked stars scattered across the Milky Way, dazzling and unconfined. The whims of this worldly existence are unpredictable. Yet she yearned to be the clarity that illuminated Su Simeon's path. Realizing her slightly transgressive thoughts, Wen Ciyi felt a blush rise momentarily. Su Simeon noticed a faint flush creeping up Wen Ciyi's soft, fair neck, cleverly concealed within her inky tresses. He responded affirmatively and walked alongside her. Having just finished her meal, Wen Ciyi was not overly hungry. After a moment's contemplation, she languidly asked, Junior, have you eaten yet? Su Simeon replied, not yet. Sister, let me treat you to a meal. Wen Ciyi playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling as she spoke. Su Simeon glanced at her and replied, all right. Instantly, Wen Ciyi's spirits soared. Her delicate fingers lightly rested on Su Simeon's wrist, gently tapping a few times. You must stick close to your senior, as it may get crowded later, and we wouldn't want you to get lost. They moved forward with the throngs of people, a bustling sea of life around them. With a hint of unnoticeable intimacy in her tone, Su Simeon responded, I can manage. Perfect. The vendor, deftly handling the batter, glanced at the handsome young man and beautiful young woman before him, grinning as he inquired, are you two a couple? Wen Ciyi paused for a moment. Seeing that Su Simeon did not intend to clarify, she took the initiative to reply, no. Upon hearing this, the vendor expressed a hint of regret. Oh, I see. However, Wen Ciyi added with a playful squint in her eyes, but I am pursuing him. Su Simeon's fingers twitched slightly as their gazes met. And he did not deny her statement. The vendor burst into laughter. Ah, I see. Young lady, I believe you have a 9 out of 10 chance of winning him over. A distinct smile graced Wen Ciyi's lips, showing no concern for Su Simeon's presence beside her. It depends on him. I'll put in the effort. It depends on him. Su Simeon averted his gaze and cleared his throat, observing Su Simeon's reaction. The vendor whispered to Wen Ciyi in a tone he presumed Su Simeon couldn't hear, this young man is shy. Su Simeon. Wen Ciyi maintained her air of a seasoned mentor and earnestly advised, he won't be shy for long. Wen Ciyi smiled softly in response, her expression enigmatic as she sighed. It seems I must quicken my pace. Quickening what? In the bustling market, Su Simeon's voice softened. To pursue you. Wen Ciyi said with an air of certainty, continuing her thought with a playful grin. Otherwise, we would not have been able to visit the boss just now. And I always keep my promises. Su Simeon paused momentarily, his breath hitching slightly, before he replied, then, senior, you must prepare to traverse mountains and valleys. Wen Ciyi, puzzled, inquired, what mountains? Su Simeon cast his gaze downward at her. Chasing me is quite the challenge, and I have no intentions of entering a romantic relationship. With a gentle squint of her eyes, Wen Ciyi replied nonchalantly, so what? Even if you are an iceberg, I will find a way to melt you. Her tone radiated brightness and exuberance, yet it was not hard to detect her sincerity, leaving Su Simeon momentarily at a loss for words. Wen Ciyi then handed Su Simeon the warm box in her hands, saying, let us eat as we walk. There are many more delights nearby, and we shall explore together shortly. Su Simeon gave a brief acknowledgement. After a stroll, Wen Ciyi found her hands empty, while Su Simeon held an assortment of items. They wandered alongside the lake, enveloped in a tranquil and pleasant atmosphere. In truth, Su Simeon was not particularly fond of night markets. He simply had not entertained the notion of visiting. On weekends, when his roommates urged him to join them at the night market, he had always evaded their invitations under the pretext of studying. It was not that he disliked it. Rather, he had never developed the habit. As he observed Wen Ciyi ahead, gazing around with curiosity, his eyes lingered for a moment. Wen Ciyi felt somewhat fatigued as she leaned against the railing nearby, sighing contentedly into the warm breeze. How delightful. Su Simeon observed her actions with an impassive demeanor, cautioning, "Be careful, senior." He stood upright, his features distinct, with a sharp jawline that bore an elegance reminiscent of a gentle breeze under the moonlight. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Ciyi spontaneously addressed him, "Junior." Upon hearing her voice, Su Simeon glanced in her direction, taken aback by her inquiry. Responding with an ambiguous, intrigued, Wen Ciyi pressed on, "What is your ideal type?" He countered her question with a probing gaze. "And what about you, senior?" Though her instincts urged her to tease him, she sensed that Su Simeon was not in the mood for playful banter. He desired sincerity instead. After a pause for thought, Wen Ciyi replied, "I don't have an ideal type. After all, as you mentioned, it's the person I like who truly matters." She continued, "Right now, the person I like stands before me." Chapter 19. You seem more interested. Su Simeon, upon hearing her words, momentarily furrowed his brow, his gaze darkening as if peering into an unfathomable abyss. "Senior, do you like me?" he inquired. However, his tone shifted, darkening for an instant before returning to its usual steadiness. "I think you are more curious," he stated. "You simply want to know what it's like to be in a relationship with me." As he brushed past Wen Ciyi, the familiar scent of lavender lingered in the air, causing her to feel a tad flustered as she pondered whether she was perhaps being overly hasty. She called out to Su Simeon, who halted his steps, his warm gaze meeting hers. Wen Ciyi gently reassured him, "I never thought of it that way, Junior. Please do not feel burdened." Su Simeon softly acknowledged her with a faint hum, though his expression softened slightly. As they walked side by side, Wen Ciyi noticed Su Simeon enter a hotel with her, and she remarked in surprise, "What a coincidence, Junior." In truth, it was not a coincidence, Su Simeon thought to himself, but articulating such thoughts was beyond his capabilities. Ultimately, he merely echoed Wen Ciyi's sentiment. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Sensing his lack of desire for conversation, Wen Ciyi, perceptively, refrained from further discussion. The elevator chimed, and as it arrived, she stepped out first, bidding, "Good night, Junior." Thus, the day passed in a serene and untroubled manner. Wen Ciyi planned to visit Sonbai Mountain in Linen the following morning, as the meeting was scheduled for the afternoon, leaving her ample time to enjoy. She unlocked her phone, and Ling Ge sent her a message. "What are you up to?" Almost immediately, Ling Ge followed with a barrage of laughter that seemed to permeate the entire screen. She then continued, "Sister is at the bar." Wen Ciyi instinctively inquired, "How many people?" Ling Ge counted but appeared somewhat uncertain, her gaze faltering. Just as she was about to continue typing, her eyes fell upon a tall, disheveled figure. Once the individual seemed oblivious to her presence. Ling Ge stealthily slipped out the back door, during which time Wen Ciyi sent her several more messages. Hesitantly, she texted, "Did something happen?" On the other end, Ling Ji's response was filled with disdain. "I might have run into my not-quite-boyfriend's boyfriend." She lowered her gaze, engrossed in tapping on the screen. Oblivious to the black business vehicle trailing behind her, even the driver remained unaware. Wen Ciyi found this rather intriguing, pondering who could possibly compel Ling Ge to avoid them so fervently. Setting her phone aside, she dismissed the ensuing conversation, opting instead to fetch a set of clothes for a shower. Chapter 20. You wouldn't find me ordinary. The curtains rustled softly in the wind as the bedside lamp illuminated Wen Ciyi, who was delicately running her fingers through her damp hair. She glanced at her phone, which lay nearby, and noticed a "what should I do" emoji from Ling Ge. Almost instantaneously, a message followed. How did you know?" Wen Ciyi paused, raising an eyebrow, realizing that her guess was indeed accurate. She replied succinctly, "It's how they portray it in dramas." Ling Ge responded with an exclamation of dismay. It was only after she had exited the vehicle that she became aware of the business car following her, a chill of apprehension creeping down her spine. Ling Ge stood there, her movements stiff yet unyielding. The license plate was unfamiliar to her, standing beneath the warm glow of a streetlight. She watched as the driver respectfully opened the door. Then, a long, elegantly proportioned hand emerged, adorned with an expensive watch, making it appear as precious as jade. Wen Ciyi shook her head in resignation before the screen, acknowledging that Ling Ge had accumulated too many past entanglements. Despite her penchant for navigating through the throngs without getting entangled, mishaps were inevitable, a debt of romantic misadventures Ling Ge had accrued. Just as Ling Ge intended to send another message, she sensed someone approaching, a shadow enveloping her from above, causing her fingers to halt mid-typing. She swiftly tucked her phone away and prepared to flee. Unexpectedly, the person behind her suddenly reached out and grasped her arm. His tone imbued with an elusive quality. "Ling Ge, what a coincidence." His calm voice, reminiscent of a mundane recounting of the day's meals, sent shivers down her spine, as if she were treading on thin ice. Finding herself with no escape, Ling Ji's back stiffened momentarily. She lowered her gaze and slowly turned around, feigning surprise at encountering an old acquaintance. "Oh, Fu Zizhou, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" Her slightly exaggerated performance incited a mix of frustration and amusement in Fu Zizhou, who had just endured 3 back-to-back flights. As Ling fell silent, Wen Ciyi couldn't help but feel a pang of concern, hesitating before sending a message. "Are you still there?" The WeChat interface indicated that the other party was speaking. Wen Ciyi paused, sensing that it was not Lingo. She disliked chatting and sending voice messages. A 4-second voice message appeared on the screen. Upon opening it, she heard a somewhat cool male voice. "Lingo as well. There is no need for President Wen to worry." Wen Ciyi slowly emitted a question mark. Fu Zizhou? How did he come to know Lingo? Yet, upon reflection, Fu Zizhou was also someone who enjoyed playful interactions without entanglements. And the combination of these two seemed oddly compatible. Despite his inscrutable depths, it was unlikely that Fu Zizhou would pose any threat to Lingo. Wen Ciyi exited the chat window and clicked on the small dog avatar, staring at it for a moment, unsure of what to say next. Then an idea struck her. Should she invite him to go hiking tomorrow? With that thought, she began typing. "Junior." She articulated her thoughts. "Do you have time tomorrow morning to go hiking with your senior?" The indication that the other party is typing evokes an inexplicable sense of anticipation. A message arrives, imbued with warmth and delight. The previously raised brow of Wen Ciyi now descends. Even in rejection, he remains impeccably courteous. Wen Ciyi imagines what it would be like to invite Susi Mian out for an outing upon their first meeting. Such a scenario perfectly aligns with his icy demeanor. He reassures himself, dismissing any urgency. Deep down, however, she acknowledges the slim likelihood of a subsequent rendezvous in Linen. The odds are nearly negligible. One can ascend mountains alone, she muses, as she sets her phone aside, preparing for slumber. Susi Mian, fixated on the message from Wen Ciyi, anxiously taps the surface of his desk. He reflects on the fact that he has only completed a third of his design draft on the computer, lost in contemplation. After weighing his options for a few seconds, he discards his phone and immerses himself in his creative work. By the time he finishes all the designs, it is nearly 4 o'clock. The sky over Linen reveals a faint glimmer of white as the moon quietly descends. Susi Mian rubs his slightly sore neck and, having submitted his draft, powers down his computer, closing his eyes to indulge in a brief nap. Wen Ciyi rises at 6 o'clock. She has visited the Pine and Cypress Mountain in Linen, where a temple allows for the hanging of prayer plaques. Initially, she had planned to go with Susi Mian, but it now seems she must venture there alone. Feeling somewhat lethargic, she reasons that few people know her. Opting for a simple ensemble of a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, she ties her hair into a high ponytail, applies minimal makeup, just a touch of lipstick and a hint of eyeliner, rendering her appearance akin to a spirited college student on a trip from afar. The hotel offers a complimentary breakfast. After enjoying a little in her room, Wen Ciyi intended to descend to Sabai Mountain. Just as she grasped the doorknob and pulled it open, Susi Mian, clad in white attire with gray trousers, appeared before her. His fingers poised as if about to knock. Perhaps taken aback by the door opening from within, Susi Mian's fingertips recoiled slightly, his gaze locking onto the still-dazed Wen Ciyi. Mortified, she realized she was dressed rather ordinarily today. Susi Mian leaned against the door, maintaining an air of cool indifference. "I've completed my tasks. Senior sister, please open the door." Wen Ciyi hurriedly protested, her face tinged with a faint blush. No. I look quite ordinary. You should come back later." Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. He had already observed her unremarkable appearance from head to toe. Overwhelmed with shame and indignation, she felt a deep urge to disappear. Susi Mian did not relent. He simply stated, "Senior sister, if we don't leave soon, there will be many people." Wen Ciyi struggled in her refusal. "I truly cannot. I look very ordinary right now." Susi Mian released his grip, yet his eyes bore an inscrutable expression as he lowered his tone. "Senior sister, no matter how you appear, you will always be my senior sister. I would never perceive you as ordinary." He presented this choice to Wen Ciyi, allowing her to decide how she wished to present herself, without any judgment from him. He had never regarded her as ordinary. Realizing there was no need for further adornment, she cautiously opened the door a crack and whispered, "Junior." Susi Mian replied with good humor, "What is it?" Wen Ciyi felt somewhat out of place, nervously tugging at the hem of her garment as she said, "Junior, please don't laugh at me." Previously, she had presented an exquisitely polished image before Su Simeon, Even her attire and makeup bore subtle intricacies. Yet now, she hesitated to face the world outside. Fear gripped her heart. Upon hearing her words, Su Simeon fell into a contemplative silence, and Wen Ciyi's heart raced in her throat. However, in the next moment, he spoke. It was my mistake. I should have sent a message to ask if Senior had stepped out, rather than presumptuously knocking on the door and putting you in an awkward position. The room fell silent, and Su Simeon lowered his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering. He instinctively curled his fingertips. He had been too hasty. His eagerness had clouded his judgment, neglecting the feelings of Wen Ciyi. He had intended to complete the design draft before seeking her out, consciously avoiding the uncomfortable situation she now faced. A flicker of regret flashed in Su Simeon's eyes. He should have arrived later, just as he had on the last occasion. He averted his gaze, attempting to suppress his spiraling thoughts. At that moment, the door swung open. Wen Ciyi had not changed her outfit but greeted Su Simeon with poise, saying, "Let us go, Junior." Su Simeon paused for a moment, rooted in place. "You look stunning," he remarked. Wen Ciyi's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of a blazing torch against a summer night sky, and with a slight smile, she nervously inquired, "Really?" Su Simeon responded softly, his gaze inadvertently softening, perhaps due to the brilliance of the daylight. Su Simeon's brow was delicately sculpted, and his eyes sparkled with clarity. Sensing it was insufficient, he added, "You truly look exquisite. Do not be anxious, Senior." Wen Ciyi, under his gaze, felt a wave of self-doubt creep in, a sentiment long absent from her heart, causing her to feel flustered. She turned, intending to hastily retreat to her bedroom. "No, perhaps I should change into another outfit." Upon hearing this, Su Simeon stepped in front of her, his eyes filled with unwavering focus, akin to an inky pool. "No need, Senior. Time is of the essence." Reacting instinctively, Wen Ciyi glanced at her watch, and indeed, it was already 7:30. Su Simeon reiterated with firm assurance, "In my eyes, Senior, you are anything but ordinary. You have always been extraordinary." Wen Ciyi was momentarily taken aback by his words, taking some time to process before teasingly inquired, "Is that a confession?" Su Simeon, distracted by her playful banter, he turned to say, "Senior, we must hurry. We are running out of time." Wen Ciyi caught sight of a faint blush creeping up his ear. As they exited the elevator, Salbai Mountain was not far off, but due to the pressing time, Su Simeon booked a ride. The vehicle was nearby and soon arrived at the hotel entrance. Su Simeon opened the door first, gently resting his hand on the roof's edge, and glanced at her, saying, "Please, Senior, enter first." Wen Ciyi paused at his gesture before getting into the car. The driver, noticing the two young passengers, casually remarked, "Heading to Salbai Mountain, are we?" Wen Ciyi replied with a gentle glance, "Indeed. There's much amusement over there, with several new attractions established." The driver, glancing at the two through the rearview mirror, inquired, "Are you locals?" "Huh?" Wen Ciyi instinctively turned towards Su Simeon, noticing his reluctance to speak. She then clarified, "No, we are not." Su Simeon, resting his chin on his hand, gazed out of the window with a hint of boredom. Upon hearing her words, he averted his eyes, momentarily straightening his lips into a thin line. The driver burst into hearty laughter. "That place is quite delightful. One needn't even plan ahead." Since boarding the vehicle, a smile had remained at the corners of Wen Ciyi's mouth, while Su Simeon, observing their amiable exchange, felt his grip on his phone tighten slightly. He maintained his posture until they alighted from the vehicle. As Wen Ciyi cheerfully conversed with him, the tension in his lips gradually eased. Perhaps he had indeed been overly anxious, Su Simeon pondered, realizing that he must bury such thoughts deep within once more. Chapter 21. Long time no see at the foot of Salbai Mountain. A steady stream of people ascended and descended the trails. Wen Ciyi and Su Simeon followed a group, leisurely strolling along. Noticing Su Simeon's downcast eyes, Wen Ciyi inquired, "What are you pondering, Junior?" Su Simeon's gaze was clear, devoid of any distractions, yet his emotions remained inscrutable. He tilted his head and replied, "Nothing." "Ah." Wen Ciyi sighed softly, and upon receiving Su Simeon's puzzled look, she continued, "We are quite familiar with each other. Yet you always maintain such an indifferent demeanor." Su Simeon furrowed his brow, his jaw tense as he replied, "No." Wen Ciyi, with a hint of curiosity, nodded in agreement. "Yes, nothing you mentioned." Su Simeon fell silent, and the two of them continued their ascent in silence. The mountain was dotted with numerous small shops, and Su Simeon cast a sidelong glance at Wen Ciyi, whose complexion was pale. He paused for a moment and said to her, "Senior, please wait a moment." Wen Ciyi, puzzled, responded, "Hmm?" Su Simeon gestured towards a nearby shop, saying, I'm going to buy a bottle of water. Without a second thought, Wen Ciyi grasped the hem of Su Simeon's clothing. Being shorter than him, she stood on her toes and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Junior, the water here is quite expensive. Let me go buy it." She recalled how the owner of the previous shop had cheerfully informed her that Su Simeon was saving for tuition through his singing. The water sold at Songbai Mountain's attractions was notoriously pricey, costing no less than several dozens. She stepped forward, asserting, "I'll handle it." "Is there anything you would like to eat, Junior?" Su Simeon regarded her with an inscrutable expression, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a fleeting smile. Hidden from Wen Ciyi's view. "Nothing," he replied. Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, reassuringly patting Su Simeon's shoulder. "It's all right. Senior has the means." Unable to suppress a gentle smile, Su Simeon's eyes sparkled as if concealing the essence of a serene moonlight. "Really, there is nothing," he insisted. Sensing his smile, Wen Ciyi, in a moment of impulsive warmth, declared, "It's fine, Junior. As long as you like it, Senior would buy you the stars." Su Simeon's eyes curved into an exquisite arc. "Senior sister, you are truly amusing." It was only then that Wen Ciyi realized the weight of her words. Dressed in rather ordinary attire, she had uttered something audacious, causing a faint blush to grace her neck. She averted her gaze, clearing her throat lightly, and pretended to survey her surroundings, saying, "Well?" A few droplets of water traced the contours of Su Simeon's throat, gliding down the bottle's surface, leaving a faint mark on his collar. The two continued their ascent, during which Su Simeon offered Wen Ciyi a helping hand, to which she awkwardly replied, "Thank you, Junior." Su Simeon glanced at her, replying with a nonchalant acknowledgement. After nearly an hour, they reached the mountain summit, where a radiant sea of clouds enveloped the sun, casting an orange glow. The gentle light caressed the temple perched atop the mountain. This temple was neither too large nor too small, painted a vibrant crimson. Beside an ancient well in front of the entrance stood a ginkgo tree, its massive trunk a testament to its 1,000-year existence, with cascading golden leaves adorning the ground, adding an air of antiquity. At that moment, a figure emerged from the temple. Su Simeon exchanged a brief glance with the individual, offering a subtle nod. As if they were acquainted, the stranger's gaze shifted to Wen Ciyi, who was captivated by the ginkgo tree, and his look turned teasing. Su Simeon's eyes grew cold, silently warning, "Once you're done, leave." This was his cousin. With a beaming smile, his cousin playfully stroked an imaginary beard and provocatively inquired, "Cousin, what brings you here?" Wen Ciyi, alerted by the commotion, cast a sideways glance at the speaker. Su Simeon, taken aback by his cousin's audacity, darkened his expression and wordlessly uttered a single command, "Leave." Sensing the palpable tension emanating from her cousin, the individual chose to withdraw gracefully, offering a gentle smile to Wen Ciyi before hastily departing. Wen Ciyi was left in a state of bewilderment, prompting Su Simeon to softly elucidate, "He is a cousin I am not very familiar with." Upon hearing this, Wen Ciyi nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the entrance as a young monk approached, clutching a stack of prayer plaques. Upon noticing the two, he eagerly inquired, "Esteemed patrons, would you be interested in hanging a prayer plaque?" Wen Ciyi aimlessly scanned her surroundings and noted an array of prayer plaques adorning the left railing. The young monk promptly added, "We have space available on the right side as well." With a smile, Wen Ciyi responded, "Then I shall hang one." She glanced sideways at Su Simeon and inquired, "What about you, Junior?" Su Simeon's gaze deepened with contemplation as he succinctly replied, The young monk, sensing an opportunity, hurriedly retrieved a plaque from a cabinet, his face illuminated by a broad smile. "Might you consider donating for the upkeep of our humble temple? I must candidly inform you that we are in dire straits. Each contribution is merely 10 yuan. Reflecting on the fact that a bottle of mineral water costs several times that amount, Wen Ciyi began to comprehend the dilapidated state of the temple. With a cheerful demeanor, she addressed the young monk, "Please hold on a moment." However, as she rummaged through her pockets, she realized she had no cash. Observing her predicament, the young monk deftly produced a plaque and kindly remarked, "Not to worry, our temple accepts WeChat and Alipay payments." Wen Ciyi arched her brow, her tone imbued with joy. The young monk appeared diminutive yet intriguing. With a cheerful voice, she exclaimed, "Let me take a sweep." Before the young monk could react, he removed 2 tags and pulled Wen Ciyi along to the opposite side, saying, "Hang it here." His action sparked unnecessary illusions in Wen Ciyi's mind, prompting her to tease, "What is this, Junior? Are you feeling jealous?" Su Simeon maintained a serious expression, denying, "No." Then it must be true. Wen Ciyi suddenly leaned closer to Su Simeon, boldly locking eyes with him, her voice laced with allure, "Junior, do not conceal your feelings before your senior." Su Simeon's breath momentarily faltered. He averted his gaze in a flustered manner, insisting, I'm not. He handed a tag to Wen Ciyi, saying, Senior, you right. Nearby, a box containing wolf hair brushes rested on the railing. Wen Ciyi pondered for a moment before selecting one. She inscribed a few brief characters, concealing them from Su Simeon's view, quickly hanging the tag before cheerfully declaring, Now it's your turn, Junior. Su Simeon lowered his gaze, a myriad of inscrutable emotions flickering in his eyes. His fingertips moved, and a few words sprang to life on the tag. Observing Su Simeon's pen move only a few times, it seemed he had inscribed a string of English. With a hint of boredom, Wen Ciyi inquired, Junior? Su Simeon looked up at her. Do you know what your senior wrote? Wen Ciyi teased. Su Simeon shook his head, his gaze drifting into the distance. Senior. Wen Ciyi asked, What is it? Su Simeon lightly grasped the card, and the words, Do you want to see my card? Lingered in his throat for quite some time. Ultimately, he merely replied indifferently, It's nothing. His palpable coolness caught Wen Ciyi off guard. A sense of frustration enveloped her, but more than that, she felt perplexed. Everything had seemed fine just moments ago. Descending the stairs with the intention of having lunch, she found herself devoid of appetite amidst the array of delectable dishes before her. Su Simeon's abrupt shift in demeanor had unsettled her thoughts. Perhaps she should take a moment to herself and prepare for the afternoon meeting. Even as the airplane touched down, Wen Ciyi remained unable to fathom what had displeased Su Simeon. Having spent considerable time together, she had hoped to draw closer to him. Yet she found herself perpetually kept at bay by the wall he had erected. In frustration, she rubbed her temples, unable to comprehend the situation. This state of mind persisted even as she ventured downstairs to purchase coffee. Could it truly be that she had been too flirtatious of late? Reflecting on her actions, she acknowledged that perhaps she had indeed crossed a line. Upon entering the quaint coffee shop, she inadvertently collided with an individual who was just about to step inside. I'm sorry, I didn't see you, she apologized, pressing her forehead lightly. The person responded leisurely, It's all right. Upon hearing those words, Wen Ciyi's movements inexplicably froze. Even her breath momentarily stilled. Slowly raising her gaze, she beheld a figure whose elegant features were accentuated by the black attire he wore. He exuded an undeniable charm. Standing tall with an air of nonchalance, with a dry throat, she managed to utter, Jizuhui? Jizuhui appeared somewhat taken aback as he lifted his gaze. His eyes colliding with Wen Ciyi's, his voice tinged with disbelief. See? Wen Ciyi opened her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Jizuhui abruptly stated, It has been a long time, shall we converse? A few minutes later, the two sat awkwardly at a window-side table in a CAF. Wen Ciyi, attempting to initiate small talk, remarked, Congratulations on becoming an agent for CR. Jizuhui replied nonchalantly. Likewise, congratulations on establishing your own career. The atmosphere was somewhat strained. And Wen Ciyi, belatedly realizing the awkwardness, added, By the way, I received an invitation to your company's gala, but I didn't see you there. Jizuhui lowered his eyes, his tone remaining calm. Perhaps I was engaged in professional networking at that time. Wen Ciyi bit her straw, sheepishly responding, Yes, that's quite good. Her gaze fluttered uncertainly. Yet she hesitated to say more, contemplating that since they had already met, perhaps it was best to conclude their encounter for the day. However, her peripheral vision caught Jizuhui suddenly leaning closer, prompting her instinctively to withdraw. Yet he murmured, Stay still. His breath lightly brushed against the tips of Wen Ciyi's hair, his fingers briefly moving, revealing a small, crumpled ginkgo leaf in the palm of his fair hand. What she failed to notice was Zhou Mo, who stood not far away. Dazed, he had stolen a moment from his busy schedule to travel a great distance to purchase the coffee he had long yearned for, only to be met with an overwhelming visual shock upon entering. Well, it wasn't exactly a shock. Rather, it was the scene of his senior, whom he intended to assist, having a leaf plucked from the tips of her hair. In that moment, his mind raced ahead of his thoughts, and he captured the image of that man's hand brushing against Wen Ciyi's hair with his phone. Over the weekend, in a flurry of activity, he found himself staring at the photograph for a while, feeling inexplicably anxious, and discreetly sent it to Su Simeon. The exchange was entirely off topic. Wen Ciyi ought to have expressed her gratitude, yet for some reason, her mind wandered to whether Su Simeon had noticed the occasional leaf tangled in her hair while they descended the mountain together. Jizuhui tossed the leaf into the wastebasket by the desk and inquired, Did you go to Songbai Mountain in linen? Ah, Wen Ciyi replied, Yes. I went there on business. Jizuhui seemed to be engaging in casual conversation, effortlessly shifting through various topics, to which Wen Ciyi responded in kind, and before long, Nearly an hour had passed. Ji Zhuai casually glanced out the window, contemplating, and said, "That's enough. It's getting late. Let us meet at our company next time." Wen Ciyi promptly nodded. "All right." Ji Zhuai rose, casting a deep, lingering gaze at Wen Ciyi. Unbeknownst to her, Su Simeon stood with her arms crossed, her back against a street lamp, yet the usual tranquility in her eyes had vanished, replaced by an unsettling coldness. At that moment, it felt as though the very blood in Wen Ciyi's veins had reversed its flow, tightening her heart and sending a chilling sensation from the base of her spine to the crown of her head. Chapter 22, Draped in Shadows. Wen Ciyi rubbed her neck and softly replied as the wind swept their shadows, seemingly within arm's reach. "Senior, just now," Su Simeon began. Wen Ciyi remarked, "He is merely an acquaintance from my past, with whom I happened to cross paths. Our relationship is nothing particularly special. Yet, he stood close beside you, even assisting in plucking a ginkgo leaf." A fleeting thought crossed Su Simeon's mind. Ultimately, he merely diverted the conversation. Presently, there was nothing that could link the two of them together, and he did not even possess the right to feel jealousy. Wen Ciyi found his emotions inscrutable, and she simply uttered a polite acknowledgement. They did not walk side by side. The evening breeze of Shaojiang carried a chill, prompting Wen Ciyi to unconsciously rub her exposed skin. Su Simeon's gaze caught the subtle movement from behind, and he halted momentarily, his dark eyes betraying no discernible thought. He offered his coat to Wen Ciyi, saying, "It's chilly. You should wear this, senior." Wen Ciyi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond as she accepted it. The oversized sweatshirt seemed to still harbor Su Simeon's warmth, and a faint hint of lavender lingered at her nose. With a gentle tug at the hem of the garment, her eyes brightened. Her junior evidently knew how to care for his senior. He had made progress. Su Simeon remained composed as he accepted the situation, offering a soft acknowledgement. She texted, "Junior." That weekend, while lying in bed playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, he was jolted from his reverie upon receiving the message, tumbling off the bed in surprise. Had he been discovered? Wen Ciyi tapped the screen. "Su Simeon isn't in the best of spirits lately. I wish to lift his mood. Do you have any good suggestions?" The thought of his earlier encounter resurfaced, prompting the weekend gamer to chastise her. "Senior, this is where you've gone wrong." Wen Ciyi responded with confusion. During the weekend, a deep sense of sorrow enveloped him. How could his senior be so affectionate with others while simultaneously keeping Su Gu in suspense, believing there to be a misunderstanding? Wen Ciyi hurriedly clarified, "No, you've misunderstood. He is merely a friend, and there's nothing between us." After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Weekend felt that Wen Ciyi did not seem like someone who would play both sides. He remarked, "What is the harm? Senior, you could learn how others express their concern for their partners. Oh, perhaps they aren't considered partners just yet, but attentive care is certainly a start." Wen Ciyi pondered, how does one go about learning? Zhou Weekend rolled up his sleeves, pinched his nose, and animatedly demonstrated, "Let me show you, senior." "Brother, what troubles you? Your complexion looks rather bleak. Have I done something to upset you?" Zhou Weekend continued to weave his charm. "Brother, I love you. My affection shall dispel your weariness and become your armor." Wen Ciyi, however, decisively abandoned the notion of further communication. Reflecting on how she would behave towards Su Simeon in such a manner, he would likely think her mad. In Chapter 23, Overnight Jealousy, Unbidden. Wen Ciyi politely declined Zhou Weekend's well-meaning advice, deciding instead to seek out Su Simeon. After some contemplation, she realized that using the pretext of dining together would not suffice. Pondering deeply yet still uncertain, she resolved to take a shower before commencing her work. Upon opening her computer, she was greeted by an overwhelming influx of emails. After addressing a batch, her wrists began to ache. Intent on brewing a cup of coffee, she had just stepped out of her study when a sudden commotion at the door caught her attention, causing her eyes to sparkle with intrigue. As the sound of keys inserting into the lock echoed, Su Nian entered the room, laden with bags, and swiftly noticed the dimming light in Wen Ciyi's eyes. Struggling to close the door, Su Nian teased, "Oh, President Wen, have your expectations fallen short?" Wen Ciyi straightened her lips and moved to assist Su Nian with her burdens. "Not at all," she replied. "Not yet, but your forlorn gaze seems ready to touch the ground." Su Nian wandered around the refrigerator before finally twisting the cap off a bottle to take a sip. The next moment, Wen Ciyi's words nearly made her choke. "I ran into Ji Zhuai downstairs in the community." Startled, Su Nian abandoned her drink and hurried to sit beside Wen Ciyi, crossing her legs. "How could he be here?" Wen Ciyi shook her head. "I have no idea." Su Nian chuckled lightly and jested, "Could it be that he still harbors feelings for you?" Impossible, Wen Ciyi denied. It has been so long. How long are we talking? Just 2 years, right? Sun Yan shrugged, correcting her, noticing Wen Ciyi's disinterest in continuing the topic. Sun Yan deftly shifted the conversation. So, what happened between you and your junior? You look quite troubled. Wen Ciyi rubbed her brow and slowly confessed. Jizahuai saw me speaking with someone outside the CAF. What is the big deal? Sun Yan replied nonchalantly. You had no physical contact. It was merely a coincidence. Wen Ciyi fell into an unusual silence for a moment. Sun Yan exclaimed, No way. You two really did have something. No. Wen Ciyi, sensing the shock in Sun Yan's tone, quickly explained, There was a leaf in my hair, and he helped me remove it. Sun Yan countered. You allowed him to touch you? Wen Ciyi pressed her sore wrist. I didn't react in time. He had already taken it off. Was it then that Su Simeon saw? Sun Yan struck at the heart of the matter. Wen Ciyi nodded slightly, her expression revealing her uncertainty. Yes, but I didn't know how to explain it to him. I just told him it was a friend. Wen Ciyi wondered if Su Simeon harbored even the slightest affection for her. She dared not speculate on whether he would mind. Those unspoken feelings were laid bare at that moment. Sun Yan lowered her gaze, pondering briefly. If I were Su Simeon, I might feel some resentment. Standing up, she took Wen Ciyi's hand and headed outside. Is Su Simeon at school? Wen Ciyi replied, No, he lives above us. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Sun Yan's eyes. Oh, that was rather quick. She held on to Wen Ciyi without letting go and stated directly, Then let's go upstairs. Wen Ciyi halted in confusion. Why? I was planning to explain it to him properly tomorrow. Just then, the door was pushed open from the inside, and upon hearing this, Su Simeon raised an eyebrow. He said nothing but went to the living room, retrieving a bag and handing it to Wen Ciyi. Senior, the dishes have been washed. Wen Ciyi hesitated, reluctant to depart. After a moment of faltering, she met Su Simeon's gaze and said, that junior, don't take what happened today to heart. Su Simeon remained unperturbed and replied, What is the matter? Wen Ciyi whispered, I'm afraid you. Afraid that I care? Su Simeon interjected calmly, I want tea, senior. He added, I trust you. Senior. This statement stirred a ripple within Wen Ciyi's heart, unleashing a cascade of emotions. Her eyes involuntarily brightened. Su Simeon. Hearing his name, Su Simeon turned his attention to her. Wen Ciyi confessed, I like you immensely, so if you are to believe, please always believe in me. A subtle shift occurred in Su Simeon's brow. He averted his gaze, a faint blush gracing his long neck. He cleared his throat softly. Su Simeon then bid, Good night. Senior. Wen Ciyi's eyes sparkled, Good night. She focused intently on her computer screen, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Indeed, excessive enthusiasm can be counterproductive. Sun Yan pondered for a moment before pulling out her phone. True. So what is your next step? Wen Ciyi's hands froze above the keyboard, her eyes downcast in contemplation. She realized she had never truly considered what pursuing someone entailed. Aside from daily exchanges of concern, their relationship had seen little tangible progress. Especially as she had only visited Peking University. I'm not sure. Wen Ciyi mused. He has been quite busy lately. What is this? It is time for you to showcase your charm. Sun Yan astutely observed, to capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. Wen Ciyi promptly dismissed this notion. We meet each day under different circumstances. How can I accomplish that? Indeed, Sun Yan rubbed her nose in contemplation and then proposed. Isn't the autumn sports meeting at Peking University approaching? Wen Ciyi pondered the dates from previous years and realized it was indeed around this time. She checked her neglected phone and estimated, probably in about a week. Sun Yan rested her chin on her hand. In a week. Our company has a National Day team-building event. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she suggested, How about you bring along your junior from primary school to join the team building? Wen Ciyi replied, Thanks for the invitation, but I believe he prefers not to attend gatherings without acquaintances. Sun Yan dismissed her concern. What does it matter? The National Day festivities will be lively. Perhaps you could also invite his roommate. Do you have his WeChat? What will we do at the team-building event? Wen Ciyi inquired. Sun Yan quickly recalled the venue they had planned last year. California, perhaps. With a clatter, the apple Sun Yan held fell onto the table as she donned a pained expression. California. Sister, what a splendid opportunity for bonding. The red cliffs, the vast desert. A lone man and a solitary woman. Feelings may blossom. Passion ignites. Wen Ciyi sighed and replied, Su Simeon would never entertain such notions. You might as well seek out another lonely soul. Sun Yan shook her hand holding the apple and said, I mean you. Undeterred. She leaned closer to Wen Ciyi and added, Why not inquire a bit? Perhaps glean something from his roommate. but do not engage too much. A certain distance is necessary. Wen Ciyi replied, I am not foolish. Moreover, there is the sports meet. What a splendid occasion. I wonder which event he will enter. In any case, you must be at the finish line with water for him. Sun Yan articulated her thoughts with fervor, nearly moved by her own dedicated professionalism. Wen Ciyi contemplated the scene of that day and quickly interjected, the likelihood of my appearing on my brother's side is considerably high. Su Simeon will probably attract many girls. I doubt I could squeeze in. Sun Yan mused. That does make sense. Wen Ciyi then stated, younger brother. Wen Nan responded, what is it, sister? Wen Ciyi continued, the autumn sports meet at Peking University is approaching. What events do you plan to enter? Wen Nan replied, I suppose I will enter the sprint. Long distance is beyond me. Wen Ciyi pondered for a moment. Both the long distance and sprint tracks are located at the eastern side of the Peking University gymnasium. If she were to bring water to watch Wen Nan, she would likely encounter Su Simeon, although she was uncertain if Su Simeon would participate in the long-distance event. It seemed the boys' long-distance race was 3,000 meters. Wen Ciyi remarked, if I have nothing on that day, I shall come to watch you. Wen Nan sprang up excitedly, sister? Really? Wen Ciyi confirmed, yes, just send me your location then. But, Wen Nan asked, but what? Wen Ciyi sighed, never mind. Wen Nan exclaimed, sister, someone like you, renowned as a president in the commercial district, returning to your alma mater after graduation is truly a rarity. Wen Ciyi mused. Just consider me nostalgic for my university days. Wen Nan hesitated for a moment before tapping on his phone and asking, sister. Wen Ciyi replied, what is it? Wen Nan inquired, are you truly pursuing Su Simeon? At those words, Wen Ciyi's fingertips trembled for a brief instant. What is the matter? She asked. In chapter 24, I fear I shall. Wen Ciyi responded, no. Wen Nan replied, that's a relief. Wen Ciyi put away her phone and glanced at the calendar. She recalled Su Simeon's goodnight message from earlier, her brows lifting slightly with a smile. She went to wash her face, planning to rest for a couple of hours. A gentle breeze swept through the treetops, bringing an irresistible warmth. Wen Ciyi had not slept long when she heard Sun Yan knocking at the door. Upon opening it, Sun Yan looked as though she had seen a ghost. My goodness, you've only stayed up one night, yet your dark circles are so pronounced. Wen Ciyi, realizing the situation, went to the bathroom to examine her reflection. Thankfully, it can be concealed, she muttered. Sun Yan followed her, chattering away. I have plans with Lingu tonight, but when I called her just now a man answered. Wen Ciyi slapped her face lightly and began to dispense facial cleanser onto her hands. Sun Yan, astonished, asked, how did you know? Wen Ciyi vaguely replied, I've known for a while, that person is Fu Zizhou. Sun Yan gasped in surprise, someone as shrewd as him could be charmed by Lingu? Wen Ciyi, unfazed, remarked, Lingu is simply too alluring. Sun Yan nodded emphatically in agreement. Indeed, they are a perfect match. After having breakfast, Wen Ciyi decided to head to the office. Taking the opportunity, she gathered her dishes and asked Sun Yan, would you like to accompany me? Unexpectedly faced with rejection, Wen Ciyi expressed her surprise. Are you really not coming with me? Sun Yan resolutely declined. I truly cannot. Leaning slightly against the wall, Wen Ciyi's eyes sparkled with mischief. Have you fallen in love? Who is it? Sun Yan reacted strongly, leaping from her seat. Impossible. President Wen, you will be late. Hurry up. Wen Ciyi's gaze faltered momentarily as she grabbed her keys, not lingering any longer. All right, treat me to a meal another day. Sun Yan. As Wen Ciyi made her way halfway, she suddenly remembered she had forgotten her folder. Lately, she had been rather forgetful. Could it be that age was catching up with her? Unlikely, she thought, for she was only 25. She pressed the elevator button, but the right side doors opened slowly, revealing Sun Yan stepping out. Instinctively, Wen Ciyi pivoted towards the nearby emergency exit. Peering out, she saw Sun Yan smiling as she rushed towards a gentleman who had just emerged from a black car. Quite the gentleman, indeed. Alas, it seemed her own child was slipping away. What was her senior doing here? Suddenly, a cold, low voice cut through the air, causing Wen Ciyi to shudder as she turned to meet Su Simeon's gaze. Trying to appear nonchalant, she said, I had a hearty breakfast, so I'm just taking the stairs. Su Simeon, after hearing this, said nothing further. He stood on the steps with his backpack in hand, his eyes as indifferent as jade. Senior, do you need me to escort you? Wen Ciyi hesitated, clutching her keys, then discreetly tucked them behind her back, her tone brightening. Sure. Will it take up too much of your time? Su Simeon cast a fleeting glance at her, his eyes momentarily pausing, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Senior. I won't. Wen Ciyi's eyes sparkled with delight as she absorbed his words. He said he wouldn't. Su Simeon claimed he wouldn't heed the senior's words. Wen Ciyi felt an overwhelming urge to roll around with joy, akin to a child with a cherished toy, but being in public, she reminded herself to maintain her composure. With a bold lift of her gaze, she inched closer to Su Simeon, who did not flinch, merely fluttering his eyelids slightly. Wen Ciyi's heart raced like a drum. Yet she couldn't resist teasing him. You are quite kind to the senior, aren't you? For a moment, silence enveloped them, the air thick with an almost palpable tension. A delicate ambience of unspoken affection hovering between them, so quiet that it felt as if one could hear the rhythm of their heartbeats. Feeling a warmth rising to her cheeks, Wen Ciyi instinctively turned her body toward the exit. Shall we go? Su Simeon remained rooted in place for a couple of seconds, before suppressing the tumult within his eyes and stepping forward to follow her. Once inside the car, Wen Ciyi fastened her seatbelt, unhurried about heading to the company, and began to engage Su Simeon in casual conversation. She pressed a button on her phone and asked, Junior, the Peking University sports meet is approaching. Are there any events you wish to participate in? Su Simeon's gaze remained steady, the 3,000 meters. Wen Ciyi paused momentarily. Long-distance running? Su Simeon nodded. Yes. Wen Ciyi pondered. Will it be exhausting, Junior? I'll come to Peking University to watch you. Upon hearing this, Su Simeon shot her a pointed look. Won't that interfere with your work? While work is undoubtedly significant, Wen Ciyi remarked with a gentle smile. Isn't there an old saying that since then, the monarch no longer rises early? Su Simeon responded with a raised brow, recognizing the playful undertone in her words. Though it was not particularly flattering, it carried an alluring charm when spoken by Wen Ciyi. Su Simeon noticed her grip on the steering wheel tighten momentarily. She quickly reassured him, You need not worry, Junior. I can manage a few sleepless nights. Upon hearing this, Su Simeon furrowed his brow slightly. Do you often stay up late? You've brought me a remedy for sleeplessness, it seems. Wen Ciyi suddenly realized, smiling, Indeed, it is a potent remedy. What kind of reasoning is that? Su Simeon questioned, disapprovingly frowning as he stated, If you're going to stay up late, perhaps it would be better to rest at home. How could that be? I intend to pursue you, Wen Ciyi whispered softly. At that moment, the car arrived at the entrance of Wen Ciyi's company. Su Simeon parked, a novel sensation swelling within him, one he had never experienced before. As Wen Ciyi opened the car door, she was about to bid farewell when she noticed his serious demeanor, his gaze lowered. If you wish to pursue someone, it's best to take care of your health first. After all, I fear I might. Su Simeon's words trailed off more ambiguously than his earlier address as sister. Wen Ciyi's heart raced, as if struck by 1,000 drums, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she caught sight of Su Simeon's slightly flushed ears. Of course. Wen Ciyi replied, her voice brimming with joy, her eyes seemingly sprinkled with starlight. Thus, Junior, you must continue to be tender-hearted. Her voice was enchanting, yet subtly alluring. Su Simeon recalled their first encounter, a meticulously orchestrated chance meeting that he had painstakingly arranged. Su Simeon pressed his lips together and urged, Senior, you should head inside. Wen Ciyi smiled and waved at him but leaned against the car window to add, Drive carefully. Su Simeon cast a sidelong glance at Wen Ciyi. His voice deep and somber as he replied, Are you cautioning about the car, or advising me to be cautious? Wen Ciyi paused in her motion, her eyes curving gracefully as she smiled, reminiscent of a captivating red rose. Her voice was bright, yet she delivered her words with unabashed clarity. You. Upon entering the laboratory, Su Simeon was intercepted by Zhou Weekend. Bro, why do you look so? Zhou Weekend began, only to be met with Su Simeon's icy glare. Undeterred, Zhou Weekend completed his thought. Rosie. Su Simeon retorted. Are you quite idle? He rolled up his sleeves and opened the cabinet door. No, Su Good. The sports meet is coming up. What event are you planning to sign up for? Zhou Weekend inquired as he watched Su Simeon retrieve a test tube from the cabinet. Su Simeon lowered his gaze and replied, 3,000 meters. Zhou Weekend's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. Su Ge, when did you suddenly develop a passion for running? Su Simeon halted his actions, glancing sideways at Zhou Weekend. Have you finished your design draft? Zhou Weekend wisely chose to remain silent. Just as Wen Ciyi finished her work, she received a call from Lingu. The voice on the other end sounded relaxed. Have you finished work? Wen Ciyi stepped out of the company building and replied, Yes. Lingu continued, I'll send the address to your phone. Wen Ciyi made a soft sound of acknowledgement, and Su Nian departed before her. As she rummaged through her pocket for her keys, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't driven to the office. She opened her ride-hailing app, preparing to summon a cab. Before she could place her order, A discreetly luxurious vehicle suddenly emerged from around the corner, gradually coming to a stop before her. Chapter 25. Fu Zizhou. Upon catching a glimpse of the individual in the driver's seat, Wen Ciyi's eyes sparkled with delight. Instead of immediately reaching for the car door, she leaned over as the window descended and cheerfully inquired, "Junior, what brings you here?" After a feigned moment of contemplation, she playfully lamented, "But alas, I've already made plans with someone today, so I cannot accompany you." Su Simeon maintained a neutral expression and simply asked, "Who?" "A friend," Wen Ciyi replied vaguely. Her initial thought had been to invite Su Simeon along, but she sensed that he might not appreciate being in the company of unfamiliar faces, so she dismissed the idea. Su Simeon responded with a nonchalant, before asking, "Is it urgent, senior?" Wen Ciyi smiled slightly and replied, "I have a dinner appointment." Just as she was about to inquire if Su Simeon could join her, he interjected, "Then, may I come along?" Wen Ciyi was taken aback. Su Simeon seamlessly continued, his deep, inscrutable eyes reminiscent of an ink-black pool. "I haven't had dinner yet, senior. Would you mind?" Wen Ciyi opened the car door and fastened her seatbelt with a smile. "Not at all," she replied, quickly adding, "It's just a few friends of mine." "Will you be comfortable with that?" Su Simeon's eyes were elongated, casting a fleeting glance at Wen Ciyi. If the senior is present, she wouldn't mind. Wen Ciyi feigned interest in the scenery outside the window, striving to suppress the upward curve of her lips. Her tone languid. When did the junior become so reliant on the senior? Su Simeon's expression remained unchanged as she inquired, "Where is the senior's address?" Wen Ciyi replied, "Chicheng Garden Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Su Simeon turned the car onto the main road after waiting for the traffic light. Wen Ciyi began chatting with Ling Gu on WeChat. "I brought Su Simeon along. Does it bother you and your companion?" Wen Ciyi pondered their current relationship, which seemed to hover somewhere between friendship and unfulfilled romance. Sure enough, she received a barrage of laughter from Ling Gu. Feeling somewhat exasperated, she soon noticed another message from Ling Gu, her expression subtly tightening. "Are you playing around, or are you serious?" Wen Ciyi lowered her gaze. Betraying no emotion, "What's the matter?" Her demeanor turned cold. "What do you mean?" Wen Ciyi pressed, "Did you investigate him?" Ling Gu replied, "No, you forget. I was also at Peking University. I have heard some rumors about him through my alumni network." Wen Ciyi, "Let us not discuss this for now. We are almost there." Ling Gu, box number 7051. Wen Ciyi put away her phone, a hint of unease crossing her face, and her gaze fell upon Su Simeon. Momentarily caught off guard, Su Simeon had stopped the car, and Wen Ciyi asked again, "Will you really get used to it?" Su Simeon lifted her eyelids and replied, "Senior, I do not have social anxiety." Wen Ciyi, with a mischievous tone, slyly inquired, "Do you know what relationship my friends share?" Su Simeon, with an unwavering gaze, replied, "Couples?" Surprised, Wen Ciyi exclaimed, "How did you know what I was about to say?" Su Simeon continued his stride, his sleeves brushing against the nearby, dew-kissed bushes. He lowered his gaze and remarked, "If they weren't couples, I doubt the senior would ask me if I was comfortable, but rather—" Stop. Wen Ciyi interrupted, ascending the steps, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth. "Junior, how are you so clever?" She elongated her tone. "Well, since that's the case." Su Simeon queried, "What?" Wen Ciyi leaned closer, inhaling the subtle fragrance of lavender, as she prepared to articulate her thoughts. Yet, a fleeting memory of Ling Ji's words pierced her mind. Are you merely playing around, or is this serious? In her professional life, Wen Ciyi had always been met with earnest evaluations. The notion of playing around had never graced her conversations. Her previous statements at the hospital were not made on a whim, but rather after considerable contemplation. Ling Ji's words, though light, left an indelible mark upon her heart, leaving her uncertain about Su Simeon's true feelings, causing her to hesitate in fully expressing herself. "It's all right," Wen Ciyi smiled softly. Su Simeon's eyes momentarily faltered, their hue darkening as he acknowledged her. Both individuals, while outwardly appearing calm and collected, harbored disparate thoughts within their hearts. As Wen Ciyi pushed open the door to the private room, he was greeted by the sight of an exceptionally handsome man. His brows were furrowed in seriousness, yet he exuded an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing the commotion, he lazily turned his gaze towards them, and a palpable tension enveloped the space as their energies collided. Fu Zizhou, upon spotting Su Simeon, expressed no surprise, merely stating her name. Su Simeon nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Fu Zizhou." Wen Ciyi paused for a moment before taking a seat beside Ling Gu, inquiring, "Do they know each other?" Su Simeon, now seated opposite Wen Ciyi, succinctly replied, high school classmates. Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this revelation. Ling Gu scrutinized Su Mian and remarked, "So you are the junior that Ciyi has been thinking about. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Ling Gu." With her somewhat bold makeup, Ling Gu emanated a commanding presence even in her stoic demeanor. Su Mian's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. Su Mian. Ling Gu smirked, her eyes narrowing with an assertive glint. As for me. However, before she could finish her thought, Wen Ciyi discreetly nudged her leg, whispering, "Let us keep things smooth. Tone it down a bit." Ling Gu narrowed her eyes slightly, but held her tongue. Fu Zizhou chuckled softly, placing his hand over his mouth in a mock display of mischief, and said to Su Mian, "Brother, you seem to be in quite the predicament." He raised an eyebrow and continued, "Your family SCF abroad." Yet, before he could complete his sentence, Su Mian shot him a pointed glance, prompting Fu Zizhou to realize that he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject regarding Su Mian's family. Fu Zizhou's gaze fell upon Wen Ciyi, and he couldn't help but stroke his chin. This was rather amusing. Wen Ciyi and Ling Gu were engrossed in a conversation on their phones, momentarily oblivious to their surroundings. Chapter 26. In that case, I must express my gratitude to the senior for her thorough consideration. Ling Gu had already ordered the dishes before their arrival. Observing the spacious private room, Wen Ciyi inquired, "Where are Su Nian and Xinghe?" Ling Gu cast a surprised glance her way, then recollected something and replied, "They both said they had last-minute matters and couldn't make it. Will your company's team building event be joining us?" Ling Gu asked, lifting her glass for a sip of water. "Team building, huh?" Wen Ciyi pondered for a moment, recalling the general outline of the event, and responded, "How about a chartered flight for National Day?" Ling Gu casually remarked, "That's not possible." Wen Ciyi lowered her voice and tilted her head. "Why not?" Ling Ji's body seemed to stiffen for a moment, her expression remaining placid as she stated, "It just isn't." Wen Ciyi's gaze lingered between the two for a while, not venturing further in thought. After a brief conversation following their meal, they prepared to depart, feeling somewhat full. Wen Ciyi suggested taking a stroll by the riverside park not far from the hotel. Su Mian walked leisurely at her left, his demeanor relaxed. Wen Ciyi mused that there were not many people around and asked, "Junior, for our National Day team building, I'd like to invite you. Are you interested?" Su Mian glanced at the river beside Wen Ciyi, shifted slightly closer, and replied in a low tone, "Are you inviting me alone, senior?" Wen Ciyi feared that a university student like him might struggle to find common ground among a crowd of working professionals, and thus, empathetically remarked, "I was actually considering inviting your roommate, worried that you might feel out of place." Su Mian replied, "In that case, I should express my gratitude for your thoughtful consideration, senior." His tone was rather cool at that moment, reminiscent of an icy spring that had been frozen for ages, melodic yet imbued with a hint of chill. Unaware of the subtle shift in Su Mian's demeanor, Wen Ciyi smiled and said, "Not at all. I was concerned you might not feel at ease." In Su Mian's eyes flickered a depth of meaning. Yet he chose not to elaborate, instead steering the conversation to another topic. "What time will you be coming to Peking University for the sports meet, senior?" Wen Ciyi paused, turning her gaze to him. "Perhaps in the afternoon. However, I believe the 3,000-meter event begins at 2. If I finish my tasks in time, I might head over a bit earlier." Her eyes sparkled like the red plum blossoms quietly blooming in the icy expanse, exuding a graceful charm. "I am certain I will catch a glimpse of you competing, Junior." Su Mian diverted his gaze, taking a few steps towards the railing, a slight smile gracing his lips. With a stoic expression and a sharp jawline, he responded, "Good." After a moment of contemplation, unable to decipher her meaning, he dismissed it from his mind. Opening her notebook, she tapped away on the keyboard until she heard movement at the entrance. Su Nian entered with a beaming smile, prompting Wen Ciyi to feign a sigh. Some individuals, once in love, forget their friends." Su Nian halted, wearing a look of unapologetic acknowledgement, and chimed in, "Indeed." Wen Ciyi's curiosity was piqued. "Who might that be?" Su Nian did not hesitate and sat down on the couch beside Wen Ciyi, saying, "Do you remember that?" She trailed off and then, to herself, added, "Never mind. I will introduce you when we officially get together." Wen Ciyi inquired, "So you are seeing each other now?" Su Nian nodded. Wen Ciyi exclaimed with an "oh," but did not press further. With her gaze lowered, she continued typing on her computer. The number of emails was overwhelming. After the sports meet, she would need to fly abroad to initiate work at the branch office there. The momentum had been increasing rapidly, necessitating her to hasten her pace. Last week, she had flown to 7 countries within just 1 week, and she wondered if she could set a new record this time. Once again, when Ciyi found herself working late into the night, the study's light remained on throughout, illuminating the otherwise silent neighborhood. At 3 in the morning, Ciyi, believing that Wen Ciyi would not be getting a proper night's sleep, stared expressionlessly at that light from downstairs, estimating that it was about time. She turned and pressed the button on the voltage meter beside her. Suddenly, the light flickered and went out. Wen Ciyi lifted her gaze from the screen. She had just sent the final email, and the light extinguished. What a coincidence. She had completed her work at the last possible moment, originally intending to finish the remaining tasks for the next few days, but it seemed that the light had denied her that opportunity. The timing was impeccable, and Wen Ciyi assumed it was merely a brief power outage. As she stepped out of the study, the light returned to normal, appearing to be nothing more than a serendipitous blackout. She raised her hand to turn off the study light, intending to wash up and retire for the night. In the morning, Sun Yan left before Wen Ciyi. In the elevator, Wen Ciyi encountered Su Simeon and greeted her casually, remarking, "Junior, there was a power outage last night." Su Simeon replied, He glanced over, asking, "What?" Wen Ciyi elongated her tone, "Actually, when the power went out last night." Senior was quite startled. Su Simeon turned to her. "Is Senior afraid of the dark?" Wen Ciyi denied it, playfully leaning closer to Su Simeon, adding, "Not at all. It's just that, at that moment, you were the first person who came to my mind." Su Simeon swallowed hard. "Why would you think of me?" Wen Ciyi simply stated, "Because you're my first choice." Su Simeon remained silent. Wen Ciyi, unfazed, continued, "Junior, are you afraid of the dark?" Su Simeon replied, "Not really." Hearing this, Wen Ciyi expressed a hint of disappointment. "I was wondering if you might be afraid of the dark." As the elevator reached the basement level, Su Simeon stepped out, his tone flat. "Senior is concerned about my fear of the dark?" Wen Ciyi pondered for a moment before responding, "If it's a psychological fear." "Not really. However, if it's merely a fear of darkness, then yes, I suppose I would." Su Simeon halted, seemingly puzzled. "Why?" Wen Ciyi spoke earnestly. "If it's psychological, I genuinely hope for your peace and happiness. However, if it is merely a fear of darkness..." Wen Ciyi smiled, her tone laced with mischief. "Then the senior would visit your doorstep during a power outage and make you dependent on her." Her words were vague and ambiguous, accompanied by an appropriately timed smile. Su Simeon's eyes darkened as he glanced sideways at Wen Ciyi, his refined brows seemingly concealing an imperceptible smirk. "That would indeed be unfortunate for the senior, for I am not afraid of the dark." Chapter 27. The real person is right here. Upon hearing this, Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow and replied, "No worries, there will be another chance." Su Simeon remained silent, casting his gaze down towards Wen Ciyi, seemingly contemplating the frequency with which she teased him each day. Yet, he felt no discontent. Rather, an inexplicable sentiment lingered in his heart. It was not exactly joy, but each encounter left him with a peculiar sense of discomfort. Observing Su Simeon's silence, Wen Ciyi sensed that whenever she pushed the teasing a bit too far, he would inevitably grow somewhat reticent. She lifted her gaze to him. "What's the matter, Junior?" Su Simeon's voice was light as he replied, "I was reminded of someone." Wen Ciyi acknowledged his words but refrained from inquiring further about the nature of this person. As Su Simeon noticed her lack of questioning, he observed the way her gaze fell. If she had fox ears, they would have drooped down from their usual perkiness. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he reassured, "There's no need for concern, Senior. It's merely a friend from high school." Although he referred to them as friends. At that time, Wen Ciyi had yet to become acquainted with Su Simeon. Su Simeon cast a glance, her spine erect like the proud bamboo enduring snow and frost. A hint of laughter concealed within her warm words. "Very well." Upon her arrival at the company, Wen Ciyi found herself immersed in a whirlwind of activity. Just as she finalized a stock market deal, she received a call from a prospective partner. The individual explicitly requested a collaboration with Wen Ciyi, marking the first time she encountered such a determined approach in the business realm, where she had dealt with no fewer than 800 partners before. She refrained from acquiescing to their proposal, instead deftly diverting the conversation with formal rhetoric, remaining engrossed in her work until midday when she finally carved out time for lunch. Sun Yan approached her with a tray and settled across from her. "President Wen, have you given it some thought?" Wen Ciyi lethargically took a bite of her meal. "Thought about what?" Sun Yan replied, "The team-building event." Wen Ciyi's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "Why are you so eager?" Noting her tone, Sun Yan responded, "I'm just quite looking forward to it." Wen Ciyi glanced at the calendar displayed on the cafeteria's electronic screen. "It's still early. Why the rush?" Sun Yan insisted. "Not really. Even if it is early, it's still approaching National Day. Wen Ciyi lowered her gaze, fiddling with her chopsticks, murmuring, "The flavor is a bit bland." Sun Yin, momentarily perplexed, asked, "What?" "Nothing," Wen Ciyi replied, coincidentally finishing her meal. She gathered her tray and made her way to the designated area for returning it. Following lunch, the day resumed with monotonous and demanding work. Wen Ciyi opened the window, savoring the breeze for a moment before burying herself in a sea of documents. She donned a simple ensemble of black attire, her features adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, exuding the grace of a legal professional. As she pondered over the decimal points in the financial department's audit, she discerned that certain data still bore discrepancies. She recalled having emphasized these oversights in her previous meeting. Understanding that careless treatment of such data could lead to significant issues, particularly in engineering practices. It seemed that some individuals in the auditing team would need to be dismissed. Wen Ciyi pressed a button on the phone, and Hihua swiftly entered. "President Wen, what's the matter?" Wen Ciyi closed the file and placed it on the desk, massaging her temples before inquiring, "Who is currently in charge of the finance department?" Hihua promptly named an individual, and Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow. Noting that this person had been left by a former company shareholder in the finance department, Wen Ciyi instructed, "Summon all those responsible for engineering investments to the conference room next door." Hihua immediately set to work. Among those arriving in the conference room, some appeared bewildered while others huddled, reluctant to meet her gaze. With a piercing look in her eyes, Wen Ciyi wasted no time. "Who has been cutting corners in the financial audit?" The atmosphere in the room grew tense, yet no one dared to speak. Observing this silence, Wen Ciyi refrained from pressing further. After taking a sip of water, she leisurely announced, "Since none of you wish to speak, you may all gather your belongings and leave." As expected, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, "On what grounds?" Wen Ciyi tossed the folder before the individual, her tone stern. "I made it clear during the meeting that I do not wish to see any unprofessional antics. You have informed me that 5 data points were half incorrect, and the analysis submitted was riddled with errors, including the final attribute names. The company does not compensate you to engage in insincere behavior. If you cannot manage your responsibilities, it is best to swiftly replace you." Rising from her seat, Wen Ciyi casually remarked and turned to Hihua, instructing, "Initiate their resignation procedures immediately." The group before her turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, yet not a soul dared to step forward. One individual hesitated momentarily, attempting to take a step, but was halted by a companion. Seated in her office chair, Wen Ciyi began to contemplate the former shareholders of the company, recalling how her youth had led to their disapproval of her ascension to the role of president. After much reflection, only a handful came to mind. She opened her computer and commenced an investigation into the internal datasets of the company. She worked tirelessly into the night. While Hihua had intended to wait for her to leave together, only to be turned down by Wen Ciyi. As she shut down her computer, she overlooked an email that had just arrived. Upon descending the stairs, she noticed a vehicle nearby, sensing something amiss. After entering the car and fastening her seatbelt, she inquired, "Have you found so much free time lately, Junior?" Wen Ciyi observed his unwavering gaze and the fluidity with which he operated the vehicle, a faint smile curling on her lips. Her phone vibrated, revealing a registration form sent by Wen Nan. In the section for the men's 3,000-meter race, she spotted Su Simeon's name. "It is still preferable to sign personally." Wen Ciyi magnified the screen slightly, noticing that Su Simeon's handwriting differed from his character. His script was rather sharp, with a small hook at the end of the character. The ink was dense and rich, the strokes vigorous and powerful, resembling the bones of a crane. Su Simeon caught a fleeting glimpse and inquired, "Senior, what are you looking at?" Wen Ciyi hurriedly turned off her phone screen, replying, "Nothing." Su Simeon persisted, "Senior." Wen Ciyi lifted her gaze to him, asking what? Su Simeon turned slightly, his eyes unfathomably deep, akin to unfurling ink. "The real person is right here. Senior may look at me." Unbeknownst to her, Wen Ciyi felt a subtle stir within. After a few minutes of driving, Su Simeon turned into a nearby parking lot. "Wait," he said, parking the car, before walking toward Wen Ciyi with a voice that was both enticing and husky. "Let us eat first." Wen Ciyi was led forward by him, her heart momentarily skipping a beat. Chapter 28. Dessert. After dinner, Su Simeon had reserved a table by the window. He removed his coat and placed it on the adjacent chair. While Wen Ciyi naturally took a seat opposite him, Su Simeon extended the menu toward her, saying, "Senior, take a look and decide what you'd like to order." This quaint little restaurant was known for its slow service, and at that moment, Wen Ciyi wasn't particularly hungry. She glanced at Su Simeon, whose expression was rather neutral, and asked, "Junior, are you busy at school?" Su Simeon lowered his gaze to her, responding, "Not too much." He acknowledged the need to keep up with his junior year courses, yet as Wen Ciyi smiled and continued, she remarked, "But I believe you need not worry about such matters." Su Simeon was momentarily taken aback. "Why does senior think so?" Wen Ciyi candidly remarked, "Because you were Su Simeon." Su Simeon swallowed hard, and Wen Ciyi continued, "Actually, Junior, I have a request, but I fear you may decline." Su Simeon replied nonchalantly, "What is the request?" Wen Ciyi teasingly probed, "Will you agree?" Su Simeon remained unfazed. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ciyi inquired, "Do you have a company in mind for when you graduate?" Su Simeon parted his lips, but before he could respond, Wen Ciyi added, "If not, come to my company. I would extend an olive branch." She smiled brightly, her eyes curving charmingly. Su Simeon shook his head. "I have a company I wish to join." Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, not pressing further. Just then, a classmate entered, and as Wen Ciyi ate slowly, she failed to notice Su Simeon stepping out. He returned with a small piece of cake, placing it before her. A bit surprised, Wen Ciyi looked up as Su Simeon explained, "Dessert after the meal." The small cake was adorned with a few blueberries, and Wen Ciyi smiled, "Thank you, Junior." Su Simeon replied leisurely, "No need to mention it." His gaze was inscrutable as it lingered on Wen Ciyi's smiling face, and after a few seconds, he turned and walked towards the elevator, murmuring, "Mm." Upon entering her room, Wen Ciyi joyfully rolled around with a doryman pillow, then pulled out her phone to text Sun Yin, "I feel there's progress." Sun Yin replied, "What progress?" Wen Ciyi, "The interactions between me and the junior." Upon reading this message, she was taken aback. "You should rein in your imagination." Sun Yin, "I still feel that your journey to win your husband is a long one." Sun Yin, "I am engaged in something of great significance. My classmate successfully proposed, and I am standing by as a bridesmaid, observing." Sun Yin, "It shouldn't be. Don't leave the door open for me, President Wen." Wen Ciyi messaged Su Simeon, "Junior, are you asleep?" Su Simeon, "Not yet." Wen Ciyi, "It's so late. Were you just showering?" Su Simeon, "Yes." Wen Ciyi, "Can you fall asleep, Junior?" Su Simeon, "Not in a rush now. I need to prepare a PowerPoint later." Wen Ciyi, "You still have work? Junior, you must be exhausted. Do you need your senior's assistance?" Su Simeon, "Thank you for your kind offer, Senior. I appreciate it." Su Simeon. Wen Ciyi added, "So, Junior, let this be a lesson learned." Just as Wen Ciyi finished her shower, there came a knock at her door from the outside. Chapter 29. Looking back as Wen Ciyi opened the door, her gaze met Su Simeon's. His collar was slightly unbuttoned, and he held a laptop in his hand. Su Simeon lowered his eyes and spoke with a pause, "Senior, there is something I haven't quite understood." Wen Ciyi smiled, her tone light and playful, "Then let me, as your senior, assist you." But Wen Ciyi left a hint of suspense. "If your senior is to help you with your questions, surely there must be something you offer in return. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Wen Ciyi cheerfully added, her eyes sparkling, particularly striking in the narrow hallway. Su Simeon gazed intently at Wen Ciyi, stepping closer, his eyes slightly downcast, reminiscent of the vast, boundless night sky outside. The faint scent of lavender from the male student lingered around Wen Ciyi. "What is your senior desire?" In that moment, a low and melodious voice resonated, sending a shiver through Wen Ciyi's ears. Before she could utter a word, she found herself captivated by Su Simeon's eyes, which were as vast and ethereal as a fragmented galaxy, dark and brilliant. With just a slight step forward, she could almost touch Su Simeon's slender chin. Her gaze drifted to Su Simeon's delicate, rosy lips, and with a soft cough, she averted her eyes, feeling a pang of guilt. Observing this, Su Simeon leaned slightly closer, enveloping them in an irresistible fragrance that swirled around them like an intimate embrace. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Wen Ciyi, as if she were cradling a restless rabbit in her heart, thumping wildly. "What is she thinking?" Su Simeon asked softly. "Nothing," Wen Ciyi replied, unexpectedly stepping closer to Su Simeon. Their proximity was already intimate, and with her advance, it felt as though the warmth of their bodies could be felt through the fabric of their clothing. Su Simeon's pupils darkened, her breathing unconsciously slowing. Wen Ciyi, without permission, gently cradled Su Simeon's hand, lifting it slightly, allowing the laptop to gracefully descend into her grasp. "Indeed," Wen Ciyi responded, placing the computer on the table. She glanced at its contents and casually tapped a few keys. "Come take a look. Will this resolve the issue?" Su Simian stood for a moment before approaching Wen Ciyi. Just as Wen Ciyi intended to make space for her, she unexpectedly collided with a warm chest behind her, causing her to stiffen imperceptibly. Wen Ciyi's fingertips curled gently, her shoulder brushing against Su Simian's delicately sculpted collarbone. The inky tendrils of her hair lightly grazed Su Simian's jawline, while she rested her hands on the table, seemingly encircling Su Simian in an ethereal embrace. Unperturbed, he let his hair graze past her temple, his soft voice resonating in her ear. "Thank you, Senior, but..." Having just shifted the mouse, Wen Ciyi, taken aback by his words, inquired, "What is it?" "Here, I feel it might need a border," Su Simian replied, lightly placing his hand over Wen Ciyi's, warmth enveloping her delicate hand. The distinct patterns on his palm contrasted against her fair skin. It seemed Su Simian's intent was merely to address a concern. Oblivious to the subtle smile that graced his lips, he straightened, clicked the save button, and closed the laptop, appearing in high spirits, his smile radiating contentment. "Thank you, Senior." Wen Ciyi brushed her hand over her palm, turning slightly, her toes brushing against Su Simian's shoes. She tilted her chin, gesturing for him to move forward. Su Simian complied, leaning in slightly. His eyes, narrow and enigmatic, bore an inexplicable air of restraint. With a straightened spine, he let his gaze drop, murkily uttering, "Yes, thank you, Senior. It's getting late. You should rest now." Su Simian lifted his laptop and nodded in farewell. "All right, Junior," Wen Ciyi replied as she escorted him to the door, adding with a playful tone, "Remember to think of your senior." Wen Ciyi remained momentarily dazed until the elevator doors closed. Subsequently, she could no longer contain herself, her eyes curving into a delightful smile as she made her way into the room. Wen Ciyi illuminated her phone, glancing at the date. The upcoming week marked the athletic meet at Peking University. She paused to ponder, realizing that her trip abroad coincided with those very days. After calculating the dates, she noted that she would need to book her flight almost immediately after the athletic meet the following weekend. Just then, a phone call interrupted her thoughts. Without even looking, she answered, "Hello? See, are you traveling abroad next week?" Came the languid voice of Ling Gu on the other end. "What's the big deal? Can't you just postpone your project?" Ling Gu suggested. "That's not feasible. This project pertains to certain policies of the company," Wen Ciyi replied after careful consideration. "Is there something specific you called about?" "There was, but it has since been resolved," came the sound of rustling on Ling Ji's side. Wen Ciyi hesitated for a moment. "Is someone with you?" Ling Gu shot a warning glance at Fu Zizhou, who was holding some clothes, and whispered, "Don't move." She turned back and said, "No, it was just the cat that jumped down from the shelf." "Oh, then you should go check on it. I need to get some sleep as well." Wen Ciyi did not press further and exchanged goodnights with Ling Gu before hanging up. Su Nian was dressed quite fashionably, her short-sleeved shirt revealing a strikingly slender waist, complemented by a black pleated skirt and silver high heels. Wen Ciyi couldn't help but glance at her a few extra times, taking a sip of water before inquiring, "What is going on with you?" Su Nian tossed her hair. "Nothing much. You're still seeing someone, and yet you're going to a bar?" Wen Ciyi crossed her arms, her eyes filled with curiosity, and asked with genuine interest, "Does he not mind?" Su Nian observed Wen Ciyi's actions and attempted to divert the topic with a suggestive remark. "President Wen, your size does not quite support such actions, after all. It is rather substantial." Wen Ciyi, taken aback, set her hands down, wisely refraining from further probing. Given her understanding of Su Nian, she anticipated that Su Nian would likely reveal the reason once they were on the road. "All right, do you wish to go now?" "Yes, let us go at once," Su Nian declared, raising her chin and standing up. "I refuse to believe this." Wen Ciyi remarked, "I have always maintained my integrity. I will accompany you." After a brief moment of contemplation, Wen Ciyi thought that Su Simian was likely not performing at the bar today, but rather practicing at the gym. Once Su Nian entered Wen Ciyi's car, she divulged her thoughts within a minute, exclaiming, "I think I might be cheated on." Wen Ciyi nearly mistook the brake for the accelerator as she exclaimed, "How did you arrive at such a conclusion?" Su Nian, with a stoic expression, replied, "He told me he was working overtime at the company, yet I spotted him during my assignment, laughing joyfully with another girl." After pondering briefly, Wen Ciyi considered Su Nian's gentle nature. Though she had caught a fleeting glimpse of that boy previously, she did not perceive him as someone likely to stray. She cautiously inquired, "Could it be that you misinterpreted the situation?" "I did not misinterpret," Su Nian stated calmly. "The phone case was one I had replaced for him. I saw it clearly." Wen Ciyi then asked, "Did he notice you?" Su Nian contemplated for a moment, He probably did not. I was so furious that my blood pressure soared. I simply turned and left. Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, but chose not to pursue the conversation further. She shifted the topic, suggesting, "Shall we go for dinner?" The two casually found a noodle shop, observing Su Nian stuffing her mouth without even blowing on her food. Wen Ciyi hurriedly handed her a bottle of ice water, exclaiming, "Your body belongs to you." Su Nian mumbled indistinctly, "Mm." After they finished their noodles, it was still early. Yet Su Nian led Wen Ciyi directly into the Benchu bar. The evening had not yet arrived, and the sign had yet to illuminate. Su Nian, undeterred, reserved a private booth for themselves. She selected several bottles of fine red wine, seemingly intent on not returning until she was intoxicated. Noticing her demeanor, Wen Ciyi sighed inwardly and, seizing the moment while Su Nian went to the restroom, swapped the red wine for cola. Su Nian, occasionally possessing a high tolerance for alcohol, remained oblivious in her haze, merely commenting, "Why does this wine taste so much like cola?" Without missing a beat, Wen Ciyi replied, maintaining her composure, "You've had too much. Your taste buds are dulled, making it seem like cola." Su Nian, in a daze, responded, "Oh, is that so?" After which, she collapsed onto the side, clutching her cola. Wen Ciyi rubbed her forehead. They had been there for a while now. The bar's lights began to flicker to life, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that swayed rhythmically. Groups of patrons continuously streamed through the entrance. Before long, the bar was filled to capacity, resonating with the cacophony of revelry. Wen Ciyi glanced at the stage, where a handsome young man was adjusting the microphone, but she did not see Su Simeon. It appeared he was truly absent that evening. Wen Ciyi exhaled, contemplating whether it would be inappropriate for Su Simeon to see her lingering in the bar. Fortunately, today seemed to be her lucky day. Pausing for a moment, she bent down to locate the source of the ringing. The sound emanated from Su Nian's bag. She retrieved the phone and glanced at the flashing contact name, her expression becoming somewhat nuanced. The note read, "Dog man is an idiot." She cast a glance at the slumped Su Nian before answering the call, where an anxious voice emerged from the other end. "Nian Nian." Wen Ciyi hesitated before responding, "Hello." The voice, somewhat unfamiliar, turned icy in an instant. "Hello. May I ask if Su Nian is beside you?" Wen Ciyi replied, "Yes." The urgency in his tone did not seem feigned, leaving her at a loss for words. She simply stated, "No, but she mentioned that you spoke with her at the company, only to be caught enjoying a conversation with someone else when she was sent out." The caller quickly explained, "That is my biological sister. She heard I have a girlfriend and wanted to buy a gift for Nian Nian as a meeting present. Could you tell me where Su Nian is? I am quite worried about her." Wen Ciyi pondered for a moment. The voice grew increasingly familiar, and an uncertain thought crossed her mind. "Are you Xiao Shihang?" "I am." The caller paused, uncertain. Wen Ciyi? If it were indeed him, it was worth considering. For the Xiao family's offspring generally possessed commendable character. Wen Ciyi straightforwardly stated, "You should come over. Su Nian is drunk. I will send you the address." "All right, thank you." Su Nian was well aware of Wen Ciyi's password. She unlocked WeChat and sent a message containing an address to the contact she had labeled as that dog man. Before long, the weary figure of Xiao Shihang appeared at the entrance of Benchu. He was a strikingly handsome man, exuding a refined demeanor despite his seemingly ordinary attire of a simple shirt and black trousers. His elegance and modesty shone through, reminiscent of jade, with gentle and clear features. He took just a few steps, embodying the grace of a true gentleman. Wen Ciyi leaned slightly against Su Nian, and Xiao Shihang's eyes brightened momentarily as he carefully accepted her gesture, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, President Wen." Wen Ciyi shook her head, implying that it would be best for Xiao Shihang to explain everything to Su Nian when she awoke. "That is essential," Xiao Shihang replied. And noticing Wen Ciyi's demeanor change, he asked, "Shall I offer President Wen a ride?" Wen Ciyi nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." After Xiao Shihang departed, she surveyed the disarray of the table strewn with remnants of the evening's revelry, feeling somewhat perplexed. Just as she contemplated asking the bartender if they could clean up for a fee, her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Unlocking the screen, she discovered a message from Su Simeon. "Senior, where are you?" Wen Ciyi tucked her phone away and was about to step away when her phone lit up once more. Instinctively, she glanced down to see two messages appearing in rapid succession. "Warm Ciyi, look behind you." Su Simeon's voice was somewhat indifferent as he approached Wen Ciyi leisurely, reiterating her earlier words. "At the company?" Wen Ciyi's heart tightened sharply. Chapter 30. Senior Sister. I was wrong when Ciyi found herself lost in contemplation regarding her current predicament. For the first time, she felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed that every lie she spun before Su Simeon was effortlessly unraveled, often in public by the very person she deceived. A hint of distress crossed her face as she steadied her heartbeat and hastily inquired, "What brings you here, Junior?" With a forced smile, Wen Ciyi remarked, "So that's how it is." Just as she contemplated making her escape, she heard Su Simeon ask, "Where's the senior sister?" Wen Ciyi replied, It appeared that the senior sister had yet to clarify her presence. Su Simeon lifted his gaze, emanating an unspoken pressure that was almost palpable. His eyes, profound as the ocean, bore an intensity that was impossible to disregard. Wen Ciyi candidly explained, "I came with a friend, but her boyfriend just picked her up." Su Simeon nodded, seemingly convinced. Lowering his eyes, he retrieved his backpack from the bar and, appearing to seize the moment, gently urged Wen Ciyi toward the exit, saying, "It's best for the senior sister to avoid these chaotic places." Upon hearing this, Su Simeon pressed her, "What was the senior sister doing there?" He continued, "I haven't visited the place in a long time. Coincidentally, there's a small meeting in Nanching tomorrow." Wen Ciyi pressed the car key to unlock her vehicle, a hint of puzzlement crossing her features. "Aren't you going to school tomorrow?" "I've taken a leave. I'm going to Nanching to visit my grandmother," Su Simeon replied. As he opened the passenger door for Wen Ciyi, resting his hand on the roof of the car and gesturing for her to enter, "Aren't you coming in yet?" His demeanor exuded an air of composure, seemingly unaware of any impropriety. Wen Ciyi contemplated for a moment before settling into the passenger seat. Su Simeon drove at a leisurely pace, glancing at the dashboard before saying, "The roads in South City aren't very good. Senior sister, please hold on tight." "All right." Wen Ciyi replied, raising her hand to turn off the car's hazard lights. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, tapping against the glass and creating indistinct water circles, as if a delicate veil had been draped over the car's roof, casting a dreamy haze. After nearly 30 minutes of smooth driving, they came to a stop at a traffic light. Su Simeon, gazing at the intersection ahead, inquired, "Which way should we go, senior sister?" Upon hearing this, Su Simeon deftly turned the steering wheel to the right. Wen Ciyi responded with a puzzled expression. Su Simeon casually remarked, "Qingchun Road is to the right. My home is in the opposite direction." Wen Ciyi observed the rushing scenery outside, vibrant with neon lights. Her apartment in South City, a two-bedroom unit, had not been visited in a while, yet she regularly employed a cleaning service, ensuring it remained relatively tidy, prepared for any circumstance. She had 2 pairs of house slippers at the ready. Noticing that Su Simeon had inadvertently let his umbrella lean toward her side upon exiting the car in the rain, she offered him a pair of slippers, saying, "Junior, you should change into these." After donning the slippers, Su Simeon removed his damp outerwear and glanced around, hesitating before speaking. "Senior sister," he bit his lip, sensing it might be inappropriate. "I noticed a 24-hour hotel on the way here. Perhaps I should book a room." As he made to leave, Wen Ciyi swiftly grasped the edge of his shirt. "Wait a moment, do you have your ID with you?" Su Simeon tilted her head to look at her. "You brought it." Wen Ciyi nodded. "That means you didn't bring it." Su Simeon glanced at her. "What's wrong? Shouldn't that junior stay with me for the night?" She finished her sentence with a smile, her complexion pale and illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Wen Ciyi always spoke with measured restraint. She neither pressed nor forced, merely offering an objective evaluation of the current scene, considering the situation from a favorable perspective for the other party. She truly embodied the essence of a renowned financial group's president. Su Simeon tugged at her backpack strap, her eyes dark and luminous. "I've troubled you, senior." Wen Ciyi replied with a smile, "Not a bother at all." While Su Simeon was in the shower, she tidied up the guest room, taking out a fresh set of bedding. After laying it out and ensuring there was no dust, she proceeded to the living room. Although she seldom visited this place, the refrigerator was stocked full of ingredients. She had previously reminded the housekeeper to regularly replenish supplies. Wen Ciyi casually took out a bag of frozen dumplings, glancing at the date, freshly produced just last week. Recently, her culinary skills had improved somewhat. At least she no longer turned noodles into mush, having experimented at home a few times. Just as she caught Su Simeon's gaze, a sudden realization struck her. She was handing Su Simeon a white bathrobe, which she had previously purchased in women's wear to gift a male friend. While tidying up, she had simply retrieved it. The clothes she kept here were regularly maintained, so there was no concern about dampness or dust. However, she had not anticipated witnessing such a striking scene. Su Simeon wiped the still dripping water from his hair, his eyes dark and piercing, reminiscent of a chilling pool that evokes a sense of trepidation. The collar of his bathrobe hung open, revealing his fair chest and pronounced collarbone, with droplets of water cascading down his jawline and gliding over his sculpted abs, hinting at a tantalizing descent. His waistline was fluid and powerful, embodying the mature contours of a young man's physique, saturated with burgeoning hormones. Wen Ciyi felt a sudden jolt in her heart as Su Simeon's gaze locked onto hers, his pupils resembling an unfathomable abyss, akin to a lurking black lion. To her astonishment, she found herself subconsciously counting, seemingly 8 distinct muscles. A dryness crept into her throat, and she hastily averted her gaze, covering her face as she hurried to the kitchen, flustered, and exclaimed, "I'll go prepare something to eat." Su Simeon lowered his eyes and smirked, pausing his previous motion of drying the ends of his hair before leisurely fastening his bathrobe. Inside Wen Ciyi's mind, a little figure danced around restlessly. She gazed at the glass window above the kitchen sink, suddenly aware that her face was burning with heat. As the warmth spread to the tip of her nose, she heard footsteps approaching from behind, igniting an unbidden flutter of anxiety. Su Simeon stood at a distance neither too far nor too close, inquiring, "Senior, is there any water?" Wen Ciyi steadied her thoughts and turned to smile, quickly striding to the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of mineral water, which she handed to Su Simeon. As he took a step forward, she recalled the earlier encounter and instinctively took a step back. Su Simeon, with a touch of exasperation, remarked, "Senior, if you stand so far away, how am I supposed to take it?" Wen Ciyi gazed at the countertop between the two, taking a small step forward, certain that Su Simeon could reach it with his arm length before saying, "Here." With a slight squint of her eyes, she retreated a few steps towards the kitchen, responding, Su Simeon twisted open the bottle cap and took a sip, relishing the sweet taste of the Nongfu spring water. As Wen Ciyi observed the pot bubbling away, she mused that, much like the pot, she too was simmering with emotion. It dawned on her that something was amiss. It should have been her teasing Su Simeon. Yet the roles had reversed. Just as she immersed the vegetables in water for rinsing, a clear, cool voice broke the silence. "Senior, do you need help?" Wen Ciyi turned her gaze to Su Simeon, who leaned casually against the doorframe, raising his eyebrows at her. After a moment's thought, she replied, "Then could you crack 2 eggs for me?" Su Simeon obliged, retrieving 2 eggs, while Wen Ciyi handed him a small bowl, saying, "Break them into this. We'll use it for the noodles later." "All right," Su Simeon replied, slowly accepting the bowl. He lowered his gaze to tap the eggs against the marble table before cracking them into the bowl, not forgetting to ask, "Well, what were you looking at just now, Senior?" His tone was curious, genuinely inquiring about her earlier actions. Upon hearing this, Wen Ciyi accidentally snapped a vegetable in half. She looked up at Su Simeon and, in a moment of reckless abandon, boldly declared, "Junior, you have a great physique. Is that so?" Su Simeon continued his task without missing a beat. "Is the senior satisfied?" Wen Ciyi was taken aback, responding, "Huh?" A glimmer of mirth danced in Su Simeon's eyes. "Didn't the senior say that my figure is quite commendable? Might I then infer that the senior is quite pleased?" Her words, laced with warmth, flushed her cheeks a delicate crimson. She decided to play along with Su Simeon's teasing. "Indeed, I am very satisfied, for I hold a fondness for you, Junior. Everything about you delights me." Each word was almost pronounced with an emphasis that resonated. The bowl in Su Simeon's hands clinked softly upon hearing this declaration. It seemed she was momentarily taken aback. "What should I be cautious of?" "Be wary, Senior, of what might transpire while you slumber." With a beaming smile, Wen Ciyi left her sentence tantalizingly unfinished. Su Simeon, unable to withstand the implication, sighed softly. "Senior, I was in the wrong." Chapter 31. Mr. Wen and Mr. G truly are a match made in heaven. Wen Ciyi set the vegetables aside with a playful smile. Recognizing one's mistakes and amending them is a sign of a good child. Su Simeon could not deny this and handed her the bowl filled with egg mixture. Wen Ciyi, having refreshed the boiling water for the noodles, accepted it with ease. As Su Simeon observed her actions, she suddenly interjected as Wen Ciyi prepared to add the noodles. "Senior, first, add the oil," Su Simeon advised, tilting her chin slightly. "It enhances the flavor." The oil bottle sat at the edge of the sink, slightly out of reach for Wen Ciyi, who was still holding the noodles. Su Simeon brushed past her, stepping to her side, as the faint scent of shower gel wafted from Wen Ciyi's proximity. Su Simeon lifted the oil pot, tilting its spout as the orange-yellow oil cascaded down. Wen Ciyi's gaze lingered on Su Simeon's profile, her heart slightly unsettled. Once he finished pouring, she proceeded to place the noodles into the pot, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. She ventured, "Are you from Nanching?" "No," Su Simeon replied, his voice deep and resonant. echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the night. It's just that my elders preferred Nanching. So we moved here. I see, Wen Ciyi responded, slowly stirring the noodles. As the aroma began to rise, she requested, could you please fetch me 2 bowls? They're in the cabinet on the right. Give them a wash. Surprised by Su Simeon's sudden inquiry, Wen Ciyi's heart skipped a beat, and she candidly confessed. It's not fun. Su Simeon regarded her, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Back then, we were all so busy. Racing against time to prepare for our studies while juggling part-time jobs, it wasn't as idyllic as some might suggest. Feigning ease. Wen Ciyi smiled as she accepted the bowls from Su Simeon, remarking wistfully, it's wise that you have no plans to study abroad. However, Su Simeon interjected. I want tea in the future. Wen Ciyi, perplexed, asked, what do you mean? It's much better here than abroad, but one must work regardless, she chuckled, her expression brightening. Besides, there is no little junior abroad who occupies my thoughts. Senior, I'm in my 3rd year, hardly a child. Su Simeon asserted with a hint of rigidity. Hardly a child? Wen Ciyi teased, her tone light and flirtatious. She turned off the stove and gasped. The implication clear. Shall we measure our heights together later? Su Simeon. He rubbed his forehead, wondering if this woman could feel any shame. Wen Ciyi was quite skilled at making noodles. She sat across from Su Simeon, gently blowing on the freshly cooked dish to cool it down. Su Simeon glanced around the living room and asked, have you ever considered having any pets? Wen Ciyi replied vaguely, what kind of pets? Plants, cats, dogs. Those sorts of things, Su Simeon elaborated. Cats and dogs are wonderful companions. Wouldn't you consider adopting one? I already have one, Wen Ciyi said. Su Simeon was momentarily at a loss for words. After finishing her soup, Wen Ciyi continued, actually, I had thought about getting one before. But I simply don't have the time. I'm too busy. But don't you have a roommate? Su Simeon inquired. Yes, but you see, Wen Ciyi explained. Counting off her reasons, I would need to take it out for walks, care for its diet and daily needs, and ensure it receives vaccinations on time. But I'm too busy, so I might not be able to manage all of that properly. It's better to just put it off for now. She set down her bowl with a hint of regret in her tone. Su Simeon glanced at the phone beside him and casually asked, so, do you prefer cats or dogs? Definitely dogs, especially corgis. Their short legs are incredibly cute. Wen Ciyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stood to take her bowl to the kitchen, placing it in the dishwasher. Noticing Su Simeon still seated, she asked, are you done? Su Simeon replied, turning off the screen. He looked at Wen Ciyi, his dark eyes meeting hers. I'm done. Wen Ciyi, though not overly concerned, merely advised Su Simeon to take heed of her rest. After saying so, she retired to her own room to take a shower. Her bathing experience proved somewhat troublesome. Bubbles infiltrated her eyes, and in her momentary disorientation, she slipped on the wet porcelain floor, stumbling forward and colliding with the white wall, producing a dull thud. Hearing the commotion, Su Simeon paused in his quest for water, hesitating at the doorway of the bedroom, and tentatively inquired, Senior, are you all right? Wen Ciyi rubbed her brow and replied, it's nothing. She changed into a casual outfit and emerged from the bathroom to pull open the bedroom door. There lay Su Simeon, reclining sideways and fixated on the bedsheet. Wen Ciyi approached, asking, is there something wrong with the bedsheet? Su Simeon shook his head, just as he turned to speak. He noticed the slight swelling on Wen Ciyi's forehead. Senior, did you bump your head? Wen Ciyi dismissed it nonchalantly, it's nothing, just a little bump. Upon hearing this, Su Simeon exited the side room, only to return moments later carrying his backpack. He retrieved a swelling-reducing ointment and handed it to Wen Ciyi, saying, Senior, apply this. As he unzipped his backpack, revealing its contents, Wen Ciyi counted silently and, to her surprise, spotted cold medicine among other items. Glancing at the ointment presented before her, memories of the burn ointment from their last encounter flashed in her mind, and she smiled. Junior, why do you carry so many medicines in your backpack? Senior. Su Simeon nodded, his gaze clear and serene like the cool moonlight. One should not tempt fate thrice. Wen Ciyi rose somewhat late, and as she stepped outside, she noticed a note resting on the living room table alongside a breakfast spread. Su Simeon left home early, while Wen Ciyi tucked away a piece of paper with a smile. Having just finished her meal, her phone buzzed with a message. With a radiant smile, she lowered her head, but as soon as she recognized the name attached to the message, her smile faltered, and her breath hitched. Jizuhua, see, are you in Nanching? He followed up with another message. Did you bring along an additional collaborator today? Wen Ciyi had inquired about the identity of the individual joining them, but the response had merely hinted at practice to come. Little did she expect that the person would be Jizuhua, as she stared at the message. An inexplicable flutter gripped her heart. She opened WeChat to contact the collaborator and asked where they would meet. The collaborator sent her an address, which she recognized as a renowned restaurant in Nanjing. The branch that had invited Wen Ciyi for the meeting was relatively young, seemingly in their early 20s. Due to their inability to manage effectively and the heavy burdens she already bore, the matter was escalated to headquarters. Initially, they intended for the supervisor to handle it. But upon learning of it, Wen Ciyi proactively suggested she attend. Although it was not her responsibility, authority is often similar across companies. With decisive efficiency, Wen Ciyi swiftly resolved two pressing issues, restoring order to the meeting. She hastily drafted a few proposals for the branch and exchanged contact information. Even after leaving the company, the branch staff gazed starry-eyed at Wen Ciyi's departing vehicle. After a day spent surveying the company, she had a casual lunch in the cafeteria and could not spare a moment to message Su Simeon. Glancing at the time on the display, she noted it was nearly 5 o'clock. Their appointment was set for 5:30, and without changing her clothes, Wen Ciyi headed directly to the agreed-upon restaurant. Su Simeon gazed at his cousin, who was adorned in extravagant attire and diligently spraying hairspray onto his hair. With a slight furrow of his brow and a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his mouth, he remarked, "We are merely attending a family dinner. Yet you are dressed like a flamboyant peacock." His cousin shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "You simply do not understand. This is an elevation of self-appreciation and an enhancement of artistic value." Su Simeon remained silent. Suddenly, his cousin seemed to recall something and, with renewed enthusiasm, inquired, "The girl I saw on the mountain last time, is she your girlfriend?" Just as Su Simeon was about to respond, a voice interjected, "What girlfriend? Simeon, are you in a relationship?" It was his aunt who spoke. Su Simeon paused momentarily, inexplicably reminded of Wen Ciyi's smile, and replied vaguely, "Soon." A sound of disapproval came from behind him as his cousin clicked his tongue. His aunt, casting a glance at Su Simeon, remarked, "Having a girlfriend at your age is not a bad thing, and let him outside," adding, "Make sure to bring her for us to meet when the time comes. But for now, let us head to the restaurant." Stealing a glance at WeChat, Su Simeon noticed the absence of any messages. He straightened his lips and settled into the driver's seat, realizing that he had forgotten about the family gathering, initially thinking something had happened to his grandmother. The three of them had reserved a private room. Wen Ciyi received the room number, but the partners had yet to arrive. Ji Zhuai was already seated inside when she opened the door, their gazes locking. Wen Ciyi greeted him with a smile, "Mr. Ji." Ji Zhuai nodded briefly. Rising to his feet as he stated, "I have yet to order. Would you like to accompany me outside to take a look, Ms. Wen?" This restaurant features finished dishes displayed outside for customers to peruse, each dish accompanied by an electronic tablet. One merely needs to select a dish and input their private room number. Wen Ciyi, not wanting to linger in awkwardness, readily responded, "All right." Their collaborator arrived fashionably late, and Ji Zhuai was just placing an order at the entrance. While Wen Ciyi spoke, Ji Zhuai listened quietly, occasionally offering a suggestion. Both were strikingly attractive. One with gentle features, the other with a calm demeanor. Their collaborator, after greeting the two, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wen and Ji truly are a match made in heaven." Wen Ciyi's hand paused over the tablet, and before she could respond, Ji Zhuai, with a bright smile in his eyes, said, "You flatter us." Just then, a voice devoid of emotion abruptly interjected, "Is that so?" followed by a cold, mocking tone. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wen Ciyi froze. Her expression one of disbelief as she looked up, nearly dropping her phone. A group of people entered through the restaurant's revolving door, and leading them was a tall young man clad in a black coat, the zipper undone, his features as aloof as ever. Ji Zhuai slowly remarked, "What a coincidence." Their collaborator glanced back and forth among the group, puzzled. "Do you know each other?" Ji Zhuai shook his head, lowering his gaze to the menu beside him. "Not at all. Collaborating partner." As Wen Ciyi recalled the moment when she shared a gaze with Su Simeon, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to unlock her phone. Half an hour prior, Su Simeon had sent her a playful emoji of a little white dog peeking out. Wen Ciyi felt a twinge of complexity in her emotions. At that moment, she was inspecting the company and had overlooked her phone. Su Simeon, maintaining a calm demeanor, jested, "I thought you were going to tell me about your latest crush." Upon hearing this, her aunt sharply rebuked her cousin, Su Yang, exclaiming, "Su Yang, have you been gallivanting again?" To which he stammered, "That's not true. I didn't say that." As Su Simeon entered the private room, before she could even take a seat, Su Yang seized her arm, suggesting they step out to order dishes. Leaning towards Su Simeon, he said with a somewhat mischievous grin, "I just saw your cousin." With the collaborating partner momentarily absent, only Wen Ciyi and Ji Zhuai remained. Wen Ciyi stared at her phone for a while, yet her thoughts quickly shifted back to work. Noticing her expression, Ji Zhuai gestured towards the sweet and sour ribs on the table, inquiring, "Shall we order this dish?" Wen Ciyi instinctively replied, "Let us order it. We might as well consider a few more options." Indeed, Ji Zhuai responded thoughtfully, then seemingly casually remarked, "I haven't had home-cooked meals in ages while abroad." Barely had she finished speaking when a surprised voice chimed in from across the table, "Cousin, what's with the change in taste? Aren't you usually fond of spicy food?" Su Simeon, still not glancing in Wen Ciyi's direction, remained expressionless as she pressed the electronic display. It's perfectly normal to switch things up occasionally. Wen Ciyi's gaze followed his movements, descending until it rested upon the dish. The porcelain plate held a black grass carp adorned with chili, a signature dish of Westlake vinegar fish. Wen Ciyi narrowed his eyes slightly, while beside him, a freshly retrieved bottle of Nongfu Spring sat on the shelf. He awkwardly twisted open a bottle, intending to drink. Su Yang felt a twinge of amusement and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Westlake, vinegar fish. When did you start indulging in jealousy, cousin?" Su Simeon maintained a frosty demeanor, his voice icy as he turned to Su Yang. "Do you wish to perish?" "Oh, right. How could I forget?" "I misspoke." Su Yang chastised himself, insisting, "It's not about jealousy. Westlake vinegar fish, vinegar fish. It's about vinegar." Su Simeon merely stared at him. Observing Wen Ciyi's retreating figure, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the laughing Su Yang, enunciating each word carefully. "You had better secure the door tightly when you sleep tonight." Su Yang recalled the times he had frightened Su Simeon with ghost stories in their childhood. Quickly lowering his head in contrition, sincerely admitting, "I was wrong, cousin, it won't happen again." "Too late. I'll inform you later," Su Simeon replied coldly, his fingertips once again touching the display screen. Under Su Yang's watchful gaze, he transformed the single Westlake vinegar fish into 2 servings. Su Yang observed the number 2 and cast a glance in the direction Wen Ciyi had just departed, shaking his head, bemused by his cousin's remarkable prowess. Su Simeon, casting a calm glance, explained, "It was a slip of the hand." Su Yang stifled a chuckle as he picked at his rice. Just as he was about to speak, he caught Su Simeon's penetrating gaze, which rendered him instantly subdued. After the 3 of them finished their meal and engaged in light conversation, Wen Ciyi excused herself, stating her need to visit the restroom. The restroom was somewhat distant from their private booth, requiring her to traverse a lengthy corridor. After walking for a while, she washed her hands at the public sink. She extracted a tissue to dry her hands, discarding it into the trash can before retrieving her phone from her pocket. A rare look of frustration flickered across Wen Ciyi's face as she hesitated momentarily, exiting the emoji section and typing 2 words, "Junior." She then pressed the send button on the right. Suddenly, a WeChat notification chimed from outside the door, causing Wen Ciyi to catch her breath. Taking a few steps, she noted the dim lighting of the corridor, where a figure leaned casually against the wall, his posture relaxed as he lazily lifted his eyelids to glance in her direction. It was Su Simeon. Wen Ciyi hastened her steps, coming to a stop before him, and caught a whiff of sweet alcohol. Su Simeon squinted, seemingly trying to ascertain her identity. Perhaps unsteady on his feet, he swayed slightly. Concerned, Wen Ciyi raised her hand to steady him and asked, "Junior, how much have you had to drink?" "Not much," Su Simeon replied, his voice carrying a hint of clarity, "just a few cups." He leaned forward, resting his chin on Wen Ciyi's shoulder, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "Senior, may I lean on you for a moment? My legs feel a bit numb." His breath brushed against Wen Ciyi's ear, warm and tinged with a pleasant intoxication. Observing Su Simeon's apparent discomfort, she shifted her hand from her side, gently patting his back as she inquired with concern, "Does that feel any better?" As Su Simeon's gaze deepened, he lifted his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was only after Ji Zhuai departed that Su Simeon slowly straightened his posture. Wen Ciyi gently patted Su Simeon's head, her eyes filled with curiosity. "You're not feeling warm, are you? Did you perhaps indulge in too much alcohol?" "Driving," Wen Ciyi replied, but then recalled her own consumption at the dinner table. "Given the recent stringent checks for drunk driving in Nanjing," she added, "let's see if we can find a designated driver later." In response to Wen Ciyi's remark, Su Simeon inquired, "What about you, senior?" Wen Ciyi remembered seeing someone following Su Simeon earlier. "Weren't you here with your family?" "My cousin can drive," Su Simeon replied. Wen Ciyi pondered for a moment, "But Junior, didn't you just drink?" Su Simeon, momentarily oblivious, replied, "I metabolize alcohol quickly. It's no trouble." "Is that so?" Wen Ciyi mused, then lifted her gaze with a smile. Then I shall trouble you, Junior. Su Simeon glanced at Wen Ciyi's smile and nodded in agreement. He then lowered his eyes to sip some water, casting a faint, indifferent glance at him. What's this about? His aunt inquired, her curiosity piqued. Does Simeon have friends here? Su Yang smirked mischievously, seemingly on the verge of revealing something significant, his words laced with double entendre. Of course, he has friends. And they are quite different friends. Hearing this, Su Simeon cast his gaze downward, a cold smile escaping his lips as he subtly warned, Cousin, about that international. Hey, they are just friends. Su Yang, upon hearing this, shivered slightly and promptly replied, he is his friend. Su Yang aspired to establish a design company abroad, yet his family vehemently opposed it. Consequently, he sought the assistance of Su Simeon, whose family was more lenient. His aunt, puzzled, remarked, ever since you two entered this restaurant, your conversation has resembled a game of charades. This could only imply, Su Yang, with a grave demeanor, interjected. It is only natural that you find it difficult to comprehend, as you have not kept pace with the trends of the times. His aunt responded with silence. Su Simeon's grandmother, however, did not voice any objections, but merely cautioned that their evening meeting should not be too late. She then turned to chide Su Yang, lamenting about his lack of decorum at over 20 years of age and how he would ever inherit the family business. With a forlorn expression, Su Yang trudged to the garage to fetch the car, becoming considerably subdued. At that moment, Wen Ciyi coincidentally exited the private room with Ji Zihua. The collaborating party expressed their utmost satisfaction with the day's partnership and even conveyed their willingness to collaborate again in the future. Once the partners departed, Ji Zihua glanced at his watch and tentatively inquired, Wen, do you need a ride? Wen Ciyi apologetically shook her head and responded formally, Ji, I am sorry, but I have someone to drive me. No sooner had she finished speaking than a voice emerged from behind. Su Simeon brushed past Ji Zihua, their shoulders lightly grazing. Su Simeon wore a facade of a smile, though it did not reach her eyes. She turned her gaze towards Wen Ciyi, standing with an air of nonchalance. Although her eyes were on Wen Ciyi, her words seemed directed at Ji Zihua. Senior, let us go. Chapter 33. Another embrace? So soon? Ji Zihua cast a glance at Su Simeon, then turned to Wen Ciyi and said, then, farewell to the company. He casually dropped this remark, intending to clarify his relationship with Wen Ciyi. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart as she discreetly observed Su Simeon's expression, staring intently for a while. Ultimately, Wen Ciyi conceded, she could not discern whether he was angry. Conversely, Su Simeon appeared unfazed, grasping Wen Ciyi's wrist as they made their way toward the entrance of the dining hall. His voice carried a nonchalant tone, Senior. There's no need to agonize over whether I'm feeling jealous. Wen Ciyi gasped softly, her gaze tracing the elegant line of Su Simeon's neck. The eyes of a university student sparkled with clarity, seemingly indifferent. After pondering for a moment, she mused aloud, that's good. After all, it doesn't seem necessary. However, Su Simeon's grip on Wen Ciyi's hand suddenly stiffened at the mention of not necessary. A hint of discomfort crept into his low voice as he locked eyes with Wen Ciyi and asked, then if I were to feel jealous, what would you do, Senior? Hidden in his gaze was an unwavering determination that would not easily be perceived. Wen Ciyi scrutinized Su Simeon's expression, her brows arching as she tentatively suggested, then. How about another hug? If one wasn't enough, let it be two, she added candidly. Su Simeon, momentarily speechless, turned his gaze ahead, a smile gracing his lips. While the dim night cloaked the indistinct sound of his agreement, on the eve of the Peking University sports meet, Wen Ciyi fortuitously completed her work. Gazing at the mountain of emails, at the moment she clicked send all, a profound sense of liberation washed over her. Sun Yan, reclining on the adjacent desk, observed her and inquired, President Wen, what time shall we depart tomorrow? Yet, with a rare day off, Sun Yan stretched lazily and wavered in her resolve. Are you truly not choosing to accompany me? Wen Ciyi retorted silently, am I to witness you and Xiao Shiheng enjoying a paid romance? Sun Yan shook her head. Of course not. I was contemplating. What? Wen Ciyi prompted. When pursuing someone, does frequently appearing before them not risk coming across as too easily obtained? Sun Yan articulated delicately. Wen Ciyi shut her laptop, beginning to reflect on her actions. She meticulously unraveled the logic. If your assertion holds true, it seems so. Thus, I must strive diligently for my promotion. Sun Yan replied. Typically, such aspirations are articulated by males. She then posed a more direct question. Have you two shared a kiss? Wen Ciyi's mind momentarily stalled. No. That's reassuring, Sun Yan responded, relieved. Then you should pursue him. Wen Ciyi retorted. So, You have expounded upon all this literary nonsense merely to convey that? Of course not, Sun Yin replied with a look of incredulity. I am advising you to cut your losses before you reach the precipice. Wen Ciyi remarked, listening to your words, to which Sun Yin contentedly replied. It's more enlightening than a decade of study, isn't it? Wen Ciyi continued, as if one were to hear a profound discourse. Sun Yin responded. However, when Ciyi's voice dropped, and her expression darkened slightly, you and Ling Go, in certain respects, are quite alike. Both of you are adept at timely damage control. Sun Yin replied, it's nothing. When Ciyi seemed to murmur to herself, let me ponder this a bit more. Meanwhile, Su Mian had just exited the sports hall at Peking University. He wiped his neck with the towel that Zhou Mo had handed him, inquiring, Is everything sorted at the lab? It's mostly taken care of, Zhou Mo replied, recalling the arduous cleaning he had undertaken and decided to playfully corner Su Mian. I say, Su Ge. Su Mian shot him a glance and replied succinctly, Speak. Zhou Mo, with a grin, continued. Since I've helped with the cleaning and even brought you a towel, how about you treat me to a meal as a token of appreciation? Su Mian surveyed the experimental building not far away. It was scarcely 100 meters from the sports hall. Wait, Su Ge, include us as well? Chimed in the other two roommates, emerging from the sports hall and exchanging knowing glances. Zhou Mo, suppressing his curiosity, conceded, All right, let us all dine together. The moment he spoke, it felt somewhat like a clumsy attempt to mask his true intentions. Su Mian glanced down at his phone, which held nothing but a few mentions from classmates in the class group chat. The pinned message lay quietly, with only a solitary good morning lingering. He narrowed his eyes, concealing his emotions. Su Mian tucked her phone into her pocket and tugged at the towel, saying, All right, let us go buy some groceries. When Ciyi had spent nearly an entire day at home. Since Sun Yin entered a relationship, her time had been divided solely between work and her partner. Just a moment ago, she was present, and the next moment, she was whisked away by Xiao Shihang for dinner. Before leaving, Sun Yin inquired if Wen Ciyi wished to join, to which Wen Ciyi declined, not wanting to be an unwelcome third wheel. She reclined on the sofa for a while, scrolling through Weibo, when she stumbled upon a post. The title read, Have the seeds of youthful infatuations blossomed and borne fruit? The responses were a tapestry of varied experiences. When Ciyi swiped down the screen thoughtfully, reflecting on her own life, it seemed she had never experienced a hidden crush throughout her youth, buried instead in the sea of coursework. With the boys waiting in the corridors and those sprinting across the playground playing ball, all remaining beyond her reach. As she continued scrolling, she noticed some comments mentioning 5 years, others 7, but nothing longer than that. After flipping through a few more, she caught a glimpse of the time. It was already nearing 6 o'clock, and she needed to prepare dinner. Just as she was about to exit the screen, her peripheral vision caught a number. She instinctively clicked on it, discovering that the original poster, while having never experienced an infatuation, recounted a tale from school about a boy who had. The rarity of a boy's unrequited affection made this topic soar to the top of the thread. The comments section was abuzz with requests for further details, to which the original poster replied that they would be off to dinner first and would later share more on Weibo. When Ciyi's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to bookmark the post for later. She prepared some mung bean porridge, but the sweltering heat deterred her from consuming hot food. After cooking the porridge, she stored it in the refrigerator and settled on the sofa, clutching her phone, eagerly awaiting the author's next update. The author recounted an incident from high school when, during a game of truth or dare with a few classmates, luck was not on their side, and they lost right from the start. Their companions posed a daring question, to inquire whether the class monitor harbored any secret crushes. The author described the monitor as exceptionally handsome, with an air of aloofness, making the revelation of any romantic interest a momentous discovery. The companions advised that if the monitor did have a crush, they should ask how long it lasted. If not, they should inquire if there was anyone they liked. The author admitted to feeling a pang of anxiety, as the monitor always appeared detached and solitary. However, under peer pressure, the author approached the monitor. To their astonishment, the typically composed individual hesitated for a moment before uttering a single word, yes. The comments section erupted at this revelation, with many exclaiming, Does the aloof flower harbor feelings for someone? When Ciyi felt a flicker of surprise as she scrolled down, only to find another update from the author. They stated that at that moment, the monitor had only said one word, leaving both the author and their companions in utter shock. The author even followed up with a question about how many years it had lasted. The comments flooded in, filled with anticipation. And then, what did the monitor say? Wen Ciyi could no longer contain her curiosity and commented below, "Why is the number 8 significant?" Immediately, someone in the comments challenged her. That might just be a random remark. Then another chimed in. Xuejuan is indeed remarkable. What about that class monitor now? If they held the position of class monitor, their academic performance must be stellar. I wonder what their name is. Below, someone lamented, 11 years. If it has truly lasted that long, then this unrequited love must be extraordinarily grand and resplendent. Wen Ciyi pursed her lips in contemplation. 11 years would indeed be an interminable duration. Yet, someone inquired, if that class monitor is so academically gifted, why did they opt to repeat a year? Especially under the immense competitive pressure in Zhejiang? Another person asked, isn't that class monitor now in their 3rd year of university? Where did they end up? An 11-year-long unrequited love suggests that the girl being adored must be exceptionally worthy of such affection, Wen Ciyi mused. She exited Weibo, intending to fetch some mung bean porridge, when a series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Chapter 34. Heeding the senior's words, Wen Ciyi pivoted on her toes and opened the door to find Zhou Weekend standing before her. Beaming as he greeted her, "Good evening, senior." Wen Ciyi was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Good evening. The rascal Su Simeon sent me to invite you for dinner. Will you join us?" Zhou Weekend asked, his tone laced with inquiry. How could a senior consider it an intrusion? Zhou Weekend added, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he reiterated, "Really not coming?" Wen Ciyi gently nodded in acquiescence. Upon hearing Zhou Weekend's words, Su Simeon maintained an indifferent expression, refraining from addressing the matter. Instead, her voice took on a slightly frosty tone as she remarked, "If he doesn't come, there's nothing we can do. Let's eat." Wen Ciyi, having taken the keys, was about to step out when she paused at the elevator door, retrieving her phone. She noticed a yellow notification and, upon opening it, found the article about unrequited love still trending. She clicked on it and saved it to her favorites. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Wen Ciyi entered and pressed the button for the first floor. The doors closed with a soft thud. She strolled leisurely beneath her apartment building. The supermarket was not far away, and though she initially intended to buy some fruit, she recalled her refrigerator was nearly full. Ultimately, she selected a white plastic keychain shaped like a small dog from the miscellaneous section. It was reminiscent of the little yellow duck from her childhood, complete with a sound feature. A smile inexplicably tugged at her lips as she headed to the checkout with the keychain in hand. Her thoughts drifted back to Su Simeon's remark about wanting a pet. She placed the keychain in her pocket and, as soon as the green light illuminated, hurried across the street. Upon entering the pet shop, the owner promptly approached her, inquiring about her needs. Wen Ciyi's gaze immediately fell upon a lively corgi wagging its tail. Through the bars of the cage, she gently patted the dog's head and asked, "Excuse me, can I purchase this dog?" The owner glanced at the corgi and shook his head regretfully. "I'm afraid, miss, this dog has already been reserved by another gentleman. However, we do have other breeds available, such as schnauzers and poodles," he suggested, directing her attention to a cage on the left where a sleeping puppy resided. "Would you like to take a look?" Wen Ciyi had a particular fondness for corgis. It seemed she had something on her mind as she remarked, "Is it still possible to make an appointment for a corgi with the owner?" The end of the year marked the most demanding period for Wen Ciyi, filled with employee meetings and year-end summaries. After bidding farewell to the owner, she glanced back at the lively corgis as she exited the pet shop. Continuing her stroll, Wen Ciyi felt a vague sense of confusion creeping into her heart, an ineffable emotion that simmered and intensified within her feelings. She decided to sit on a park bench to sort through her thoughts. Opening her phone, she sent a message to Ling Gu. Though a sense of uncertainty lingered within her, Wen Ciyi pressed a few keys with a frown. Ling Gu. It was likely that Ling Gu was also enjoying a break. "What's wrong?" came the reply. Wen Ciyi hesitated. "I just can't quite figure things out." "What can't you figure out?" Ling Gu inquired. Wen Ciyi responded, "It feels just a bit." Suddenly startled, she hurriedly typed, "How could that be? I haven't even pursued him yet. How could I possibly feel exhausted?" "Are you not just overthinking it?" Ling Gu retorted. "What do you mean by that?" Wen Ciyi asked, puzzled. "Firstly, you are a businesswoman, a CEO, which means you must maintain your composure and clarity. You are the hunter, and Su Simeon is your prey. However, as I previously advised, it's best to keep it light and not get too entangled. When you need someone who can match your prowess as an entrepreneur, not merely a college boy. You give off the impression that you are genuinely looking to fall in love." Wen Ciyi contemplated for a moment. Well, that's not so bad. After all, there's nothing wrong with engaging in a romance. Ling Gu, there is truly no necessity for you to hesitate. Simply pursue what you desire. But be mindful not to lose your composure along the way. Remember, you are Wen Ciyi. After a somewhat disjointed conversation with Ling Go, Wen Ciyi suddenly felt a wave of clarity wash over her. She could just chase after him. Why overthink it? The gloomy clouds of her mood dissipated as swiftly as they had arrived. She put away her phone, feeling a newfound sense of ease. Perhaps she had been overly eager for success, just as Su Nian had pointed out, as Wen Ciyi entered her housing complex. She was about to turn right towards the elevator when her steps faltered. Su Simeon stood not far away, occasionally glancing up, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, seemingly awaiting someone. Unsure whether to take the stairs, she shifted her weight slightly, and Su Simeon's gaze swept in her direction. He paused and strode towards her, coming to a halt before Wen Ciyi, his eyes clear and bright. "Senior." Wen Ciyi's heart raced, yet she maintained a calm facade as she inquired, "What is the matter?" Su Simeon gazed into her amber eyes and directly stated, "Senior, you mentioned the other day that one hug is insufficient. Can two make up for it?" Wen Ciyi was taken aback. Su Simeon hesitated, his dark eyes sparkling with clarity. He straightened his lips, seemingly reflecting on his unintentional words, and ultimately, he averted his gaze in a near panic. "It's nothing. Have you eaten, Senior?" Then, with his fingertips curled slightly, Su Simeon's voice dropped to a husky whisper, "I made dinner. Would you like to come to my place?" Wen Ciyi spoke with a smile gracing her lips, her voice lilting as she said, "Junior, I recall mentioning to Zhou Mo that I would not disturb you." Su Simeon gazed at her intently. Seriousness etched in his eyes. "Does that not count? Is it true that Senior won't tea come?" The senior, feeling a profound sadness, found herself unable to eat much. Su Simeon lowered his gaze, his eyes inadvertently landing on the delicate curve of Wen Ciyi's collarbone, his voice husky as he inquired, "Then what does the senior wish to do?" Wen Ciyi fixated on the flush of red blooming on Su Simeon's earlobe, a surge of desire flickering within her. In that moment, only the sound of their clothing brushing against one another could be heard, mingling with the potent scent of lavender that clung to Su Simeon. Wen Ciyi subtly lifted the corners of her mouth, her hand gently reaching out to caress the rosy outline of Su Simeon's ear, her fingertips gliding over his neck with a softness that tested the patience of the one being seduced. The elevator blurred their figures into an ambiguous silhouette, and Su Simeon closed his eyes briefly. Upon reopening them, the clarity in his gaze remained unwavering as he sidestepped, questioning, "When you speak, Senior, what precisely do you refer to?" When Ciyi arched an eyebrow, "It certainly wouldn't be to your detriment." At that moment, the elevator reached Su Simeon's floor. When Ciyi exchanged a knowing glance with him, seamlessly returning to her previous state of composure, oblivious to the depths of Su Simeon's suddenly inscrutable gaze behind her. When Ciyi expressed surprise, 2 portions? She hadn't anticipated Su Simeon's culinary skills to be so fitting. He had prepared mostly cold dishes, which were exquisitely flavored. As Wen Ciyi finished her meal, she took the dishes to the kitchen when her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she cast a sidelong glance at Su Simeon, who was busy polishing a cup, and pressed the red button to decline the call. Su Simeon paused in his task, turning to look at the phone in Wen Ciyi's hand. "Isn't the senior going to answer? It might be something important," he remarked, unaware of the identity of the caller. Wen Ciyi smiled, deftly diverting the topic, and quickly pressed the button to end the call, stating, "It's nothing urgent." However, in the next moment, the phone rang persistently once more. Wen Ciyi furrowed her brows, preparing to repeat her earlier action, but a slender wrist intercepted her. Su Simeon seized her phone instead. He glanced at the contact name and, with a single hand, activated the speakerphone without uttering a word. Upon hearing the connection on Wen Ciyi's end, Ji Zhuai greeted. "Xiaoyi." Su Simeon narrowed his eyes. He was addressed as Xiaoyi, not with the formal title of general manager when as one would in a professional setting. Just as Wen Ciyi opened her mouth to respond, Su Simeon silenced her. He spoke slowly, "Hello." Recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, Ji Zhuai instinctively glanced at the phone, confirming he had dialed the right number. "This is Wen Ciyi's number," he stated. Su Simeon continued, "If I'm not mistaken, it's currently outside of work hours for Wen Ciyi." His tone was icy, reminiscent of a frozen lake. Ji Zhuai finally sensed something amiss. "Who are you?" he demanded. Su Simeon retorted, "Does it concern you? You called her twice earlier. Anyone can tell that receiving calls from the opposite sex at such a late hour is inappropriate." Ji Zhuai, infuriated, responded with a sarcastic laugh. "Are you Xiaoyi's boyfriend? Why are you meddling so much? Is he your boyfriend?" Su Simeon elongated her tone, and he gradually met Wen Ciyi's gaze filled with warmth. "It has nothing to do with you, right, Senior?" Wen Ciyi's eyes widened slightly, seemingly in surprise. Chapter 35 Senior, do I have water? Wen Ciyi glanced at her phone and quickly remarked, Gee Zhuai, is there anything urgent? Let's discuss it at the company later. There was silence on the other end, and it seemed Ji Zhuai let out a chuckle. Moments later, the call was abruptly terminated. At that moment, Su Simeon called out to her. He approached a wooden cabinet in the living room and retrieved a finely crafted wooden box, presenting it to Wen Ciyi. Senior, take this. Wen Ciyi examined the delicate craftsmanship of the wooden box, which exuded a subtle elegance. She remained still, smiling as she inquired, Junior, what is this? Inside is a sachet. Su Simeon said in a low, soothing voice. He gently placed the box into Wen Ciyi's embrace, adding, It aids in sleep. It's not an expensive item. Just keep it. Wen Ciyi's eyebrows twitched slightly as she traced the intricate patterns on the box, feeling a profound weight to it. A smile graced her lips as she replied, Thank you, Junior. I happen to have something for you as well. Su Simeon displayed a curious expression. Wen Ciyi extended a small white dog keychain from her pocket. Here, this is for you. Su Simeon's dark eyes sparkled as he lightly grasped Wen Ciyi's wrist. The cool touch brushed against the little white dog. Thank you, Senior. No need for thanks, Wen Ciyi replied with a cheerful smile. I just feel that this little dog resembles you quite a bit. Su Simeon softly repeated, Very similar? Wen Ciyi's expression seemed to bear a smile as she knowingly remarked, They are all quite adorable, Junior. The last 3 words were uttered with a gentle lilt, her eyes sparkling with a teasing glimmer. Su Simeon tucked away her keys and calmly added, Actually, I find you just as lovely as the Senior. After a refreshing shower. Wen Ciyi lay on her bed, applying a face mask while messaging Wen Nan. Brother, she typed. What is it, sister? Came his reply. What time does your competition begin? She inquired. Observing the schedule, she noted the significant gap between Wen Nan's and Su Simeon's competition times. Yet it was manageable as she could linger a bit longer at Peking University. Checking the time on her phone, she continued, Got it. You have a competition tomorrow. Why are you still awake? Opting not to prolong the conversation, she advised, Take care of your health, don't stay up too late. Come find me at the entrance tomorrow. Dinner is on me. Wen Nan instantly responded with enthusiasm, All right, all right. Wen Ciyi exited the chat and sent a goodnight message to the little white dog. She glanced at the keychain in her palm, retrieving her backpack and casually attaching it to the zipper. Lying on her bed, she idly scrolled through the recent stock market trends, and after confirming with Yihua that everything was normal, she closed the page. Her gaze fell upon the wooden box Su Simeon had given her. She reached for it, opened the lid, and discovered it neatly contained dozens of small sachets. Their scent was subtle yet surprisingly refreshing. Selecting one, she tied it to the headboard. Its delicate fragrance inexplicably instilled a sense of calm. She switched off her phone, ready to drift into slumber. The weather in Shaojing has recently been capricious, with gentle rains falling intermittently, yet Wen Ciyi enjoyed a night of pleasant dreams. Upon awakening the next day, she felt refreshed and in high spirits as she played with the fragrant sachet gifted to her by Su Simeon. This sachet, however, had only lasted through the night, losing its fragrance by morning. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Ciyi rose and rummaged beneath her bed, retrieving a box in which she placed the spent sachet. After a simple breakfast, she drove to Peking University, only to find the parking lot brimming with vehicles. It dawned on her that many parents had come to witness the sports meet. She circled around and parked in the western lot, and as she opened her car door, her phone rang. The voice of Wen Nan echoed through. Sister, have you arrived? Wen Ciyi replied, Yes, I'm on the west side. Come over. I have something for you. Wen Nan grinned widely. Did you buy me something again? Wen Ciyi opened the trunk and retrieved a box, saying, It just arrived the day before yesterday. Hurry over. Wen Nan ended the call, beaming as he prepared to head south. His roommate, noticing him heading in the opposite direction, inquired, Where are you going? To see your CEO sister? The roommate jogged a few steps to catch up with Wen Nan, playfully asking, Can I come along? Wen Nan scrutinized him from head to toe. Sure, but you must greet my sister politely when you see her. The roommate readily agreed, Of course. Your sister is my sister too. Wen Ciyi, standing in the shade of a tree, waited for a while before spotting 2 figures approaching her, one of whom was unfamiliar. Wen Nan, panting, halted before her and introduced, Sister, I have arrived. This is my roommate. The young man exhibited the carefree exuberance of youth. Obediently greeting, Hello, sister. Wen Nan replied, This is my sister. The roommate interjected, They're quite similar, really. Wen Ciyi observed their exchange with amusement and smiled before turning to retrieve a box from the car. Upon noticing, Wen Nan promptly reached out, saying, "Sister, let me take that." Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow and pulled a bag from the front seat, revealing 4 cups of milk tea purchased along the way. Curiously, Wen Nan leaned in. "Sister, is this for us?" "Indeed." Wen Ciyi handed the bag to Wen Nan. "You hold onto it for now." After musing for a moment, Wen Nan turned to her roommate, who stood idly by, and decisively thrust the bag into his hands, declaring, "Li Lu, it's time for you to earn your keep." Li Lu responded with confusion, "Huh?" Wen Nan lifted her chin, asserting, "My sister bought this milk tea for us. If you don't take it, you won't have any." Wen Ciyi playfully tapped Wen Nan on the head. "Mind your words." Li Lu, taken aback, gratefully cradled the cups and exclaimed, "Thank you, senior." "Not at all." Wen Ciyi replied, closing the trunk and locking the car. "I must also express my gratitude for your care of my brother in daily life." Li Lu pounded his chest confidently. "Rest assured, senior, we will treat Wen Nan like our own brother." Wen Nan interjected, "Who are you calling a brother?" "Say that again." As Wen Ciyi and the others entered the school gates, they observed the antics of the 2 individuals ahead. The gymnasium was not far off. After Wen Nan shared his milk tea with the other roommates, he led Wen Ciyi to the spectator stands where they settled down. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and after a brief conversation, the announcement for the participant check-in began. Li Lu approached, calling out, "Wen Nan, it's time to go." Wen Nan responded, turning to Wen Ciyi with a hint of anxiety, "Sister, I'm competing. You must cheer for me." Wen Ciyi chuckled softly in reply, "Of course." She then turned to Li Lu, inquiring, "Are you also running the short race with Wen Nan?" Li Lu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Wen Ciyi smiled and offered her encouragement. The team moved swiftly, and soon Wen Nan and Li Lu were positioned on their respective tracks. Wen Ciyi rose and scanned the surroundings. At each event site of the Peking University sports meet, a portable refrigerator was stationed, stocked with several cases of water. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed one such cooler beneath the stands. As she maneuvered around the crowd toward the stairs, her actions caught the attention of Su Simeon, who was volunteering nearby. He squinted slightly, as if to confirm his observation. Zhou, who was busy moving items, noticed Su Simeon's pause and followed his gaze to Wen Ciyi, remarking, "Isn't that senior sister? Look, her brother is on the short race track." Su Simeon responded with an affirmative hum. Zhou then asked, "Shall we go say hello?" Su Simeon handed the list he was holding to Zhou, saying, "Later, you take this list to the announcer." Wen Ciyi, however, did not notice Su Simeon. She took a bottle of water and stood attentively under the greenhouse, observing Wen Nan as he warmed up. After waiting for a moment, Wen Ciyi saw Wen Nan and Li Lu almost simultaneously approach the flamboyant red ribbon, both securing the top position. Raising an eyebrow, she was about to approach the 2, but was obstructed by a group of girls that seemed to appear from nowhere. Wen Ciyi was momentarily taken aback. Yet she did not rush, leaning against a nearby pole while keeping an eye on Wen Nan. As Wen Nan faced the row of water bottles presented before him and the eager gazes of those around, he noticed Wen Ciyi, who was watching him with keen interest from the sidelines, and quickly cast a pleading look towards his sister. After contemplating for a moment, Wen Ciyi decided to approach. Wen Nan deftly maneuvered around the crowd and urgently called out, "Sister." Wen Ciyi handed him the water and, intrigued, inquired, "Your admirers?" Wen Nan nearly choked on the water, exclaiming, "Not at all, not at all." Wen Ciyi responded with a knowing "oh," prompting Wen Nan to clarify, "They're not in the same class, so it's awkward to accept." Wen Ciyi nodded, agreeing, "That makes sense." Meanwhile, Li Lu was not in a much better predicament. He wore a look of distress, refraining from reaching out for the water being handed to him, instead directing his gaze towards Wen Nan. Wen Nan, uncharacteristically amused, chuckled and said, "Sister, since you are such a good person, could you help my roommate?" Wen Ciyi shot him a glance. "Why don't you do it yourself?" Wen Nan replied earnestly, "I've helped before," but he hesitated, seemingly reluctant to continue. "Some people mistook him for a gay." Wen Ciyi responded, "That seems a bit excessive." No. Wen Nan resolutely shook his head. Today's university students possess a very open mindset. Wen Ciyi felt that Li Li's demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to Wen Nan just moments ago. She returned to the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of water, and naturally approached Li Lu, saying, "Junior, here is some water." Li Lu trembled slightly as he accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior." His words were earnest and fervent. Wen Ciyi chuckled, "Are you that flustered?" Li Lu nodded in response. Wen Nan then pulled Li Lu aside, saying, "Sister, let us go take a shower first. I fear that the scent of sweat might bother you." "Sister, Please wait for us at the cafeteria of Peking University later. Wen Ciyi acknowledged with a soft lowering her gaze to check her phone. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and it would take about half an hour to reach the first cafeteria. Waiting for Wen Nan would provide ample time for lunch. Though she wondered if she would encounter Su Simeon. Just as she turned, she unexpectedly collided with someone. She instinctively covered her head and took a step back, murmuring, "I'm sorry." The person remained still, merely saying, "Senior, do I have water?" His voice was low, cool, and familiar, causing Wen Ciyi to look up in astonishment upon hearing it. Chapter 36. Does the junior wish to invite someone else? Su Simeon was clad in a red vest that, rather than appearing gaudy, enhanced his youthful vigor. His features were sharp and composed, reminiscent of the wind slicing through glaciers. Wen Ciyi instinctively asked, "What brings you here, Junior?" Su Simeon recalled the earlier moment when Wen Ciyi had handed water to a stranger to help him out and averted his gaze, replying, "Volunteers are moving things." Wen Ciyi gazed at Su Simeon, sensing an underlying restlessness within him. Tentatively, she inquired, "Did you see what just happened?" Su Simeon replied, "What?" "I was just passing water to my younger brother's roommate." She clarified, "It's merely a small favor. Please don't overthink it." She had no intention of concealing anything. And upon noticing Su Simeon's gaze, she felt compelled to explain. Su Simeon merely nodded, reiterating, "Senior, the water." Wen Ciyi handed him a bottle of water. Yet he did not take it. Instead, he languidly requested, "Senior, could you help me open it?" Taken aback, Wen Ciyi complied and twisted off the cap. After receiving the bottle, Su Simeon smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior." Wen Ciyi watched as his Adam's apple bobbed, droplets of water cascading down his jawline, inexplicably feeling a parched sensation herself. Su Simeon, noticing the subtle change in Wen Ciyi's expression, observed her intently, his gaze deepening. He then offered the water back to her, asking, "Senior, would you like a drink?" Caught off guard for a moment, Wen Ciyi's eyes fell upon the bottle he was extending. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. If she accepted, it would be akin to an indirect kiss. Startled by her own audacity, she quickly responded, "No, no. I'm not thirsty." Changing the subject, she inquired, "How much longer do you need to work?" Su Simeon tightened the bottle cap, the sound sending shivers through Wen Ciyi's heart. She hastily remarked, "It won't be long." Then she asked, "Would you like to join me for a meal, Senior?" Su Simeon hinted, "Aren't you meeting someone?" Undeterred, Wen Ciyi directly stated, "I would like to have dinner with you." Her words were audacious, revealing her innermost thoughts. Su Simeon pressed her lips together, seemingly suppressing her expression. "Is it just you and me, Senior? Are you interested in someone else?" Wen Ciyi's gaze held a hint of inquiry. "Really? Do you wish to pursue someone else?" Su Simeon was at a loss as to why she felt a twinge of anger. Yet speaking with Wen Ciyi made her feel as though she had committed some offense. Su Simeon lowered her gaze to Wen Ciyi, her eyes focused. "I will follow your lead, Senior." Upon hearing this, Wen Ciyi smiled, the graceful curve of her swan-like neck striking and elegant. "All right." She sent a message to Wen Nan, informing him she would be dining with someone else, suggesting he join his roommates instead. Wen Nan, surely he was aware, given that his sister's purpose for attending the sports meet at Peking University was not merely for the event itself. Noticing Su Simeon alone, Wen Ciyi inquired, "Junior, why haven't I seen your roommates?" Su Simeon fabricated a response. They went to the auditorium to move some things. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Simeon's roommates, forbidden from interrupting her time with Wen Ciyi, were grumbling as they cleaned the auditorium. Wen Ciyi, upon hearing this, expressed a hint of regret. "Oh, I see." Su Simeon, with a calm demeanor, countered, "What is the matter?" At that moment, Wen Ciyi had yet to sense any impending danger and explained, "I wanted to ask if they would be interested in participating in a team-building event organized by my company." Su Simeon merely responded with a nonchalant hum, considering that the second cafeteria was somewhat close to the gymnasium by the short track. Wen Ciyi thought about Su Simeon being a volunteer and surmised she might soon be quite busy, thus suggesting they dine there. Su Simeon naturally had no objections. At this moment, the cafeteria was not particularly crowded, though a few individuals formed a line. Wen Ciyi stood ahead of Su Simeon, her hand instinctively reaching for her pocket, only to falter mid-motion. In her hurried departure that morning, it seemed she had forgotten to bring her cafeteria card. Wen Ciyi paused, an unusual hesitance in her demeanor. Noticing her hesitation, Su Simeon inquired, "Senior, what is the matter?" Wen Ciyi replied, "It appears I've forgotten my meal card." Upon hearing this, Su Simeon raised an eyebrow and, with an air of nonchalance, produced his own card and handed it over, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Ciyi. Senior, use mine. Wen Ciyi accepted it with a smile, saying, then I shall thank you, Junior. Su Simeon nodded in acknowledgement, replying, no need for thanks. Their seemingly oblivious exchange drew the astonished gazes of others in line. Su Simeon was notoriously aloof at Peking University, often surrounded by no other gender, and when dining, he was typically accompanied only by his roommates or alone. Curious glances shifted to the vibrant figure before him, and one person recognized her and whispered, "Isn't that Wen Ciyi?" Another, pulling out a phone to capture the moment, remarked, such a rare sight. I must take a photo to share on Weibo. Though Wen Ciyi was not an actress, she frequently attended various high-profile events and was acutely aware of being photographed. Just as the person prepared to press the shutter, Wen Ciyi unexpectedly glanced in her direction, offering a perfectly timed smile. The individual's hand trembled, resulting in a blurred photograph. Su Simeon's figure shifted slightly as he cast a fleeting glance at the individual before him, subtly elevating his step to unobtrusively position himself beside Wen Ciyi. Tilting her head, Wen Ciyi observed Su Simeon's movements, a smile gracing her lips as her hand gently brushed against the palm of his. Given that Su Simeon was to continue assisting in the afternoon, their meal was brief. During their conversation, Wen Ciyi received a phone call. Hua informed her of an impromptu meeting at the company. Wen Ciyi replied that she would arrive shortly and turned to Su Simeon, saying, Junior, I must make a trip to the company. Su Simeon's gaze fell upon Zhou Mo, who was beckoning to him from a distance, and he inquired, will Senior still come by this afternoon? Wen Ciyi replied decisively, of course, Junior. You have the long-distance run, and Senior will definitely come to watch. After a moment's thought, she smiled gently and gave Su Simeon's wrist a playful shake, saying, if you place in the top 3, Senior will give you a reward. Su Simeon's eyes sparkled with interest, his lips slightly parted. Is any reward permissible? With a hint of implication, he added, then let it be first place. I fear Senior might suffer a loss otherwise. What loss could I possibly incur? Wen Ciyi responded, momentarily taken aback. My loss. Su Simeon's gaze darkened as he stated with certainty, Senior must not go back on her word when the time comes. Never, Wen Ciyi replied, her brows arching playfully as she entwined her pinky with Su Simeon's, shaking it lightly. Whoever deceives will be the little dog. Chapter 37. That kid quite likes lavender. Hua acknowledged her, handing over the documents she held. General Manager Wen. These are the work records of the individuals who were dismissed for cutting corners previously. Wen Ciyi nodded slightly, flipping through a few pages with a furrowed brow. She pointed to a specific section and remarked, they are capable of committing such a trivial error. She entrusted everything to Hua, saying, you may handle it from here. And also pay attention to the future employment prospects of these individuals. Such matters are rarely as straightforward as they appear. Hua acknowledged her request and was about to leave when Wen Ciyi called her back. Rubbing her brow, she added, please try to expedite the team-building proposal for the National Day holiday within these 2 days. Additionally, if it's not too much trouble, could you include a few more slots? We can finalize the details later. Upon hearing this, Hua smiled wryly, her tone laced with playful mockery. Are you planning to bring your romantic partner along, General Manager Wen? Wen Ciyi retorted, do not emulate Sun Yan by making such remarks. Outside the meeting room, there were 2 tea break areas, with Wen Ciyi situated in the inner one. Upon entering, she casually pulled the frosted door shut, leaving a narrow gap. While sipping her water, she was caught off guard by the sound of a lively discussion from outside. With the keen sensitivity of a fox, she refrained from immediately opening the door. Instead, she pressed her back against the counter, eavesdropping on the conversation. The voices were quite youthful, likely belonging to a recent batch of interns. I heard that the decisive president dismissed several long-standing employees yesterday, one expressed in astonishment. Long-standing employees? Aren't they the backbone of the company? Another responded, indeed. I wonder what the president is thinking. Perhaps power has led to a sense of arrogance. The speaker's tone was unreserved, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Let us not be hasty in our judgments. The CEO surely has his own considerations. If there has been a significant misstep, we must place our trust in him. She continued, after all, she is not present. What role are you playing? The company's CEO is still relatively young. It is only natural for someone inexperienced to falter. Oh dear, how can you speak in such a manner? The other, seemingly agitated, lowered his voice. You hardly know her. When one is still nascent in their career, it is unwise to speak ill of a superior. She may have endured hardships far beyond what we have experienced. Initially intending to add her own thoughts, Hua furrowed her brow, observing the silhouette behind the frosted glass door, speculating whether Wen Ciyi was still listening with rapt attention. She cleared her throat lightly. prompting the two disputants to greet her promptly. "Hello, assistant he." Ihwame did not respond, but addressed Wen Ciyi through the frosted door, stating, "Manager Wen. The proposal for the team-building event has been completed. Please review it at your convenience." Upon hearing this, the two paused momentarily, exchanging glances that reflected a shared sense of trepidation. Wen Ciyi emerged with a water cup in hand, exuding an air of calm. She cast a cursory glance at the two and said, In hushed tones, they murmured, "Good day, Manager Wen." Wen Ciyi responded nonchalantly, "Greetings to you both." She halted before the individual who had just mocked her, inquiring with apparent amiability, "Which department do you belong to, young lady?" The individual bowed her head slightly, parting her lips to reply, "I am a new intern in the finance department." Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, once again confronted by the meddlesome finance department. It seemed she needed to take charge. She turned her gaze to the other side and inquired, "And you, miss?" The individual, though her voice was somewhat subdued, held her back straight, an intern in the management department. "Noted," Wen Ciyi replied, seemingly contemplating her next move. She placed her hand on Ihwa's shoulder and, ignoring the surroundings, declared, "I leave this to you." Wen Ciyi's leisurely departure prompted Ihwa to rub her forehead in exasperation as she coldly regarded the two individuals. Just a visit to the administration department. Wen Ciyi paid no mind to the idle chatter of the intern. Her words had never been a mere reflection of one's character. If taken to heart, she would have succumbed to the unique form of campus bullying she encountered abroad long ago. After examining the team-building proposal crafted by Ihwa, she decided to approve it for now. She copied the document onto a USB drive, then shut down her computer, intending to head to Peking University. As she exited her office, she crossed paths with Ihwa, who paused momentarily. "So soon?" Ihwa expressed surprise. "It's almost bedtime. What brings you here?" Ihwa, "Indeed, it seems you are falling in love." As Wen Ciyi fastened her seatbelt, the vehicle gradually began to move. While attentively observing the reverse maneuver, she glanced into the rearview mirror. The drive to Peking University took merely a few minutes, and upon parking, she checked the time, 1:30. There was no rush. Considering Su Simeon might be preoccupied and unable to check her phone, she sent a message for the weekend. "Are you there, Junior?" On the other end, the weekend was idly passing time. "I'm here, Senior." "What's up?" Wen Ciyi replied, "I'm at the gate of Peking University." "Are you with Su Simeon?" As soon as Wen Ciyi entered the gymnasium, she spotted Zhou Weekend idly engrossed in his phone. After a moment of contemplation, she greeted him, "Junior." Upon hearing this, Zhou Weekend immediately rushed over, "Senior." Considering the team-building event, Wen Ciyi seized the opportunity and, once seated, inquired, "Are you interested in joining our company's team-building activity?" Zhou Weekend paused. "Team-building? The kind that covers food, accommodation, and travel?" Wen Ciyi nodded slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I was thinking of inviting you all. If Su Simeon goes alone, I fear he might not adjust well." "Absolutely," Zhou Weekend exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "A free team-building event. Senior, I'm definitely in. But where are we going?" "Well, to California." "It might be a bit far." Wen Ciyi cautiously gauged Zhou Weekend's reaction. "Is that all right?" "Of course. The Chibi Desert there is quite famous. I've always wanted to go." "Thanks to that guy," Zhou Weekend replied with a beaming smile. Wen Ciyi's anxious heart finally settled upon hearing his enthusiasm. She took out her phone and asked, "Do you know what brands he usually likes?" "Boys tend to favor shoes, and I want to buy a few pairs for him." Wen Ciyi had a few brands in mind, but was uncertain about Su Simeon's preferences. Zhou Weekend pondered aloud. Nike is definitely out. They boycott Xinjiang cotton. Fila seems acceptable. Wen Ciyi patiently listened to his analysis, and they ultimately settled on several niche yet exquisite brands. She lowered her head, sifting through styles, swiping across the screen. During the weekend, as she observed, a suggestion arose. "This is quite nice." Wen Ciyi's gaze lingered on a pair of lavender-hued AJ shoes, part of the lavender collection. With an air of casualness, Weekend remarked, "That fellow seems to have a fondness for lavender. Everything he uses has that lavender scent, unlike the cold sandalwood or cedar fragrances that permeated others. Su Simeon exuded an intoxicating lavender aroma, almost addictive in nature." "It seems so," Weekend continued, noticing Wen Ciyi lost in thought. "Last time, I think I saw him buying flowers, claiming he intended to give them to someone, though I am uncertain if he followed through." Wen Ciyi nodded thoughtfully, and under Weekend's watchful gaze, she proceeded to purchase the shoes, rationalizing it as a gift for team building. Su Simeon donned a fresh white sports outfit, radiating youthful vigor. A light blue headband adorned his forehead, and his features held a depth that was both profound and cool, akin to an orchid. As Su Simeon approached, Wen Ciyi and Weekend seamlessly shifted their conversation, maintaining an air of casualness before others. Su Simeon cast a glance at Weekend, who promptly understood. "Senior, I'll head off to work now." "All right," Wen Ciyi replied, contemplating briefly before rising. She casually inquired, "Junior, when will you go for registration?" "Now," Su Simeon replied nonchalantly. He asked, "Senior, will you accompany me?" "Let us go," Wen Ciyi smiled warmly, putting her phone away. She had filled in the delivery address for her order as Su Simeon's home, thus avoiding the risk of personally delivering it only to face rejection. The audience was bustling with activity, filled with people. Laughter and joyful chatter permeated the air among the university students. The sun bathed the heated track in golden rays, while the banners of Peking University and colorful flags from various colleges fluttered freely in the breeze. Wen Ciyi chose a seat near the spectator area adjacent to the playground, while Su Simeon went to register. She focused intently on the vibrant red track. Alas, Su Simeon, he registered for the 3,000 meters? Indeed. Wow. It's surprising to see this prominent figure participating in the sports meet this year after not seeing him in previous years. Who knows? The thoughts of such an esteemed individual are unfathomable. "Look, he is coming out." Wen Ciyi turned her gaze toward the voice. Su Simeon appeared calm, chatting with someone beside him, and in a fleeting moment, he glanced over toward the stands. A flutter of excitement coursed through Wen Ciyi as she watched him step onto the track, exchanging a fist bump with a fellow competitor. The referee instructed them to get ready, holding the starting gun poised for the signal. Due to Su Simeon's immense popularity at Peking University. Upon hearing about the campus prince competition, a throng of spectators surged in from the East Gate, observing the university students clad in custom outfits. Wen Ciyi glanced at her own tailored suit, feeling somewhat out of place. She removed it and held it in her arms, continuing to gaze at Su Simeon. Su Simeon ran in third place, not far from the leaders, the sunlight illuminating him in a dazzling manner. The 3,000 meters passed swiftly, and Su Simeon, alongside the others, made a final push. Unexpectedly, his stamina was remarkable. He exuded the essence of a latent powerhouse. "Look, he's south in second place now." His expression remained indifferent, even as he ran, showing no signs of fatigue, while the fourth competitor was already gasping for breath. "My goodness, Su Simeon is truly impressive." "Indeed. It seems he is on the verge of surpassing his opponent." The spectators stirred with excitement, some even shouting encouragement, their voices resonating like a tidal wave. One wave crashing after another. With only 5 meters left, Wen Ciyi focused intently, silently counting in her mind. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. In response, the crowd anxiously urged, "Run. If you don't, you'll be overtaken." Feeling an instinctive connection, Wen Ciyi met Su Simeon's gaze. He smiled, and then, to everyone's astonishment, he executed a remarkable maneuver. The audience erupted into an uproar. Su Simeon crossed the finish line just as the second runner approached. "Ah, Su Simeon is incredible. I'm speechless. Is this really the aloof senior? Who was he competing against with that move? So charming. I have no idea." "Look," Wen Ciyi was still in a daze, gazing fixedly at Su Simeon as he approached. Su Simeon raised an eyebrow and extended his hand towards her. "Senior, water." He grasped Wen Ciyi's wrist and pulled her forward. The warmth of the young man radiating towards her, her wrist tinged with heat. Su Simeon's dark eyes sparkled as he took a few breaths, leaning closer to her ear with a grin, saying, "Senior, I did it." Chapter 38. Wishing for senior sister to be my girlfriend. Wen Ciyi's heart trembled slightly as she noticed a multitude of curious gazes from the stands directed towards them. Su Simeon, however, paid little mind to the attention, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the individual before him. After a prolonged silence, Wen Ciyi finally uttered 3 words, "Quite impressive." Su Simeon found her delayed response rather amusing. He leaned slightly forward, his flawless eyes reflecting 2 indistinct figures. He inquired, "Do you still remember my reward, senior sister?" Feigning composure, Wen Ciyi replied, "What does the junior want?" "I desire for senior sister to be my girlfriend," Su Simeon stated unexpectedly, his gaze deep and dark, his tone cool and devoid of jest. This proclamation struck Wen Ciyi like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Ah?" Su Simeon regarded her intently for a moment, then suddenly smiled, a rare occurrence today, his lips curving into a particularly radiant arc. Without further explanation, he took the suit that Wen Ciyi was holding and began to stride towards the lower stands. "Let us go, senior sister." An inexplicable rush of emotion surged within Wen Ciyi, an amalgamation of panic and a sweet thrill akin to tasting honey from a blade, imbuing her with a sense of absurdity and beauty. She lingered for a moment, her gaze tracing Su Simeon's retreating figure, noting the straightness of his spine and the elegance of his long, fair neck. Realizing she had fallen behind, Su Simeon turned to meet her eyes, his brows slightly raised. Wen Ciyi hastened to match his pace, dissipating the awkward atmosphere as she casually inquired, "So, what does the junior truly desire?" Su Simeon cast a glance at Wen Ciyi, whose eyes resembled a pool of unfathomable ink. He remarked, "We'll leave it unsettled for now." "Why leave it unsettled?" Wen Ciyi inquired. "I haven't quite decided yet, but—" Su Simeon hinted, "It will be soon." His demeanor was relaxed, yet Wen Ciyi pondered for a while, unable to grasp his meaning, and felt reluctant to boldly inquire further, choosing instead to await the day he mentioned would arrive soon. Su Simeon took Wen Ciyi for a stroll around Peking University, and they attended a weekend match. By the time everything concluded, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Wen Ciyi glanced at her phone and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear. I must head to the office." She could not divulge that her reason for going to the office was for a team-building event. She needed to find a different excuse, one akin to boiling a frog in warm water. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Ciyi began to speak earnestly yet absurdly. "There's an urgent matter that requires my attention." She smiled apologetically at Su Simeon, adding, "I received a last-minute notice, so I may not be able to accompany you today." Su Simeon raised an eyebrow, his dark gaze inscrutable. Wen Ciyi felt a twinge of anxiety as she looked at him, recalling her previous missteps, and she dared not assure herself that she could navigate this situation unscathed. To her surprise, Su Simeon merely nodded, refraining from probing further, and asked, "Would you like me to give you a ride?" Wen Ciyi maintained her composure and replied, "No need. I might be working late, and besides, you have classes tomorrow. So it wouldn't be convenient." Su Simeon chuckled softly, with an enigmatic undertone, "Very well." Wen Ciyi felt a tinge of apprehension after settling into her car, as the gaze she had exchanged with Su Simeon during their last encounter left her with a sense of vulnerability, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Yet, upon reflection, she deemed it inconsequential and resolved to head to the office. To her surprise, upon arrival, she discovered Hihua still present, engrossed in the glow of her computer screen. Wen Ciyi leaned closer, inquiring, "You are still here?" Hihua, accustomed to Wen Ciyi's recent erratic appearances, replied without a flicker of her eyelids, "Yes, I have a few financial discrepancies to address." Her eyes fell upon several pages, and after a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "About that intern today, is there an issue?" Wen Ciyi asked, noting the complexity of Hihua's expression. "There is a problem, though it seems elusive," Hihua responded, handing Wen Ciyi the intern's resume. "It's you." She hesitated, as if weighing her words carefully, "The individual from my uncle's connections." However, the situation had not only failed to yield results but had also spiraled into chaos, leading to a withdrawal of investments and the loss of several senior staff members from the company, leaving only a lone mole within the finance department. Did she enter through legitimate channels? Wen Ciyi glanced at the resume, her tone indifferent. "She came through the proper route," Hihua replied, her demeanor suggesting a hint of discomfort. "Who was her interviewer?" Wen Ciyi asked, as if a name had already formed in her mind. Hihua whispered a name, unable to suppress a slight smile. "You are quite straightforward, President Wen." Wen Ciyi raised her brow slightly, offering a subtle nod. "You should know me by now." "Sufficiently. I have nearly concluded my tasks." Hihua rose to gather her materials and, with a teasing tone, remarked, "I should take my leave and not intrude upon your strategy making." Wen Ciyi responded, "Let us depart." Hihua shut down her computer and, noticing that Wen Ciyi had yet to move, inquired, "Have you dined?" "No." Wen Ciyi shook her head. "Then, how about coming over to my place?" Hihua suggested. "Thank you, but I prefer to eat in the cafeteria. It's too cumbersome to run about." Wen Ciyi politely declined her offer. "However, the cafeteria is closed," Hihua reminded her. "I suppose I shall order takeout later." Wen Ciyi replied, lifting the stack of documents from Hihua's desk. "I'll review this later. You should clock out now." "Very well, I shall take my leave." "Do ensure you finish your work at a reasonable hour," Hihua advised as she picked up her bag. Wen Ciyi acknowledged with a sound, cradling the documents as she entered her office. Remembering that she had yet to water the plant on her desk, she went to add some water. After analyzing all the meticulously organized materials, the sky had turned an oppressive black, and Wen Ciyi stretched her aching wrist before returning to her computer. It was not that she had forgotten to order takeout. Rather, she simply lacked the time, remaining occupied until after 8 o'clock without a moment's respite. At this hour, only her solitary light illuminated the otherwise darkened building. Finally finding a moment's pause, when Ciyi glanced at her phone, it was just past 9. She opened the takeout application, perusing the options but finding nothing appealing. Perhaps it would be better to wash some fruit later. Her break room housed a refrigerator, often stocked with fresh fruit. As Sun Yin entered the vast expanse of her office, she noted that aside from a few essential items, it was starkly devoid of anything else, seemingly filled only by her presence. She couldn't help but wonder how the person she was meeting had fared in their appointment, having been engrossed in crafting a travel itinerary. Wen Ciyi was interrupted by a call from the security office. They informed her that someone claiming to be her brother was waiting to see her, carrying a package. Caught up in her work and slightly flustered, Wen Ciyi instinctively assumed it was Wen Nan. It was understandable that the newly hired security personnel were unfamiliar with her brother. Thus, she instructed the caller to send him up to the 9th floor while she stepped out to fetch some water. As she prepared to meet him, the man, upon receiving Wen Ciyi's consent, merely turned to the security guard and politely said, "Please let her know I'm here." His voice was calm and unhurried, akin to a gentle breeze beneath the bright moon. "Thank you," he added. The young security guard promptly remarked that he was indeed Wen Ciyi's brother. The older man squinted, as if in contemplation, a flicker of curiosity crossing his mind. Was Wen Ciyi's brother truly so tall? Meanwhile, Wen Ciyi remained absorbed in her phone, oblivious to the numbers flashing on the elevator display, until she stumbled upon a post from Wen Nan. The caption read, "Today's dose of leisure." It featured a photo taken at a barbecue restaurant near Peking University, showcasing Wen Nan alongside several roommates, a post made mere moments ago. Su Simeon, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and casual pants, stood at the elevator entrance, holding a bag. With a slightly muted tone, she gestured toward Wen Ciyi, greeting her as senior. Given her diligent workaholic nature, Wen Ciyi mused that Su Simeon likely wouldn't be on time for a meal. Su Simeon, with a light-hearted chuckle, indicated the bag in her hand and said, "I just brought a little something to try my luck. Are you not concerned that I might order takeout?" Wen Ciyi inquired. Su Simeon's eyes were filled with a resolute impossibility, yet he playfully inquired, "Do you know, senior?" His gaze, gentle and warm, drifted downward as he sighed softly. "I do not." Wen Ciyi's office was as cold and desolate as her home. Su Simeon set the dishes upon the table and handed a bowl to Wen Ciyi, saying, "Please eat while it's hot. It won't taste good once it cools." Wen Ciyi cheerfully took a few mouthfuls, but upon noticing Su Simeon's gaze lingering on her, she set her bowl down and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "No." Su Simeon gently shook his head, his legs casually crossed, his features striking and defined. The light illuminated his eyelids, as dark as feathers, adding an alluring charm. "I was merely contemplating." Wen Ciyi, puzzled, asked, "What were you thinking about?" Leaning slightly forward, Su Simeon's voice was enchanting, his gaze sharp yet cool. "You remind me of a little hamster I once raised." Chapter 39. The senior only listens to you. Wen Ciyi paused, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "You raised hamsters, Junior?" "Yes," Su Simeon replied. "It was quite a long time ago." Noticing his downcast demeanor, Wen Ciyi sensed he was reluctant to discuss it, likely due to the sorrow of losing a beloved pet. After a moment's thought, she awkwardly offered, "Well, don't be too sad, Junior. Let's look forward." Upon hearing her words, Su Simeon couldn't help but chuckle softly. His voice clear and pure, reminiscent of diluted brandy. Indeed. His eyes drooped at the corners, tracing a distinct arc. Wen Ciyi finished tidying up the lunchbox and went to the lounge to fetch a box of fruit, preparing to wash it in the pantry. Su Simeon brought his own laptop, placing it on the table and occasionally casting a glance at it. The two shared a tacit understanding in their interactions. Wen Ciyi washed the cherry tomatoes and mangosteen, handing them to Su Simeon, who received them and set them aside. Gesturing for Wen Ciyi to lean in a little closer. Confused, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Here, senior, I don't understand this." Su Simeon opened a page. Wen Ciyi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, oblivious to the undercurrent swirling in Su Simeon's gaze. She clicked a few keys on the mouse, and the page displayed a green font indicating successful operation. The spot he inadvertently brushed against seemed to ignite an unnamed fire, subtly tingling. Wen Ciyi bit into a tomato, responding, Su Simeon rose and walked to Wen Ciyi's desk, observing the California travel itinerary on the screen, marked with various annotations. He tilted his head and asked, "Does the senior always prepare strategies at the company during team-building events?" "Not really. Wen Ciyi replied leisurely as she settled into the office chair, her eyes revealing a clear meaning. Only this time. Su Simion's voice dropped slightly. Why? Because. Wen Ciyi's fingertip brushed against the back of Su Simion's hand resting on the table, casually massaging it a few times, teasingly replying, I want the junior to have a great time. Su Simion's Adam's apple bobbed. He remained still, merely confirming, Senior, do you care about my feelings this much? The distance between the two unconsciously diminished, and when Ciyi allowed him to gaze upon her with an alluring expression, her face radiating charm and tenderness. You care a great deal. If you didn't, how could I possibly pursue you, Junior? Su Simion's eyes sparkled like a winter spring shimmering under moonlight, and he straightened up. Reverting to his previous indifferent demeanor, though the depths of his gaze still held an inscrutable darkness. Thank you for your concern, Senior. There's no need for concern. As long as we are on our way. When Ciyi's words trailed off, and true to form, Su Simion raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He casually replied, I will. What? When Ciyi inquired, then the senior should anticipate it. She paused briefly before responding with a smile. The team-building event was scheduled for the morning a few days hence. Although it was termed a team-building exercise, it involved merely a dozen or so individuals. Given the considerable distance from Shaojing to California, when Ciyi arranged for flights through the company, she glanced at Yihua, who was outlining the details, and gestured for her to come closer. Yihua approached and asked, What's up? We will split into two groups, when Ciyi explained. Su Nian and Xiao Shihang may not come here. They might head directly to California. Ling Gu, Fu Zizhou, Su Simion, and I will go together. Understood. A private jet? Perhaps. Yihua pulled out her phone to make a booking, but when Ciyi promptly interjected, No need. I already have one parked along the coastal area of Shaojing. As Yihua was about to respond, she mused, You and your little boyfriend on a private jet. What about your junior's roommate? At that moment, when Ciyi's phone chimed, and she glanced down to see a message from the weekend. Weekend? Senior sister, I shall not accompany that fellow. It is far too cold. I seek the pleasures of life. With that, when Ciyi handed her phone to Yihua. So, is he joining us? Yihua inquired. When Ciyi pressed the screen and sent a voice message, Junior, have you all left yet? Weekend clicked on the message, and a soft female voice echoed in the dormitory. He had the speaker on and did not notice Su Simion entering with breakfast. The roommate above, relishing the gossip, deliberately asked, Oh, Weekend, is that a female voice? Who are you chatting with? The two above exchanged glances and burst into laughter, teasingly saying, Senior sister? What kind of senior sister is that? You two are so annoying. I told you it's a senior sister. Weekend muttered under his breath. Seeing they had not drawn the desired answer, the two cleared their throats and said, We won't tease you anymore. Ah, Su Gu has arrived. Weekend jumped slightly, meeting Su Simion's enigmatic gaze. He quickly handed his phone to Su Simion. I haven't said anything out of line. I merely told the senior sister that I wouldn't sit with you. Su Simion responded with a nonchalant mem, not pursuing the matter further. He placed his breakfast on the table and addressed the two above, Eat while it's hot. Weekend fished out a bowl of wontons and mumbled, I really ask. Are you two not coming with us to California? Staying at school for 7 days during National Day would be so boring. One replied, No. We need to prepare for practical training. Just thank the senior sister for us. As the weekend drew to a close, I was reminded of the design draft I had yet to complete, and with a sense of melancholy, I remarked, You all might as well work me to death. However, my roommate boldly interjected, You think that's intense? Su Gu managed to finish all his holiday assignments ahead of time and even earned an extra credit. I was left utterly astonished, exclaiming, Brother, is that really necessary? Are you putting in that much effort just for a senior? His laughter echoed. I can see you're truly outmatched. Annoyed by his raucousness, Su Simion delivered a light kick to him, her voice icy as she said, Focus on your wontons and spare us your chatter. Despite receiving a gentle nudge while cradling his bowl of wontons, he remained cheerful, declaring, I must inform the senior of your sincere intentions. Good morning, senior. I greeted Wen Ciyi. Good morning, she replied. Am I supposed to go with those people over there? I pointed to a bus in the distance, rented by Yihua to head to the airport. If you wish to join them, feel free, Wen Ciyi suggested. Glancing at the taciturn Su Simion, before asking, Are you sure you don't want to go together? I nodded emphatically, absolutely. Su Gu is far too cold. I certainly don't wish to sit beside him while needing an additional blanket. I then winked at Wen Ciyi, adding, I have something to discuss with you, senior. Wen Ciyi, intrigued by Su Simion's continued silence, inquired, What is it? At that moment, Su Simeon cleared his throat, further piquing Wen Ciyi's curiosity. What is it? As Wen Ciyi was about to click, an unexpected hand suddenly pressed down on her. Su Simeon turned his head, a blush creeping up his ears. With his left hand resting on his lips, he murmured, "Senior, don't listen to the nonsense that Joe Weekend says." Unable to break free, Wen Ciyi arched her brows. And with her free hand, she gently patted the back of Su Simeon's hand, a sly smile gracing her lips. "All right, I want to listen. Senior only heeds your words." Her comforting gesture resembled that of petting a small dog. Su Simeon released his grip and inquired, "Where are we headed, Senior?" "To the seaside at Shaojiang, where Linggu and Fu Zizhou are waiting." Wen Ciyi glanced at her watch, preparing to go to the garage for the car. "Is there anyone else, Senior?" Su Simeon's expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of emotion was perceptible. "Do you wish to be alone, Junior?" Wen Ciyi teased with a playful glint in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Simeon stiffly retorted, "No." "Ah." Wen Ciyi feigned understanding, then pretended to express regret. She continued, "My apologies, Junior. I didn't consider your feelings. Next time, it can just be the two of us. Is that all right, Junior? Don't be shy." Wen Ciyi struggled to suppress her laughter, deliberately adopting an expression of genuine embarrassment. "If it isn't, should I inform them now?" Su Simeon was taken aback by this person's relentless banter, taking a while before he managed to utter, "I'm not shy." "MHM," Wen Ciyi responded. "I understand." Su Simeon. In the end, it was Su Simeon who drove, with Wen Ciyi seated in the passenger seat. Wen Ciyi observed that Su Simeon carried only a black bag, while her own weekend was characterized by the bustling presence of a suitcase, prompting her to inquire, "Did you not bring much?" Just some clothes," Su Simeon replied, recalling the suitcase from the weekend, adding, "It was filled entirely with snacks." Wen Ciyi contemplated the overflowing contents of her own trunk and fell into an unusual silence. Su Simeon glanced at Wen Ciyi. A smile concealed within his tone as he remarked, "So you have some too?" "Yes," Wen Ciyi admitted, "the snacks in California aren't particularly appetizing. So I thought I would bring a few." Su Simeon, with understanding, responded, "I see." His gaze inadvertently lingered on Wen Ciyi, and recalling his previous little hamster. A pleased smile curved his lips as he remarked, "It really is quite similar." Chapter 40. Do not let me return home after 9 o'clock after parking the car. Su Simeon opened the door, and Wen Ciyi collided with Linggu. Su Simeon nodded to Fu Zizhou, then proceeded to retrieve items from the trunk. Linggu scrutinized Wen Ciyi's attire and, after a moment of bemusement, asked, "Are you going to work or play?" Wen Ciyi glanced down at her outfit, replying, "I brought some clothes. I will change on the plane." She noticed Fu Zizhou and leaned closer to Linggu, asking, "Isn't he not going?" "Who said I'm not going?" Fu Zizhou languidly spoke, raising an eyebrow. "Is President Wen not welcome?" Su Simeon and Fu Zizhou maintained a measured distance behind them, neither too far nor too close. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Ciyi asked, "Have you truly reached that stage?" "Let it be," Linggu replied ambiguously. "What about you and Su Simeon?" Wen Ciyi bit her lip, pondering seriously for a moment before affirmatively responding, "Soon." Her private jet was stationed along the coast, with luggage stored below, thus sparing her the trouble of carrying it upstairs. The aircraft was divided into 2 compartments, and when Linggu boarded, she suggested sharing a compartment with Wen Ciyi. Before the latter could respond, Fu Zizhou inexplicably emphasized a particle from behind. Linggu immediately changed her tone. "It's nothing." In a place where Fu Zizhou couldn't see, she discreetly patted Wen Ciyi's arm, then feigned nonchalance. "Does this plane have a dining area? I'm hungry." Wen Ciyi, increasingly perplexed, maintained her composure. "I'll take you there." Embracing the theatricality, she glanced at the other two. "Would you like to join us?" "No, thank you." Fu Zizhou draped an arm around Su Simeon's shoulder, a charming smile gracing his features. "I'll have a chat with him." Logically, that seemed correct, but Linggu pouted, listlessly stirring the ice in her drink. His possessiveness can be rather strong at times. "In what specific ways?" Wen Ciyi inquired. "This is quite normal, including maintaining distance from the opposite sex." Wen Ciyi spoke as if her words were crumbling into fragments. "You can't go to places like bars. Aren't you two in a relationship? Or are you unable to restrain yourself?" Wen Ciyi was perplexed. "What relationship?" Linggu, being rather candid, directly pointed out. With a glance at the chef who was busy at work, Wen Ciyi hurriedly squinted and said, "All right, let's briefly touch on that part. But elaborate on the others." "Other parts?" Linggu paused her stirring motion. "Well, it seems there isn't much else." "Then he is indeed steering you back on track," Wen Ciyi concluded. "On track?" This was the first time Linga had encountered such phrasing. She smirked slightly, perhaps. But I don't really care. Wen Ciyi inquired, why not? Have you forgotten? He is a child of the Fu family, Lingu remarked indifferently, her expression unchanged. We're just having fun. In adult relationships, aside from mere flirtation and calculated intentions, there can be no other factors. After a brief pause, she added, however, Su Mian might not see it that way. Chapter 41. Sharing coffee before dawn. Upon hearing Lingu mention Su Mian, Wen Ciyi raised her eyebrows. What about him? Nothing much. Linga shifted the topic. How many days is your team-building event? 6 days, I believe. Wen Ciyi replied calmly as the waiter brought a bowl of pasta to her table. She then stated, during these 6 days, I intend to accomplish something significant. Oh, are you serious about it? Linga teased in response. I have always been quite earnest, you know. Wen Ciyi gently wiped her mouth with a tissue. Her subtle makeup glimmered as sunlight cascaded through the airplane window, illuminating her features. Even Linga found herself stealing a few glances at Wen Ciyi. Drawn by the allure of beauty. After their meal, they proceeded to the first-class cabin, where Fu Zizhou was engaged in hushed conversation with Su Mian. Upon noticing the two approaching, they naturally parted ways. Linga, with a smile that barely concealed her irritation, remarked, what is this? A secret you're not willing to share? Leaning casually against the back of the sofa, Fu Zizhou feigned innocence, spreading his hands as if to say, I don't know what he is hiding, but what? Linga pressed. You, of all people, should know whether I have secrets, Fu Zizhou replied, a mischievous grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ling Jiyi's temples throbbed with frustration. She regretted bringing such an irreverent person to the company gathering. Puffing up in indignation, she retorted, coffee 1 tea silence you. With a nonchalant demeanor tinged with a hint of irreverence, Fu Zizhou lifted his coffee cup and cryptically remarked, I wonder if President Wen has ever heard the saying. Wen Ciyi blinked, curious. What saying? Fu Zizhou chuckled softly. His gaze fixed intently on Lingu even as he addressed Wen Ciyi, to share coffee before dawn. Wen Ciyi looked momentarily bewildered. What does that mean? Ling Jiyi's expression stiffened, and she swiftly tugged at Fu Zizhou's tie, steering him toward the rear cabin. It means nothing. He's just being nonsensical. So don't mind him. In contrast, Su Mian sat to the side, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed them in silence. Wen Ciyi instinctively felt that the words he might utter would be somewhat risky. Taking a seat at Su Mian's table, she inquired, Junior, do you know what that phrase means? Su Mian nodded, lowering the curtains on the window. With his back relaxed and an air of nonchalance, he replied, Are you curious? Senior? Wen Ciyi answered honestly, I am, yet I am not. Su Mian chuckled softly. Why is that? It doesn't seem like a compliment, Wen Ciyi remarked. Indeed. It is not, Su Mian acknowledged. Wen Ciyi smiled faintly but remained silent, waiting impatiently before finally asking, What does it mean, exactly? Su Mian's gaze darkened, concealing emotions that were difficult to decipher. The ensuing silence caused Wen Ciyi's heart to flutter, until she finally heard Su Mian say, It refers to both parties sharing a sunrise and coffee after engaging in that particular act. The bluntness of his words, delivered with an impassive demeanor, caused Wen Ciyi's cheeks to flush. Nevertheless, she feigned composure and replied, That sounds rather inadequate. Su Mian paused, intrigued. What do you mean by inadequate? Wen Ciyi stifled the heat on her face and calmly stated, Coffee at dawn signifies just a few hours, not a prolonged engagement. Su Mian laughed, genuinely curious. So, senior, are you contemplating a prolonged engagement? Wen Ciyi licked her lips and replied, Not at all. I'm merely stating the practicality of that phrase. Ah. The glimmering eyes of Su Mian appeared to harbor mischievous intent. Have you ever considered giving it a try? With whom? Wen Ciyi scrutinized Su Mian, suddenly rising to lean forward, their breaths colliding inescapably. Her fingertips grazed the collar of Su Mian's garment, pulling it forcefully towards herself, their gazes locking. Wen Ciyi's eyes meticulously traced the contours of Su Mian's, and she whispered with a playful chuckle, Even if I wanted to try, it would only be with a junior. The implication was unmistakable. No, Wen Ciyi maintained her steady gaze on Su Mian. I have only uttered these words to the junior, and they hold significance solely for you. Su Mian paused, momentarily taken aback, before hastily declaring, I shall fetch a glass of water. Meanwhile, Wen Ciyi observed Su Mian's retreating figure, chuckling softly as she shook her head. On the other side, Lingu remained indifferent upon hearing Fu Zizhou's audacious remark. Why would you say such things to Ciyi? No, Fu Zizhou replied, placing a finger against his lips and shaking his head, his expression inscrutable yet laced with amusement. I wasn't addressing her. Lingu, puzzled, inquired. Then who were you speaking to? Su Simeon, of course. Their progress is too slow, Fu Zizhou lazily remarked, playfully tugging at Ling Jiyi's hair. As a friend, I simply must lend them a hand. Lingu was nearly amused to the point of exasperation by his nonsensical words. You wish for them to transition from that relationship to something more, just as we did? Fu Zizhou calmly remarked. Is that not permissible? We can board first and settle the fare later, ensuring their swift progress. I believe you have lost your senses. Lingu retorted, exasperated, as she pinched him. If you utter any more suggestive remarks, I swear. She faltered, realizing the disparity in their positions. Fu Zizhou was pushed against the headboard of the large bed, while she knelt beside his knees. Upon sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Lingu gazed incredulously into Fu Zizhou's eyes, her voice trembling. You actually. Fu Zizhou, unperturbed by her scrutiny, lazily replied, it merely possesses more vigor. I shall render you devoid of vigor. Ling Jiyi's face flushed with heat as she seized a pillow and hurled it at him. You insufferable. Sure. Fu Zizhou's gaze darkened. He did not evade her, instead drawing her into his embrace, his tone husky. Be good. Refrain from using foul language. Let us converse about something else shortly. Startled, Lingu struggled to free herself. Do not act recklessly. This is not my aircraft. Indicating that Fu Zizhou allowed her to flail about, he maintained his grip, teasingly saying, Is it permissible on your aircraft then? So, you fancy the private variety. Why not mention it sooner? Lingu replied. Could you not control your tongue? There is no darling. How could that be? Whom are you addressing as darling? Fu Zizhou's voice chimed from behind, as he wrapped an arm around Ling Jiyi's waist, feigning an air of cultured mischief as he smiled. Is there a matter with President Wen? Wen Ciyi, having intercepted Ling Jiyi's desperate signal, promptly responded, Indeed. I require Lingu for an urgent matter. Fu Zizhou comprehended the situation, remarking, So it is like this. Lingu grasped Wen Ciyi's hand, disregarding Fu Zizhou's presence. Let us proceed ahead to converse. Wen Ciyi responded with a hint of confusion. This is my plane. Why does he act as if he is in charge? Chapter 42. Su Simeon, kiss me ahem. Lingu subtly lifted her eyelids, clearing her throat as she said, He is unwell. Do not pay him any heed. By the way, what brings you to seek me? Have you been following the recent equity bidding in our city? Wen Ciyi inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Lingu fell silent for a moment, then lightly tapped Wen Ciyi's forehead, her voice tinged with exasperation. I must say, President Wen, you are already on the plane. Why concern yourself with stocks? I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss, Wen Ciyi murmured, rubbing her forehead, her lips pressed together as she pondered. The bidding points proposed this time are slightly elevated. Previously, with the surge in traffic during National Day, the stock market would typically lower the points to attract more investors. However, this time, it is remarkably different. Lingu gently tousled Wen Ciyi's hair, her tone soothing. It is quite normal for the stock market to be volatile. Dear President, do not overthink it. We are here for team building. Focus your thoughts on your junior instead. The door was soon opened from within. Su Simeon, gazing intently, raised an eyebrow and spoke in a hushed tone. Is there something you need, senior? A certain word in this sentence caused Su Simeon to lift his gaze. He seemed to freeze for a few seconds, repeating, something? Wen Ciyi, sensing his unusual demeanor, responded with a hint of confusion. Are you not accustomed to it? Would you like me to call someone to change it? Her words were spoken with good intentions. However, upon hearing her, Su Simeon slightly turned his body, opened the door, and with an emotionless tone, suggested, Senior, why not take a look and see if you can get used to this thing? Wen Ciyi, bewildered, stepped inside the room, which was not spacious, containing merely a bed, a private bathroom, and a sofa with chairs. Directly facing the open door was a wooden brown table, and upon entering, her eyes were immediately drawn to a conspicuous box placed prominently on it. The box was square, and at first, Wen Ciyi did not discern its contents until she took a couple of steps closer and caught sight of the words inscribed on it. It was an item that adults would readily understand the purpose of. Wen Ciyi's eyes widened momentarily, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to thicken with tension. She bit her lip and gradually shifted her gaze until it met Su Simeon's. In a flurry, she hastily tossed the box into the drawer, forcing a smile in an attempt to lighten the mood, and quickly distanced herself from it, saying, Well, I have no idea why it ended up here. But, despite her anxious explanation, Su Simeon merely maintained eye contact with her, his gaze profound and inscrutable. Wen Ciyi felt as though her attempts to clarify only deepened the misunderstanding, prompting her to abandon her stammering and quietly murmur, "Junior, you must believe me." Before her stood a figure whose eyes drooped like a dejected fox. Even the normally flamboyant tail seemed to have been restrained. Su Simeon lowered his gaze and subtly curved his lips into a smile. He turned and opened his backpack, retrieving a book and gesturing for Wen Ciyi to approach. Observing his expression, Wen Ciyi could discern little, so she strolled over. Su Simeon held a collection of poetry by Li Qizhao, extending it towards Wen Ciyi, his spine aligned against the wall, standing tall like a crane. Wen Ciyi fixated on the book bound in craft paper. Just as she was about to inquire about its significance, Su Simeon spoke, "Senior, if you have a moment, you might want to take a look at this." Wen Ciyi responded with a puzzled expression. Su Simeon, maintaining a composed demeanor, added, "Pay particular attention to the first poem in the first column on the 13th page." Wen Ciyi cradled the book, her eyes curving with curiosity as she asked, "Is there something you wish to convey to me, Junior?" Su Simeon lifted his gaze slightly, his voice low and enigmatic. "You will understand once you read it." He nodded gently. However, the reality was that Wen Ciyi had yet to steal a glance at the book even after disembarking from the plane. She carefully placed the poetry collection into her bag and exited the airport, where Hihua was coordinating the arrival of the bus. A thought of the box flickered through her mind as she hurried a few steps to Hihua's side and murmured, "Assistant He." Wen Ciyi first offered her a smile, which sent a chill down Hihua's spine. With a calm demeanor, Wen Ciyi remarked, "About that box in Su Simeon's drawer." "Oh, that one." As Hihua recalled the events, her gaze met Wen Ciyi's unfriendly expression, prompting her to clarify, "It was not my doing. It was Sun Yin who asked me to do it." Wen Ciyi retorted, "Is there really any distinction between the two?" Hihua nodded assertively, "Of course there is. I am not the mastermind. I merely played the role of an advisor." Wen Ciyi laughed in exasperation. "So, should I then present you both with an award?" Hihua replied, "Yes, wait, not exactly. It's just that your progress has been rather sluggish, and we merely gave a little nudge." Wen Ciyi sighed. Again with the slow progress. The bus that Hihua had arranged was set to head to the guest house, where a bonfire party awaited after dark. Renowned for its exceptional barbecue, the group unanimously agreed, lining up to board the bus. Wen Ciyi, realizing she could not find Su Simeon due to her unfinished poetry collection, contemplated sitting with someone else. However, before she could call out, Ling Gu was unexpectedly pulled down onto Fu Zizhou's lap. Wen Ciyi caught Fu Zizhou's mischievous gaze and thought to herself, "It's fine. I still have Hihua." Just as she intended to engage Hihua in conversation, she noticed Zhou Imo seated nearby. Wen Ciyi licked her lips, about to propose an arrangement with Zhou Imo when someone from behind grasped her wrist. "Senior." She turned to meet Su Simeon's radiant gaze, as captivating as the sea, her heart fluttering momentarily. "Ah, are you sitting with me?" With eyes that shone with clarity, Su Simeon lowered his gaze slightly, fixating intently on Wen Ciyi. Wen Ciyi perceived the reflection of two tiny selves within those eyes, momentarily lost in thought. All right. The airport was not far from the guest house, merely a brief hour's drive. The guest house, reserved by Hihua, nestled near the mountains, situated somewhat off the beaten path. By the time they arrived, it was already 6 in the evening. Having made prior arrangements, the meal was ready upon their arrival. The specialty of this guest house featured roasted whole lamb and naan, accompanied by a selection of local home-cooked dishes. Due to the significant temperature variation between day and night in California, Wen Ciyi felt a chill after chatting for a while and decided to ascend to her room to fetch a jacket. Ling Gu and Fu Zizhou had already gone upstairs. However, as Wen Ciyi took a few steps, she heard a commotion emanating from the staircase. Instinctively, she glanced in that direction, her steps faltering as she froze in place. Fu Zizhou had one arm wrapped around Ling Ji's exposed waist, his lips brushing against the corner of her mouth, their posture remarkably intimate. Stunned, Wen Ciyi stood there, momentarily at a loss for how to react. "Senior." Su Simeon's voice unexpectedly broke the silence from behind. "Ah?" Wen Ciyi responded in a fluster. "What are you doing here? Aren't you going up?" Su Simeon, seemingly oblivious to Wen Ciyi's embarrassment, raised his gaze to inquire. "No, I'm not going up." Wen Ciyi nearly bit her tongue, hastily grasping Su Simeon's wrist and urging him downward. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat." Su Simeon, with an impassive glance towards the staircase, then returned his attention to Wen Ciyi's hand, pulling him along, responding, "All right." The proprietor of the guest house arranged for them to dine al fresco. As preparing the lamb skewers proved to be quite a challenge, the group proposed playing a game of truth or dare. Several individuals gathered around. A bottle of wine resting on the round table. Wen Ciyi had previously visited California on several occasions for work, and thus the owner recognized her. She chose not to partake in the raucous game, while Ling Guo and Fu Zizhou engaged in it, as if unconcerned. Worried that the pair might concoct some mischievous plan, she found a spot to observe the owner as he grilled the meat. The owner, amiable and jovial, greeted her, saying, "Ah, it's good to see you again, little one." Approaching 50, he addressed Wen and her peers with an endearing familiarity, prompting her to smile in response. Before long, Su Mian approached, and as he drew near, Wen Ciyi's words of praise effortlessly reached his ears. Engaging in delightful conversation. Wen remarked upon the owner's singular preparation of the lamb. "Uncle, your stamina is truly that of a youth." The owner chuckled heartily. "Oh, not at all. I'm getting old." Just as Wen was about to respond, she noticed someone standing nearby and, astonished, exclaimed, "Junior, what brings you here?" Su Mian, his gaze heavy with inscrutable emotions, replied, "Why aren't you over there, Senior?" Wen glanced toward the weekend festivities and casually remarked, "That game is quite exhausting. You all enjoy yourselves." Observing the subtle tension between the two, the owner jested, "Boyfriend?" "No," she replied. Wen Ciyi explained with a soft smile, and Su Mian, who had not yet walked far, paused at her words. "I am pursuing him," Wen Ciyi added. "Is that so?" The boss, continuing his work, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It seems you two are making good progress." He gestured encouragingly towards Wen Ciyi. Later, during dinner, Wen Ciyi consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, yet she was not easily intoxicated. She merely sought a boost of courage. As the time approached, Wen Ciyi signaled to Yihua, who immediately understood and said, pausing as if uncertain how to address Su Mian. After contemplating for a while without arriving at a suitable term, she decided to speak plainly. "Su Mian, Ciyi is drunk. Could you take her upstairs?" Once when Ciyi was enveloped in warm arms, she discreetly gave Yihua a thumbs up. Her face bore a rosy hue. Her eyes subtly tinged with a hint of blush that spread delicately, radiating an enchanting beauty. The lights had failed to illuminate the room, and a faint moonlight seeped through the window, gently cascading onto the floor. For a moment, the two remained silent, with only their heavy breaths breaking the stillness. Su Mian intended to pull Wen Ciyi towards the bed, but as she made a move, her neck was ensnared. Wen Ciyi nuzzled against Su Mian's neck, her breath grazing Su Mian's collarbone, causing her to stiffen. Emboldened by the alcohol, Wen Ciyi's lips brushed against Su Mian's ear as she parted her lips slightly and whispered, "Su Mian, kiss me." She uttered Su Mian's name. The atmosphere between the two individuals swiftly intensified, permeating the room, while even the moon shyly concealed itself behind heavy clouds, reluctant to reveal a single ray of its luminescence. With the warmth of soft jade in her embrace, Su Mian bit her lip, forcing herself to regain her composure. "Senior, please clear your mind." It seemed that her words had an effect, as Wen Ciyi gradually created a slight distance, her gaze fixed upon Su Mian's delicate lips, her movements unconsciously drawing nearer. She brushed her lips against Su Mian's and then inquired, "Would you kiss me, please?" He inhaled deeply, ready to respond. Yet his gaze caught the sight of Wen Ciyi staring at his lips, an inexplicable dryness creeping into his throat, compelling him to maintain his composure. Just as Su Mian was about to speak, Wen Ciyi tilted her chin and leaned in for a kiss. Chapter 43. "Senior, may I kiss you?" As Wen Ciyi's lips were about to touch his, Su Mian turned his head away, causing her lips to graze his cheek. She furrowed her brow slightly, tilting her head to meet Su Mian's gaze, her tone laced with confusion. "What are you avoiding?" Su Mian, with a steady heart and unflushed cheeks, replied, "I am not avoiding. You are." Wen Ciyi countered, her eyes glimmering with a rare hint of dissatisfaction. "Do you not like me?" Su Mian sighed in resignation. "Senior, you are intoxicated." At that moment, her eyes sparkled with clarity. Wen Ciyi was not truly drunk, merely experiencing the slight dulled reactions that often accompany overindulgence. Wen Ciyi, oblivious to the dissonance in the air, spoke candidly. "I truly adore you, your laughter, the spirited aura you carry as you approach me, and—" Su Mian gently pressed Wen Ciyi against the wall, playfully inquiring, "And what else?" "Additionally, I find immense joy in your company," Wen Ciyi replied straightforwardly. Su Mian acknowledged softly. A hint of frustration crossed Wen Ciyi's brow as she confided, "Ling Guo and the others suggested I feign drunkenness to entice you, but it seems I have failed." Unbeknownst to them, The clouds had vanished, allowing the moonlight to cascade down, casting shimmering, cool fragments upon the ground. Wen Ciyi endeavored to steady her voice, suppressing its tremor. Su Mion's eyes sparkled with an intense darkness, and a serene silence enveloped them, punctuated only by their gentle breaths. In that moment, she decided to take a chance. After a brief pause, Su Mion enveloped Wen Ciyi in his embrace and spoke almost reverently, "I like you." His voice was hoarse and somber, reminiscent of one who had traversed a desolate landscape for far too long, weary to the point of surrender, yet suddenly confronted with a glimmer of hope. Tantalizingly close and irresistible. Thus, he declared his affection. He had cherished her for so long that the memory had nearly faded in the bustling world around them. He had stubbornly watched over her from the shadows, unseen and unheard. Though the path was fraught with obstacles, his heart remained steadfast in its longing. A profound joy blossomed within Wen Ciyi, akin to a grand display of fireworks. When she ignited the fuse, she did so with unwavering conviction. Yet a tinge of melancholy lingered in her thoughts. However, in the moment of vibrant explosion, she realized that in this world, there will always be someone who walks towards you against the light, smiling as they affirm that perseverance is indeed a meaningful endeavor. Thus, she too could learn to pursue someone with a foolish, yet unwavering heart, employing a romantic yet cliché approach. Wen Ciyi's eyes crinkled in delight as the fabric they occupied grew warmer with their proximity. Su Mion took a slight step back, his voice tinged with a husky timbre infused with desire. "Senior, may I kiss you?" Wen Ciyi wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him closer, of course. Initially, she expected Su Mion to kiss her, yet he merely brushed against her brow with a gentle touch, a restrained and cherished kiss. Wen Ciyi did not withdraw, their breaths intertwined. And she bit her lip, saying, "Junior, did you know I thought you would kiss me?" Su Mion paused, his gaze lowered as he replied, "Not yet. The time isn't right." "What constitutes the right time?" Wen Ciyi inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. Su Mion, with deliberate restraint, glanced at her and suddenly lifted Wen Ciyi. She instinctively gasped, and his steady voice resonated. "Senior, it's getting late. You should rest." "You are evading the question." Wen Ciyi pointed out incisively as Su Mion gently placed her on the bed, tucking her in. He denied her assertion. "I am not evading the question." Wen Ciyi inquired, "Then why don't you kiss me?" Su Mion found it challenging to respond to her candid words, replying, "It's too soon, senior. I cannot engage in such actions immediately after confirming our relationship." After a brief pause, Su Mion elaborated, "It feels disrespectful." Wen Ciyi pressed, "Why?" Su Mion, with a reserved expression, chose not to answer directly, but provided an example. "I have a classmate who harbored feelings for a girl for 4 years. After they confirmed their relationship, it took him 5 months before he kissed her for the first time. He rushed to tell me, and the joy on his face was what? It made me feel that he was truly happy." Su Mion continued, reflecting on the depth of care and significance behind such a moment. Upon hearing this, Wen Ciyi smiled softly, a hint of warmth flickering in her eyes. She had witnessed much in the realm of romance, entangled with the interests and disputes of adulthood, where reality, competition, and cruelty prevailed, often reducing initial feelings and actions to mere insignificance in the face of corporate gains. Yet, she had never considered that someone might genuinely respect her every action and afford her the freedom of choice. Wen Ciyi tilted her chin, beckoning Su Mion to come closer. He leaned slightly, and she pressed a kiss upon his forehead. With a playful smile, she reached up to tousle his hair, her voice bright and clear, "Good night, Junior." As Wen Ciyi rose from her slumber, feeling invigorated, she descended the stairs after completing her morning routine. Upon entering the living room, she spotted Ling Gu leisurely engrossed in her mobile device on the sofa. Noticing Wen Ciyi's arrival, Ling Gu set her phone aside and teased, "So, how was the battlefield last night?" Ling Gu was taken aback by the response. "Did it truly happen?" Wen Ciyi nodded, her eyes sparkling. She caught sight of Su Mion, who was drinking water downstairs, and with a charming smile, she called out, "Boyfriend, come here for a moment." Su Mion paused his drinking, raising his eyelids, the glass clinking softly against the table. Wen Ciyi's eyes shone brightly, yet a shadow flickered beneath his gaze as he approached her side. His nonchalant demeanor surprised Ling Gu, prompting her to rise from the sofa, tilting her head as she scrutinized the pair. Finally, she gave a thumbs up, concluding, "Impressive." Just then, Fu Zizhou descended the staircase and casually inquired, "What's impressive?" His gaze swept over the scene, laden with significance as he remarked, "Getting on the bus first and buying a ticket later? Not everyone is like you." Without hesitation, Ling Gu retorted, feeling satisfied as she addressed Wen Ciyi. Now everything is well. You have fulfilled your wishes, and I find great joy in that. Wen Ciyi contemplated initiating a conversation with Su Simeon. Yet her gaze inadvertently drifted to Ling Jiyi's neck, where a conspicuous red mark was evident. Wen Ciyi pursed her lips, hesitating before inquiring, Ling Gu, what is that red spot on your neck? Oh, that? It's... Fu Zizhou began, but was abruptly interrupted as Ling Gu pinched her wrist. Forcing a strained smile as she replied, it's just a mosquito bite. Recalling the events of the previous night, Fu Zizhou cast a knowing glance at the evasive Ling Gu and added, yes, indeed, a mosquito bite. Quite a sizable one. Ling Jiyi's grip on Fu Zizhou's wrist tightened further, yet he maintained an expression of nonchalance, a light smile adorning his face. Wen Ciyi remained silent, while Su Simeon, unable to endure the awkwardness any longer, pulled Wen Ciyi aside with a stern countenance and declared, Senior, let us go outside for a while. The morning sun in California was particularly bright, its rays kissing the rolling hills as they meandered southward. Even the wispy clouds lingered momentarily before giving way to a sky of profound azure, crystal clear in its brilliance. Occasionally, an aircraft would traverse the expanse, leaving a graceful trail that resembled ripples spreading in a deep ink pool. Wen Ciyi considered suggesting a visit to the renowned Mo Mountain, a famed locale in California. Yet her companions merely exchanged knowing glances, citing fatigue from the previous day's bus ride and the need for an additional day of rest. Even Hihua, who typically did not suffer from motion sickness, claimed the necessity of catching up on sleep, while Fu Zizhou and Ling Gu unapologetically stated they had other matters to attend to. Wen Ciyi inquired about the matter, as the two individuals offered conflicting accounts. Ling Gu mentioned that she would soon be working on documents with Hihua, while Fu Zizhou, in a nonchalant manner, claimed he intended to engage in some exercise. The consequence of this was that Ling Gu overheard him, resulting in an additional red mark on his wrist. Well, it can't be helped. Shall we go? Wen Ciyi remarked, casting a glance at the ostrich-like behavior of the group, addressing Su Simeon. All right, Su Simeon replied, observing Fu Zizhou from a distance as he discreetly gave him a thumbs up. His brows remaining still, yet a subtle joy lingered at the corners of his lips. Ultimately, they did not ascend the mountain, opting instead to explore the quaint ancient town below. The modest shops were filled with an array of peculiar trinkets. And Wen Ciyi selected a couple of items from a collection of nameless curiosities, presenting them to Su Simeon. How about this, Junior? It was a pair of colorful bracelets adorned with silver lockets, as the proprietor, with a somewhat halting command of Mandarin, explained that they could be engraved for free. Su Simeon lowered his gaze to meet Wen Ciyi's eyes, sparkling with amusement, and noticed the soft tone in her voice, causing his throat to constrict slightly. They are beautiful. Then I'll purchase them. Should we engrave our names? Wen Ciyi inquired, shaking the bracelets. Upon hearing this, Su Simeon took the bracelets from her. Senior, just wait. I will handle this. Take another look, Senior, and see if there is anything else you fancy, Su Simeon suggested as he took the bracelets to the vendor. Engrossed by the delightful items around her, Wen Ciyi entrusted the task to Su Simeon. The vendor, noticing the young man approaching, tucked away the bill and greeted him in a familiar tone. Would you like to have something engraved? Indeed, Su Simeon replied, lowering his voice to inquire. Can you engrave a smaller flower? He pointed to the inner side of the lock, his lips pressed into a straight line. The shopkeeper, glancing at the diminutive heart lock, found himself momentarily perplexed. Well, Su Simeon continued, the price is negotiable. I only need you to engrave a flower for me. All right then. The shopkeeper responded succinctly. What would you like engraved? Even the most oblivious of individuals could sense something amiss. He leaned forward to catch a glimpse of Wen Ciyi and asked, Is this for your girlfriend? No, Su Simeon gently shook his head, appearing contemplative before ultimately stating, It is for my beloved. The distinction between girlfriend and beloved is significant, though both serve as substitutes, the latter conveys a deeper, more cherished connection, an embodiment of desire and intention. Thus, Su Simeon referred to her as his beloved, ensnared by emotions, confined within the realms of affection. Chapter 45. Obediently proceeding, is that so? The shopkeeper chuckled softly, taking the bracelet into the back room, while murmuring, These young people today are quite cultured. Su Simeon nodded lightly. Thank you for your assistance. Wen Ciyi followed his gaze and asked, What is the junior looking at? Su Simeon lowered his eyes and replied, Junior? Indeed, Wen Ciyi teased, her eyes sparkling. You are 3 years my junior. Does that not make you my little brother? After pondering for a moment, Su Simeon conceded. You are right, senior. As she stepped outside, Su Simeon's gaze inadvertently flickered back to the object she had been observing earlier, a brown box containing a hairpin. The pin was entirely wooden in hue, yet its head was adorned with a splendid piece of jadeite comparable in size to that of an emerald, radiating a clear and exquisite luster. Nearby, a cacophony of voices erupted, hinting at the delightful moments they had managed to share together. Moments that perhaps ought to lead to something indescribable, such as holding hands or, in more intimate circumstances, sharing a kiss. She need not fret over the presence of their colleagues, for it was just her and Hua. Wen Ciyi found her thoughts increasingly convoluted, biting her lip in uncertainty over how to articulate them. Lingu was too audacious. As she pondered, her hand subconsciously loosened its grip. And just as Su Simeon began to speak, she had already taken several steps away, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Rubbing her forehead absent-mindedly, Wen Ciyi took a step back, only to realize that without Su Simeon's protective presence, she might have collided directly with a lamppost. With a rare hint of teasing in his tone, Su Simeon remarked, "What news could possibly render Senior so distracted? Surely it pertains to you, Junior. Who else could cause someone as serene and indifferent as I am to lose her composure?" Wen Ciyi retorted boldly, her confidence momentarily flustering Su Simeon, who felt a flush rise to his ears. He cleared his throat, diverted his gaze, and took a few steps forward, suggesting, "Let us go, Senior." Wen Ciyi playfully probed, "Aren't you going to hold my hand?" Su Simeon was momentarily taken aback. "What? Hand in hand?" She sighed, shaking her head with a knowing expression, her tone seemingly melancholic. "You boys never cherish what you have. Alas, had I known earlier, I would have exerted myself more." Su Simeon gazed at the playful woman before him, a hint of helplessness on his face. Yet he played along and inquired, "Why must you try harder, Senior?" "Because I intend to support you, dear. I will be your benefactor," Wen Ciyi replied, her voice teasingly light. As Su Simeon's attention waned, she swiftly moved beside him, playfully ruffling his hair. "Come along, I shall buy you some candy." It was reminiscent of coaxing a child. Su Simeon's breath momentarily faltered as he was captivated by Wen Ciyi's watery, jade-like eyes. In their gaze, he found himself entranced, like a drop of water in a deep well. Following her lead, he lowered his head, their proximity diminishing, and Wen Ciyi was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected action. Su Simeon gently clasped her hand, his voice cool and resolute. "All right. What do you mean by all right?" Wen Ciyi asked, bewildered. Su Simeon echoed her previous words, their eyes meeting in an expansive connection that resembled the brilliance of a midday sun. "I do not require candy. I will walk with you, Senior." Obediently. It took Wen Ciyi a while to process his words, and she could not resist teasing him further. "Aren't you afraid that I might sell you off?" Su Simeon looked deeply into her eyes and replied, "I would willingly accept such a fate." "Really?" Wen Ciyi queried, curiosity piqued. Su Simeon maintained his gaze, deliberately continuing, "Would you truly part with me?" "Of course not," was the unspoken answer. Wen Ciyi scrutinized Su Simeon for a moment, thoughtfully raising her hand to pinch his cheek, a smirk playing on her lips as she inquired, "Why is the Junior so articulate today?" "You are not the same Su Simeon who blushed thrice at my slightest tease." With a smile, Wen Ciyi added, "Who did you learn this from?" Su Simeon hesitated briefly before responding with a stoic expression, "No one. I just said what I wanted to say." "Is that so?" Wen Ciyi nodded as if convinced, refraining from further inquiry as she pulled Su Simeon forward. Su Simeon's thoughts drifted to Fu Zhao, who had imparted his romantic experiences to him late into the night after waiting for Lingu to fall asleep, causing him to shake his head. Nevertheless, the two had indeed engaged in a rather earnest conversation for several hours. When Fu Zhao awoke that morning, he bore the faint remnants of fatigue beneath his eyes. Wen Ciyi paused in her steps. "I'll go take a look," Su Simeon said, glancing at her. "I'll accompany you," Wen Ciyi replied. The alley was not dark, and as they approached, they spotted 3 individuals squatting on the ground, playfully teasing a small, dirty puppy confined within a cage. The puppy appeared grimy and neglected, as if it had not been bathed in quite some time. One of the individuals, alerted by the sound of their footsteps, stood up with a wary expression and asked, "Who was there?" With his hands in his pockets, Su Simeon, tall and broad-shouldered, cast a cold glance at the 2 squatting figures. His silence was as frigid as ice, his jawline taut and impeccably defined, emanating an air of intimidation. "What are you doing?" Wen Ciyi questioned, her gaze shifting between the puppy's cage and the watchful individuals. The man kicked the dog cage and remarked, "We can no longer care for this dog. We 3 have decided to feed it one last meal before selling it at the market." Wen Ciyi's eyelids fluttered in disbelief and confusion as she asked, "Then why not take it to a veterinary clinic?" Chapter 46, The Puppy's Love. Pure and passionate, Wen Ciyi's gaze fell upon the small, curled-up dog, its white fur a dull gray. Noticing her attention, the dog let out a soft whimper. Its eyes were dark yet gleamed with brightness. "How about this? I'll buy this dog," Wen Ciyi proposed, framing it as a suggestion. "What do you think?" Su Simeon cast a sidelong glance at Wen Ciyi, her eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. "You?" The man appraised Wen Ciyi, observing her attire, which was evidently expensive. Even Su Simeon, who had remained silent, appeared to exude an air of affluence. The man responded readily. "All right, how much are you willing to pay?" "How about 20,000? Wen Ciyi suggested. The crowd fell silent, and Su Simeon was taken aback. The man was stunned, his throat bobbing as he finally managed to speak. "Ah, we truly have a wealthy patron here. Is that not sufficient?" Wen Ciyi replied, glancing at the astonished expressions around her, her demeanor calm and composed. "If it's not enough, I can always offer more." No. That is more than enough. We are not the kind of people who profit unethically. This dog is merely a mutt. It genuinely isn't worth that much. A few hundred would suffice." The individual promptly extended their hand in a gesture, taken aback by the substantial amount offered by Wen Ciyi. Upon receiving a transfer of 50,000 yuan via Alipay, the person was left in disbelief. Wen Ciyi instinctively turned to gaze at Su Simeon, who had just concluded a transaction with one of the individuals. Upon meeting Wen Ciyi's eyes, Su Simeon calmly remarked, "Senior, it's done." Su Simeon accepted the bag handed over by the person with whom he had just transacted, and under the watchful eyes of the group, he nonchalantly placed a small white dog into the bag, leaving only its pair of bell-like eyes visible. At an opportune moment, Wen Ciyi interjected, "Then we shall take our leave." The inconsistencies of the world were merely as such. The more Wen Ciyi pondered, the more she felt something amiss. However, she decided to delve deeper into her thoughts. Previously, she had heard from the bar owner that Su Simeon earned his tuition through singing gigs. And coupled with the sporadic scholarships he won from competitions at Peking University, he likely had some spare change even without her assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ciyi could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, "Junior, your money?" Her inquiry stemmed from genuine curiosity, yet it was somewhat enigmatic. Su Simeon, without altering his expression, merely adjusted the bag containing the dog and replied evasively, "Does Senior like it? If Senior enjoys it, then the expenditure is worthwhile." His voice was calm, and his profile was impeccably refined. However, she wondered if they could adequately care for two pets. Su Simeon murmured thoughtfully to himself. Wen Ciyi looked at him in confusion, seemingly unaware of the existence of another dog. Noticing Wen Ciyi's gaze lingering on the small creature, Su Simeon smiled subtly. "It seems that Senior is quite fond of the little dog." Certainly, Wen Ciyi yearned to reach out, but was momentarily halted by Su Simeon, who explained that the dog had yet to be bathed and was infested with fleas. The puppy's love was pure and fervent, and suddenly, Wen Ciyi recalled a particular phrase. With a smile illuminating her face, she gazed at Su Simeon and inquired, "Have you ever heard this saying, Junior?" Su Simeon cast a downward glance at the puppy nestled in his arms. It remained calm, occasionally tilting its head to observe its surroundings. "I have indeed heard it, but only the Senior has articulated it," Su Simeon replied. "Indeed," Wen Ciyi sighed, taking a few steps closer to him, walking backwards to face him. "In truth, after spending an extended period in the company, confronting an endless array of tasks, one often longs to be like a little dog." Su Simeon cautioned her to watch her step. Perplexed by her words, he asked, "Why is that?" "Little dogs are so blissful, carefree, and perpetually joyful." Wen Ciyi gently patted the white dog's head, meeting Su Simeon's lowered gaze. "Moreover, a little dog's world accommodates only one person. Such devotion. The depth of a little dog's love is profound. Do you not agree, Junior?" Wen Ciyi pouted slightly, her expression earnest as she posed a serious question. "Are you perhaps allergic to romance, Junior?" For a moment, Wen Ciyi was taken aback, her eyes curving into a smile brimming with brightness. Just as she was about to speak, Su Simeon interjected, "I cannot ascertain the fervor of a little dog's love, but dear Senior, you need not become a puppy. I can ensure your days are filled with joy, basking in that sincere and passionate affection." Su Simeon stood still as a gentle breeze swept by, carrying with it the essence of 10 miles. The fluttering, colorful flags danced incessantly, while a corner of the azure sky illuminated his sharp and pristine features, faintly revealing the exuberance of youth. He curled his lips into a smile and added, "Would you like to give it a try, Senior?" The youth was unrestrained, equally matched and dazzling. The two arrived at the guest house just before 3 o'clock. Wen Ciyi noticed that Ling Gu had not followed Fu Zizhou and curiously inquired, "Where is your companion?" Ling Gu, with a forced smile, coldly huffed, "He left." A question mark slowly emerged in Wen Ciyi's mind. "Isn't it better to stay here? It's rather bothersome to look at," Ling Gu remarked indifferently as she rolled up her sleeves, intending to assist the owner in washing vegetables. He Hua, standing nearby, exchanged knowing glances with Wen Ciyi, suggesting they converse outside later. Su Simeon, cradling a small dog, caught the attention of the barbecue owner, who eagerly approached with a knife in hand. "You ought to wash this dog first. It needs to be spotless." Su Simeon set the dog down and looked around, asking, "Can this dog be washed in the bathroom of the room?" The owner glanced between the dog and Su Simeon, pointing to a large pot outside. "It's no trouble. Aren't you here to eat? Just wash it in that pot over there." And once it skinned, the crowd fell into an awkward silence. And Su Simeon's expression turned icy as he stared at him impassively. The boss's voice dwindled as he spoke, and upon noticing the perplexed expressions of the crowd, he hazily inquired, "Aren't you eating?" Su Simeon remained silent. He picked up the small dog once more, intending to ascend the stairs, the sound of his footsteps heavy. Yet, Su Simeon's tone was crisp and cold as she stated, "May I use the bathroom?" The boss, feeling the nearly critical gazes of the crowd, offered a sheepish chuckle and quickly remarked, "I thought he brought something to eat." The audience raised their eyebrows, prompting the boss to hastily conceal the knife behind him as he made his way to the kitchen, incessantly muttering, "It's good to have a pet, indeed." Wen Ciyi washed her hands and changed her clothes before descending. Ling Gu sat on the sofa, her phone vibrating incessantly on the table, signaling incoming messages. However, Ling Gu paid no heed to her phone, allowing it to buzz while she occasionally fished out chips from the bag. Wen Ciyi positioned herself in front of Ling Gu, observing her expression and eventually asking, "What's wrong?" Ling Gu appeared distracted, casually responding, "Nothing. I'm free now." The weight of this statement was immense. Wen Ciyi occasionally caught a glimpse of a message on the phone screen. "Ling Gu, you do not understand what feelings are." Indeed, if one were to speak earnestly, it could hardly be deemed a relationship. Ling Gu lowered her gaze, fiddling with her brightly painted crimson nails, her wavy hair cascading over her fair shoulders. Her makeup remained alluring and exquisite as she nonchalantly declared, it was merely a friends with benefits arrangement, each fulfilling their own needs. From a distance, He Hua gestured towards herself, and Wen Ciyi remarked, "I shall fetch a glass of water." Ling Gu responded without raising her head. He Hua rubbed her temples and sighed, "It appears to be merely a matter of a cup." Her expression reflected distress. She sensed that Ling Gu was not the type to make a fuss over such trivialities. However, it seemed that Ling Ji's demeanor had been off since Fu Zizhou received a phone call. Wen Ciyi inquired, "What was the call about?" "Your junior's friend mentioned a girl." Her voice sounded affectionate, He Hua replied, nodding towards the playful duo of the large goose and Zhou Mo, who appeared to be enjoying themselves. "Did Ling Gu overhear it?" Wen Ciyi continued. "Not exactly," He Hua said, adjusting her attire before elaborating. "It is well known that love can induce anxiety, and even the most seasoned of Casanovas cannot escape its grasp. How much more so for Ling Gu, who, due to her relationship with Fu Zizhou, undoubtedly contemplates matters more deeply than a couple who has naturally progressed into romance. Both have previously been carefree spirits. Now they find themselves entwined in a superficial pursuit of fame and fortune while secretly engaging in a tender romance. It is often said that the first to fall in love must speak up, yet it is evident that they are on a path of mutual attraction." Su Simeon emerged, clad in a more casual outfit, his eyes glistening, cradling a small white dog in one arm. Wen Ciyi hurried over to him, and Su Simeon handed her the dog, saying, "Senior, I am going to the store to retrieve the bracelet." Wen Ciyi gently stroked the dog's head, her gaze drifting to the window as she inquired, "Will we make it in time for dinner?" "We will," Su Simeon replied, glancing at his watch before leaning closer to Wen Ciyi, his lips brushing against her cheek, his eyes deep and focused. "Just wait for me, Senior." Chapter 47. Who are you chatting with? Wen Ciyi felt a fleeting blush, the warmth of his breath caressing her face, and she responded with a soft Wen Ciyi thought to herself, "I haven't even said anything yet." Ling Gu, understanding her well, shot her a knowing glance and remarked with familiarity, "The moment you open your mouth, I know what you're about to ask." Intrigued, Wen Ciyi rubbed her wrist and playfully squeezed the little white dog nestled in her arms. "So what do you think I'm going to ask?" Ling Gu replied, "About Fu Zizhou and me." To her surprise, Wen Ciyi shook her head. "No, actually. I was initially going to ask what you were having for dinner since you just helped the boss with the vegetables." Ling Gu chuckled softly and pouted, a grand feast. Oh, I see, Wen Ciyi said, her gaze steady as she casually continued. So, about you and Fu Zizhou. Well, I suppose he could be considered an ex now. You must have some feelings about it. What do you plan to do? Indeed, she hadn't asked before. Leaning back against the sofa, her neck resting on its edge, her eyes drifted into the void for a moment before she added, You brought it up first. I was afraid it would be impolite not to inquire. Ling Gu, after placing the dog on the ground and washing her hands. She poured a cup of warm water for Ling Gu, who casually tucked a stray hair behind her ear, adopting an earnest demeanor. Upon the arrival of Su Simeon at the shop, the proprietor hurried to the back room and returned with a box. He unlocked the box and presented a bracelet to Su Simeon, who turned one of its segments to reveal a side adorned with lavender, remarking, Here you go, young man. This is the first time I've seen someone request for flowers to be engraved inside. The owner chuckled heartily. Though it took some time, the final product seems quite satisfactory. Su Simeon took the bracelet and glanced at it. The chain, engraved with the name Wen Ciyi, shimmered under the warm light. The corner of his lips lifted slightly as his peripheral vision caught the hint of purple lavender within. Thank you for your efforts. The owner smiled in response. No problem at all. Suddenly, the proprietor's expression turned serious as he glanced at the clasp. Young man, that is the treasured piece of my shop, and it comes at a considerable price. Price was not an issue for Su Simeon, who caressed the engraved name on the bracelet and replied calmly. I merely wish to inquire if you would be willing to sell it. The owner affirmed the sale, as business dictated, and with a thoughtful air. He carefully retrieved a wooden box from the cabinet, contemplating. This is not a cheap item. Have you considered it thoroughly? Su Simeon nodded. Placing the bracelet back into the wooden box intended for it, glancing down at the time, Please wrap it up for me as well. The wooden hairpin, priced at 200,000, elicited no reaction from Su Simeon. He paid without so much as a blink. The proprietor could not help but exclaim, The power of love is truly magnificent. Is this a gift for your beloved? Su Simeon merely nodded, carrying the elegantly wrapped parcel towards the door, casually leaving behind a remark for the owner. The proprietor, observing Su Simeon's poised figure, recalled the young lady who had accompanied him earlier that day. Her visage grew increasingly familiar, yet he could not place where he had seen her before. At that moment, spotting Su Simeon, he disregarded the large goose and lunged forward like a wolf, exclaiming, Su, help me. This goose is going to eat me. Su Simeon took a discreet step back. His voice tinged with disdain, Take it outside. Wen Ciyi, clutching his heart in distress, retorted, Is that even a proper way to speak? As Su Simeon held two bags, Wen Ciyi intended to assist, but Su Simeon subtly sidestepped, claiming earnestly, I will bring your bracelet later. I still have a bit of work to finish. Wen Ciyi, trusting his words, nodded and inquired, Do you need me to carry it up? It's time for dinner. Su Simeon smiled gently, shaking his head. He shifted the bags to one hand, gesturing for Wen Ciyi to come closer. As she approached, he rested his chin on her shoulder for a brief moment before lifting it again, his eyes sparkling with clarity. The power is restored. Ling Gu, a silent observer of the entire exchange, contemplated the dessert she had just picked up, but after a moment's thought, she set it down, declaring, I'm full. I think I'll go for a walk. As she was about to rise, the boss walked in, carrying the aroma of barbecued meat, cheerfully announcing to everyone that dinner was ready and that they would be enjoying the specially made barbecue from this establishment. Ling Jiyi's intention to take a stroll took an abrupt turn. She composedly replied, All right. Then she turned to Wen Ciyi, saying, Come on, it's time to eat. Wen Ciyi, having eaten little, found an excuse to slip away to enjoy the night scenery. Su Simeon, lacking an appetite at noon, was encouraged by Wen Ciyi to eat a bit more, prompting her to say she would fetch something. The night sky was resplendent and boundless, adorned with twinkling stars that shimmered brightly. As the evening cooled and the wind brushed against her bare skin, Wen Ciyi, wishing to act swiftly, pulled out her phone to capture the night view. Just then, a message interrupted her. She noticed it was from Wen Nan, who inquired about the team-building activity. Wen Ciyi adjusted her focus and snapped a few pictures to send, casually responding with a voice message. It was quite enjoyable. You should join us next time. As she observed the night scenery sent to her phone, Wen Nan's gaze drifted to a stack of unfinished professional books. Overwhelming sadness washed over him. Sis, I'm finding it really difficult. Before Wen Ciyi could read another incoming message, a cool voice unexpectedly broke the silence behind her. Who was the senior chatting with? Almost losing her grip on the phone, she turned around. Surprised, Junior, have you finished eating? Wen Ciyi glanced down at his hand holding hers, a plan forming in her mind. She paused and spoke, Junior. Simeon tilted his head, asking, what is it? The night sky is exceptionally beautiful today, have you noticed? Wen Ciyi remarked. Simeon raised an eyebrow, and as he lifted his gaze to behold the stars above, he was suddenly struck by a warm and vivid sensation upon his cheek. Wen Ciyi's lips brushed against Simeon's face, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Wen Ciyi, licking her lips, gradually unveiled her emotions, calmly broaching the topic. What do you think? Is the night sky beautiful? However, it felt to Wen Ciyi as though he were kissing her. Simeon blinked slowly, his gaze well concealed beneath the cover of darkness, betraying the turmoil and fervor within his heart. Wen Ciyi heard Simeon murmur indistinctly, yes, it is quite beautiful. Then, in comparison, do you find me beautiful, Simeon? Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a playful smile, akin to a tempting fox, with a glimmer of light dancing in her enchanting eyes. Simeon responded softly. Hua, observing the flicker of emotions in Wen Ciyi's eyes, took a bite of an apple and said, I visited a tavern in town. Wen Ciyi replied, at a loss for words as she rubbed her forehead. Meanwhile, Hua continued to crunch on her apple, the sound echoing sharply, prompting Wen Ciyi to inquire, what is wrong with you? Hua replied, nothing, I'm perfectly fine. Wen Ciyi sighed, exasperated by the lack of peace from everyone around her. Just then, a phone call came in, and she stepped aside to answer. It was a call from a company shareholder inquiring about several current market economic issues. With one hand in her pocket, she stood by the window, her eyes lowered as she responded succinctly. However, my dear brother, after a moment of contemplation over the weekend, he spoke with a grave expression. Weren't you previously considering a corgi? Are you planning to raise two? The corgi is to be given away, Simeon replied leisurely. He glanced at his phone, where someone had sent him a document detailing the stock market trends of recent years. After putting away his phone, he calmly remarked, it's getting late, let us wash up and sleep. Just then, Wen Ciyi, having finished her phone call, approached. Her brow bore an unusual hint of fatigue. Simeon quietly inquired, is there a problem? Why the boredom? Facing a mountain of work, dear Junior, Wen Ciyi said, raising her hand to gently ruffle Simeon's hair, a slight smile playing on her lips. In her typically casual tone, she mused, I wonder if there is any way to alleviate the boredom. I see, Simeon lifted his thin eyelids, speaking slowly as if to ensure each word was etched in Wen Ciyi's mind. How about this? Wen Ciyi looked up at him. What? When the senior is working, thinking of me will surely chase away the boredom. Simeon's gaze remained tranquil as the corners of his lips subtly lifted. Chapter 48. Your presence is my blessing. Wen Ciyi tugged at the corners of her mouth, her lips curving in agreement. All right. It was nearly time for bed. And Simeon lowered his gaze to ask, Senior, shall we head upstairs? Wen Ciyi, puzzled, glanced at his phone, where Fuzhou had messaged Simeon. Found it. Watching Wen Ciyi hurriedly ascend the steps in a flurry, Simeon's lips curled slightly in amusement. Hua leaned against the doorframe, and upon noticing Wen Ciyi's approach, she could no longer suppress a question that had long lingered in her mind. Simeon, I feel as though I have encountered you before. Simeon, upon hearing this, cast a nonchalant glance at Hua and calmly replied, I have no recollection. You may not remember, Hua said, casually slipping her hands into her pockets. Perhaps we were abroad at the same time. You strike me as somewhat familiar. Simeon remained silent, turning his gaze away coldly, stating, in this world, there are undoubtedly people who bear a striking resemblance to one another. Let us hope that is the case, Hua shrugged. Simeon cast a frosty glance in her direction, his eyes harboring an icy chill akin to an ancient glacial cavern, evoking a sensation that sent shivers racing up one's spine. Zhou Weekend immediately fell silent. Ultimately, Simeon merely uttered a terse comment before departing from the peculiar atmosphere, leaving Zhou Weekend in a state of bewilderment. He turned to the equally reticent Hua and curiously inquired, Sister He, what is wrong with my brother? Oh, by the way, I overheard you mentioning something about abroad. Were you pondering whether my brother has traveled overseas? Zhou Weekend asked. Hua nodded slightly. In response, Zhou Weekend waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming that it's impossible. Sister He, you must have mistaken him. Observing Zhou Weekend's unwavering confidence, Hua raised an eyebrow in surprise. You seem quite certain? Hearing this, Hua let out an enigmatic laugh. You certainly know him well. Of course, Zhou Weekend exclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. We attended the same high school. Hihua felt a slight inclination to reconsider his earlier thoughts and casually inquired, "Which high school did you attend?" Zhou Weekend's expression shifted from pride to an even greater sense of pride as he replied, "We are from Xuejuan High School." Hihua squinted slightly, but ultimately refrained from saying anything further, merely commenting, "A remarkably distinguished key high school." Zhou Weekend chuckled foolishly for a moment before asking, "How many years have senior sister and Ciyi been abroad?" Hihua replied calmly, "For years, why?" Zhou Weekend was inexplicably reminded of Su Simeon, who had taken a year off due to illness, yet he kept this to himself, nodding appreciatively and exclaiming, "A return. So impressive." Wen Ciyi counted the number of people, confirming the accuracy repeatedly. Upon noticing Su Simeon waiting for her at a distance, she hurried over and asked, "What are you thinking about, Junior?" Glancing into Wen Ciyi's gentle eyes, Su Simeon suddenly recalled a saying from his elders upon arriving in California. One should hang prayer flags on the mountain to seek health and well-being. However, Su Simeon thought to himself that with Wen Ciyi by his side, he already felt a sense of peace and prosperity. He gazed intently at Wen Ciyi and, raising his hand earnestly, asked, "Senior sister, may I have a hug?" Wen Ciyi replied, He thought to himself that he might get carsick later, and if senior sister were to embrace him, perhaps he would at least avoid feeling nauseous. Su Simeon hesitated, his ears flushing red, yet he feigned calmness and said, "It might just prevent me from getting dizzy." "It is not merely a psychological effect," Su Simeon corrected, her gaze intensely focused, as if she wished to draw one into her depths. "You being by my side is my good fortune." A faint blush tinged Su Simeon's cheeks, yet she continued to articulate the last three words. Even after they boarded the bus, Wen Ciyi's thoughts remained in a hazy daze. She feigned composure as she observed Su Simeon engrossed in his laptop, and quietly leaned closer to inquire, "Where did you learn those words, Junior?" Sensing a hint of familiarity in their exchange, Su Simeon's fingers remained deftly at work. His brow unruffled. "Can't you trust me, Senior? Did I not say those words of my own volition?" Noticing Wen Ciyi genuinely pondering his response, Su Simeon rubbed his temples. At that moment, the bus entered a tunnel. The newly constructed tunnel in California lacked proper lighting, forcing the driver to switch on the headlights. Su Simeon glanced aside, his gaze concealed in the shadows, blending seamlessly with the fleeting interplay of light and darkness. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Wen Ciyi remained still, and Su Simeon lowered his laptop, leaning slightly towards her. Their seats were positioned towards the rear, in a row devoid of other passengers. Earlier, Lingu had sent her a message that morning, stating she would linger for a few more days, allowing them to depart first. As for her choice of company, the answer was all too obvious. The air was imbued with a rich scent of lavender, causing Wen Ciyi's heart to race. With Su Simeon so close, a mere tilt of her head would bring her lips nearly to his. With a whimsical charm, Wen Ciyi gently nudged Su Simeon and leaned closer, inquiring, "Do you still wish to kiss the back of your hand, Junior?" Her fingertips lightly tapped on Su Simeon's hand, accompanied by a smile. "Trust that I am self-taught, and believe in the intricate web I have woven, all to entice you willingly to step forth, to plunge into this abyss with me, luring you to your descent. I have awaited your presence for an eternity, Wen Ciyi, so long that I have lost track of time itself." Her breath, faint yet lingering, mirrored an attachment that was hard to sever. As the bus emerged from the cavern, Su Simeon concealed her emotions, straightened up, and opened her laptop, as if the preceding moments had merely been a figment of her imagination. Wen Ciyi turned her gaze toward the window, her fingertip brushing against her lips, a subtle smile gracing her face as she absently tapped on the table. Yet, a flicker of triumphant satisfaction danced in her eyes, akin to the joy a merchant reveals upon securing desired gains, an unspoken acknowledgement of success. Upon arriving at the airport, Wen Ciyi promptly arranged for the transport of the little white dog. Su Simeon, observing her, reiterated the importance of handling the matter with care, then suddenly asked, "Senior, do you wish to keep this dog?" Wen Ciyi replied, "Huh?" She was momentarily puzzled by the implication, and before she could fully grasp it, Su Simeon vaguely remarked, "It's nothing. If there are two, then let us raise them together. That would be quite nice." Just as Su Simeon disembarked from the plane, she received a call from her mentor, requesting her presence at a dinner gathering for discussions and exchanges. When Ciyi happened to be nearby, without much thought, she casually remarked, "A learning exchange? If it proves beneficial, would you be interested in attending?" Su Simeon lowered her gaze, her eyes betraying no emotion, merely uttering a soft good. Wen Ciyi had been diligently working these past few days, often found tapping away at her laptop in the guest house. Consequently, she had completed the company's annual report ahead of schedule. However, after reviewing the market's earnings, she increasingly felt the need to reorganize the company. Yet, with tens of thousands of employees at the headquarters, such restructuring was no simple task. Thus, she opted to remain at home, preparing a plan outline. Just as she typed the title, a notification popped up on her screen. It was from her former mentor, requesting her assistance in drafting a market monopoly benefit plan, and if possible, inviting her to join a classroom where the mentor would serve as her assistant. Look. In a private room at the hotel, the mentor exclaimed, raising their voice while waving their phone, "Ah, my student is truly humble and capable. I am immensely proud." Someone seated nearby interjected with a jest. "Well, have you considered introducing one of your relatives to General Manager Wen?" Su Simeon, sitting in the most conspicuous position, merely glanced at the crimson liquid in her glass. "Ah, they hardly need our introductions," the mentor chuckled. "Perhaps my student has already found a peer of equal stature." Speaking of comparably large companies to Wen Ciyi's, there was recently a newly emerged dark horse in the market. The individual who had spoken before tapped the table, signaling for attention as he continued. "That agent is also a returee. What was his name again? Jizahuai, if I'm not mistaken." "Oh right, I've heard of that young man," her mentor quickly remarked. "It seems quite pleasant." A sudden, crisp sound interrupted the lively conversation among the group. Su Simeon stood up with an expressionless face, her voice unexpectedly cold as she stated, "I need to visit the restroom." Chapter 49, Not a Senior. "But the one I adore, ha 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 indeed. However, with your character and appearance, finding a partner shouldn't be too challenging. Perhaps you already have someone in mind." At that moment, someone inadvertently voiced a thoughtless comment. "What are you saying?" After all, it was her mentor, and such words were hard to dismiss. The individual chuckled, essentially. "That's the gist of it." Her mentor hastily replied, "All right, be careful on your way." Once the sound of the door fading into the air, the previously loquacious person remarked, "Your student seems a bit distant." Wen Ciyi had been busy all day at home, and in her haste, she had only managed a few bites of bread for dinner. After finally completing her tasks, she decided to message Su Simeon. Wen Ciyi texted, "Junior, how was the banquet?" As she glanced at the bracelet Su Simeon had handed her earlier, she impulsively snapped a photo and sent it, stating, "This object reminds me of a person." Su Simeon? Wen Ciyi, hello, you heartless one. Wen Ciyi, once you possess me, your affection wanes. Su Simeon, Wen Ciyi, now you won't even deign to converse with me, merely dismissing me with those frigid 3 words. Su Simeon, Wen Ciyi, feeling aggrieved, continued, "You don't share whether the evening banquet was enjoyable or how your studies are faring, only offering a perfunctory I know." Ultimately, Wen Ciyi received a voice message, and Su Simeon connected her headphones to listen. "I understand now. Su Simeon, you have ceased to love me, and your interest has dwindled." Wen Ciyi played the message, and at that moment, a crisp, deep voice resonated. "The banquet was rather lackluster, yet I did learn a few things, and I did not dismiss my senior." In that message, his voice paused for a moment, and then Wen Ciyi heard him say, "Open the door, senior, and give me a hug." Wen Ciyi's hands froze momentarily, joy illuminating her face as she rushed to the door. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, she hesitated, taking a moment to compose herself before opening the door with an impassive expression. Su Simeon stood there, holding a bag of cake, and upon hearing the commotion, he raised his gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Senior, hug me." Wen Ciyi leaned against the doorframe, her tone neither warm nor cold, letting out a scoff through her nose. "So now you remember I am your senior?" Su Simeon lowered his gaze, contemplating earnestly for a moment. The gentle glow of the lamp illuminated his features, revealing an ethereal softness in his clear, tranquil eyes, reminiscent of shimmering amber, sparkling with a captivating brilliance. Suddenly, he leaned in and embraced Wen Ciyi, whispering, "Not a senior. She is the one who holds my heart." Perhaps it was raining outside, he mused nonchalantly, glancing towards the kitchen, where the countertop was immaculate, devoid of even the slightest trace of washed dishes. His eyes fell upon a trash bin nearby, which bore no remnants of takeout boxes. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What did you have for dinner, senior?" "Dinner? Just some bread," Wen Ciyi replied. "Why didn't you eat a proper meal?" Su Simeon asked in a low, serious tone. Oblivious to the disapproval concealed in his voice, Wen Ciyi focused on warming his hands, explaining, "I was just too busy and ended up forgetting." Su Simeon's gaze lingered on Wen Ciyi's gesture of warming his hands. and he was suddenly reminded of the time when she neglected her meals while he was abroad. During the year he took sick leave, he had been in the same city as Wen Ciyi. Emotions stirred within him, a nameless feeling that clenched at his heart, causing him an ache he could not evade. Pulling his hand away, he averted his eyes and gently ruffled Wen Ciyi's hair, saying, "I will prepare a late-night snack for you, senior. Please wait for me." He handed her a piece of cake, adding, "Here, have this to tide you over." Wen Ciyi parted her lips, ultimately responding with a simple, "All right." She gazed dreamily at the strawberry cake nestled within the bag, which happened to be her favorite indulgence from her travels abroad. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. Wen Ciyi had previously jested with Hua, suggesting that Su Simeon seemed somewhat familiar. Yet, she could not recall where she had encountered her before and merely laughed off the resemblance. Wen Ciyi, finding herself somewhat bored, glanced at her phone. While a small white dog emerged from the adjacent guest room, nuzzling against her ankle, its tail wagging enthusiastically. She crouched down to pet the dog, musing aloud. "Do you think he might be angry?" The little white dog circled around her twice, barking joyfully, its eyes sparkling as it tilted its head in curiosity. Amused by its antics, Wen Ciyi affectionately ruffled the dog's fur, sighing wistfully. Being a little dog seems delightful, carefree and unburdened by towering piles of work. You simply eat when hungry and sleep when tired. What a wonderful existence. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to Su Simeon, who was diligently washing vegetables with her sleeves rolled up. Raising her voice slightly, Wen Ciyi called out, "Your brother is upset, but I'm unsure how to soothe him. Could you please ask him what I should do to make him feel better?" The little white dog tilted its head, its eyes blinking innocently, and barked once. Wen Ciyi noticed Su Simeon's movements momentarily pause, and with a twinkle in her eye, she went to her room to retrieve a sticky note. Initially, Wen Ciyi had approached the situation with a sense of playful uncertainty, but to her surprise, the little dog seemed to understand her intent. It joyfully wagged its tail and dashed towards Su Simeon's location. As Su Simeon gently lowered the noodles into the boiling water, he felt something brush against his foot. Glancing down, he saw a white dog wagging its tail, circling around him, adorned with a conspicuous sticky note that read, "My dear, my treasure, do not be angry. Anger brings weariness to both body and soul." Su Simeon's attention lingered on the initial 8 characters. After a moment of silence, he murmured softly, "Finally arrived, have you?" He had waited quite a while. Subsequently, he peeled off the note, carefully folded it, and tucked it into his pocket, nodding as he said, "I understand. You may go." The dog darted out in response to the command. Wen Ciyi propped her head on her hand, observing the busy Su Simeon, and found herself momentarily captivated by the warmth of the scene. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled back to reality when Su Simeon called her name. With a light step, she made her way to the kitchen and inquired, "Is it ready? Let me serve it." Leaning against the countertop, Su Simeon seemed to be enveloped in an ethereal haze. He lowered his gaze, and upon hearing Wen Ciyi's movements, lifted his eyes to meet hers. In that fleeting moment, even the remnants of his unprocessed negative emotions were laid bare before her. Wen Ciyi hesitated, uncertain whether to approach, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke, "Junior, are you all right?" Su Simeon offered no response, nor did he show any sign of acknowledgement. Observing his state, Wen Ciyi suddenly recalled her earlier teasing remarks and, with an air of naturalness, stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist. Su Simeon was taken aback by her unexpected gesture, his body stiffening in surprise. Wen Ciyi nestled against Su Simeon's neck, the rich scent of lavender enveloping them, her voice a mere whisper. "Junior, do you recall what I mentioned before?" Su Simeon, suppressing a surge of tumultuous and sordid desires, wrapped his arms around her waist and softly inquired, "What?" "Just a hug. If one isn't sufficient, then 2 will suffice." Wen Ciyi replied, playfully picking up the thread of conversation. Yet, as her gaze collided with Su Simeon's once clear eyes, now swirling with tumultuous emotions, she belatedly realized that their current predicament might harbor a hint of danger. Her fingertips curled instinctively, yearning to retreat from Su Simeon's embrace. But the hands resting firmly on her lower back pressed her forward instead. Caught off guard, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her chest. Su Simeon's fingers grazed her waist, and what was undeniably a suggestive gesture appeared tantalizing in his context. "Didn't you initiate this embrace, senior? Why withdraw now that you've had your fill?" He teased, his penetrating gaze unwavering. Wen Ciyi averted her eyes from his and feigned composure, retorting, "No. I merely thought that after a couple of hugs, you would be comforted enough, so I considered letting go. But I'm not yet satisfied, Su Simeon countered. Wen Ciyi questioned her own hearing, uncertainly asking, "What did you say?" "I'm not yet satisfied, sister," Su Simeon replied, blinking innocently, yet his tone held a distinct purpose. Wen Ciyi stared blankly for 2 seconds, and in the next instant, as if under a spell, she rose on her toes, yearning to kiss Su Simeon. Chapter 50. Untitled. The breaths of the two intertwined, and as Wen Ciyi's lips brushed against Su Simeon's, they hesitated. Su Simeon, motionless, softly inquired, "Why don't you kiss me, senior?" Wen Ciyi responded, "Do you like it?" Su Simeon was taken aback, releasing his hold on her waist, his shoulders slumping slightly. Wen Ciyi smiled and playfully patted his face, saying, "Let us maintain a sense of ritual for my junior. I'll remember this." Su Simeon's dark eyes fixated on Wen Ciyi, and he suddenly spoke, "Senior." "Hmm?" she replied. Su Simeon tilted his chin, gesturing for her to glance at the pot where the noodles were burning. His tone remained flat, devoid of any inflection. "The noodles are burnt." Wen Ciyi, taken aback, pulled out her phone, preparing to open a food delivery app. She held the screen up for Su Simeon to see. "Do you want to order takeout, Junior?" Su Simeon cast a disapproving glance at the unhealthy options displayed on the screen, retorting, "Did you forget? I mentioned last time that it should be the last." Wen Ciyi nodded nonchalantly, "I haven't forgotten." Su Simeon remained silent, but a desire stirred within him. "But I really want to eat," Wen Ciyi asserted confidently. Su Simeon gazed at her quietly for a moment, his eyes resembling clear amber, devoid of any impurities. Suddenly, he leaned in and swiftly kissed her cheek, then composedly asked, "Do you still want to eat?" Wen Ciyi's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't help but respond defiantly, "I still want to." The warmth of his touch lingered on her cheek, followed by another gentle kiss. As the soft caress returned to her senses, a blush crept across Wen Ciyi's face. Su Simeon, arms crossed, regarded her with an expression that suggested a determination to persist in his affections until she surrendered. In a flurry, Wen Ciyi tucked her phone away, exclaiming, "Stop, stop, stop. I concede." Su Simeon's voice was tinged with amusement as he raised a hand to gently stroke her chin, saying, "Senior, I am quite pleased." Just as she prepared to abandon her phone, a message from Lingu arrived, informing her of her imminent departure abroad. Lingu, on the other end, felt overwhelmed. "Well? The work there isn't quite wrapped up yet. I must go and finalize it." Wen Ciyi inquired, "When? Isn't that rather soon?" Pondering for a moment while tracing patterns on the quilt, she scrolled through Fu Zizhou's social media updates, only to find his profile picture shrouded in darkness. With a username simply reading Z. His WeChat signature declared, "Day and night on the same path." Wen Ciyi put her phone down and began to examine the flight information Lingu had sent her. She had booked a flight for 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Upon glancing at the latest notification at the bottom, she read, "This flight has been cancelled. Please check for alternative bookings." A resigned smile crossed her lips as she thought of Lingu, who always prioritized herself, seeking joy in everything she did, be it happiness or sorrow. Unlike herself, Lingu seldom experienced sadness. She was the embodiment of seizing the moment abroad, effortlessly transitioning from revelry in a bar the night before an exam to appearing invigorated in the examination hall the very next day. She is like a fleeting breeze, elusive and enigmatic, yet countless admirers bow before this captivating and passionate red rose. Lingu claims she is merely resting, but prior to that, she configured a green system on a dark website to prevent outsiders from encroaching on her private flight. The identity of the intended intruder is all too apparent. Meanwhile, Fu Zizhou raised an eyebrow as he observed the newly added green security system beneath the private flight details, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Chapter 51. A deception. Su Simeon, engrossed in a project with her mentor, expressed her apologies to Wen Ciyi via WeChat, stating that she might be unable to accompany her to work for a few days. Wen Ciyi sighed and approached her, adjusting the blankets. Sensing the movement, Su Nian stirred slightly and, upon seeing Wen Ciyi, blinked her sleep-laden eyes and murmured, "It's you." Noticing the flush on her face, Wen Ciyi reached out to touch her forehead, sensing something amiss. She retrieved a spare medical kit from the cabinet and took out a thermometer. As expected, it registered a fever of 38 degrees. Frowning, Wen Ciyi hurriedly pulled up the blanket, intending to fetch hot water and medication. "Do you realize you have a fever?" Su Nian felt her forehead and thought it didn't feel excessively warm, replying, "I feel fine." Wen Ciyi sighed, fixing her gaze upon her. "What did you do yesterday?" Su Nian took a sip of water, paused in silence, and finally said, "I broke up with Xiao Shihang." Wen Ciyi was genuinely taken aback. It seemed that one after another, they were all ending their relationships. Setting the cup aside, she glanced at Su Nian's slightly gaunt jawline and asked with concern, "Why did you break up?" Su Nian closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering gently, and spoke softly, "I do not wish to discuss this any further." Wen Ciyi hesitated, feeling a surge of words she longed to express, yet found herself unable to voice in this moment. Ultimately, she remarked, "Today, there is an exhibition held by the Xiao family, and Xiao Shihang, as the presiding officer, will be in attendance." Su Nian responded with an air of indifference. "Do not seek him out." Wen Ciyi retreated to her room to change into a black suit, adding a few strokes to the corners of her eyes, naturally alluring. The embellishments at her eyes imparted an aura of serene elegance, and when she refrained from smiling, those beneath her often jestingly referred to her as the jade-faced Yama. How could she possibly forego attending the exhibition? The moment she entered the car, she connected her Bluetooth and called Hihua. As soon as the call connected, her tone was frigid. "The invitation to the Xiao family exhibition is in my office. I expect to see it upon my arrival at the company." Hihua was taken aback by the inexplicable chill in her voice, quickly retrieving the invitation that had been buried beneath a stack of documents. "Understood, Director Wen," she replied. Su Simeon tucked away her phone, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor, and inquired distantly, "What is it?" Yi Zhuan playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "Senior, the mentor asked you to accompany me to retrieve the computer. The PPT presentation is about to commence." Su Simeon furrowed his brow, but, mindful of the mentor's request, replied, "You go ahead. I shall join shortly." "Do you not wish to walk with me, Senior?" "I will maintain my distance and refrain from uttering anything inappropriate as I did last time." Yu Zhiwan approached with a lightness reminiscent of a leap. As if nothing had transpired, Su Simeon held his jaw taut, his spine erect like a frigid bamboo. Coldly, he remarked, "I shall refrain from uttering unkind words to a lady. I trust you possess some self-awareness." Yi Zhuan stood frozen, lowering her gaze as she feigned panic. With her eyes sparkling like shimmering waters, she implored, "Is there something I have done wrong, senior brother? I am willing to amend my ways." Seemingly disinclined to engage further, Su Simeon attempted to circumvent Yi Zhuan and make his way to the door. However, unexpectedly, the girl who had been standing still suddenly lunged towards him. Behind Su Simeon, the cabinets were filled with perilous bottles resembling sulfuric acid. Taken by surprise and hindered by the presence of the girl in front, he retreated a step, only to have his shoulder collide sharply with the cabinet's jagged edge. Having previously been engaged in an experiment, his lab coat was too long, exposing his smoothly contoured forearm. In a reflexive attempt to brace himself against the table, he miscalculated and found only empty space. His elbow grazed the table's corner, leaving a significant gash. Crimson blood cascaded eagerly down his forearm, dripping from his lab coat onto the floor. At this moment, Yi Zhuan was rendered speechless by shock, stammering, I will go fetch help for you, senior brother." Su Simeon shut his eyes tightly, his spirits waning. He merely wrapped his injury hastily with supplies from the laboratory's first aid kit, hoping to render it less alarming. The weekend arrived, and he noticed the conspicuous wound on Su Simeon's arm. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses towards the cowering Yi Zhuan, but before he could utter a word, he found himself silenced by Su Simeon's defiant gaze. Weekend examined the arm meticulously, murmuring, "This one do, Su Gu. Your wound is rather deep. You must go to the hospital for stitches." To his astonishment, Weekend's words ignited a furious response. He raised his voice, exclaiming, "How can it possibly be nothing? Are you out of your mind? Hurry and get to the hospital." Su Simeon stiffened slightly, hesitating. You did the same last time. You suffered an injury without divulging the reason, enduring the pain in silence. Do you think your hand is made of steel? Keeping it from us ease your suffering. Moreover, as Weekend continued, the conversation drifted off course. Su Simeon patiently awaited his next words, remaining composed, as if he had already anticipated what Weekend would say. Thus, Weekend continued, "Moreover, your hand has been injured again. It might not function for several days. If you don't seek prompt treatment, who will assist me with my design draft for finals?" After saying this, he winked at Su Simeon. Su Simeon thought to himself, "See, I knew it would turn out this way." Without further ado, Weekend seized Su Simeon, intending to head outside. As they passed by the silent Yi Zhuan, Weekend suddenly halted, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and mockingly remarked, "Don't waste your efforts. You are leagues behind the senior." Su Simeon, upon hearing his words, merely lifted his eyelids without denial, lightly murmuring in response before urging Zhou Mo, "Aren't you supposed to take me to the hospital?" Let us go? Zhou, licking his lips, acted faster than his thoughts and retrieved his phone, stating, "This matter must be reported to the senior sister." Su Simeon, upon hearing this, displayed little reaction. Curling the corners of his lips faintly as he uttered a few words, Zhou looked up. "What up, brother?" Su Simeon raised his chin. His gaze fixed ahead, but the conversation felt off. "Do you still wish for me to assist you with your design draft?" "Of course," Zhou replied swiftly. But it dawned on him only afterward what Su Simeon truly meant. To have him help with the design draft meant keeping it a secret from Wen Ciyi. Otherwise, it would be futile. "I have a way," Su Simeon responded without a second thought, as he tended to the fallen bandage, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. Zhou, watching nearby, felt a chill run down his spine, rubbing his arms as if the wound were affixed to his own skin. As Wen Ciyi arrived at the company, she was intercepted by Hua, who handed her an invitation. "This is from the Xiao group, for the opening at 1 o'clock this afternoon." Wen Ciyi quickly skimmed through it before placing it in her pocket. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Hua asked, "President Wen, you typically only attend essential evening banquets and have never participated in such large afternoon tea exhibitions hosted by conglomerates. Previously, didn't you assign these tasks to me or Sun Yin? What has prompted this change?" Wen Ciyi succinctly declared, "I'm going to find Xiao Shihang. Sun Yin has broken up with him." Uncertain, she shook her head and gently patted Hua's shoulder, glancing out the window. The once brilliant sun had been replaced by an ominous shroud of clouds. With a hint of foreboding, she remarked, "It seems the weather is about to change." Hua kindly reminded her, "President Wen, it might rain soon. Please take care on the road and remember to bring an umbrella." After a moment of silence, Wen Ciyi replied, "I am not a child. I can certainly remember to bring an umbrella." She couldn't help but think of someone who often forgot theirs and ended up drenched in the rain, a thought that Hua muttered softly. Wen Ciyi simply responded, "All right." Su Simeon arrived at the hospital, received a prescription, and after a brief bandaging, was guided to the adjacent ward to await stitches. With an air of nonchalance, Su Simeon ambled toward the assigned room, anticipating the nurse's call. In the meantime, Zhou, filled with hesitation, inquired, "Brother, are you truly not going to inform the senior?" Su Simeon had already closed his eyes, intending to rest, but Zhou's incessant chatter proved too distracting. "If you keep talking, I will ask you to leave," he warned. Zhou retorted, "Brother, I am the only one who has come to see you after your injury. You should learn to be grateful." Su Simeon scoffed. "Then I believe your design drafts should also learn gratitude, considering how many times I've helped you revise them. Perhaps this time, they should be left to fend for themselves." Zhou immediately bent at the waist, his demeanor earnest. "Brother, I was wrong." The two engaged in a brief conversation, the delayed pain seemingly resurrecting at that moment. Akin to the sting of a scorpion, with a searing ache radiating from the wound to the very tips of the nerves. On the weekend, Su Simeon moved with a slight delay, his lips faintly pale. He hastily rose, pacing anxiously as he exclaimed, "Why hasn't he arrived yet? I'll go fetch someone." "Just hold on." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Su Simeon's brow as he unlocked his phone. Just in time to receive a message from Wen Ciyi inquiring about his whereabouts. Wen Ciyi stared at the phone for a while, until a droplet of water splashed onto the screen, before lifting her gaze to the rain-soaked yet still illuminated People's Hospital. With a sardonic chuckle, she mused about Su Simeon's audacity in fabricating lies. Chapter 52. "Good sister, please don't be angry." The doctor skillfully retrieved a syringe, calmly preparing the medication. Su Simeon observed the syringe, slightly furrowing his brow, and tentatively inquired, "Doctor, is it possible to forego the anesthetic?" Before the doctor could respond, the weekend companion interjected, "Brother, stitching without anesthesia is incredibly painful. It's best to use it." The doctor nodded in agreement, gently pushing the syringe's plunger and approaching Su Simeon. "Young man, please extend your bandaged arm," she instructed. She glanced at the impatient weekend companion and softly advised, "You go assist by placing a cloth on the table." The doctor gestured with her chin, adding, "Rest his arm on it, ensuring it is laid flat. Otherwise, it will be difficult to proceed." The weekend companion complied without hesitation. At the moment the needle was inserted into Su Simeon's arm, he furrowed his brow, resolutely suppressing the urge to move immediately. It was only after the doctor, with an impassive expression, withdrew the needle and instructed Su Simeon to press down on the small white cotton ball that Zhou Weekend leaned in with concern and asked, "Bro, are you all right?" Su Simeon's complexion was as pale as water, and he barely managed to contain his emotions, replying, "I'm fine." Zhou Weekend sighed, taking a seat beside him as the doctor busied himself with his instruments and earnestly advised, "I say, you should let the senior sister know. If she sees you, it might bring you some comfort, and the injection won't hurt as much." Su Simeon responded with a simple. Noticing Su Simeon's silence, Zhou Weekend raised his eyebrows and insisted, "You agree, right, Sugo?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Simeon calmly replied, "No." Zhou Weekend was taken aback, but quickly adopted a knowing expression, saying, "See, I told you." Su Simeon remained silent. Zhou Weekend, eager to continue, suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his eye, and his expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "Sugo, you must be thinking that too." "You definitely are." Su Simeon, caught off guard by his sudden outburst, asked, "What am I supposed to be thinking?" Zhou Weekend looked at the woman leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. Though she appeared composed and self-assured, the icy hue in her gaze suggested otherwise. Zhou Weekend quickly added, "Even if you don't say it out loud, as your close friend, I know you want the senior sister to come see you." Su Simeon found herself utterly perplexed by Zhou Mo, yet she managed to utter, "I did not." The sudden chill in her tone interrupted the doctor's actions and effectively stifled Su Simeon's unfinished words. Glancing at Wen Ciyi, who should have been at the office, she struggled to rise and said, "Senior." Wen Ciyi cast a sidelong glance at the doctor, who was watching the scene unfold, and at Zhou Mo, who was peeking through his fingers while shielding his eyes. The doctor, catching the gist of the situation, promptly took Zhou Mo aside, stating, "Come to the left isolation room in 2 minutes." Once assured of their privacy, Su Simeon reluctantly displayed a compliant demeanor. With drooping eyes, she pitifully murmured, "Senior, it hurts." Wen Ciyi glanced at Su Simeon's bandaged arm, then pulled a chair to sit in front of her. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "You seemed quite resilient just now. It's fine if you don't tell me. Keep enduring." Upon hearing this, Su Simeon reached out with her uninjured hand to grasp Wen Ciyi's. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Ciyi swatted her hand away and said earnestly, "Su Simeon." Straightening her posture, Su Simeon still kept her eyes downcast, resembling a dejected puppy, motionless in her sorrow. "I'm here," she replied. Wen Ciyi regarded her for a moment before glancing at her watch. "First, go get stitched up, and we will discuss this later." Su Simeon loosened the bandage slightly, then stood up, shaking Wen Ciyi's dangling hand gently. "Senior, please don't be angry. Just wait for me a moment." With a smile that bore a hint of ingratiation, Wen Ciyi observed Su Simeon, who seldom smiled, yet was inclined to exhibit a smile for her sake. His eyes curved, effectively concealing any trace of aggression, presenting himself as an innocuous little white dog. Wen Ciyi pressed her lips together, contemplating for a moment. Her expression remained unchanged as she calmly uttered a simple greeting. She had already been affected by the emotional entanglements occurring around her, and now, realizing that Su Simeon had sustained an injury without confiding in her, she couldn't help but think of Sun Yin, who had been lying quietly that morning. Had she not gone to check on him, Sun Yin would have remained silent and asleep. In many ways, these two individuals shared a striking resemblance. As a minute passed, Su Simeon suddenly leaned forward and swiftly embraced Wen Ciyi with his uninjured hand, whispering, "Sister, please don't go. Just wait for me a moment. It won't take long." Meanwhile, Zhou Wei was peeking through the door, and upon seeing Su Simeon emerge, he immediately feigned ignorance of the situation. Su Simeon cast a fleeting glance at him before preparing to walk toward the adjacent isolation room. Seizing an opportunity, Zhou Wei glanced into the ward and noticed Wen Ciyi standing still, prompting him to hasten after Su Simeon, inquiring, "Brother, it seems like sister isn't very happy." Of course, Su Simeon was already aware of that. As the weekend continued to stoke the flames, Zhou Mo inquired, "Brother, won't it be difficult for you later? I mentioned earlier that you should speak with your senior. Did you not notice how tense your face became when you received that injection?" If your senior had been present at that moment, Su Simeon, unable to endure any longer, tore off the bandage and tossed it to Zhou Mo. His voice icy, "Could you possibly keep quiet?" Zhou Mo fumbled to catch the bandage, fearlessly muttering, "I didn't say anything wrong." Su Simeon raised his hand as if to strike him, prompting Zhou Mo to hurriedly retort, all right, I understand. I shall remain silent. Brother, you should hurry inside." Due to the anesthesia administered to his arm, Su Simeon felt no discomfort as the doctor proceeded with the suturing. His gaze remained fixed on the doctor's skilled movements. The physician, clearly experienced, jested as he worked, "So, young man, have you considered switching your major to medicine?" Su Simeon appeared to ponder the suggestion for a moment before resolutely maintaining his stoic expression, replying, "No, thank you. The doctor, taken aback, pressed further, why not? Don't you enjoy studying medicine? It's all about saving lives. Su Simeon seemed momentarily lost in thought, captivated by the doctor's fluidity of motion, before finally articulating. I already have a goal and will not easily change it. The doctor, recalling a young woman who had accompanied him earlier, suddenly grasped the situation, asking, is that your girlfriend? Su Simeon nodded slightly. The doctor swiftly completed the suturing, applied another layer of bandage, and cautioned, keep the wound dry and return in 3 days for a change. Su Simeon gazed at his arm, which had ceased to bleed, pondering thoughtfully, it really has stopped. The doctor, sensing his pride, raised his chin and replied, of course, I am the best suturer in this hospital. Well, thank you, Su Simeon replied, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. He picked up the form he had previously set aside, preparing to leave, when the doctor firmly grasped his arm and said, young man, after years of wandering in this field, let me teach you a trick. Su Simeon eagerly absorbed the knowledge, and after a brief discussion, the doctor finally expressed his satisfaction, saying, all right, that should suffice. Go on, young man, I have high hopes for you. Make sure to cherish your time together. Feeling that the weekend atmosphere was imbued with warmth, he decided that he need not remain as a glaring presence. So he bid farewell to Wen Ciyi and discreetly slipped away. Meanwhile, Wen Ciyi had just resolved an urgent matter at her company while Su Simeon was being stitched up. As Su Simeon stepped in with the form in hand, she straightforwardly asked, all done? Su Simeon hesitated for a moment before responding, yes. As Wen Ciyi passed by, Su Simeon tugged gently at her sleeve and inquired, Senior, won't you see me off? His eyes brightened visibly, and with a hint of hesitation, he asked, Sister, can we not part ways? Wen Ciyi, puzzled by his request, noticed Su Simeon shaking the hand he held and, with a playful smile, asked once more, this. Can we not part? Ah, I see, Su Simeon replied dejectedly, yet he swiftly donned a mask of indifference, displaying understanding as he said, I am fine. I won't be disheartened by the absence of hand-holding, as long as my sister is happy. Wen Ciyi, unable to contain her frustration, exclaimed, Su Simeon. With an innocent expression, Su Simeon responded, what is it? Taking a deep breath, Wen Ciyi, with an air of resignation, stated, it's nothing. Come with me to get the car. However, once they were in the vehicle, Su Simeon proved to be restless. While Wen Ciyi struggled with her seatbelt, she heard Su Simeon from the passenger seat say, Sister, I can't fasten my seatbelt. Could you assist me? He raised his injured hand, indicating that he truly could not manage it with one hand. Without much thought, Wen Ciyi leaned over to grab the seatbelt on his right side, ready to secure it into the buckle. Unexpectedly, as she was about to react, Su Simeon, with his gaze lowered, suddenly wrapped his arms around her. Instinctively, Wen Ciyi struggled for a moment, but then she heard Su Simeon's deep voice from above, his hand resting lightly on her waist, lacking any force. As if it were merely symbolic, Wen Ciyi met his gaze, furrowing her brows as she said, let go. Su Simeon slowly shook his head, I won't. Wen Ciyi. Su Simeon leaned closer to Wen Ciyi's delicate features, their lips almost brushing against one another, and he nuzzled her cheek. His tone imbued with a pitiable timbre, good sister, please don't be angry. I know I was wrong. Chapter 53, it was intentional. Wen Ciyi glanced at Su Simeon, who was furtively slouched beside her. Upon noticing her gaze, he immediately straightened his posture, flashing an innocent smile. After a moment of surprise, Wen Ciyi hastily spoke into the phone, no need, you all enjoy yourselves. I have to hang up now, I'm driving. Su Simeon inquired, is there a gathering later, Senior? Yes, Wen Ciyi replied, turning the steering wheel nonchalantly, it has been postponed. I'm fine, Senior, Su Simeon quickly assured her, his tone imbued with understanding, as if genuinely considering Wen Ciyi's feelings. Just drop me off at home. You should go enjoy dinner with them. I don't mind being alone. Wen Ciyi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process Su Simeon's words. After a prolonged silence, she finally said, Su Simeon. Su Simeon gazed at her with his amber-like eyes. Wen Ciyi raised her voice slightly, yet maintained her composure. We are in a relationship, right? Su Simeon nodded. Wen Ciyi took a deep breath and articulated slowly, therefore, I do not perceive any financial loss in staying behind for my injured boyfriend. You know, just as she was about to continue her thoughts, she noticed a glint of mischief in Su Simeon's eyes. Wen Ciyi, yet Su Simeon, as if unaffected, smiled and asked, why did you stop speaking, Senior? He was intentional, deliberately broaching the topic, skillfully drawing her words out. Realizing this, Wen Ciyi feigned a sudden need to brake and pulled over to the roadside, numbly stating, "Do you want to get out of the car?" Su Simeon's eyes were restrained, pondering whether this was perhaps a bit excessive, wondering why the doctor's methods felt somewhat ineffective. He immediately replied, "Senior, I'm sorry." Su Simeon, puzzled, asked, "Where did I go wrong, Senior?" Wen Ciyi silently criticized him, thinking, "You're wrong from the very beginning." Fortunately, their residential area was just a traffic light away. Wen Ciyi remained silent, driving swiftly until they reached home, gliding into the underground parking with one fluid motion. After securing her vehicle in its designated spot, she announced, "All right, get out." Noticing the peculiar thought that had crossed her mind, she bluntly inquired, "Are you truly all right? You haven't been having recurring fevers, have you?" Wen Ciyi then asked, "What about you and Xiao Shihang?" Sun Yin on the other end fell silent for a moment before cheerfully responding, "What else could happen after a breakup? Anyway, I have to go now. Someone is calling me." Wen Ciyi glanced at the dimming screen, momentarily lost in thought, just as she changed into a more comfortable outfit in her room. She received a message from Su Simeon. It was a sticker of a little white dog peeking out, accompanied by a brief line of text. "My master sent me to ask if my sister has calmed down yet." Wen Ciyi lowered her gaze, noticing the array of little white dog stickers, each with different messages. The first one read, "Sister, are you there?" A small white dog spun in circles. There was no third party. Su Simeon directly sent a message, his voice elongated as he said, "Sister, please do not be angry. I have prepared a surprise for you. Would you like to see it?" Following this, a sticker of a small white dog fervently preparing a gift appeared. Wen Ciyi glanced around the refrigerator, took some vegetables upstairs, and knocked on Su Simeon's door. Su Simeon opened the door while drinking water. His Adam's apple bobbed, yet his gaze remained unwavering as he simply called out, "Sister." He then used his uninjured hand to take the vegetables from Wen Ciyi, who, not wishing to be polite, looked around and inquired, "Did you clean up at home just now?" She posed the question with the answer already in mind, and Su Simeon obediently replied, "Yes." Wen Ciyi cast him a cool glance and remarked, "I see you managed to cook for yourself as well." Su Simeon shook his head, leaning in to embrace Wen Ciyi, who was slender and petite, making her presence quite comforting in his arms. Reluctant to let go, he said, "Senior, you feel so soft to hold." Wen Ciyi responded with a pause, brushing her fingers against Su Simeon's forehead, pondering, "You're not running a fever, yet you speak nonsense." Su Simeon, maintaining his composure, nuzzled the corner of Wen Ciyi's lips before releasing her, saying, "This isn't nonsense, Senior. It's my heartfelt words." Wen Ciyi rolled up her sleeves and casually shifted the topic, asking, "What does the junior want to eat?" Su Simeon's eyes brightened momentarily as he replied, "I crave home-cooked dishes." As Wen Ciyi searched Baidu on-site, she recalled that although her previous attempts at cooking had turned out fairly well, preparing meals for the injured required meticulous consideration. She murmured to herself while contemplating, "I've made chicken soup before. Perhaps I should try a different flavor this time." After ushering Su Simeon out of the kitchen, she decided to make tomato and pork rib soup, along with a few home-style dishes. She was quite adept at cooking, achieving a perfect balance of seasoning, which left her thoroughly satisfied. As she carried the bowl outside, she noticed Su Simeon lost in thought, gazing at his phone screen. Curiously, she inquired, "What are you looking at, Junior?" Wen Ciyi was not particularly inquisitive by nature. Yet a reflexive thought crossed her mind as she recalled the image on Su Simeon's screen, a line graph that seemed to depict market performance analysis, an insight only discernible to those entrenched in the business world. When had Su Simeon developed an interest in such matters? Upon reflection, it wasn't entirely surprising, given that his university major bore some relation to this topic. Wen Ciyi mused that if Su Simeon were genuinely intrigued, they might even engage in a discussion together. After their meal, however, Su Simeon received a call from the school. Wen Ciyi rose to clear the dishes, and once Su Simeon ended the call, she noticed his brow furrowed with concern. "What's wrong?" she inquired as she emerged from the kitchen after washing her hands. "I need to head to school. A data backup in the lab has gone missing," Su Simeon replied, retrieving his coat from the sofa. Wen Ciyi promptly offered, "I'll drive you." Su Simeon shook his head. "It's the weekend. You should stay home and wait for me, Senior." He took a few steps, turned his head to glance at Wen Ciyi. His lips moved slightly as if he wished to utter something, but ultimately, he only said, "Wait for me. All right, you go ahead, and take care on the road." Wen Ciyi waved her hand and added, "Be safe." In the span of merely 2 hours, as Wen Ciyi had just finished her shower, she received a call from Su Simeon. "Senior, where are you?" "At home." Wen Ciyi paused her drying hair to take a sip from the cup of water she had poured earlier, then inquired, Junior, have you finished your work? Yes. Su Simeon replied succinctly, Senior, open the door. Wen Ciyi's fingertips twitched slightly, and she hurried to open the door. Dressed in simple sleepwear, the hem of her outfit revealed a pair of straight, beautiful, and strikingly fair legs. Su Simeon, who had been looking down, furrowed his brow upon seeing her attire and said in a tone of confusion, Senior, you. Wen Ciyi pulled him inside and promptly asked, Have you finished your schoolwork? No, I couldn't find the backup USB drive, so I will have to stay up late to redo the data, Su Simeon explained briefly, his voice taking on a slightly dangerous tone as he said, Senior. Su Simeon retracted his arms, and before Wen Ciyi could react, he drew her slender waist against the wall. His injured hand gently held hers against the wall, while the other arm embraced her. Fearing that Su Simeon might exacerbate his wound, Wen Ciyi did not struggle, but instead, with her eyes curving into a smile, asked, What's wrong, Junior? Su Simeon's palms were warm as he softly inquired, Do senior sisters often dress like this to greet other boys? Chapter 54. Do not tempt me. Wen Ciyi's hands rested on Su Simeon's neck. Hearing his words, she smiled, lowering her voice as she leaned in closer, their warmth intertwining. With a playful glint in her eyes, she asked, Is Junior brother feeling jealous? Su Simeon embraced her, his gaze momentarily darkening as he stubbornly pressed, Is that so? Wen Ciyi paused, then obediently replied, No, I'm just showing it to Junior brother. With a gentle grip, Su Simeon guided Wen Ciyi against the wall, pressing a kiss to her eyelids. He then gazed earnestly into her eyes, saying, Senior sister, this is for me alone, all right? Wen Ciyi teasingly tugged at Su Simeon's flushed earlobe, mischievously replying, But wouldn't that be a bit unfair to senior sister? Su Simeon's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he feigned calmness, locking eyes with Wen Ciyi, and quickly asked, Unfair in what way? If Junior brother wants me to heed your words, you must offer something in return, Wen Ciyi said, licking her lips. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The rustle of fabric amplified in the stillness of the night. Catching sight of Su Simeon's throat so close, an idea struck her. She mischievously brushed her soft lips against his throat for a fleeting moment. Su Simeon did not anticipate such a bold gesture from Wen Ciyi, his entire body momentarily stiffening. He slowly caressed her waist, his voice gravelly, yet still retaining a semblance of rationality in his gaze. He bit his tongue and said, Senior, please do not tempt me. The junior should be aware that the senior is a businesswoman. After distancing herself slightly from the pronounced Adam's apple, Wen Ciyi continued in an ambiguous tone. Business people are the best at weighing pros and cons, aren't they, Junior? Therefore, you must offer me some benefits, do you understand? Su Simeon struggled to maintain the last taut thread of sanity in his mind, and slowly inquired, What benefits does the senior desire? Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow. Pondering for a moment, she placed her hand atop Su Simeon's that was encircling her waist, before suggesting, How about this, Junior? Why don't you guess? I could be your teacher. However, the senior has not taught me anything, Su Simeon remarked, as his hand slid upward, causing the fabric to ride up slightly and reveal a delicate, fair waist. His fingers grazed the hollow of Wen Ciyi's waist, and he brushed his lips against her earlobe. Continuing, Surely, you don't expect me to learn without guidance? Learn without guidance? Wen Ciyi contemplated this notion. It seemed plausible. In an instant, Su Simeon's hand brushed against her sensitive spot, eliciting a soft gasp from her. She immediately pressed down on his hand and whispered, Please, do not move. Su Simeon cast a meaningful glance at Wen Ciyi, causing the latter's face to flush crimson. The two were in close proximity. With Wen Ciyi's nightgown slightly lifted by Su Simeon's touch, she gazed at the fabric of Su Simeon's clothing, which accentuated his perfectly sculpted physique. As his movements caused the fabric to cling to his taut muscles, Wen Ciyi's fingertips curled involuntarily. In the next moment, she grasped the material of Su Simeon's shirt and gently ventured within. Su Simeon's lashes fluttered, his eyes darkening as he murmured, Senior, you. A muffled groan emanated from above, prompting Su Simeon to lower his gaze and restrain Wen Ciyi's hand. He pressed a kiss to the corner of her lips. His voice tinged with a palpable plea, Senior, please don't. Wen Ciyi extended the tip of her tongue, lightly caressing Su Simeon's taut jaw before distancing herself, stating, I need to use the restroom. Just as she reached for the door, it was knocked upon, startling her. She quickly raised her voice, inquiring, What's the matter? Su Simeon stood at the threshold, his gaze cast downward as he asked, Senior, are you all right? I'm fine. Just wait a moment longer. Wen Ciyi hurriedly replied. splashing water on her face and then hastily drying it with a towel hanging nearby before opening the door and saying, "Have you been waiting long, Junior? I'm ready now." Su Simeon regarded her for a few moments before casually shifting his gaze away. He cleared his throat and replied, "Not at all." Wen Ciyi acknowledged him and affectionately ruffled Su Simeon's hair, making an effort to lighten the mood as she asked, "Are you staying up late again tonight, Junior?" As Su Simeon bypassed her on his way to the restroom, he leisurely applied hand sanitizer, remarking, "I still need to work on a PPT for tomorrow's class. The instructor will require it." His gaze fell upon Su Simeon's hand, which was wrapped in bandages, and he pondered whether utilizing a PPT with just one hand would prove cumbersome. He estimated that what should take half an hour might extend to an hour or more. "I can assist you," Wen Ciyi interjected, positioning herself in front of Su Simeon. "I have to make a trip to Peking University tomorrow, so I must endure a late night today." Su Simeon instantly furrowed his brow. "Senior, haven't you been burning the midnight oil these past few days? Is your body able to handle it?" "Actually, it's not too bad," Wen Ciyi replied with a smile. Then, as if recalling something, she continued, "I haven't really been staying up too late. Whenever I think about it, the power box inexplicably trips, causing me to abandon the endeavor." Su Simeon's expression momentarily turned peculiar, and maintaining a composed demeanor, he nonchalantly shifted the topic. "Perhaps it's heaven's way of intervening, thinking that your late nights are detrimental to your health and thus deciding to shut off the power." Wen Ciyi's brow twitched slightly, and she reached out to ruffle Su Simeon's hair with a gentle smile. "Junior, you have quite the way with words. Let me give you a pat." Su Simeon stood still, allowing her to playfully touch him. Noticing his tense jaw, Wen Ciyi casually remarked, "Your abs are quite delightful to touch." Su Simeon responded with a hint of incredulity, glancing at Wen Ciyi. "Senior, have you touched others before? I wonder if that counts as seeing someone else's abs." Su Simeon grasped Wen Ciyi's hand, his gaze intent as he inquired, "But what?" Under the weight of his pure and untainted look, Wen Ciyi felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. She quickly retorted, "There is no but, nothing at all." Su Simeon was undeterred. "So, does that mean you have indeed seen others?" With a slightly ingratiating tone, Wen Ciyi replied, "I just happened to encounter one Nan." She raised her finger, swearing earnestly, "There is no one else. I swear. Otherwise, let the heavens strike me." Before she could finish, Su Simeon gently pressed his lips against hers, then kissed her brows, saying, "No need to continue, Senior. I trust you. You must understand, I have always believed in you, and I harbor no defenses against you." Su Simeon's computer was at his home, so Wen Ciyi slipped on a coat from the couch. The little white dog led a remarkably cheerful life and was already snoring softly while they spoke in hushed tones. Wen Ciyi went to her room to fetch a sachet of lavender that Su Simeon had given her earlier. Upon seeing the item in her hand, Su Simeon gently enveloped her hand, saying, "Senior, you don't need that sachet right now." Wen Ciyi, puzzled, asked why not. Su Simeon replied, "Because I am here." Wen Ciyi blinked, instantly grasping the meaning behind his words. Because he was present, she could rely on him, rendering any other comforts unnecessary. The content of Su Simeon's PowerPoint was not extensive, yet it shared a harmonious essence with what Wen Ciyi needed to prepare. After streamlining her own document, she reworked parts of Su Simeon's presentation. Wen Ciyi saved the PowerPoint presentation onto her USB drive, then rubbed her temples. She observed Su Simeon putting away his books and said, "Junior, I have finished. What time do you need the PPT tomorrow?" Her mentor's lecture was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. She powered down her laptop, finished the milk Su Simeon had poured for her, and unknowingly smeared a bit of it on her lips. After leaning against the doorframe for a while, Su Simeon approached and gently wiped it away. He lifted Wen Ciyi's chin with his fingertips, ensuring there were no remnants of milk before saying, "Good night, Senior." After Wen Ciyi closed the door, she received a call from Lingo, who said, "Darling, remember to see me off tomorrow." Wen Ciyi inquired, "Is anyone else coming?" "No, just you." Lingo replied amidst the noisy background, which did not seem like the comfort of home. Wen Ciyi furrowed her brows and asked, "Where are you?" Taking a deep breath, she speculated, "A bar?" "Not this time," Lingo responded, glancing around until she spotted someone she was looking for. "I'm at an old friend's place watching a car race. I'll hang up now." Sighing, Wen Ciyi barely had the chance to respond before the call ended abruptly. She found herself increasingly perplexed by Ling Ji's behavior. After sending a message to remind Ling Gu to text her upon arriving home, she wished Su Simeon good night and set her phone aside, preparing for sleep. Wen Ciyi had already hung her fragrant sachet by the headboard, and upon waking in the morning, she felt exceptionally refreshed. As Su Nian was not at home, she casually prepared some toast with dip to eat. Su Simeon had to arrive at school early these days for experiments, and she sent a message to Wen Ciyi around 5 o'clock to remind her to head to school early. Wen Ciyi, having just clocked in at the company, was greeted by He Huan knocking at the door. She entered, cradling a cup of hot coffee. And upon seeing Wen Ciyi engrossed in her screen while seated at her desk, she placed the coffee beside her and jested, "Manager Wen has been arriving quite early lately." Wen Ciyi glanced at her nonchalantly and replied, "Haven't I always come this early?" He Hua shook her head vigorously and said, "Aside from the time before you met that junior from elementary school, you were always early. But now, it's just these few days that you've been arriving a bit earlier." What was that saying again? After a moment of contemplation, He Hua suddenly recalled and confidently remarked, "From henceforth, the monarch shall not attend morning court." Wen Ciyi looked at her in confusion and remarked, "He Hua, I remember your character was never one to pry into your boss's private affairs during work hours." He Hua raised an eyebrow, clearly unfazed by the comment, and replied, "Is that so? When my boss is in love, it feels as if spring has graced us all. And you must allow us diligent employees to rekindle our passion." Wen Ciyi shot her a sidelong glance, her expression indifferent. "Your idea of passion is discussing your boss's private life at work?" He Hua solemnly shook her head and then nodded thoughtfully, saying, "This cannot simply be termed as prying into the boss's privacy. It is rather an expression of concern for the boss's well-being." Wen Ciyi remarked, "Who made you act like a ruler of the underworld? If we don't seek some amusement, we shall surely suffocate." She massaged her temples in mild discomfort and succinctly gestured toward the door, saying, "Leave." He Hualin replied, "All right, we shall converse another time." Wen Ciyi thought, "Who wishes to engage in further conversation with you?" Buried beneath a mountain of countless documents, she nearly forgot about meeting Ling Gu at the airport. After finally finishing her tasks, she glanced at her phone to find several missed calls. Noticing the time, 9:30, and recalling that Ling Ji's flight was scheduled for 10. She cursed under her breath, seized her keys, and hurried out the door. Seeing Wen Ciyi's businesslike demeanor, He Hualin became serious and inquired, "What time tonight?" After a brief contemplation, Wen Ciyi responded, 7 o'clock. With that, she proceeded towards the elevator. In the next moment, He Hualin organized the meeting materials, only to be interrupted by her supervisor, who informed her that the agent from CR Group had arrived. When He Hualin asked who was there to discuss the collaboration, the supervisor responded that the agent was Ji Zhuai. He Hualin raised an eyebrow and said, "Prepare accordingly. We shall commence in 5 minutes." Upon her hasty arrival at the airport, Wen Ciyi found Ling Ji's expression far from pleasant. With a faint smile, Ling Gu spoke in a calm tone, "I must say, President Wen, you are indeed a person of great affairs." "I apologize, I truly do," Wen Ciyi replied, her tone earnest as she acknowledged her lapse in time management. Ling Gu let out a cold snort. "If we go out together in the future, will you abandon me halfway for work?" Wen Ciyi, aware of her own guilt, pressed her lips together, appearing quite obedient. Ling Gu sighed, raised her hand, and said, "All right, enough about you. Come here for a hug. Who knows when we'll meet again?" Wen Ciyi felt her eyes moisten. Indeed, she and Ling Gu seldom met, perhaps only 2 or 3 times a year. Most of Ling Ji's career unfolded overseas, and although she had recently contemplated establishing a foothold domestically, the project always seemed indefinitely postponed. Ling Ji's lips remained a striking crimson, and she wore a form-fitting red dress that accentuated her slender waist and angular shoulders. She patted Wen Ciyi's back and said, "Just remember to miss me, when bow." Wen Ciyi glanced around, puzzled that she did not see the expected person. Her gaze shifted upward, and at last, she spotted a man with a calm demeanor and sharp features. Upon noticing Wen Ciyi's gaze, he raised a thumb in her direction. Wen Ciyi instantly felt a twinge of anxiety. Fu Zizhou had indeed arrived, but he was also on Ling Ji's boarding list. Wen Ciyi had collaborated with him to bypass the defenses of that green system, and she nervously glanced at the unsuspecting Ling Gu, wondering if this assistance was appropriate. At that moment, the announcement for boarding echoed through the terminal. Ling Gu, pulling her suitcase, bid farewell to Wen Ciyi, saying, "I'm heading in now." Wen Ciyi felt a flutter of apprehension but maintained her composure as she replied, "All right, message me once you land." She took a moment to glance up at the railing above, catching sight of a leisurely retreating figure. As Ling Gu organized her belongings at the ticket gate, a peculiar sensation flickered through her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that Wen Ciyi's expression at that moment seemed somewhat off. However, she chose not to dwell on it. When her suitcase passed through the security check, she lifted it down. Her suitcase was of considerable size, appearing rather heavy. A passerby noticed the solitary beauty struggling with such a large piece of luggage and felt an impulse stir within. The individual approached Lingo, extending a hand with a gentle tone, saying, "Miss, may I assist you with that?" This scene, by chance, caught the attention of another person. Su Simeon was engaged in a discussion with his mentor about theoretical problems when his phone abruptly vibrated. Joe Weekend, sitting beside him, teased him. And noticing the mentor's disapproving gaze, Su Simeon shot a cold glance at Joe. The latter, feeling somewhat intimidated yet emboldened by the presence of the mentor, bravely remarked, "It's quite important. News from my girlfriend certainly takes precedence." At this, the mentor set down his book in astonishment, patting Su Simeon on the shoulder and exclaiming, "I must say, Su, you have a partner?" Su Simeon cast a frosty glance at Joe, the implication unmistakable to him. Yet, as if recalling something, a warmth flickered in his eyes, and his tone inadvertently softened. "Yes, I do." The mentor appeared increasingly astonished, circling around Su Simeon as if trying to fathom the nature of the individual who had captured her affections. Normally disinterested in gossip, he found himself succumbing to curiosity. Inquiring, "Who is it?" "Well," Weekend responded, astonished. The others present in the class echoed his sentiment with a collective, "Wow." The mentor, not offering much further commentary, simply patted Su Simeon on the shoulder, remarking, "Once you have made your decision, do remember to show me. The girl you admire must surely be an exceptional person." Weekend chimed in, whispering conspiratorially, "Exceptional is an understatement. She is someone we cannot hope to surpass." The expressions of those around shifted from shock to skepticism, then to a knowing glance, their thoughts not difficult to surmise. In contrast, Su Simeon remained rather composed, only allowing a faint smile to surface at Weekend's words. She nodded slightly, her throat moving as she replied, "Mm." The mentor pressed on with his inquiry, "Is she a professional?" "Oh dear, your questioning is rather incremental," he thought. He decided to offer a hint. Weekend, relishing the spectacle, swiftly interjected as Su Simeon attempted to caution him. "She is a distinguished figure currently featured on our honor wall at Peking University, and she holds a notably high rank." At this moment, Su Simeon coolly stated, "Design draft." Weekend immediately straightened, exclaiming, No, teacher, you mustn't think I'm making excuses. I mean, I was merely seeking guidance from Su Simeon." His face contorted in a comical grimace as he leaned closer to the mentor. Su Simeon stood at the entrance of Peking University, awaiting Wen Ciyi, the security guard. Recognizing him, greeted, "Waiting for your girlfriend?" Before long, he spotted Wen Ciyi approaching against the light. Chapter 55. Studying abroad, Wen Ciyi sported a high ponytail reminiscent of her school days, clad in a tailored blazer paired with short black trousers. Her ponytail swayed gracefully behind her, presenting an image of freshness and elegance. As she was to meet her advisor, she had applied a light touch of makeup. Her naturally fair complexion and clear, bright eyes radiated a spring-like vitality. Su Simeon felt a ripple of emotion beneath his calm demeanor, yet he expertly concealed it. Upon seeing him, Wen Ciyi's eyes sparkled, and she hurried towards him, exclaiming, "Junior." Su Simeon acknowledged her and positioned himself slightly to her side, asking, "How long have you been here, senior?" "Not long," Wen Ciyi replied casually, rolling up her sleeves as she extended her hand. "Junior, hand me the USB drive." Su Simeon bit his tongue, casting his gaze away to avoid meeting hers, and replied in a measured tone, "You did an excellent job. The feedback has been quite positive." "That's good to hear," Wen Ciyi responded, nodding in satisfaction before continuing with poise. "Otherwise, I would fear that this girlfriend of mine is not doing her job well." Su Simeon raised an eyebrow in confusion, and Wen Ciyi leisurely explained, "After all, it is meant for my boyfriend. If I don't put in effort, how can I express my fondness for my junior?" Without any prior indication, Su Simeon let out a cough. It was still early, and the road lined with golden phoenix trees had only a few passers-by. Wen Ciyi was about to continue her conversation with Su Simeon when she heard him softly utter an apology. Puzzled, she replied with a curious and turned to Su Simeon, inquiring, "What is the junior apologizing for?" Su Simeon slowly articulated, "Just now, the senior sent me a message." The mentor inquired whether it was significant news. He paused, seemingly weighing how to delicately explain that during our gathering over the weekend. "It was mentioned that I have a girlfriend." However, Wen Ciyi's attention was not on that matter. She naturally responded with an then, as if recalling something, added, "It hasn't caused you any trouble, has it?" For a moment, Su Simeon's lips tightened, seemingly questioning why Wen Ciyi would ask such a thing. He immediately replied, "No. Of course not." After a brief silence, their footsteps unconsciously came to a halt. He gazed intently at Wen Ciyi, as though preparing to express something significant. His eyes were solemn, and his tone carried a weight of seriousness. Actually, I apologize not because they found out, but rather because I failed to inform them at a more appropriate time. It was too abrupt. What I wish to convey to you, Senior, is not something so hasty. He did not mind others knowing about his relationship. However, he cared deeply about how it was revealed. What he longed to share with Wen Ciyi was not a fleeting confession, but a deep-seated affection that had been carefully nurtured over time. As the hue of crimson flushed across Wen Ciyi's face, she instinctively averted her gaze, her hand entwining with Su Simeon's without conscious thought. She could not suppress the upward curve of her lips and gently shook her head, saying, I understand. I comprehend your sentiments. In this prolonged passage of time, I have been fervently praying that our journey may endure for a long while. It appeared to be but a fleeting interlude, as Su Simeon, still engaged in her experiment and receiving a call over the weekend urging her to conclude, parted ways with Wen Ciyi before the mentor's office. Upon entering, Wen Ciyi found her mentor engrossed in organizing papers. Upon hearing a sound, the mentor lifted her gaze towards the entrance and, upon seeing Wen Ciyi, waved her over, saying, You've arrived. Wen Ciyi smiled and nodded as she stepped inside, but before she could extend a greeting, she was handed a substantial stack of documents. Glancing down, she noticed they pertained to exchange student opportunities at renowned foreign universities. Remembering that it was only October and that exchange programs typically commenced the following summer, she inquired, Has this year's exchange program been decided so early? Do you not wish to go? Wen Ciyi found the response puzzling, as such opportunities were highly coveted at Peking University. Although she had pursued her graduate studies with a forward-thinking approach, she had exerted considerable effort to secure a deeper international experience. This opportunity is quite valuable. Why would they choose to decline it? Taking a moment to sip her goji berry tea, her mentor furrowed her brow in confusion, pondering aloud. I too wish to understand why Su Simeon has chosen to forego this exchange. Upon hearing the name, Wen Ciyi hesitantly asked, Su Simeon? Ah. Regarding that proud student of mine who spoke at the last seminar you attended. The mentor shook his head, expressing his dismay. Just moments ago, they were jesting about his newfound romance, claiming he stayed behind for love, yet such a statement seems rather absurd. It would indeed be a pity for him to miss out on this opportunity. The girlfriend, perhaps feeling a twinge of insecurity, furrowed her brow as she gazed at the list in her hands, remaining silent. Suddenly, the mentor brightened, recalling, I remember you and Su Simeon share the same field of study, and you are significantly ahead of many of your peers. After your presentation, why not persuade him a bit? 2 years? Wen Ciyi had originally embarked on a 4-year program abroad. Noticing her puzzled expression, the mentor quickly added, Recent policy changes allow for a 2-year stint, during which he can learn so much. Primarily, we wish for him to broaden his horizons, after all. The richness of experience only enhances one's perspective. He rapped the table lightly and continued, emphasizing his point. I have attempted to persuade him numerous times, but he remains obstinate. I thought, considering your seniority and the small age difference, you might connect with him more easily than I, an old man. Overall, the mentor sighed. I truly hope he seizes this chance as an exchange student. It would be beneficial, don't you agree? Wen Ciyi felt a slight dryness in her throat, her mind in disarray. She weighed the object in her hand and forced a smile, saying, There is no harm in it. But, however, this young man has a girlfriend. Suddenly, the mentor dropped a bombshell. Wen Ciyi lifted her gaze to the mentor, who continued to prattle on. Actually, when his friend mentioned he had a girlfriend, my first reaction was concern. I am unaware of who this girlfriend is, but they spoke of her as being quite exceptional. Yet, if this young man truly intends to study abroad, it might lead to a long-distance relationship. The mentor, having talked for a while, grew somewhat parched and took a sip of goji berry water before completing the latter part of his statement. They mentioned that one of the top-ranked individuals on the Peking University honor wall is his girlfriend. Yet she does not appear on the exchange student list. Wen Ciyi understood the implication. If she was not on the list, it meant they could not go abroad together. And she might even become a topic of discussion regarding Su Simeon in the domestic sphere. To put it bluntly, it could lead to unwelcome speculation. In any case, after all this discourse, the mentor retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to Wen Ciyi, stating casually, I still hope that the forces of this new era can stand together. The mentor wished for Su Simeon to go abroad as an exchange student. Recognizing his commendable achievements and status as a prominent figure at Peking University, publicly, Wen Ciyi desired for Su Simeon to attend, as there was undoubtedly much to learn. However, Privately, she was at a loss about how to make her decision. She slowly took hold of the seemingly weighty folder, her mind drifting back to her first meal with Su Simeon at Peking University, recalling the teasing remarks she had made about starting a company abroad. Handing over the USB drive she had tucked in her pocket to her mentor, she forced a smile and said, "Here are the materials you need from me." She opened her mouth, intending to express her inability to deliver a presentation at that moment, yet she knew she should not appear so. Typically, she would not reveal her emotions. Upon receiving her mentor's inquiry, her expression transformed back to its usual composed demeanor. "I will accompany my mentor." The mentor gave a thumbs up in appreciation. Although the presentation was brief, Wen Ciyi felt as if time had stretched interminably. Standing beside her eloquent mentor, she squinted at the clock hanging in the classroom. When the bell finally rang, the mentor routinely asked, "Do you have any further questions?" A hand shot up from the back, and as the individual stood, their intention was unmistakably directed at Wen Ciyi. "The assistance provided by President Wen is indeed captivating. But can you guarantee that as your company continues to forge ahead, the content will consistently maintain its allure?" This question was overly sharp, provoking a stir among the audience, with some even pulling out their phones, eager to capture a moment that could only be witnessed on television. Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected inquiry directed at her. However, after years of navigating the business world, she regarded such questions as trivial compared to the dilemmas she had previously encountered. With a subtle smile, her voice, though not loud, carried an innate sense of authority. Her expression remaining composed, with not even a flicker of disturbance in her gaze. "I wonder if this esteemed classmate has ever heard the saying," she began, as the individual leaned in attentively. "To give a man a fish is not as beneficial as to teach him how to fish." Wen Ciyi spoke with a calm demeanor, explaining, "This adage originates from Taoism. While we cannot guarantee that the projects our company undertakes will always captivate, we possess the vigor of a new era, paving the way for others. Yet, the challenges and obstacles along this path must be faced by them alone, as they stumble, endure hardships, and learn through experience. For we are the pioneers, and they are the inheritors. I cannot assert that our company will perpetually maintain this leading position, but I believe that with inheritors among us, we shall not lag behind, for our objective has remained unchanged from the beginning." Wen Ciyi paused, her tone imbued with conviction as she concluded, "To cultivate national confidence and embark upon a new journey of our era." Though her words might have seemed somewhat youthful and impetuous, they encapsulated a singular pursuit of a common goal. If a name were overly poetic, it would diminish visibility. Conversely, a title that captivates, be it righteous or dubious, would draw a greater audience. As the mentor departed from the classroom, Wen Ciyi's mood did not lighten despite the earlier remarks. Instead, her thoughts were consumed by the notion of studying abroad. She had refrained from inquiring about it with Su Simeon, harboring a certain apprehension that rendered her hesitant. Consequently, during their subsequent meal together, she appeared somewhat listless. With her gaze lowered, she inadvertently consumed a Sichuan peppercorn, which caught her off guard, causing her to choke momentarily. Her face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a blossoming rose. Su Simeon promptly poured her a glass of juice, and Wen Ciyi, taking the cue, set down her chopsticks. Not one to be overly coy, she decided to pose her question directly, believing that such forthrightness would spare them the unnecessary meandering of conversation. "The mentor of the junior spoke with me today about a matter he deemed necessary for us to discuss seriously." Su Simeon, seemingly anticipating this, replied in a calm tone, "Is it regarding the exchange student opportunity?" Wen Ciyi nodded in affirmation. However, she sensed that this revelation might disappoint her senior. Su Simeon lowered his eyes, tugging at his collar, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible chill. "I have no intention of pursuing this exchange program." A slight furrow appeared on Wen Ciyi's brow. She felt it imperative to have a candid conversation with Su Simeon. Moistening her lips, she asserted, "Surely there must be a reason." "If I were to say that the reason is you, dear senior?" Su Simeon swiftly countered, his expression earnest as he posed a reflective question. "Then, dear senior, would you still wish for me to study abroad?" Wen Ciyi's hand, resting on her thigh, clutched the draping tablecloth. "Nevertheless," she articulated, "it is not a matter of whether I wish for you to go abroad, but rather that this exchange opportunity is exceedingly rare. Relinquishing it could result in significant losses." "Is it about?" Su Simeon inquired. Wen Ciyi was taken aback by the directness of his question, his candidness unexpectedly aligning with his typical demeanor. Hesitatingly, she replied, "You." "Yesterday, the senior also mentioned." Su Simeon recounted her words, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes glimmering with a hint of frost, yet his tone remained unperturbed. Leaving no room for rebuttal, a businessman is most adept at weighing pros and cons. Is the senior now viewing me solely as a means to an end? A mere pawn for the exchange program abroad? Did the senior truly consider my perspective when saying that? Su Simeon's lips pressed into a straight line, his demeanor shifting as a palpable tension enveloped him. He pressed again. Is it from my standpoint? Wen Ciyi averted her gaze, silent for an extended moment, until Su Simeon finally heard her softly utter, "Mm." The sound of chairs scraping against the floor pierced the air, and Su Simeon's expression hardened. The tension in his profile taut. He enunciated each word deliberately. You did not. Having not heard Su Simeon address her in such a tone for what felt like ages. Wen Ciyi was momentarily stunned. Just as she prepared to respond, she caught sight of his retreating figure. Wen Ciyi sat in place, her brow furrowed in frustration. She shouldn't have uttered those words during his experiment. Biting her lip, she gazed at the vibrant dishes she had ordered, suddenly losing her appetite. She hastily made her way to the cashier to settle the bill, oblivious to the person standing behind her. As she turned, she accidentally bumped into him and immediately said, "I'm sorry." "It's nothing," the man replied slowly, straightening up with an unhurried demeanor. Finding his voice somewhat familiar, Wen Ciyi looked up, and to her surprise, it was none other than Ji Zhuai. However, she refrained from inquiring further and instead broached a work-related topic. "Was it you who was supposed to meet with Hua?" "Yes, but I mentioned to your assistant that I wanted to discuss matters here." Ji Zhuai observed Wen Ciyi's less than pleasant expression and added, "I just overheard before he could finish." Wen Ciyi interjected, "You were eavesdropping on us?" "Not at all," Ji Zhuai replied with an open expression. He patted the non-existent dust on Wen Ciyi's shoulder, and upon her stepping back, he continued, "I merely happened to pass by." Wen Ciyi scrutinized him for a moment, clearly unconvinced. Ji Zhuai innocently pointed at the cashier. "Really, I was just here to pay the bill." Ignoring him, Wen Ciyi glanced around and asked, "Where is Hua?" "What about the others?" Having purchased 2 bottles of water, Ji Zhuai lifted his eyelids and replied, "They're in the private room upstairs. Would you like to join me?" Wen Ciyi pondered for a moment and declined. "Since Hua is capable of holding down the fort, I shall not go." As I ponder the melancholy of the autumn moon, Wen Ciyi, with a faint smile, remarked, "It seems this has little to do with you, General Manager Ji." "Very well." Ji Zhuai leisurely tossed 2 bottles of water as he ascended the stairs. It appeared he recalled something, halting his steps to cryptically utter, "On account of our past support for one another, I advise you, President Wen." Wen Ciyi furrowed her brow. "If you have something to say, speak plainly instead of leaving half the message unspoken." Ji Zhuai shrugged and, seemingly with good intentions, cautioned her, "Your boyfriend is no ordinary character." Unable to tolerate disparagement towards Su Simeon, Wen Ciyi retorted without hesitation, "He is certainly a better person than you," filled with malice. Ji Zhuai, upon hearing this, shook his head with a resigned smile. "Take care, do not be reckless. One day, should you fall hard, it will not be an easy matter to resolve." Wen Ciyi, bewildered, suspected that Ji Zhuai was fabricating some nonsensical tale to unsettle her. Though she initially intended to move past this conversation, her steps faltered. Previously, she had rationalized his choice of footwear and clothing as being funded by scholarships and her part-time earnings. However, the house and his daily demeanor suggested a life far beyond that of an ordinary young university student. Suddenly, she recalled her mentor mentioning earlier as he handed her the file that Su Simeon had spent a year abroad during high school. Thus, the narrative of him earning tuition through singing clearly did not hold under such circumstances. Yet, in the course of their subsequent interactions, Su Simeon evoked a sense of familiarity in Wen Ciyi reminiscent of her childhood daydreams. Had they crossed paths before? If so, why did she possess no recollection of it? The more Wen Ciyi pondered, the more her head throbbed. That fleeting sensation of almost grasping something elusive slipped further away in this moment. She lightly tapped her head, only to dishearteningly realize that nothing came to mind. The white dog let out a disinterested whimper, prompting Wen Ciyi to retrieve the stack of documents her mentor had handed her. Initially intended for Su Simeon, a sudden, fanciful idea took shape in Wen Ciyi's mind, compelling her to seek confirmation. As she flipped through several pages, her eyes hurriedly scanned the text, taking in the flowing script in rapid succession, until they came to rest on a particular spot at the end. Prominently encircled by a thick black line, the name of a high school emerged, HC City Military Academy. Chapter 56, Heartache. He graduated from the military academy and had spent a year abroad during high school. The topic of his unrequited love which had surged to the forefront of trending discussions, quietly resurfaced in Wen Ciyi's mind. Unable to resist, she opened Weibo and swiftly navigated to a post she had previously saved. Fortunately, the blogger had yet to delete it. A tremor of excitement coursed through her as she delved deeper into the information regarding Su Simeon. It contained various assessments of his entrance examination results, and an absurd notion took root in her mind. For a fleeting moment, anxiety gripped Wen Ciyi as this burgeoning thought lingered, like a cloud pressing down upon her heart, yet no matter how she scrutinized it, Su Simeon seemed the type who would harbor feelings for someone else. She continued to scroll through the screen until she paused on a message stating that the girl whom the class monitor secretly admired was studying abroad, and now, the class monitor was nearly in his third year of university. The author did not disclose the class monitor's name, but Wen Ciyi could hardly concern herself with such details. She clicked into the author's profile and noticed that just a few minutes ago, the author had posted a new video. Presumably, they were still online. After a few moments of contemplating her words, she sent a simple greeting. Hello. Suddenly, she hesitated. Having navigated through the intricate and often treacherous social dynamics of life for so long, her fingertips trembled with uncertainty at this juncture. Yet, after a brief pause, Wen Ciyi resolutely opened the input box. She had pondered her question for quite some time, considering how to phrase it without seeming too abrupt. Ultimately, she messaged Weekend. Do you know if Su Simeon studied abroad for a year during high school? Weekend, who was currently with Su Simeon, noticed the sudden message on his phone. Glancing down, he couldn't help but steal a furtive glance at the usually stoic Su Simeon. Noticing Weekend's covert scrutiny, Su Simeon frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Weekend, still looking at the message from Wen Ciyi, stammered, "It's nothing." Unable to restrain her curiosity, Wen Ciyi inquired, "Do you know why you went abroad?" Weekend scratched his head, feeling that Wen Ciyi's question was unexpected. However, he reconsidered. Since Su Simeon was now in a relationship with Wen Ciyi, he wondered if sharing the information might jeopardize their connection. After a moment of hesitation, he resigned himself and spoke with gentle delicacy. Seemingly to spare Wen Ciyi's feelings, I heard from others at a gathering that Suga might have a crush on a girl abroad. It seems he has gone overseas to see her. As if fearing that this would cause Wen Ciyi distress, he quickly added, but I only heard it through the grapevine. Please don't take it to heart. Just focus on the present. Wen Ciyi, upon reading these words, felt an amalgamation of emotions, torn between laughter and tears. She was unable to articulate her feelings, as if she had brushed against something entirely new yet was also apprehensive. There were countless girls abroad, and many boys who traveled abroad due to unrequited love. The odds of it being her were infinitesimally small. She dared not indulge in wild conjectures nor seek confirmation that Su Simeon harbored feelings for her. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that they attended the same high school. Both happened to be in their third year, and both had experienced setbacks in the college entrance examination, resulting in their enrollment at Peking University. The blogger responded to Wen Ciyi, "Hello." At that moment, she felt a twinge of hesitation in her response. After contemplating for a while, she typed a message. Adopting a common excuse often used by those who prefer to remain anonymous online, "I have a friend who might know you." Wen Ciyi slowly blinked, took a deep breath, and continued, "Perhaps you know the class monitor who once posted about their unrequited love that made it to the trending topics on Weibo." She wanted to take a gamble, just this once, to confirm whether it was indeed Su Simeon. The blogger appeared quite accommodating. "Then you can send an abbreviation." Wen Ciyi instinctively typed an X, yet her thoughts drifted away unconsciously at that moment. She recalled the first time in that bizarre bar, where she locked eyes with Su Simeon through the bustling crowd. She ordered a glass of lemonade for Su Simeon, who had just stepped off the stage, and then pretended to have dropped her lipstick. She typed the letters and reminisced about their second encounter, where she accepted her mentor's invitation and subsequently met Su Simeon, who was representing the freshmen in a resting broadcast room. His demeanor remained quite aloof at that time, yet Wen Ciyi smiled brightly and said, "Please take care of me." "Su classmate." The blogger remarked, "Indeed, Su Simeon." Wen Ciyi ultimately posed a question. "May I inquire if the blogger knows the name of the girl that the class monitor has a crush on?" She contemplated how she had considered this from Su Simeon's perspective. However, upon learning everything from the past, if given another chance to answer this question, a peculiar pang of emotion took root in her chest, eventually becoming deeply embedded, revealing that Su Simeon harbored feelings for her. She recalled the time she had playfully teased him, wondering if her casual remarks might lead him to think that she was a terrible person, and whether Su Simeon ever pondered if those sweet nothings had been uttered to someone else before him. Although she had previously told Su Simeon that he was the only one she spoke to, she wondered if, in the stillness of the night. He too would be consumed by doubts, questioning if she had ever spoken such sentiments to anyone else. Wen Ciyi felt an unfamiliar uncertainty for the first time. Though she had never experienced a crush herself, she had observed her classmates' infatuations during their school days. While crush is merely a noun, it transformed into an active verb among her peers. Her classmates would revel in the joy brought by the actions of their beloved. Yet they would also be profoundly saddened by careless words. She had witnessed the radiant joy on their faces, as well as the moments when they wept, declaring they no longer wished to continue their unrequited affections. However, once their tears had dried, they would cautiously tend to their emotions, continuing to watch over their beloveds as if nothing were amiss, regarding them as a beacon of light. An unrequited crush is akin to a seed destined never to bear fruit, growing wildly in the shadows, with all emotions known only to oneself. On a weekend, Simeon stared at the screen in a trance and asked, "What captivates your attention so?" He hesitated momentarily, considering the implications for Sugu and the senior's romance. This was something Simeon deserved to know, just as he had kept Simeon uninformed about Wen Ciyi's injury. Thus, he illuminated his phone screen for Simeon, revealing, "The senior suddenly posed a question to me." Upon hearing the term senior, Simeon's brows lifted slightly. But when he perceived Wen Ciyi's inquiry directed at the weekend, he suddenly froze. The weekend seemed to pass unnoticed. As Zhou Mo continued to speak to himself, "Sugu, I feel as though I'm merely hearing rumors. You." Before he could finish his thought, he turned his head only to find that Simeon's silhouette had vanished. A swift gust of wind brushed past his ear, and when Zhou Mo looked up, he caught sight of Simeon swiftly crossing 2 streets. He stood momentarily stunned, as if marveling, and muttered to himself, "Is this what it means to overthink the senior? Oh, by the way, there's another piece of news that your friend might find intriguing," Wen Ciyi slowly remarked. "What? How do I know?" "Well, it was during my senior year when everyone proposed a grand graduation ceremony akin to those seen online, tossing our books, exam papers, and drafts from the corridors of the classroom. However, as some students had already finished throwing their things, the class monitor remained seated in the classroom, unperturbed. Curiosity prompted someone to approach the monitor and inquire why he had not joined in the throwing. He simply handed his books and papers to a fellow student, leaving behind only his scraps of paper. As Wen Ciyi reflected on this memory, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. A surge of emotions overwhelmed her heart, akin to a tempest swirling within her mind, rendering her breathless. She struggled to articulate her feelings, akin to wandering alone in a long, silent, dark passageway for an eternity. Then suddenly, someone whispered to her that she was not truly alone in the unseen corners of her life. There had always been someone who had watched over her for countless years, an unspoken 11 years that Wen Ciyi remained oblivious to. A message arrived from across the way, inquiring if there were any further questions, as there were still matters to attend to. Wen Ciyi exited Weibo, repeatedly clicking into Simeon's chat window, yearning to articulate her thoughts, yet finding herself at a loss for words. At this moment, her heart was tumultuously stirred, yet concurrently, an overwhelming wave of heartache washed over her. She had never envisioned that she could harbor unrequited affection for someone for such an extended period. Throughout her life, there had been numerous individuals who had confessed their feelings for her in person. However, this clandestine infatuation, known solely to her, was an unprecedented experience. A bittersweet sensation surged at the tip of her nose as she hastily wiped her eyes, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. For an interminable 11 years, she had silently cherished Simeon without his awareness. A sharp pang of anguish pierced her heart. She awkwardly covered her eyes. But when her gaze inadvertently flickered back to the military academy's emotional column, her feelings once again surged forth uncontrollably. Just then, a heavy knock resounded at the door, and Simeon's anxious voice called out from outside, "Senior, are you home?" The suddenness of his voice startled Wen Ciyi, prompting her to hastily shove the documents into a folder and rush to the restroom to splash cold water on her face. Gazing into the mirror at her reddened eyes, she despaired for a moment, contemplating whether her distress would be discernible. Placing her hand on the doorknob, she opened the door, yet before she could feign nonchalance, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Simeon, panting, struggled to regain composure, but could not conceal the tremor in his voice. "Senior, please don't be afraid of me." Wen Ciyi was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected words. Meeting Simeon's anxious gaze, she responded slowly, "Huh? Do not fear me." Simeon awkwardly attempted to explain, his actions resembling those of a bewildered child. I merely admire you, Senior." It has nothing to do with anything else. Please do not be afraid of me. I understand. Wen Ciyi interjected, gently cupping his brow with her hand, as if in an act of deep reverence. I comprehend your feelings, and I am aware of the 11 years you have cherished. That is an eternity, Su Simeon. She softly pressed her lips against the corner of his mouth, her eyes sparkling with starlight. I grasp the essence of your words. Why should I fear you? I cannot fathom it, for you are undeniably worthy of my affection. Do you understand? My equally admirable boyfriend. Upon the completion of her statement, Su Simeon could no longer contain himself and kissed Wen Ciyi, marking their first authentic kiss. She was pressed against the wall, and as dust descended, desire enveloped them. Su Simeon brushed his lips against Wen Ciyi's earlobe and, in a husky tone, murmured, I apologize, senior, I cannot help myself. Wen Ciyi let out a soft gasp. Her gaze hazy as she looked at Su Simeon and replied, It is all right. The gentle moonlight, which sought to spill through the drawn curtains, was suddenly obscured by an unforeseen veil of clouds, rendering the moonlight hidden, leaving even shadows unseen. Breath intertwined, rising and falling with desire, the atmosphere thick and humid. Warm Ciyi's gaze misted over. She gently touched Su Simeon's collarbone, her tone playful, reminiscent of a teasing kitten. Junior. Su Simeon licked her glistening lips, her eyes deep and voice enticing. Wen Ciyi, call my name. Wen Ciyi tilted her head, striving to solidify her thoughts, biting her lip, her voice faltering as she called out, Su Simeon. Su Simeon narrowed her eyes, observing Wen Ciyi's exposed, fair skin, responding ambiguously. It was only when someone gently called her awake that Wen Ciyi, still drowsy, opened her eyes. As she moved, a wave of soreness washed over her. Su Simeon rubbed Wen Ciyi's head, crouching to meet her gaze, a smile gracing her lips as she said, Senior, it's time for breakfast. Wen Ciyi rubbed her brow, trying to feign nonchalance. Yes, I know. You go ahead. I'll come over shortly. All right. Su Simeon obediently replied, then casually inquired, Do you need my help to get up, senior? Wen Ciyi shot him a glare, her voice tinged with annoyance. No need. Su Simeon feigned innocence. Very well then, senior. I'll wait for you outside. Please hurry. Wen Ciyi pondered. She could not fathom why, after just one night, Su Simeon seemed transformed. Taking a deep breath, she selected a light blue women's shirt from her wardrobe, a piece that reached her thighs and barely covered her knees. A purchase from her earlier days when she opted for a larger size. After donning the shirt, she casually retrieved a pair of shorts from the closet. Only after refreshing herself in the en-suite bathroom did she emerge from her room. Su Simeon, engrossed in his phone, paused upon hearing her movement. Upon noticing her attire, he set his phone aside and inquired, Are you heading out today, senior? After pulling out a chair and sitting down, Wen Ciyi replied, Yes. I have a meeting to attend. Su Simeon hesitated, wrestling with the notion that he should not impose restrictions on his girlfriend's choice of clothing. Yet, considering Wen Ciyi's outfit, he wondered if she might be subjected to scrutiny regarding her professional demeanor at the company. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Are you really planning to attend the meeting at the company dressed like that? Wen Ciyi had originally intended the outfit for homeware, but noticing Su Simeon's clear disapproval, albeit unspoken, she playfully smiled and said, Doesn't the junior like seeing the senior dressed this way? Su Simeon met her gaze and responded thoughtfully, Senior, it's advisable to dress a bit more formally for the company, perhaps at least add a suit? Wen Ciyi considered this for a moment before abruptly changing the subject. Do you often envision me in a suit? Unsurprisingly, Su Simeon nodded. Wen Ciyi lowered her eyes in contemplation and remarked, Perhaps I should change my outfit after all. There's no need for that, senior, Su Simeon immediately replied, his eyes illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, sparkling with clarity. You look good in anything. I like it all. Wen Ciyi couldn't help but smile at his words. She decided to transform the company's meeting into a video conference from home, utilizing her computer. It was Saturday, and Su Simeon wasn't going to school. Wen Ciyi contemplated that if the meeting went well, she might invite Su Simeon to watch a movie together. She yearned to share countless experiences with him, starting from autumn. After washing the dishes, Wen Ciyi playfully called out to Su Simeon, Jr., seated on the sofa. He was engrossed in his computer when he looked up at her, curiosity piqued. What is it, senior? Come here for a moment, Wen Ciyi beckoned. Without suspicion, Su Simeon set down his computer and quickly approached her. She took his hand and swiftly brushed her lips against his cheek. Good morning kiss, Junior, she said with a playful tone. Just as Wen Ciyi opened her phone to check for files, a message from Hihua popped up, inquiring about her absence from the office. Wen Ciyi explained that the company meeting had been converted to an online video conference. only to receive a puzzled question mark in response. Hihua. Before she could elaborate further, another message from Lingu arrived, her unusual tone causing a jolt of surprise within Wen Ciyi. Lingu, you're finished. Chapter 57, Autumn Essentials. Lingu, I can see you are online. WeChat indicates that the other party is typing. Wen Ciyi sighed, resolving to sincerely admit her fault at the first opportunity. I was wrong. Lingu responded with a sarcastic smile. You are not at fault. I am. Upon receiving this message, Lingu choked up momentarily, her annoyance manifesting as she tapped her phone with irritation. Where did I go wrong? Clearly, President Wen, you colluded with outsiders to steal my information. The term collusion seems tailor-made for you and Fu Zizhou, she thought, her anger mingling with incredulity. Glancing at Fu Zizhou, who was stifling a laugh, she couldn't help but pinch him, exclaiming, you two conspired to deceive me. Goodness, Fu Zizhou blocked her hand and, taking advantage of her distraction, wrapped his arm around her waist. What President Wen said isn't entirely inaccurate. We are indeed lovers who have finally found our way to each other, he replied smoothly. At that moment, Su Simeon stood politely at the door, inquiring, Senior, may I come in? Wen Ciyi smiled gently and replied, of course. Su Simeon had changed into a green hoodie paired with light denim jeans. His fair complexion made the casual attire appear fresh and neat, further accentuating the clarity in his eyes. As Wen Ciyi recalled the array of formal suits hanging in her wardrobe, an unfamiliar sensation washed over her. She found herself fixated on Su Simeon's outfit and suddenly asked, Junior, if I were to wear a suit and accompany you out, would others assume that you are being financially supported by me? Su Simeon raised an eyebrow at Wen Ciyi's words, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Leaning casually against the doorframe, he appeared relaxed, yet his words carried an inexplicable weight. How could you think that, Senior? Even if we were to go out together, the most likely scenario would be for others to perceive you as my sister. Or are you suggesting that you wish to support me? Su Simeon said with a smile. Wen Ciyi, surprisingly thoughtful, rummaged through her bag under Su Simeon's gaze and produced several cards, handing them to him as she remarked, I wonder if you would allow me to support you. Taken aback by her directness, Su Simeon arched his brows and extended his hand towards hers. Yet he refrained from taking the cards. Instead, he replied, as long as you are happy, that is what matters. However, the notion of support is not particularly favorable in reputation. His palm was warm and gentle as he lightly grasped her hand, feeling a sense of reassurance emanating from her. Wen Ciyi shrugged and asked, So, do you have time today? Then, with a playful gesture, she gently tapped Su Simeon's well-defined nose and smiled, suggesting, How about we go on a date? For a fleeting moment, Su Simeon was momentarily lost in her gaze, his eyes locking onto her crescent-shaped ones as he earnestly replied, It would be my utmost honor. The joy in Wen Ciyi's heart soared throughout the morning, transforming even the dullness of routine work into something delightful. Both of them were working in the living room when Wen Ciyi finalized her last email and noticed Su Simeon shutting his laptop, sharing a warm smile across the table. Wen Ciyi felt that today, if she were to venture out, donning a suit was simply out of the question. She yearned for a change of style. With a hurried declaration of I shall go change my attire, she darted into her room. Su Simeon, observing Wen Ciyi's reaction, remained composed, her gaze drifting thoughtfully over the films they were about to watch together. Standing before her wardrobe, Wen Ciyi rubbed her temples in frustration. As a CEO whose daily wear predominantly consisted of suits, she found herself at a loss. Apart from the outfit she donned for her speech at Peking University and a dress she wore for what Wen Nan called a surprise, she seemed unable to unearth any suitable skirts. Online whispers suggested that one should never repeat an outfit in front of a boyfriend. And coupled with her daily rotation of work suits, she felt increasingly constrained. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind as she recalled a set of attire she had purchased during her university days, a dark green pleated skirt paired with a top adorned with Suzhou embroidery. She had only worn it once, and since then, it had languished at the back of her wardrobe, untouched, partly due to the lack of opportunities to wear it, and partly because she feared it would feel out of place now that she was employed. After a considerable wait, Su Simeon finally saw Wen Ciyi emerge, her ensemble complemented by a pair of black marten boots. The pleated skirt fell just above her knees, while the top accentuated her flawless waistline. Given that this was a date following the revelation of Su Simeon's grand secret, she had taken extra care with her makeup, ensuring it was more refined than her usual casual looks. After delving into the significance of lavender online, Wen Ciyi recalled that when she had previously purchased a whole box of perfume, there happened to be a bottle with lavender as the primary note. After some effort, She unearthed it from the storage room in her accommodation. Having not been stored for long, she decided to spray a little. Upon seeing Wen Ciyi's entire appearance, Su Shimian almost instantly averted his gaze, his ears tinged with crimson. Did he not like it? This was the first thought that flickered through Wen Ciyi's mind. She had intended to approach Su Shimian, but halted in her tracks, torn between curiosity and uncertainty. She asked, "Is it unappealing?" "No." Su Shimian cleared his throat, nearly flustered as he blinked rapidly. "Senior, you look stunning like this." I can hardly bear to look at you." And Ciyi burst into laughter. Her spirits uplifted, she moved closer to Su Shimian, wrapping her arms around him. As if engaging in casual conversation, she brought up, "Do you know the 4 autumn essentials, Junior?" Su Shimian inquired, "What are they?" "Candied chestnuts, roasted sweet potatoes." When Ciyi counted on her fingers, "hot milk tea, and tong halu," she added, playfully nudging Su Shimian's chin. "Don't you watch short videos, Junior?" Su Shimian shook his head, responding, "Are those 4 meant for me, Senior?" When Ciyi didn't quite comprehend Su Shimian's words. "What?" Su Shimian lowered his gaze and repeated the 4 autumn essentials Wen Ciyi had just mentioned. "Actually, for me. You also count among them. You, alongside beautiful things, have come into my life. This is the finest gift I could receive this year." Su Shimian handed his phone to Wen Ciyi and said, "Senior, take a look and see if there are any movies you wish to watch." Wen Ciyi scrolled through the screen and spotted a film centered around the theme of unrequited love, titled Mint-Colored Sunny Day. She inquired of Su Shimian, "What do you think of this?" Su Shimian had no particular objection and glanced at the title, asking, "Is this what you want to see, Senior?" Wen Ciyi nodded earnestly and replied, "Actually, I rarely watch films of this genre. I usually prefer science fiction or thrillers, but I want to watch this movie with you." "All right," Su Shimian responded softly. He curled his fingers slightly, and then took Wen Ciyi's hand, lowering his gaze as he said, "I will follow your lead, Senior." After purchasing tickets for the evening show, Wen Ciyi, realizing she had not eaten lunch after working for so long, led Su Shimian to a discreetly luxurious restaurant she frequented. Once seated, she placed her small bag down and, considering Su Shimian's hand injury, ordered several nourishing dishes. After handing the menu to the waiter, she asked, "Does your hand still hurt, Junior?" Su Shimian rotated his wrist and replied, "It's bearable." He seemed to casually glance around and asked, "Do you often come here to eat, Senior?" Wen Ciyi, oblivious to the intent behind his question, simply stated, "Occasionally, I come with Ling Gu and the others." "Is the food here not to your taste?" Su Shimian's gaze darkened momentarily before he slowly shook his head. He then shifted the topic, saying, "No, Senior. In a few days, I would like to take you somewhere." Wen Ciyi's interest was piqued. "Where to?" Su Shimian mysteriously winked and remarked, "When that day comes, Senior's sister will understand." Wen Ciyi sensed that he had no intention of revealing anything in advance and refrained from inquiring further. The dishes were served promptly, and during their meal, Su Shimian excused himself for a moment. When Wen Ciyi eventually took out her phone to settle the bill, the front desk informed her that their table had already been taken care of. Upon hearing this, Wen Ciyi turned to look at Su Shimian, who, with an air of nonchalance, took her hand and said, "Let's go." The cashier, brimming with excitement, gazed at the striking pair before her and exclaimed, "You two are quite the match. May your bond endure." As the hour was still early, Wen Ciyi noticed a nearby shop specializing in handcrafted plaster dolls, where one could select their preferred designs. Eagerly, she turned to Su Shimian and inquired, "Would you like to give it a try?" However, her gaze fell upon his arm, which, although unbandaged, prompted her to mutter to herself, "Perhaps it's best to skip it." To her surprise, Su Shimian grasped her hand and led her into the store, asking, "What style do you like, Senior Sister?" His eyes were keenly focused, causing a subtle blush to rise on Wen Ciyi's cheeks as she replied, "I would like a Doraemon." Su Shimian browsed the shelves and ultimately unearthed a plaster doll of Doraemon waving cheerfully. He presented it to Wen Ciyi, saying, "What do you think of this one?" She countered with curiosity, "And what would you like, Junior brother?" Su Shimian pondered for a brief moment, then casually picked another doll from the shelf without glancing, simply stating, "I'll go with this one." When Ciyi noticed that the figure in his hand was Nobita from Doraemon, whose official pairing is Shizuka. She glanced at the Shizuka figure prominently displayed on the shelf and remarked, "Actually, I would prefer that one." She picked up the plaster doll representing Shizuka. Su Shimian seemed to understand her intention and said, "Senior, you can paint both." When Ciyi candidly replied, "Focusing on one will take 2 hours. If I do another, it will take 4 hours, and I won't make it to the movie." Su Shimian decisively responded, "I'll help you, Senior." When Ciyi reminded him, "Your hand." "It's all right." As long as you want it, senior. Mian paused for a moment, seemingly embarrassed by his own words. But after a brief hesitation, he continued, I can do anything to assist you, as long as you allow yourself to depend on me. For a fleeting moment, Wen Ciyi felt a stir within her heart. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching, she leaned in swiftly and affectionately brushed her cheek against Mian's face, saying, all right. Mian's hand now appeared to have no significant issues, rather. It was Wen Ciyi who anxiously observed his painted hand, frequently reminding him to be cautious of his injury. A nearby couple also engaged in crafting plaster dolls. Couldn't help but tease Mian, saying, this handsome guy has truly struck gold. His girlfriend is constantly concerned for him. Upon hearing this, Wen Ciyi quickly waved her hands and said, no, no, no. She smiled bashfully and added, it should be me who has struck gold. Mian's lips curled into a subtle smile at her words. Wen Ciyi felt somewhat sensitive to this kind of address and reflexively responded, ah. Upon hearing this, the girl seemed to confirm her excitement, exclaiming, it really is you. I thought I had mistaken you. Wen Ciyi paused her task of sketching the plaster model, nodded, and said with practiced ease, hello. Hello, President Wen. The girl's eyes sparkled as if filled with stars, perhaps because it was her first time encountering her idols so directly. In that moment, she became somewhat tongue-tied. I actually follow your news and the company's Weibo. I've always dreamed of joining your company. What you said in the Peking University classroom truly made me admire you so much. Although it may seem exaggerated, Wen Ciyi, despite being a president, exuded no airs. She appeared to be a warm and approachable young woman. Even though she was a formidable figure in the business world, decisive and assertive, she said, you are very welcome to join us. I hope we can meet at the company. The girl continued to engage in a sporadic conversation with Wen Ciyi. Meanwhile, her boyfriend had gone to settle the bill with Mian. The girl then leaned closer to Wen Ciyi and whispered, President Wen's boyfriend is quite considerate. Wen Ciyi smiled and asked, what makes you say that? The girl blew gently on the plaster figurine and boldly replied, well, just now, while we were talking. He didn't interrupt us out of impatience. Instead, he quietly sat nearby, sketching the plaster, occasionally meeting your gaze with a smile, never uttering anything to dismiss our conversation. My boyfriend has been subtly hinting that I should refrain from speaking or engaging in conversation, yet I find little motivation to heed his words. Wen Ciyi chuckled softly, reflecting on how fortunate she was to be with him. However, the girl interjected, her tone sincere, it must be because you are exceptional. The individuals you encounter are undoubtedly remarkable as well. To be honest, I often worry that you might decline our conversation. Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow in confusion, having just completed her final stroke of paint. Why? She inquired. Because you are the CEO, and aren't CEOs typically perceived as being aloof and unattainable? The girl stated plainly, her straightforward nature resonating with Wen Ciyi, who appreciated such candor. The girl continued, so when you engage with me so naturally, I find myself pleasantly surprised. Wen Ciyi couldn't help but smile at her words, putting away her palette as she heard the girl add, it seems your partner is truly fortunate. Yet in her heart, Wen Ciyi thought otherwise. She considered herself the lucky one. Chapter 58. I want to experience a secret crush. She observed Mian's large plaster figure, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts while also considering the feelings of her junior. Mian was mixing yellow and green paint, preparing to apply it to the statue. Wen Ciyi glanced at her phone's wallpaper and then at Mian's actions, commenting, Junior, that color. Mian halted just before touching the plaster. Glancing towards Wen Ciyi as he remarked, I noticed that Nobita in Doraemon predominantly wears yellow. Wen Ciyi nodded gently. Her lips pressed together as she contemplated before speaking. There is no need to be so rigid. We can innovate. Mian raised her chin and remarked, just like the green Doraemon that you have? Indeed, Wen Ciyi replied, presenting the plaster in her hand for him to see. Pointing at the tiny bell, I added a touch of red here. What do you think? She shook it playfully. Is it aesthetically pleasing? Mian lowered his gaze, taking in the sparkle in Wen Ciyi's eyes, as well as the intimate gesture she had unconsciously made. He responded, it's beautiful, as Mian lightly traced the plaster. His movements were cautious, yet his words flowed effortlessly, creating a relaxed atmosphere. What makes you fond of Doraemon, Senior? Perhaps it's because it embodies such innocence. Wen Ciyi mused, a smile curling her lips as she recalled something. I once read a saying that Doraemon belongs to children. It's so fantastical and beautiful. Yet, I often ponder, isn't that also true? She continued, the adult world is dreary and devoid of flavor, while the world of children is filled with innocent beauty. Despite the burden of homework, maintaining that innocence is quite wonderful. As she added the final touch of Doraemon's tail, she held it in her palm, giving it a gentle pat. But for adults to retain such innocence amidst the ruthless, dog-eat-dog nature of the business world seems utterly absurd. Senior. Su Simeon suddenly interrupted her. Responded Wen Ciyi. The senior often broached the subject of adulthood with me. Su Simeon gazed intently at Wen Ciyi and completed the final thought. It all becomes quite burdensome. Wen Ciyi smiled lightly. Does it? Indeed, Su Simeon replied. I was contemplating this just a moment ago. Why must adults confront reality? She simply remarked, I am the CEO, after all. Thousands of employees rely on me for their salaries. Does that make the senior truly happy? Su Simeon inquired. Wen Ciyi paused, momentarily taken aback. One should not sacrifice their happiness for the sake of so-called work. Su Simeon's words were blunt, and he observed Wen Ciyi's lips part as if to speak, yet ultimately she remained silent. He continued, I sometimes wonder if you are eating well at the company, and if you are genuinely happy. These were his innermost thoughts. He cared for her, and felt the weight of their age difference. He was 3 years her junior. He worried that he may not be sufficient in certain aspects, that he could not elevate her spirits, nor attend to her needs adequately. He cherished her, which gave rise to his insecurities. Wen Ciyi listened, transfixed by Su Simeon's words. Though she did not wish to cry, her eyes betrayed her, reddening as a tear silently spread across the plaster. Then she smiled softly. You must remember to find joy as well, Junior. Su Simeon lowered his voice slightly as the two finished their plaster work. The sky was nearly dark, and outside the mall, the night streets thrived with lively bustle. Wen Ciyi observed the continuous stream of street food vendors and inquired, Are you hungry, Junior? Su Simeon seemed to be searching for something, responding succinctly, Not particularly. Wen Ciyi recalled a few delightful skewer stalls nearby, while Su Simeon appeared to have found what he was looking for, saying, Sister, please wait for me here. Wen Ciyi stepped aside to stand beneath a glowing street lamp. After a brief moment of waiting, she saw Su Simeon approaching, holding several vibrant balloons resembling sunflowers, adorned in white and various hues, each displaying a cheerful yellow smile. Su Simeon walked with an air of decorum, the twilight casting a gentle softness across his brows and eyes. He briskly reached Wen Ciyi and said, Sister, extend your hand. Obediently, she raised her hand, and Su Simeon wrapped the white string around her wrist, securing it tenderly. In mere seconds, he fashioned a charming bow with the sunflower strings. Su Simeon tugged at the bouquet, causing the sunflowers to sway momentarily, before he took Wen Ciyi's hand. She looked up at the beaming sunflowers and couldn't help but smile. Junior, have you bought too many? Not at all, Su Simeon replied earnestly. As long as you like them, that's all that matters. He then led Wen Ciyi toward the snack street, casually glancing at the various stalls, before his gaze settled on something intriguing. Su Simeon crouched down and pulled Wen Ciyi with him. Occasionally, a breeze swept by, causing the vibrant sunflowers above them to sway gently. He presented 2 vintage pocket watches to Wen Ciyi, inquiring, Do you like this, senior? Pocket watches? Wen Ciyi replied, But didn't you already have a wristwatch? They're different. This symbolizes. Su Simeon felt the words sounded rather pretentious and hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts. The vendor's gaze shifted between the two, and noticing Su Simeon's momentary silence, he leisurely remarked, This represents the love of the older generation. In the past, when one loved only once in a lifetime. Such commemorative pocket watches bore witness to many romances. Wen Ciyi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she immediately asked, Can you put a photo inside? The vendor, sensing a potential sale, responded, Yes, smaller sizes can hold photos. Just as Wen Ciyi was about to retrieve her phone to make the payment, she heard Su Simeon stand up and declare, It's already paid for. Take it with you, senior. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of a payment notification chimed. The 2 pocket watches lay quietly in Wen Ciyi's palm, seemingly still warm to the touch. She recalled the time when her grandmother was still alive and had a similar commemorative pocket watch, a testament to the steadfast love of the older generation. As Su Simeon gazed at her with lowered eyes, Wen Ciyi gently kissed his lips and continued, I am very happy today. After the two had dined, they proceeded to the cinema. During their stroll, Wen Ciyi's radiant sunflowers attracted the attention of many passers-by. A bold child approached her with great politeness, inquiring if she was selling the beautiful sunflowers. Wen Ciyi gently patted the child's head and generously gifted him one. She reveled in joy for quite some time, while Su Simeon, employing the same tactic as before, asked her to wait momentarily. As the film was about to commence, Wen Ciyi spotted Su Simeon rushing towards her. bearing a cup of hot milk tea and a freshly made bag of popcorn. It was unclear how many times Su Simeon had approached her in such a manner. Some might say, the thought of seeing you makes me run. Observing Su Simeon's eager approach, Wen Ciyi subtly inhaled. Su Simeon handed the milk tea to Wen Ciyi and, guiding her towards the ticket hall, remarked, "Senior, let us go. The movie is about to start." His gesture of taking her hand was instinctively natural. His palm warm yet dry, instilling a sense of comfort. The film began with a diary entry about a girl's secret admiration. Curiously tilting her head, Wen Ciyi asked, "Have you written a diary, Junior?" Su Simeon gazed at her for a long moment, seemingly contemplating how to confess that he had written one. He feared that revealing this to Wen Ciyi might provoke an odd impression, as he believed it peculiar for a boy to keep a diary. Noticing his reaction, Wen Ciyi discerned his thoughts. She sighed and playfully nudged his cheek, her tone unexpectedly fierce as she declared, "Don't overthink it. I cherish you." Su Simeon let out a soft chuckle, his voice heavy with sincerity. "I have." He seemed to reveal his hidden cards as he remarked, "Perhaps I shall show it to you someday." Wen Ciyi, feeling somewhat apprehensive, responded, "Is it appropriate for me to see something so private as a diary?" "It matters not," Su Simeon interjected. "I would be quite pleased." Wen Ciyi replied, "Then I shall look forward to it." The cinema was shrouded in darkness. Save for the flickering light from the screen, yet Wen Ciyi could still sense Su Simeon's gaze lingering upon her. After a moment of silence, Su Simeon, with unwavering intensity in her eyes, said, "All right, just promise you won't mock me when the time comes." Wen Ciyi smiled gently. "How could I?" The film depicted the unspoken crush of a girl during her high school years, her heartstrings tugged by the boy's every smile and frown. They were merely good friends, having met through hosting a school event and shared playful moments after class. Occasionally, their classmates would tease them, eliciting only a quiet smile from the boy and downcast eyes from the girl. As the narrative unfolded, the girl frequently orchestrated chance encounters, even traversing the entire playground for a fleeting glimpse of the boy, slowing her pace with friends at a small shop just to quietly trail behind him, admiring his tall, slender silhouette. Wen Ciyi, touched by the story, murmured softly, "Do junior boys experience such feelings as well?" In the prestigious high school of Wen Ciyi, which is also part of the military academy, the middle school is situated within the same campus. The expansive grounds ensure that both the middle and high school sections do not feel overcrowded. During a moment of shared understanding between them, Su Simeon candidly revealed that he too had attended the same middle school as his senior. Observing a girl who silently fretted over not encountering any boys at school, he remarked, "It has happened." Just to catch a glimpse of Wen Ciyi was enough to bring him contentment. He yearned to draw closer to her, even if it was merely through a fleeting gaze, which fueled his relentless pursuit. After Wen Ciyi graduated from high school, he developed a habit of traversing the long corridor of the senior year, yet he never experienced that rare moment of eye contact again. With a tumultuous heart, Wen Ciyi expressed, "Then why didn't you greet me and befriend me?" To which Su Simeon softly replied, "I didn't want my trivial socializing to encroach upon your time preparing for the college entrance examination." "It's of no consequence, senior," he assured her. Despite the arduous journey, they ultimately crossed paths, and it was not too late. Fortunately, the film concluded on a harmonious note, with the boy delivering an extravagant confession to the girl. He admitted that he had been secretly observing her from afar, pondering how to seamlessly and assertively integrate himself into her life. The film's closing words resonated deeply. "Though youth is fleeting, gentle breezes carry the sounds of cicadas. We shall eventually meet and fulfill our desires." "How are you feeling today?" Wen Ciyi inquired gently, having retrieved her belongings from the temporary locker. "If I say I'm well," Su Simeon interjected, assisting Wen Ciyi with her items. "Does this mean I can apply for another date?" "Of course," Wen Ciyi replied, taking Su Simeon's other hand, albeit with a tender grip. "But isn't it true that you have a hospital checkup in 2 days?" Su Simeon affirmed. "Yes." "Then I shall accompany you," Wen Ciyi declared. Su Simeon, as if seeking confirmation, asked, "Will you stay with me the whole time?" "Absolutely," Wen Ciyi assured her. "Didn't we agree that we would remain deeply in love?" Whether it be autumn's candied chestnuts, tonghalu, or warm milk tea, Wen Ciyi said as they exited the cinema, embraced by the gentle night breeze, "I want to experience unrequited love as well." Her tone was both tender and resolute. "Why?" "Because I wish to tread the path you have walked," Wen Ciyi responded. "Let me harbor a secret affection for you, to meet you, and ultimately win your heart." Su Simeon raised her hand to brush aside the loose strands of Wen Ciyi's hair from her forehead and said, "There is no need to wait for the next life. We can do it now." Wen Ciyi, puzzled, questioned, Why? As the words left her lips. She grasped Su Simeon's intention, and with a smile, she extended her hand, standing against the soft glow of the street lamp. Hello, let us get acquainted. My name is Wen Ciyi, Wen from Wenzhou, Ciyi from words, any meaning all the best. Su Simeon grasped her outstretched hand, his features radiating warmth and composure at that moment. His voice, calm and earnest, resonated as he introduced himself. I am Su Simeon, the Su of wind towards dream. In Wenzhou dialect, the meaning is wind towards dream. The characters of Fat Tiger and Little Fu are still missing. Perhaps they can be added during our next outing. With this thought in mind, Wen Ciyi changed into a different outfit. Su Simeon switched on the room's lights, and shortly after, his phone rang. He picked it up, glancing at the screen to see it was Weekend calling. He answered, Have the scene arrangements been completed? Yes, Su Simeon replied, taking a seat at the table as he reviewed the attractions he had browsed earlier. Weekend seemed to cheer from the other end, exclaiming, Oh yeah, I'm not exaggerating. Su Go, you're driving me to the brink of a nervous breakdown lately. Su Simeon raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what do you mean? Well, I have to manage school affairs while also considering what you've prepared. By the end of the day, I feel like I need to clone myself. Weekend lamented with a hint of exasperation. Su Simeon, unfazed, merely replied, After this matter concludes, I'll prepare a red envelope for you. Yay, sounds good. Weekend exclaimed enthusiastically. By the way, Su Ge, are you really not planning to tell the senior sister? Letting the one you admire know about your efforts for her would spark a sense of anticipation, longing, and a surge of emotions when she finally sees your surprise. Su Simeon let out a soft scoff, standing beside the transparent window of the room and gazing down at the myriad of lights and shimmering neon below. He remarked, Weekend. Do you truly understand what constitutes a surprise? On the weekend, with a sigh, just as he was about to continue speaking, he heard Su Simeon on the other end say, I'll hang up now. We can connect later if anything comes up. Listening to the beeping sound from the phone, Joe Weekend turned to glance at his two roommates who were still waiting for him to resume work, and then looked out at the sea of flowers, lamenting, perhaps it is best to simply focus on our own tasks. As for others' romances, we shall merely observe. Meanwhile, when Ci's expression darkened upon reading the message sent by He Hua, the conflict between Ji Zhuai's company and hers during market expansion was inevitably troublesome. She cast a furtive glance at the few words He Hua had sent. She was aware of an insider trader within the company. Yet the obstinate old shareholders had steadfastly refused to allow her a thorough investigation. Dealing with those stubborn individuals had already drained her both physically and mentally. And now this complication arose. He Hua furrowed her brow upon receiving the message from Wen Ciyi. Under normal circumstances, Wen Ciyi would have immediately insisted on rooting out the traitor, but this time she merely suggested to observe the situation as it unfolded, without issuing any directives for action. What was she considering? He Hua pondered. Yet she did not delve deeper, adhering to her boss's instructions, as knowing too much often led to one's downfall. As Wen Ciyi prepared to work overtime on her computer, the screen in the lower right corner flickered twice, indicating the arrival of an email. Furrowing her brow, she opened the message addressed to General Manager Wen. I wonder if you still remember me. I am a former employee from the finance department who was laid off. I had intended to send this email long ago, but due to various reasons, it has been delayed until now. Your method of layoffs, from a certain perspective, is indeed justified. However, due to time constraints and interference with my computer, I shall be succinct. There is a traitor within the company, one with whom you have little interaction yet acknowledge in passing, someone you have previously promoted. I cannot disclose her identity, but if you were to inquire within the Human Resources Department, you might arrive at the truth. In conclusion, I wish you good health and the fulfillment of your aspirations. Yours sincerely, an anonymous individual. Given that she has minimal interaction with her, this person is certainly not a frequent presence during meetings, thus she must now leverage her connections. Maintaining a facade of subtlety while ensuring her actions remain inconspicuous. As she glanced at her destination, her brow arched slightly, realizing it was quite near the location where Ling Gu currently resides. However, due to the urgency of her business trip, a meeting seems improbable, hence, she contemplated requesting Ling Gu to introduce her to a temporary assistant. When Ciyi, curious, inquired, but what? Her immediate response was, did Fu Zhejiu not consider this? When Ciyi rationalized that it was merely a professional arrangement. Very well, please make the arrangements, I shall see. Ling Gu replied, then I shall have him pick you up. Kindly take a moment to heed the author's note. Chapter 59. Is there a boy in your room? After making some simple preparations for her impending trip abroad, Wen Ciyi sent a message to Mian, Jr. I will be on a business trip for a few days starting tomorrow. Mian, having just exited the custom page, felt a surge of unease upon reading her message. How many days will the senior be away? Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Wen Ciyi pondered, is there something awaiting me? Mian did not conceal anything, yet she chose not to elaborate. Well, you will know when the time comes. I will come to see you off tomorrow morning. Due to the urgency of this business trip, Wen Ciyi had not prepared much. She merely packed a few changes of clothes and her work laptop. Just as she finished her morning routine, there was a knock at the door. Rubbing her eyes, Wen Ciyi opened it to find Mian standing there in a white hoodie, holding a large bag of breakfast. As Mian entered, she noticed the suitcase placed beside the table and set the breakfast down, inquiring, Are you in such a hurry, senior? Wen Ciyi yawned and replied yes. He booked an early flight. Sipping her bowl of congee, Wen Ciyi savored the temperature, which was just right, not too hot nor too cold. She absent-mindedly traced her fingers along the rim of the bowl and explained, There are some matters at the company that Huan needs to handle. So I'm going on this trip. Are you tired? Mian asked. Not particularly, Wen Ciyi responded with feigned nonchalance. She reached out to ruffle Mian's hair, reminiscent of petting a large canine, and teased, You, Junior, should just stay home and wait for your senior to earn money to support you, all right? Mian swallowed hard, his jaw tightening. With a crisp and decisive tone, he replied, All right, just remember to message me once you arrive. After breakfast, Wen Ciyi nodded slightly and naturally pulled Mian's suitcase. She playfully teased the white dog for a moment, murmuring to herself, Sister is away for a few days. During this time, brother will take care of you. Mian turned to Wen Ciyi, questioning, Why not refer to them as mom and dad? Wen Ciyi paused momentarily, having indeed contemplated her choice of address for the dog. However, she felt that terms like mom and dad were too precious, and she believed she was not yet worthy to use them. She preferred to wait until the moment felt more appropriate before gradually introducing such titles. Yet, she could not divulge this to Mian, so she fabricated a seemingly innocuous excuse. I think it makes me sound older. Brother and sister are much nicer and lessen the generational gap. Surprisingly, Mian did not refute Wen Ciyi's earnest nonsense. Instead, she merely raised an eyebrow and asked, Has the senior given this dog a name? Yes. Wen Ciyi replied suddenly with a serious expression. Curious, Mian inquired, What is it? Dubai, Wen Ciyi answered. Mian responded with a pause, noticing that Wen Ciyi seemed to want to laugh but was compelled to maintain her composure. She couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, I feel the same way. They chatted casually for a while, but as they boarded the car, Wen Ciyi began to feel a bit fatigued. The journey from her home to the airport was somewhat lengthy. Observing that Wen Ciyi's eyelids were growing heavy while she still forced herself to engage in conversation, Mian exited the car and retrieved a blanket from the back. Mian gently spread the blanket over Wen Ciyi's legs and, after holding her hand, spoke softly, Senior, you should take a nap for a while. I will call you when it's time. Wen Ciyi felt a pang of regret at the thought of being away on a business trip for several days without seeing Mian, wishing to chat a little longer. However, the overwhelming drowsiness proved too much, and she succumbed to a brief slumber. Aware of the time required to reach the airport, Wen Ciyi woke just as Mian parked the car. He had merely intended to exit and assist her with her luggage when he saw her deftly open the trunk, retrieve her bags, and bid him farewell as she hurried towards the airport. Mian's movements halted in surprise, in stark contrast to the mischievous glint in Wen Ciyi's eyes. Mian appeared remarkably relaxed, as if inviting her to take what she desired. It was, indeed, an unexpected delight for him. As Wen Ciyi entered the airport, the announcement for her flight echoed through the terminal. She hurriedly maneuvered her suitcase through security. Once she had successfully boarded the plane, she texted Mian, I'll message you when I land, and subsequently sent a message to Ling Ge before switching her phone to flight mode. Upon her safe arrival in Ling Ji's city, the first thing Wen Ciyi did was turn on her phone to inform Mian of her safe arrival. Just as she sent the message, her screen displayed that he was typing a response. Shortly after, Mian replied with a simple OK. At that moment, she also received a call from Ling Ge, who sounded as if he had just awakened. After a moment of confusion, he finally said, You've arrived? Great, I'll have Guze come to pick you up. Wen Ciyi listened attentively, her voice imbued with a profound sense of sincerity, and inquired, Did you go to the party again yesterday? No, Ling Ge replied feebly. I worked until midnight. I had no time to attend a party. Wen Ciyi, somewhat intrigued, remarked, You can actually find yourself working until midnight? Oh, come on. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, Lingu said, her gaze meeting Fu Zizhou, who was leaning against the wardrobe, observing her. Struggling, she added. I absolutely will not attend your gathering. Realizing this statement was not directed at her, Wen Ciyi contemplated and arrived at a singular conclusion. So, you two are cohabiting? Something along those lines, Lingu sighed, glancing at the message she had received, and reminded Wen Ciyi, you need to hurry through security. Wen Ciyi gazed somewhat bewilderedly at the throngs of people, akin to the undulating sea, and then hesitantly asked, does your assistant possess any distinguishing traits? Distinguishing traits? Lingu reflexively echoed, adjusting her hair, then yawning before speaking, is being exceptionally handsome considered a distinguishing trait? As soon as she spoke, Fu Zizhou issued a warning cough. Wen Ciyi sighed helplessly, saying, please be serious. Ignoring Fu Zizhou's reaction, Lingu opened the chat page and inquired her assistant about the most prominent feature of the day. Upon receiving the answer, she promptly took a screenshot and sent it to Wen Ciyi, executing the entire operation with seamless efficiency, not sparing a single glance for Fu Zizhou. The latter let out a cold chuckle. Simple-minded as Lingu was, she had no inkling of the consequences her neglect of Fu Zizhou would entail. On the other end of the line, Wen Ciyi scrutinized the screenshot sent by Lingu and noted, the most noticeable feature is that he is quite handsome. Reflecting on Fu Zizhou's earlier remark, she raised an eyebrow, relieved that someone could hold Ling Ji's attention. However, she sighed at the sight of the crowded airport, lamenting that she should have added Ling Ji's assistant on WeChat before their departure. As Wen Ciyi wandered through the airport, engrossed in her thoughts, she failed to notice the messages from Su Simeon. Just then, her gaze landed on a figure near exit A, causing her steps to falter. The individual made a striking first impression, and given Ling Ji's taste, Wen Ciyi was inclined to trust her friend's judgment. If Ling Gu deemed someone attractive, they were sure to captivate at first sight. Wen Ciyi tentatively approached, cautiously patting the shoulder of the person before her. Hello. But as the individual turned around, her voice abruptly faltered. To be frank, the person before her radiated an abundance of warmth. If Su Simeon was akin to a solitary, aloof, snow-capped mountain, then Guze resembled the tender sprouts of spring quietly unfurling at the tips of tree branches in the morning light. His features emanated a comforting warmth, and Wen Ciyi felt as though she beheld the first rays of sun after the lingering chill of early spring reflected in his eyes. Guze, in turn, was equally captivated by Wen Ciyi's beauty. Her arched brows possessed an alluring charm, and her eyes sparkled as if waves of light danced within them. Despite her formal attire, she evoked the image of a red plum blossom embroidered upon exquisite porcelain, its branches graceful yet sturdy, embodying the resilient spirit of the flower. Guze, known for his forthright nature, gave Wen Ciyi a thumbs up, his expression brimming with delight as he exclaimed, Wenzone, you are stunning. Wen Ciyi quickly composed herself, merely astonished by his appearance. She then inquired earnestly, thank you, are you Guze, Ling Ji's assistant? Yes, that's me, Guze replied promptly, displaying a friendly familiarity as he took charge of Wen Ciyi's suitcase, being careful not to brush against her delicate fingers. I often see videos of you being interviewed on television, but I must say, you are even more beautiful in person. After uttering these words, he felt a touch of bashfulness, scratching his head with a smile. Wen Ciyi had not noticed before, but Guze had two prominent canine teeth when he smiled. Wen Ciyi seized the moment to respond. Thank you. So where are we headed now? To the hotel, Guze declared. His voice was rather loud, drawing the attention of many onlookers, causing Wen Ciyi to feel a moment of embarrassment. However, Guze seemed oblivious to the situation as he continued speaking. I have booked a hotel for you, General One, right next to our company. Oh, and there will be a special car to pick you up later. Upon finishing, he blinked at Wen Ciyi, his expression reminiscent of a child seeking approval. Wen Ciyi could not help but feel a bit flustered as she replied, thank you. Guze, unaware of the underlying tone in her words, cheerfully responded. My boss says that General Wen is a great beauty, so I have been eagerly looking forward to the opportunity to see your face. Wen Ciyi merely replied, thank you. Little did she know that their conversation would be so lively. She had not anticipated that engaging with Guze would evoke such a cheerful atmosphere. She had previously assumed that someone with a name like his would be rather aloof, and had harbored concerns about their compatibility as he was merely a temporary assistant. In retrospect, it was clear that they were utterly mismatched. Wen Ciyi managed a forced smile, seeking a topic to broach, and subtly expressed, has your boss ever mentioned that you were quite lively? Many times. Guze, however, was not one to adhere to conventions. His face lit up with excitement as he replied, "My boss often praises me for being a very lively young man." Wen Ciyi had lost count of how many times she had sighed in exasperation. She began to miss Su Simeon and pulled up WeChat, where she found a message from Su Simeon. "Senior, have you arrived at the hotel?" Accompanying the text was a sticker of a little dog with a heart on its head. "Were you chatting with your boyfriend just now?" Guze inquired. Wen Ciyi was reluctant to divulge her personal privacy to a temporary assistant she had never met before. Reflecting on her earlier subtle hint that had proven ineffective, she candidly stated, "Gu assistant, I hope you are an assistant who refrains from probing into the privacy of your employer." Guze possessed a level of intellect that few could match. He replied, "But Ling Gu is indeed my boss." He then inquired, "So, Ms. Wen, was that person just now your boyfriend?" Wen Ciyi found that neither soft nor hard approaches had any effect on him, thus she opted for silence. It was not until they arrived at the hotel that she finally spoke to Guze, saying, "I will head up first. Tomorrow I have a meeting at Ling Ji's branch office." She emphasized, "Please ensure you fulfill the responsibilities expected of a good assistant, even as a temporary one." Faintly, she heard the sound of water, realizing what the two were currently engaged in. Without further ado, she hung up the phone, exiting the pinned chat with Ling Gu. She noticed a flurry of messages from Su Simeon. A shiver ran through her heart as she quickly opened the messages. Su Simeon had sent several. "Have you arrived at the hotel, senior? The temperature difference over there is quite significant. Please remember to dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. Also, don't forget to eat. Take care of your health. Have you not arrived yet? I'm at the hotel now. I will dress warmly, and dear, you also need to take care of yourself. I will eat well." Another message followed, by the way. "Does senior have an assistant over there, or are you all alone?" As Su Simeon perused the message, he lifted his gaze to the email sent by his assistant, which contained a photograph of Wen Ciyi at the airport, laughing and conversing with a young man. A shadow fell over Su Simeon's eyes as he inquired, almost as if seeking confirmation, "Is the senior truly alone? That seems rather exhausting." Wen Ciyi smiled slightly in response, "I wish for a hug from my junior." Upon seeing this message, a pang of bitterness surged within Su Simeon. He regarded the seemingly innocuous sweet nothings, then cast a glance at the young man in the photograph, letting out a low scoff. His doubts did not lie in Wen Ciyi's feelings for him. Rather, he pondered why she felt compelled to deceive him. Even a single act of loyalty seemed beyond her reach. Wen Ciyi sensed something amiss but dismissed it, glancing at the time and calculating the hour back home. Furrowing her brow, "The junior should be asleep by now." Su Simeon replied, "I'm analyzing files. There's no rush." Wen Ciyi sent one last message, "Be good and sleep early. I shall go take a shower." Just as Su Simeon typed a simple acknowledgement, another email notification blinked on his screen, revealing yet another photograph, this time of Wen Ciyi entering a car with the young man. Su Simeon rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his jaw set with attention sharp as a blade, and coldly typed a few words, "Feel free to investigate." Having just finished her shower, Wen Ciyi picked up her phone to read Su Simeon's message when a friend request from Guze popped up. At this moment, sending a WeChat request seemed rather untimely, so she chose to ignore it, intending to accept it the following morning. She continued to chat with Su Simeon for a while, during which Su Simeon's demeanor seemed somewhat different from her usual self. However, she could not quite pinpoint the reason. So she comforted herself with the thought that perhaps she was simply feeling overly sensitive after a long day of tension. Just as she was preparing to sleep, she received a call from Ling Gu, who anxiously inquired if anything was amiss. Ling Gu sighed with relief upon hearing her response. That's good. Guze said he couldn't reach you and was worried something had happened." Wen Ciyi couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. She felt the urge to scold someone but refrained from expressing her anger in front of her dear friend, understanding that Ling Gu was genuinely concerned for her. After taking several deep breaths, Wen Ciyi replied, "I simply haven't accepted his friend request, that's all." Her tone grew increasingly sharp as she spoke. After a moment of silence, Ling Gu said, "I understand. I'll arrange for a new assistant for you tomorrow." Wen Ciyi retorted, "Didn't you say there was no one available?" "There will still be someone available after notifying a few at the headquarters and subsidiaries," Ling Gu replied nonchalantly. After a pause, Wen Ciyi sighed in resignation, "Fine. Let it be him. After all, it won't be for long." Exhausted, she said into the phone, "Let's leave it at that. I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too." Ling Gu replied, "All right. Let me know if anything comes up. I'm not oblivious, you know?" Wen Ciyi responded, "Do you hear the absurdity of what you just said?" After the last two individuals exchanged goodnights, Wen Ciyi reluctantly opened her WeChat page. only to be met with the glaring red dot that sparked her irritation. Yet, she remained resolute in her decision, unwilling to accept a male acquaintance's friend request in the dead of night, even if he was merely her temporary assistant. Consequently, she slumbered peacefully until morning. Upon finishing her morning routine, she was startled by a sudden knock on the door. Assuming it was the hotel's breakfast service, she opened the door, uttering, "Thank you." However, her words faltered as she recognized the familiar face, Guze. He flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, and greeted her, "Good morning, Sister One." Wen Ciyi, exasperated, replied, "You may as well call me General One." Guze, undeterred, responded, "All right then, Sister One." Wen Ciyi sighed, choosing to disregard his playful banter. For their time together was limited to just 3 days. She refrained from inviting Guze inside and, with a hint of impatience, inquired, "What brings you here?" Guze gestured for her to lower her gaze to the breakfast cart he was pushing, stating, "I've brought breakfast for you, Sister One. Afterwards, we can head to the office together." Wen Ciyi replied curtly, "Thank you. Just set the breakfast down and leave." Yet Guze insisted, pushing the cart further into the room, "That one tea do. I wish to share breakfast with you to enhance our rapport." At that moment, Wen Ciyi merely wished for him to depart. Just as she prepared to shoo him away, her phone, resting on the sofa, began to ring, prompting Guze to innocently ask, "Aren't you going to answer, Sister One?" Unable to find a solution to the predicament, Wen Ciyi reluctantly moved to the sofa and picked up her phone. Upon seeing that the caller was Su Simeon, she instinctively answered, putting the call on speaker. "Good morning, Junior," she greeted. Su Simeon's voice, clear and crisp, resonated from the other end. "Good morning, Senior. Are you still at the hotel?" Wen Ciyi responded with a soft "Wen Jia," Guze interjected unexpectedly as he set the breakfast on the table. "Do you eat plain porridge?" Wen Ciyi tightened her grip on the phone, casting a surprised glance at Guze. Meanwhile, on Su Simeon's side, the tone grew noticeably colder. "Senior, is there a boy in your room?" Chapter 60. Get lost, this. Wen Ciyi frowned at Guze. She had initially intended to explain to Su Simeon that he was merely her assistant. But then she recalled mentioning to Su Simeon just yesterday that she was traveling alone for work. If she confessed, would Su Simeon think she was deceiving him? After a moment of hesitation, Wen Ciyi reluctantly replied, "He asked the hotel breakfast attendant. I asked him to say that." Quickly shifting the topic, she inquired, "What are your plans for today, Junior?" Su Simeon glanced at the sea of messages he had received over the weekend, feeling an inexplicable bitterness rise in his throat. However, he concealed it from Wen Ciyi. He merely wished to see how long she would maintain this fade. "I have plans with some friends today. I'll be heading out shortly. Senior, you should hurry and have your breakfast as well. I have a few things to take care of here." Su Simeon's sudden cold demeanor caught Wen Ciyi off guard. She grasped her phone helplessly, wanting to say something more, but ultimately refrained, saying, "All right then. Please remember to take care of your health. Do not spend all day staring at the computer screen, as radiation is harmful to your eyes." Su Simeon merely responded with a non-committal indicating her intention to end the conversation. "Yes, Senior, I will hang up now. Do reach out to me this weekend." Wen Ciyi pressed her lips together, her downcast eyes betraying a sense of disappointment. Noticing another presence in the room, the very source of the earlier tension, she felt no inclination to maintain pleasantries. "That's enough, Guzhu," she said, gesturing toward the open door. "Please leave before I lose my temper." She emphasized her words, while Guze appeared inclined to speak, but seeing Wen Ciyi's unwillingness for further dialogue, he opted to leave, closing the door behind him. When Su Simeon arrived on the weekend with a somber expression, the atmosphere in the room was palpable with a heavy tension. Wen Ciyi inquired, "Brother, what's wrong?" Su Simeon, clearly troubled yet withholding, diverted the conversation by asking, "Where's the senior?" Closing the email from her colleague, Su Simeon took a sip of her now cold coffee and tersely replied, "On a business trip." A fleeting frown crossed her features, hinting at an unpleasant memory, as she asked in a low voice, "Do you have any objections?" "None." As the weekend approached, upon hearing the unmistakable tone of impending rain, Zhou Miao immediately clamped his tail and replied, "Of course not. That brother, we shall continue." Suddenly, a friend of his, Su Simeon, interjected, interrupting Zhou Miao's words. Noticing Zhou Miao's attentive demeanor, Su Simeon carefully chose his words and spoke. "His girlfriend constantly lies to him. Just the day before, they seemed very happy together, yet the following day, she conveniently went somewhere else, met some people. But the account she provided to her boyfriend was entirely inconsistent." "What does this signify?" Su Simeon inquired. Zhou Miao blinked lightly. "What does it signify?" "Oh, He pondered for a moment, then continued, "Your friend wishes to understand why this girl chooses to conceal the truth, correct?" "Indeed, this child shows potential," Su Simeon mused, realizing that Zhou Miao was not particularly foolish, and nodded slightly in agreement. "Well, that is quite comprehensible," Zhou Miao said nonchalantly, having hurried over to Su Simeon's residence. He pulled a few napkins from the table to wipe his sweat, and continued, "There are two reasons. The first is that she does not wish to cause her boyfriend distress," Zhou Miao stated. "The second could be that the girl perceives the boy merely as a means to an end, thus concealing her whereabouts and withholding specific details may seem unnecessary." After hearing such blunt observations, Su Simeon raised an eyebrow, setting aside his now cold coffee to rinse it in the kitchen. While Zhou Miao continued to ramble on beside him, yet, in my view, the possibility of it being unnecessary is quite significant. The words from the weekend left a profound impact on Su Simeon's heart. The water flowed along the motion across Su Simeon's wrist, and the air had begun to cool. Su Simeon paused for a moment, pondering, why do you believe that? After all, most young people today are in pursuit of fleeting romances. The weekend sniffled and added, once the lights are off and the curtains drawn, who cares who is who? Su Simeon lowered his gaze, the bitter taste of coffee lingering on his lips. He forced a smile, letting out a light scoff. From which relationship blogger did you glean that wisdom? That is of little consequence, the weekend replied, glancing at Su Simeon and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. But rest assured, as far as I know, the senior will never part ways with you. Su Simeon fell silent for a moment, grasping the cup in his hand. The cup had previously been knocked against the table, revealing a small dent. At that moment, the sharp edge of the dent pressed into his palm. With a slight exertion, he pressed it further into his flesh and managed to utter, "Why? Even if you were to jump from here." The weekend gestured toward the high window, continuing, "If you fail your final exams and do not earn credits or your diploma, the senior will still not leave you. So, brother, do refrain from using those cliché lines you encounter online. I have a friend who..." The weekend continued earnestly, patting Su Simeon's shoulder. Su Simeon's expression momentarily faltered, and he let out a couple of hollow laughs. Unbeknownst to her during the weekend, certain promises should not be uttered lightly. Wen Ciyi gazed at the neatly arranged bowl of congee and the exquisite side dishes, suddenly losing her appetite. In the end, she merely sipped some water. She then rang for the service bell and instructed the attendant on the other end to remove her breakfast from the room. Meanwhile, Guze was downstairs, listening to Ling Ji's reminders over the phone. Upon noticing the attendant wheeling out an untouched breakfast, he casually inquired about the room number. The attendant provided a number, leaving Guze momentarily speechless. He watched as Wen Ciyi emerged from the next elevator, greeting her with a simple hello, dressed in a cool-toned suit for a meeting. Wen Ciyi's alluring eyes held a captivating charm. Rather than adopting a stark and serious makeup style, she enhanced her natural beauty with bolder strokes, resulting in a more refined appearance. Guze approached and asked, "Sister Wen, why aren't you having breakfast?" Wen Ciyi, feeling slightly overwhelmed, replied, "I'm not hungry. Let's head to the company." Guze followed behind her, a cloud of gloom enveloping him, while Wen Ciyi paid little heed to the temporary assistant's unspoken thoughts. She was there on business, not to forge friendships. The two remained silent on their journey to the company. Ling Ge, disliking office work, often went months without showing her face there. She instructed her assistant to bring necessary documents to her home, and even significant meetings were typically conducted online. Ling Ge had previously informed the Human Resources Department that she would be bringing Mr. Wen to her office. Her workspace was relatively tidy, unlike her home. And just as Wen Ciyi was about to open a drawer to retrieve some daily essentials, he stumbled upon a small box that should not have been there. His expression froze for a few seconds before he took out his phone, adjusted the camera, and sent a photograph to Ling Ge, rubbing his temples in frustration. Wen Ciyi could not help but think of that troublesome item nestled in the drawer, akin to a hot potato. He then wrapped the box in several sheets of paper and forcefully tossed it into the trash bin. At that moment, Guze happened to knock on the door. Wen Ciyi, feeling a rare pang of guilt, asked, "What's wrong?" "I understand now. You may leave for the time being," Wen Ciyi replied. "Very well," Guze said, shifting his stance. However, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something peeking out from the garbage bin. He pondered for a moment, realizing it had not been there before. Wen Ciyi contemplated calling Ling Ge, yet found herself too occupied at the moment. To her surprise, the meeting proceeded smoothly. Despite Guze's usual tendency to be verbose, he unexpectedly assisted her exceptionally well. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Perhaps he was busy, Wen Ciyi reassured herself. As Su Mian was about to take an exam. Ah, how dull, Guzhe remarked with a hint of regret. Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, her thoughts drifting to the scenery passing by outside the window. Then tell me, what constitutes something interesting? Would Sister Wen like to accompany me to visit Spring Courtyard? Guzhe suddenly spoke with great enthusiasm. Wen Ciyi briefly contemplated 3 characters in her mind, yet could not grasp their meaning. Embracing her nature of seeking clarity through inquiry, she asked, what are they? Guzhe succinctly elucidated that the 3 characters were Spring, Reside, and Courtyard. He then uttered a statement that stirred a complex array of emotions within Wen Ciyi. It's the name of the orphanage. The place where I have lived since childhood, only moving out after entering university. Wen Ciyi's gaze flickered with hesitation as she responded. You lost your parents when you were very young? Guzhe smiled faintly. Yet that smile struck a poignant chord in Wen Ciyi's heart. A kind uncle from the neighborhood took me to the orphanage. After a moment of silence, Wen Ciyi spoke first. I'm sorry. It's all right, Wen Jia. It's all in the past, Guzhe reassured her as he turned the steering wheel, guiding the car into a narrower street. After a brief drive, they halted before a quaint structure adorned with a green wall and red tiles. As soon as Wen Ciyi stepped out of the vehicle, a heavy door swung open from within, revealing a woman of considerable age. With polite acknowledgement, Wen Ciyi nodded and greeted. Hello. You are? The elderly woman inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. Before she could finish her sentence, her expression brightened as Guzhe approached with a warm smile, wrapping his arms around her. Ma, did you miss me? The elderly woman, visibly elated, exclaimed, Ah. It's little Zhe. Oh, I've missed you so much. Wen Ciyi watched the embrace with a sense of bewilderment, and soon after, Guzhe introduced her. Ma, this is my superior, who turned to Wen Ciyi and introduced her. This is the director of the Spring residence. Wen Ciyi extended her hand to shake with the esteemed elder, saying, Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. She retrieved a few items purchased during her journey from her backpack, feeling somewhat bashful as she remarked, I wasn't sure what to buy. So I just picked a few things at random. The director, beaming with joy, responded, You are the first female friend that Xiaoza has brought along. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for him mentioning you were his superior, I would have thought he had a girlfriend. The director's warm hospitality made Wen Ciyi feel a tad embarrassed, prompting her to glance towards Guzhe, who caught her pleading look and stepped in to diffuse the situation, saying, All right, Grandma, let's head inside to chat. But I must clarify first that my superior already has a boyfriend, so please be mindful during your conversation. Unsure of how to respond, Wen Ciyi merely smiled to ease the atmosphere. As they walked, a number of small children rushed over, all calling out in unison, Brother Ace. Noticing that the oldest among them was no more than 7 or 8 years old, a wave of unfamiliar emotions washed over Wen Ciyi. Guzhe introduced her to the children, who then obediently approached her, calling her Sister One. She gently patted a few of their heads, crouching down to retrieve a handful of candies from her pocket, which had been given to her by Su Simeon before she left. A particularly bold child inquired loudly, Sister One, are you Brother A's girlfriend? Wen Ciyi shook her head and replied, No, I'm not. I already have a boyfriend. The child let out a lamenting sigh and then said, My Brother A's is very nice. If you ever break up, remember to find Brother A's to be your boyfriend. Wen Ciyi's face flushed with embarrassment, suggesting that she wanted to make as a backup option. Guzhe affectionately ruffled the child's hair and assured, Don't worry. Sister Wen and her boyfriend have a wonderful relationship. Perhaps in the future, they might even send you wedding candies. The child's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Indeed. Guzhe replied with a firm nod. As for Su Simeon, he had not brought his phone into the expanse of lavender flowers. Accompanied by a group, he busily arranged various items, from large branches by the roadside to minuscule trinkets, meticulously placing each one. On a sweltering weekend, drenched in sweat from moving things about, he noticed Su Simeon had paused in his task and inquired, Su Gu, what's wrong? Do you think she will like it? Su Simeon's gaze was fixed on the sunset, where lazy clouds drifted across the sky, bathed in the gentle glow of twilight, resembling a delicate veil. The lavender swayed in the breeze, bustling with life. Of course. He heard the weekend's companion confidently declare, Su Gu, you've prepared for so long just to make your senior happy, right? Su Simeon responded vaguely, for he had started this plan long before encountering Wen Ciyi, even personally sowing the tiny lavender seeds. Despite the numerous challenges throughout this lengthy endeavor, he ultimately succeeded in cultivating his vision. The weekend's task of moving was already a Herculean endeavor, and now, gazing at the plethora of belongings on the left. He felt tears welling up. However, Su Simeon cast a casual glance at Zhou Mo and remarked, "After we're done, I'll treat you all to grilled fish tonight." She put away her phone, picked up her coat from the side, and, without acknowledging Zhou Mo, made her way outside, stating, "I have something to attend to." She dialed a number. On the other side of the mountain, a myriad of colorful flowers bloomed, swaying gently in the breeze that swept through the sparse clusters. The myriad blooms unfurled and danced, resembling undulating waves of the sea, transcending the deep ravines. A patch of emerald leaves stood at an angle, lush and vibrant like exquisite Su embroidery, while the warm pool shimmered under the light, and a brook babbled softly as it flowed. Wen Ciyi politely declined, saying, "No. Director, we have a meeting to attend shortly." Guze, listening to Wen Ciyi's fabrications, chose not to expose her deception and, in a show of support, added, "Yes. Director, we have some matters to attend to." The director, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of regret but did not insist, responding, "Very well then." A group of children, noticing the two preparing to leave, hurriedly gathered around, their eyes filled with anticipation as they asked Wen Ciyi, "Sister Wen, will you come again next time? Will you? You will come, right? We will miss you, sister." Wen Ciyi smiled, bending down with her hand resting on her knee, and reassured them, "I will come back, and I will visit you then, so don't worry." She reached into her pocket, retrieving the remaining candies, and handed them to the children, saying, "I couldn't bring more today, but I will surely have plenty next time." Her tone was soft, reminiscent of the delicate beauty of the Jiangnan region. Once they entered the car, Guze inquired, "Sister Wen, are you from the south?" "Indeed," Wen Ciyi replied. "Do I not seem like it?" Guze glanced at her and replied honestly, "A bit. I only recognized it from your tone just now." "What about you?" Wen Ciyi asked. Guze shook his head, stating, "I am from the north." "I see." Wen Ciyi responded, and suddenly they found themselves at a loss for words. Just as Guze contemplated speaking, he caught sight of Wen Ciyi's pallid complexion and sensed something was amiss. "Sister Wen, are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital?" Guze did not conceal his concern. Wen Ciyi let out a cold laugh. "I do not need that." Guze, however, disregarded her words. Frustrated, Wen Ciyi felt powerless to seize the steering wheel. She could only maintain a stoic expression as Guze drove towards the hospital. Unbeknownst to them, heavy rain began to pour outside, a relentless downpour that pounded against the glass windows, cloaking the entire city in a veil of mist. Wen Ciyi's face turned near ashen. Her stomach twisted in agony, the pain surging like a tidal wave, intensifying in that moment. Guze retrieved a black umbrella from within the car, stepped out, and opened the door for Wen Ciyi, offering his hand to his sister. The rain fell incessantly, the droplets softly cascading onto the ground, splattering against the surface of the umbrella, sliding down the ribs, and pooling at the base, merging quietly with the flowing water. The fingers gripping the umbrella turned pale from the strain, as Su Simeon stood a short distance away, expressionless, coldly observing the unfolding scene. The helicopter had arrived in less than an hour, yet upon receiving the news to rush over, he was met with this spectacle. Guze intended to reach out to support Wen Ciyi, but she recoiled slightly, a sharp pain in her stomach causing her to stumble toward him. However, this inadvertent movement, witnessed by Su Simeon, appeared to him as if Wen Ciyi was deliberately attempting to embrace the young man. Su Simeon strode forward, and just as the boy's hand was about to grasp Wen Ciyi's wrist, he swiftly yanked her toward himself, catching her off guard as she collided into a rigid embrace. Then, Su Simeon's voice, as chilling as a mountain spring, resonated in her ear, "Get lost." Chapter 61. Do you wish to break up with me? Wen Ciyi felt as if her entire being had frozen. As she stepped into the water, droplets splashed onto Su Simeon's trousers. She quickly grasped his arm, saying, "Junior, I don't wish to talk to you right now." Su Simeon responded icily, his gaze imbued with frost, curtly stating, "Leave Wen Ciyi to me. There's no need for your assistance." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Simeon firmly interrupted him. "What did you call her?" Guze, looking innocent, replied, "Sister Wen." The title was identical to that of the person in the hotel room with Wen Ciyi that morning. Su Simeon narrowed his eyes, lifting Wen Ciyi and striding towards the hospital. Wen Ciyi clutched Su Simeon's collar tightly, saying, "Junior, I don't wish to hear it. After all, this isn't the first time you've deceived me, Senior." Su Simeon's voice was frigid, his jaw appearing as sharp as a blade. Wen Ciyi was momentarily taken aback. Attempting to explain once more, "It's not as you think." Not as I think. I can hardly contain my emotions right now," Su Simeon thought. Images of Wen Ciyi sweet-talking him flashed through his mind, only to be replaced by memories of her smiling joyously at another man. A wicked woman deserves to be locked away at home. Dark, sordid thoughts surged within him, yet he maintained an unfeeling exterior, his words devoid of emotion. Like a cold machine, Senior has quite the number of younger brothers. There's me, Wen Nan, and now there's. Su Simeon was at a loss for how to refer to Guzay, so he coldly remarked, "You could form a whole mahjong group. I suppose Senior can lead a splendid life even in my absence." His words were abrupt and merciless. Wen Ciyi frowned, struggling to break free. Her complexion was pale, and she trembled slightly, yet she continued to explain, "You truly misunderstand. The reason I didn't wish to tell you is that I feared you would." Before she could finish, Su Simeon interrupted, "Fear that I would feel jealous? Fear that I would react in some way? Senior sister, when you engage in conversation with him, I doubt you have ever contemplated this. I granted you an opportunity," Su Simeon remarked coldly, standing with his back to the radiant light spilling from the hospital roof. His profile sharp and defined, his fingers clenched into a fist within his pocket. "I inquired twice, and you insisted it was just you." Su Simeon let out a sardonic laugh, the sound laced with a subtle mockery that sent a chill through Wen Ciyi's heart. She blinked, yearning to grasp Su Simeon's hand, but he mercilessly shook her off, leaving her hand momentarily frozen in the air before it descended in dismay. "Junior, regardless of whether you believe it," Wen Ciyi suddenly spoke up, "I do not wish to burden you with worry. That is the primary reason for my concealment." They had seemed quite harmonious not long ago, and she did not wish to disrupt that. Yet, her words struck Su Simeon like a bombshell. The intensity in his eyes barely contained as his emotions surged, struggling to be subdued. "Repeat that once more," realizing that Su Simeon might have misunderstood. Wen Ciyi contemplated an explanation. "What I mean is, so in the end, is it still my fault?" Su Simeon questioned. "What is the crux of your concern?" Wen Ciyi licked her dry lips and replied, "No. Could you please allow me to finish my thoughts? So, do we always circle back to the fact that the senior sister perpetually speaks on my behalf, claiming to act in my best interest?" Su Simeon leaned against the wall, devoid of emotion. Wen Ciyi pondered briefly before decisively stating, "If you choose to think that way, it is not entirely incorrect. So what comes next? Are you going to persuade me under the guise of goodwill?" Su Simeon lowered his gaze, his lips forming a straight line as he spoke each word deliberately. "Going abroad?" Wen Ciyi, reminded of the opportunity to study overseas, quickly denied it. "I am not." "You are not," Su Simeon mused, seemingly lost in thought, emitting a few inexplicable chuckles from his throat. "Senior, has anyone ever told you?" Wen Ciyi instinctively sensed that his words would not be kind. "What? You are quite easily led by others." Observing her frown, Su Simeon bluntly continued, "Previously, my mentor swayed me to consider studying abroad, and now he is laughing and chatting with other boys under the pretense of not wanting me to worry." Wen Ciyi felt her eyes inexplicably welling up with tears as he spoke, and as he tilted his head, he scoffed, "How have you changed so much?" Wen Ciyi was taken aback by Su Simeon's use of profanity. A wave of stomach pain washed over her during their moment of silence. Struggling to maintain her composure, she pressed her fingertips into her palm, biting her lip to force herself to stay alert. "I have not changed, Junior." Her lips parted, yet she felt an inexplicable resistance to softening her stance. With her gaze directed towards the rain still falling outside, she asserted, "You should not be here. You ought to be at home studying." Su Simeon found this amusing. In such a moment, the woman before him was still preoccupied with what he deemed trivial academic concerns. He genuinely wished to pry open Wen Ciyi's mind to discover what thoughts resided within. No wonder the senior never experienced a secret crush during her student days. Su Simeon's lips moved slightly as he gradually straightened his back, his gaze flickering as he remarked, "Because the senior simply does not comprehend such emotions." This statement was tantamount to sentencing Wen Ciyi to despair. She gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar Su Simeon, her thoughts drifting back to the other day when she had laughed and expressed her desire to experience a secret crush in her next life. Little did she anticipate that it would culminate in the scene before her today, with Su Simeon's barbed words echoing incessantly in her mind, playing on repeat. A chill surged within Wen Ciyi, and as she sniffled, a sharp pang in her stomach compelled her to bend over and crouch down. She recalled that she had also suffered from stomach pain when she was drinking earlier, during which time Su Simeon had accompanied her to the hospital. Yet now, she found herself utterly alone. Her eyes reddened, she remained crouched for a prolonged moment, while Guzay, unable to quell his concern for his boss, came to check on her. He saw Wen Ciyi huddled on the ground, which involuntarily reminded him of his younger self. Without a second thought, Guzay rushed over to help her up. At that moment, Wen Ciyi was beginning to feel feverish. She was already sensitive to the cold and had argued with Su Simeon in the drafty corridor for a while, causing her legs to feel unsteady. Nevertheless, she did not overly lean on Guze and, after regaining some strength, gently pushed him away, saying, "I can manage on my own." Guze followed closely behind her, saying, "Then, Wen Jia. Please don't call me that," Wen Ciyi interjected, her tone unusually sharp. "Hearing that title makes me feel nauseous." "Then, Wen Zong?" Guze scratched his head awkwardly. Wen Ciyi nodded slightly, reflecting on Su Simeon's earlier demeanor, and with a hint of apology, she spoke up. "I'm sorry. But was it not Mr. Wen's boyfriend?" Guziki voiced what Wen Ciyi was about to say, grasping the warm cup of water he had handed her. Wen Ciyi forced a smile and replied, "Yes, he is quite attractive. Wouldn't you agree?" "He is indeed," Guziki responded, though his expression revealed a hint of conflict. "But he must be younger than Mr. Wen." Wen Ciyi, distracted, inquired, "What makes you say that?" "Ha ha ha," Guziki remarked, whether intentionally or not. "He seems a bit childish in his speech and actions." His choice of words caused Wen Ciyi to furrow her brow, and she instinctively defended. "That's because he cares deeply." Taken aback by her sharp tone, Guziki felt he had inadvertently touched a sensitive nerve with his superior and quickly amended his statement. "Ha ha, I suppose that's true as well." Wen Ciyi wearily nodded in agreement. Once Guziki departed, she found herself wide awake and, changing into slightly damp attire, she contemplated heading towards the door. Just as she pulled it open, her phone rang. It was a call from Hihua. Rubbing her temples, Wen Ciyi answered, "Hello? Wen Zong. There's a crisis at the company." Hihua's anxious voice came through. "Our project has been sabotaged, resulting in several critical gaps that we currently lack the resources to address." "Understood," Wen Ciyi acknowledged, and she could hear the sound of Hihua typing away. Noticing that Wen Ciyi was still not at the hotel at such an hour, he curiously asked, "Are you still out so late?" "No," Wen Ciyi replied solemnly. Unable to wait for the elevator, she hurried towards the green corridor on the other side. At that moment, the hospital was nearly deserted. Wen Ciyi spoke in haste. "Can the loophole be fixed? Where did the project go awry?" "We are still investigating," Hihua replied succinctly, "but it could very well be an inside job." Without hesitation, Wen Ciyi retorted, "This is not the time to discuss that." She glanced at the scenery outside, settled the fare with the driver, and said, "I've arrived at the hotel. Once I go up, I'll check." Her words fell abruptly as her steps halted. Su Simeon, still clad in that black coat, resembled a sharp, three-dimensional gust of wind. As Wen Ciyi ended the call, she intended to turn away without a glance, yet her wrist was seized by the person before her. Su Simeon's grip was firm, leaving a noticeable red mark on Wen Ciyi's wrist in no time. Memories flooded back of Su Simeon squatting on the ground, a scene hidden from view, and the recollection of Guze assisting her with the paperwork. Ultimately, the company faced turmoil. A profound sense of injustice surged within her, and she forcefully shook off Su Simeon's hand, exclaiming, "Did you not abandon me at the hospital and walk away? Why do you care now?" Wen Ciyi had never felt so disheveled in her life. Though Su Simeon's umbrella sheltered her, it felt as if she still stood in the rain. Su Simeon silently observed her for a moment before calmly stating, "I did not." Wen Ciyi rubbed her aching wrist, contemplating how to avoid Su Simeon once more. Yet, Su Simeon did not permit her escape. Just as she intended to reach for Wen Ciyi again, she forcefully pushed him against the wall, causing him to emit a muffled groan. As he contemplated speaking, Wen Ciyi had already strided towards the hotel elevator, and by the time he pursued her, the elevator doors had just closed. Even the typically icy Su Simeon could not suppress a string of expletives at that moment. Indeed, the project had encountered significant issues, and these complications were sufficient to instigate a seismic shift within her company. This project had been meticulously prepared by Wen Ciyi's firm for an extended period, and with construction set to commence imminently, this oversight could lead to its abrupt cessation, resulting in immeasurable financial losses. This was the first time Wen Ciyi had faced such formidable troubles. However, she remained unflustered. If it were merely an internal saboteur, such a grand scheme could not be executed. On the contrary, it was evident that there must be accomplices involved. Furthermore, these accomplices were undoubtedly her current competitors. Yet, Jize Huai's company had already begun winding down operations days prior. Who, then, was the individual with a discernible motive to undermine her enterprise? Wen Ciyi swiftly jotted down a brief list of names on a slip of paper, and ultimately, all the evidence pointed towards one individual, Lin, who had attended the CR Group gala alongside her and, due to professional obligations, had been compelled to exchange pleasantries. Even then, he had hinted at a desire to partake in the profits. At that time, however, Wen Ciyi had not taken his words to heart. Her attention having been focused on the unyielding Su Mian, she muttered a curse under her breath. They yearned for her downfall. To her astonishment, Wen Ciyi found herself laughing upon receiving the news. Hua, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "They won't easily bring you down. You must remain in this position." Wen Ciyi had not anticipated that a mere business trip could precipitate such a tumultuous shift in power. With a serious demeanor, she began typing fervently on her keyboard, logging on to the company's official website to issue an urgent public relations statement. Hua wholeheartedly agreed, but as Wen Ciyi finally found a moment to pack her belongings, she gazed into the empty room, lost in contemplation. She pondered the implications for herself and Su Mian. The worst-case scenario seemed to be her ousting from the presidency, alongside the company's acquisition. If fortune favored her, perhaps she would encounter a more benevolent client. Conversely, if luck turned against her, the first strike from the new client would likely target her, the former president. Clients often dread a counterpart with a strong sense of their domain, especially when that counterpart was once a widely recognized president. In such a competitive landscape, she feared being relegated to a mere figurehead, occupying the same position but devoid of actual power. And what of Su Mian? Her thoughts shifted to him, contemplating his fate should she falter. Would they remain together? To be blunt, if she lost everything, how could she dare pursue a relationship with Su Mian? After all, he remained the pride of Peking University, a beacon of brilliance. Wen Ciyi yearns for the vibrant self she once was in school, radiating brilliance, as well as the persona that gained renown in the business realm. She certainly does not wish to identify with the version of herself that has plummeted into despair, laden with inadequacies. This is not the Wen Ciyi she wishes to cherish. Rather, she ought to remain enamored with the illustrious Wen Ciyi. The version that has sunk into the mire does not deserve her profound affection. For the first time, Wen Ciyi contemplates such matters, reflecting on the uncertain future she shares with Su Mian. She realizes that there are too many unpredictable variables at play. Su Mian is in his junior year, still youthful, while she is 3 years a senior. If her company is acquired by his client, how long will it take for her to rise again? 2 years, 3 years, or perhaps 4? How could she possibly expect Su Mian to wait that long? In other words, while Su Mian harbors feelings for her, it is unjust to keep him in a state of perpetual longing. She must now allow Su Mian to cut his losses, enabling him to seek companionship with someone equally young and embarking on their own journey into society. An unfamiliar sense of anxiety burgeons within her at this moment, causing Wen Ciyi to breathe heavily, her heart filled with trepidation. As she pulls her suitcase and pushes open the door, her eyes catch a glimpse of a shadow in the corner, a silhouette pressed against the wall. Upon hearing the noise, the man slowly lifted his head. Wen Ciyi's heart skipped a beat, and Su Mian's eyes were tinged with red. He still wore that same overcoat, inexplicably unchanged. Step by step, Su Mian approached Wen Ciyi, the sharp angles of his form becoming strikingly clear at that moment. His voice, eerily calm, inquired, "Where are you going?" Su Mian's tone suddenly lost its warmth, replaced by an icy chill that pierced to the bone. Wen Ciyi, lacking confidence, looked up at him. The darkness in his gaze was frightening as he pulled Wen Ciyi into his embrace, lifting her with a rough urgency. The door clicked softly as it locked, and Su Mian pressed Wen Ciyi onto the bed, binding her wrist and speaking in a hushed tone. "Is it that I appear too amiable, allowing you not a shred of hesitation?" At that moment, Wen Ciyi found him utterly incomprehensible. With a serious expression, she replied, "Can you not speak sensibly?" "Sensibly?" Su Mian's icy gaze bore down as he restrained Wen Ciyi's wrist. "What reason does the senior wish to discuss? To break up with me?" He absent-mindedly traced the coolness of Wen Ciyi's chin with his finger before abruptly asking. Earlier, when alone, she did entertain such a thought. Yet upon meeting Su Mian's frosty eyes, she shook her head resolutely, declaring, "No, I have never had such an intention." Beneath his eyelids lay a profound weariness, and Wen Ciyi felt a pang of sympathy, gently rubbing his chin and responding ambiguously with a soft, "All right." The following day, when Su Mian awoke, the warmth of the bed had long dissipated, and the other presence had vanished without a trace. Unable to contain her frustration, she uttered a curse. Chapter 62. Repeat that again. Wen Ciyi had not slept long. After ensuring Su Mian was soundly asleep, she stealthily slipped out of bed, dragging her suitcase with practiced ease towards the elevator. She had considered that Su Mian would be upset upon discovering her absence, yet she could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. After dedicating countless years to her company, she could not allow it all to unravel in an instant. Once she hailed a taxi, she cast a fleeting glance back at the window of her room before turning her gaze towards the vehicle. She had booked the earliest flight. And after several hours of travel, she finally landed. The moment Wen Ciyi unlocked her phone, she was met with dozens of missed calls, those from Guze, Lingu, and Su Simeon among them. Taking a moment to compose herself, she was about to dial a number when the screen flickered twice, displaying a mere 30 seconds before the device would shut down automatically. She could not even manage to place a single call within that brief window. With a sigh, she tucked her phone into her pocket. She still possessed a small amount of cash, and her immediate priority was to reach the company. However, the crisis she faced was far graver than she had mentally prepared for. As she approached the company, mere meters away, she found the entrance swarmed with a throng of reporters, cameras perched on their shoulders, blinding flashes of light erupting incessantly. Security personnel shouted hoarsely, but their efforts were in vain. Who among them would not strive to capture the breaking news first? Upon entering through the main entrance, one would undoubtedly be intercepted. Wen Ciyi, not wishing to squander time, instructed the driver to halt and proceeded to ascend via the rear entrance from the underground parking lot. With a grave expression, Wen Ciyi entered the office domain, and the previously distressed employees, upon seeing their boss, rose as if they had encountered a savior, exclaiming, "President Wen." Wen Ciyi merely nodded in acknowledgement, temporarily stowing away the suitcase in the lounge before seeking out Hu. Meanwhile, Hu was overwhelmed with work. Upon Wen Ciyi's arrival, she handed over a substantial report detailing the plummeting economic losses while simultaneously gazing at the computer screen. President Wen, this is the total loss the company has incurred as of today. The line graph here continues to ascend, and the current situation is quite dire. Wen Ciyi scrutinized the vibrant data lines on the screen, noting that the company, once ranked first, was now steadily declining with an increasingly alarming momentum. After a cursory glance at the shocking figures, Wen Ciyi inquired, "What is the current status of the shareholders?" Hu sighed, rubbing her temples, and replied, "They are adamantly demanding a shareholders' meeting, which complicates matters for us. Let them proceed with it first," Wen Ciyi unexpectedly stated. Hu, puzzled, asked why. Wen Ciyi had perused the information at hand, and her most pessimistic expectation was merely that the company might be temporarily acquired. She had released several public relations statements and leveraged her connections to slightly ease the data fluctuations. Although the decline persisted, it seemed manageable for a few more days. Ciyi was so engrossed in her work that she completely neglected to charge her phone. When Hua entered with documents, she mentioned, "Su Simeon is waiting for you downstairs." Wen Ciyi, struggling to lift her head from the heavy files, furrowed her brow and replied dismissively, "Tell him to wait in the reception area. I'll come down shortly." Hua kindly reminded her, "You might want to hurry. Su Simeon has been waiting for quite some time." Quite some time. Wen Ciyi paused, her hand halting its motion through the papers as she inquired, "Didn't he just arrive?" Hua, looking astonished, responded, "It's been 5 hours. I've mentioned it to you several times. You didn't hear me? 5 hours." Wen Ciyi abruptly stood up, setting aside the materials as she strode towards the door. "Tell him to wait 10 minutes, and after that, you can summarize for me." Hua expressed her surprise. 10 minutes? Isn't that a bit too short? Should you spare some time for him? There is no time left. The clients have sent emails demanding compensation, and I barely managed to carve out 10 minutes. Ciyi's words hung in the air as she pushed open the reception door, only to meet Su Simeon's inscrutable gaze. She quickly closed the door behind her and said, "I apologize, Junior, but I am quite busy at the moment." Su Simeon noticed that she had not changed her clothes, presumably coming directly to the company after disembarking from the plane. He inquired, "Have you eaten?" Wen Ciyi, only now realizing her surroundings, glanced outside to see the encroaching twilight, the moon absent from the sky. It dawned on her that it was already evening. Recognizing her somewhat flustered demeanor, Su Simeon inferred she had not dined yet. He chose to momentarily refrain from mentioning that Wen Ciyi had come here alone, taking her by the wrist to lead her to dinner. "Come, senior. Let us have dinner first." This statement caused Wen Ciyi's heart to flutter. She contemplated evading the topic, not wishing to disclose her company's matters to Su Simeon just yet. Fortunately, the reception area was adjacent to her office, typically frequented only by Hua and a few significant clients. Thus, Su Simeon might still be unaware. She forced a smile, pretending not to comprehend his words. "Of course, Junior, why would you think otherwise?" Su Simeon remained silent, his gaze profound. Wen Ciyi's fingertips curled slightly, and just as she intended to continue speaking, She noticed Su Simeon's Adam's apple gently bob. Then he said, "All right, I will cook at home and wait for you, Senior. Remember to finish work on time. I will be waiting." His words carried a certain weight, yet Wen Ciyi did not delve deeper, merely managing a slight smile as she replied, "I will." After Su Simeon departed, Wen Ciyi felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. She sighed, remaining motionless for a long while. "You should have told him." In the tranquil atmosphere, the abrupt sound of He Hua's voice pierced through. "After all, what you need most right now is encouragement and companionship, is it not?" Wen Ciyi heard He Hua say. Wen Ciyi shook her head, her eyes reflecting emotions that He Hua could not comprehend, and she softly replied, "No. Su Simeon should prefer the Wen Ciyi who is always calm and composed, effortlessly navigating life, rather than the one she is now." She had considered confiding in Su Simeon, yet fear held her back. She was apprehensive, concerned about all the uncertainties that lay ahead. "There's no need for such thoughts. Suppose you two ultimately part ways, you should not end things while he remains oblivious. That would be quite unfair to him," He Hua continued, noticing Wen Ciyi lost in thought. However, He Hua was unaware that Wen Ciyi was pondering over Su Simeon's 11 years of unrequited love, and the true source of her concern remained unspoken. Wen Ciyi did not absorb He Hua's words, leading to an unresolved stalemate. As she observed the multitude of individuals striving in their respective roles, an idea struck her. She ventured to the finance department and inquired with the supervisor, "Has anyone resigned recently?" This supervisor was a recent replacement for He Hua, known for his steady and honest demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Yes, there has been one resignation." Wen Ciyi pressed, "What was the reason?" The supervisor moved to the back of the desk, retrieved a document, and handed it to Wen Ciyi, saying, "I heard he no longer wished to endure the 9-to-5 grind. He plans to travel extensively after receiving his final paycheck. Who knows how much unscrupulous money is mixed into his salary." Wen Ciyi turned to the name section, pondering a particular individual since her arrival. This person, typically silent in their daily work, never participated in company events, clocked out precisely on time, yet still managed to interact with her and He Hua. Upon seeing the familiar two characters, Wen Ciyi solidified her thoughts. He was merely 2 years out of graduation, while he had been offered an olive branch by the company immediately upon completing his studies. His qualifications and abilities were impeccable, and even the interview had been conducted by Wen Ciyi herself. He was an assistant to a deputy under He Hua, who rarely required assistance, thus granting him an office space and a few tasks, which indeed rendered him excessively idle. Wen Ciyi had long contemplated transferring him to human resources to prevent further idleness, but her schedule had never allowed for it. However, it was unexpected that this individual would choose to resign at such a critical moment. Citing a desire for leisure as his reason, Wen Ciyi coldly scrutinized his name. She took the documents into the office, not once glancing at her phone. She discovered his current address, intending to arrange a meeting, but this notion was swiftly dismissed by He Hua. He Hua indicated that as the current CEO, it was unseemly to expose oneself for the sake of a departed employee, especially at such a pivotal time. Wen Ciyi, rarely in disagreement with He Hua, retorted, "Then who do you suggest I send?" Wen Ciyi furrowed her brow, pacing in her office as she spoke. "However, what I can assert with certainty is that the shareholders of the Lin family wish to see my downfall. If we can extract secrets concerning the Lin family from him, we may still have a chance." He Hua countered, "What do you intend to use for this extraction? Money or threats?" Wen Ciyi replied, "Why would you think that? Since he chose to resign at this moment, there must be a lucrative escape route for him. If we recklessly approach him, it could provide the media with an opportunity. When the shareholders' meeting convenes, you could be in serious trouble." He Hua expressed her thoughts, prioritizing Wen Ciyi's well-being. Indeed, He Hua acknowledged, "Be cautious on your way." While driving, Wen Ciyi nearly ran a red light. She glanced at the illuminated screen in her car. It was nearly 1 a.m. After hastily parking, she took the elevator to the designated floor. Once she arrived, she proceeded directly to Su Simeon's residence. Before she could knock, the door swung open from within. Upon seeing Su Simeon, her immediate instinct was to embrace him and apologize, saying, "Junior, I'm so sorry for being late." Su Simeon remained silent, allowing her to hold him as he gently patted her back, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Senior, is something wrong at the company?" he inquired. Wen Ciyi quickly denied. "No, it's just that there are some issues with overseas logistics, and the public relations team is handling it." He pulled Wen Ciyi into the room, gesturing for her to lift her gaze towards the clock, saying, "But senior, it is already past midnight. Is there truly nothing amiss at the company?" At that moment, Wen Ciyi felt an overwhelming urge to speak her mind. She wanted to confess that something had gone wrong, that it could leave her with nothing, that it might take her an eternity to reach her current stature. However, she opened her lips, yet ultimately lacked the courage to voice these thoughts. Instead, she replied dryly, "There is truly nothing, Su Simeon. You must trust me." Su Simeon chuckled softly, stroking Wen Ciyi's wrist, yet his tone was unusually subdued as he responded, "Very well. Then I shall trust you, Senior." In truth, he too was ensnared by the same sentiment. He preferred to believe in Wen Ciyi's predicament, but he did not wish to know the truth. Yes, she meant well for him, but he was aware of the inherent greed that resides within all humans. His desires were vast, yearning for the entirety of Wen Ciyi's world, leading him to scheme for years, so long that many seasons had passed. Yet, even now, he could not claim to have fulfilled his wishes, waiting for Wen Ciyi's meals to heat countless times, receiving her weekend calls inquiring about visiting the Sea of Flowers. Yet, his greed was also modest. He sought only Wen Ciyi for himself. Wen Ciyi sensed that Su Simeon seemed to genuinely believe her, and the pressures from the company and herself left her with little energy to contemplate his so-called trust. During dinner, Wen Ciyi lowered her gaze. Both individuals lost in their own thoughts, yet outwardly maintaining an air of nonchalance. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Ciyi finally asked in a subdued tone, "Junior, if..." She noticed the profound tranquility in Su Simeon's eyes, resembling still waters devoid of emotion, which pricked her heart. "Nevertheless," she continued, if we were to part ways, would you?" Su Simeon replied with an unperturbed expression, "Please repeat what you just said." Wen Ciyi was taken aback. "What? Your previous statement. Please say it again." Su Simeon tossed his phone onto the table with a loud thud, his jaw tense, the contours of his profile sharp, revealing his displeasure. Wen Ciyi bit her lip and said, "I meant to say, if we were to break up." "So, did Senior just engage in a lengthy conversation of utter futility with me, implying she wishes to end our relationship?" Su Simeon stated flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Wen Ciyi set down her chopsticks, contemplating how to express herself in a manner that might ease the situation. I do not agree." Wen Ciyi's eyes widened slightly, while Su Simeon's voice bore a warning, yet his tone trembled with undeniable intensity. "Regardless of whatever else, whether you are angry with me, ignore me, or leave me in solitude for hours, I will not consent to the notion of breaking up." Wen Ciyi lowered her gaze slightly and said, "This matter is actually... Senior, please refrain from speaking any further. Let us finish our meal, take a shower, and then retire for the night." Su Simeon interjected firmly, "I have lavender essential oil here. Be a good girl and heed my words. Just now, I could pretend as if nothing had transpired. Or would you prefer that I calculate the emotional debt incurred by your abrupt departure yesterday, leaving me alone?" Su Simeon propped her chin on her hand, locking eyes with Wen Ciyi, whose gaze now shimmered with a palpable sense of panic. Wen Ciyi futilely attempted to articulate her thoughts, yet sensed that this was not an opportune moment for discourse. Unless absolutely necessary, she was reluctant to utter those two hurtful words to Su Simeon. In the corner by the wall, the sunflowers had also lost their usual cheerfulness, accumulating a layer of dust that seemed to exude a sense of deflation. Appearing slightly diminished in size than before, Wen Ciyi, who had risen before dawn to head to the office, found that despite her prolonged efforts, she could not stem the tide of her spiraling thoughts. Calls from domestic clients kept flooding in, one after another, and the shareholders' meeting loomed in the afternoon. This left Wen Ciyi feeling increasingly overwhelmed. She glanced at the time, feeling an inexplicable desire to see Su Simeon. A flicker of hope lingered in her heart, as she mused about the possibility that Su Simeon might not dwell on her as much as she feared. In her 20-plus years of life, she realized that she had never truly summoned the courage to act for the sake of two people, aside from the considerable energy she devoted to her company. Meanwhile, in a place unknown to her, was Su Simeon also, time and again, contemplating her and striving to draw closer to her? He had prepared for so long, enduring solitary nights, all for the moment to stand before her. So why could she not muster the courage just this once? Although time had come a bit late, perhaps she felt she was not worthy of such thoughts. Stepping out of the office, she saw Hihua intently scribbling something down, and for a moment, she was unsure whether to speak. Hihua, sensing her hesitation, looked up and asked, "Are you heading to Peking University?" At that instant, Wen Ciyi felt a pang of inadequacy as a president. Nonetheless, she reassured herself, "No, I merely stepped out to take a look." Yet, at that moment, Hihua suddenly called out to her, "Just this once, go and say something. Otherwise, it may turn into a regret." Wen Ciyi paused, contemplating. It's nothing. How often do you get to visit Peking University to meet someone? Hua smiled encouragingly, jesting, perhaps you will get your wish. Wen Ciyi realized she had never desired to see Su Simeon more than she did at that moment. She hurriedly parked her car and rushed towards the university. She knew where Su Simeon was now. After running for a while, she turned a familiar corner and finally spotted Su Simeon. Just as she was about to greet her with a smile, she froze in silence. Beside Su Simeon stood a charming young woman, cradling books and walking alongside her. This girl was unfamiliar to Wen Ciyi and was not the previous Yi Jiwan. The young woman was quite adorable, resembling a kitten. With her hair tied in twin ponytails and dressed in a simple white cotton dress, appearing slightly younger than Su Simeon, perhaps a freshman, Wen Ciyi paused, contemplating the possibility that it could be her classmates. Just as she was about to proceed, she noticed two individuals seemingly engrossed in a delightful conversation. Su Simeon's eyes sparkled with mirth, her laughter radiating a joy that Wen Ciyi had not witnessed in quite some time. Her heart felt as if it had been brutally pierced, and her immediate reaction was one of relief that she had not indulged in unrealistic fantasies of seeking out Su Simeon. She numbly scrutinized her own appearance. Clad in a black suit with a mature makeup look, she felt a stark contrast to the youthful aura of the female student nearby, which surged painfully through her mind. A wave of self-loathing washed over her. This was Peking University, a place teeming with university students. And here she was at the age of 25, a graduate navigating this realm. The disparity between her and these students was glaringly apparent, just as it was with Su Simeon. After all, Su Simeon was merely a junior, soon to step into the professional world, poised to face the trials ahead before finding her footing. In contrast, when Ciyi found herself in a precarious position, her company's acquisition was merely a matter of time, with Lin's corporation keenly eyeing this asset, as were the shareholders. Ultimately, Wen Ciyi cast one last glance in their direction before stepping back a few paces. The glaring sunlight made her eyes ache, prompting her to turn and walk away. Chapter 63. What do you think I am, senior? Su Simeon glanced down at her younger cousin, intending to continue speaking, but suddenly halted, casting a sidelong glance at a figure not far behind the corner, as if something noteworthy was standing there. The girl followed his gaze and inquired, Brother, what are you looking at? Su Simeon furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze deepening. After standing in silence for a moment, he finally spoke. It's nothing. I will discuss it when I have the time. The girl, noticing his distracted demeanor, inquired, Brother, what is troubling you? Her curiosity piqued. She recalled a rumor that had been circulating wildly at Peking University over the past few days. You aren't really in love, are you? At that moment, Su Simeon had no appetite for a meal. He exchanged a brief greeting with his mentor over the phone before driving towards the weekend destination. However, upon arrival, he encountered some trouble. A shipment was delayed and would not arrive on time, causing a discrepancy with Su Simeon's expected schedule. As he stepped out of the car, he noticed Zhou Mo with a distressed expression. After reviewing the order, he remarked, if no one can deliver from that side, I will go and pick it up myself. Su Simeon calculated the time. It was the peak season for lavender blooms, and if he waited a few more days, the floral spectacle would lose its brilliance. His mind was preoccupied, fixated on the notion that if time slipped away, all his meticulous preparations would have to be redone. Meanwhile, at the office, Hua was grappling with resignation letters, feeling that something was amiss with Wen Ciyi. Furrowing her brow, she asked, Have you seen Su Simeon? Wen Ciyi, her hand trembling as she pushed open the office door, averted her gaze and replied, Yes. Hua set down the documents in her hand and urged, Have you explained your situation to him? Uncharacteristically, Wen Ciyi remained silent, and Hua, unaware of the sinking feeling within her, continued, I truly believe he won't blame you. In fact, he might even help you. It no longer matters. Wen Ciyi's voice emerged, abrupt and disconcerting. Hua furrowed her brow and inquired, What is unimportant? Wen Ciyi replied, The pressing concern is not my relationship with him, but rather how I can ensure that the company does not fall into the hands of the Lin family. That is my immediate priority. Her tone was chillingly composed. Hua hesitated. You. Wen Ciyi gestured dismissively, Bring me all the unprocessed materials. Wen Ciyi toiled until the midnight hour, while Hua succumbed to fatigue and retired for the night. Yet, she remained fixated on the computer screen, contemplating the company's backup data statistics and emergency funds. Wen Ciyi pondered the possibility of reallocating a portion of those funds to aid the company, which might buy her some time to secure a suitable successor. The aging shareholders were exploiting the ignorance of the journalists to propagate claims of Wen Ciyi's inefficacy, although they had yet to articulate them overtly. Nevertheless, she recognized that this meeting was merely the beginning. If she failed to identify a beneficial successor for the company in the shortest possible time, such scenarios would recur as the deadline approached. The dilemma was that she did not know where to find a successor. The company's current losses represented a significant vulnerability, and her reserve funds would only sustain her for a brief period. In such precarious times, who would dare to wade through this quagmire? For 2 consecutive days, Wen Ciyi worked tirelessly, during which she encountered Su Simeon only twice. Surprisingly, he too was exceedingly occupied, merely stating that he would wait for her. Wen Ciyi now found herself at a loss on how to confront him. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, following an urgent meeting, she received a call from someone she had not been in touch with for quite some time. It was Jizuhui. During the call, he proposed a meeting under the guise of a representative of CR Group. Wen Ciyi initially intended to politely decline over the phone, yet Jizuhui's words rendered her motionless. He stated, "I refuse to believe that the formidable and renowned female CEO, known for her decisiveness in the business realm, would make a decision that could only be described as foolish at this juncture." Wen Ciyi lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering delicately, and ultimately agreed to meet at 2 o'clock that afternoon in the CAF where they had previously encountered each other. Jizuhui did not engage in unnecessary pleasantries. Without further ado, he extracted his laptop, opened it, and presented a document that displayed a proposed acquisition plan for her company. CR intended to acquire her company, yet the terms they offered were decidedly unfavorable. After reviewing the draft contract, Wen Ciyi posed the first question of their meeting: "Is this your personal initiative, or is it a unanimous decision from the company?" Although CR sought to acquire her company, the conditions were strikingly disadvantageous, with a 50-50 profit split. Typically, a company being acquired would not be entitled to such a significant share of dividends, to the point of being deemed unqualified. This seemingly absurd proposition did not appear to reflect the consensus of a corporate hierarchy comprising tens of thousands of employees, especially given that CR was a rapidly ascending wild horse in the industry. The contract, upon scrutiny, seemed utterly illogical. Jizuhui gently stirred his steaming coffee, meeting the rising mist and the gaze of Wen Ciyi. "If I were to claim that this is merely my personal ambition, would you still be inclined to accept this contract, assigning it to CR?" he inquired. Wen Ciyi arched an eyebrow and succinctly replied, "Impossible." Jizuhui, seemingly donning a different fade, feigned regret and shrugged, retracting his earlier statement. "While I wish to assert that it is indeed my selfish desire, Mr. Wen, I must emphasize that I am, first and foremost, a businessman. This contract, it is likely, has been drafted only after receiving the consensus of everyone within the company." Noticing Wen Ciyi's downcast eyes and still demeanor, he pushed the laptop towards her and continued, "Even so, would you still be unwilling to sign?" Wen Ciyi raised her hand to close the laptop, returning it to Jizuhui, and fixed her gaze on him, stating, "After knowing me for so many years, are you still unaware of my character?" Indeed, Jizuhui paused in his stirring, a soft laugh escaping his lips. He did not conceal the thoughts in his eyes as he remarked, "Decisive and efficient. These are your virtues. But now, Mr. Wen, I wonder if you have heard the saying, when under a roof, one must bow their head." Jizuhui smirked, his gaze piercing as he advised, "Mr. Wen, do not let your current strengths transform into burdensome weaknesses in the future." Wen Ciyi rose from her seat, pushing the chair beneath the table, her untouched coffee remaining cold. She nodded slightly and inquired, "May I ask, General Manager Ji, if I have not bowed my head, from whence comes the eaves?" Jizuhui, somewhat vexed by Wen Ciyi's obstinate demeanor, retorted, "But if General Manager Wen is merely a step away from the eaves, does that not imply a proximity?" Wen Ciyi nodded firmly, declaring, "Even if I am but a step away, I shall not allow the company to fall into CR's hands." Jizuhui unflinchingly pointed out the potential outcome: is the final result not becoming a mere appendage of the Lin family? With her expression unwavering and her jaw set tight, Wen Ciyi replied, "I will not permit such an eventuality." Desiring not to squander further words with Jizuhui, she seized her coat and prepared to exit the CF. However, upon raising her gaze, she noticed a sleek, unfamiliar black car parked outside. Initially, she thought little of it, but her curiosity compelled her to glance over again. The driver's side door swung open, and a figure hurriedly emerged, striding into the CAF. Meanwhile, the back window of the car slowly descended, seemingly for ventilation. Upon recognizing the occupant within, Wen Ciyi's hand, clutching her coat, froze. Her memory was sharp, and she recalled the girl with dual ponytails who had been beside Su Simeon during her recent visit. Wen Ciyi cast a fleeting glance at the car's model and license plate, her heart sinking. Such a vehicle was not typically owned by the average person, as its owner was likely to be either affluent or of noble lineage. Just as she was lost in thought, Jizuhui approached from behind, exclaiming, "Ah, I see who it is, none other than Chinku." His gaze and Wen Ciyi's were directed at the same object. Wen Ciyi cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired, "Do you know her?" "Not exactly," Jizuhui replied as he pushed open the CAF door, slightly lifting his chin to signal Wen Ciyi to proceed first. He continued, "I visited her home with my parents some time ago. She holds a significant position in the business world." Wen Ciyi furrowed her brow and remarked, "Why have I never heard of her before?" "It's understandable," Jizuhui said, his unexpected verbosity today surprising her. As they walked towards the community parking lot, he added, "At that time, you were abroad and hadn't encountered her. Moreover, Chinka's family has predominantly developed their endeavors overseas, including your." The more Wen Ciyi contemplated, the heavier the questions in her heart became, prompting her to exclaim, "What? You?" Jizuhui's words trailed off, leaving her frowning. "Could you please express your thoughts in one go?" "I would like to, indeed," Jizuhui replied, feigning innocence as he shrugged. He gestured for Wen Ciyi to look ahead and said, "However, your little boyfriend seems to harbor a strong dislike for me." Wen Ciyi's heart skipped a beat as her gaze fell upon Su Simeon, who was crossing her arms and looking in their direction. Moments ago, a light rain had fallen, leaving a portion of Su Simeon's attire damp. With a quick farewell, Wen Ciyi hurried over. After receiving Su Simeon's unfriendly glare, Jizuhui, recognizing the cue, refrained from lingering any longer. He turned to pull open the door to his car, but couldn't help stealing a glance at Wen Ciyi. He watched as she smiled and embraced Su Simeon, then gently brushed her fingers across her brow and eyes. A bitter wave surged within Jizuhui, prompting him to smile briefly before decisively closing the car door. Su Simeon observed Wen Ciyi's apologetic grin, her eyes clouded with unspoken emotions as she inquired, "Senior, how did you end up with him?" However, Wen Ciyi suddenly recalled Su Simeon's fortuitous presence here, as well as the girl she had encountered earlier in the CF. A fleeting sense of unease gripped her heart. She feigned nonchalance and replied, "We had some business to discuss, so we chatted at the CAF. I am waiting for you, Senior," Su Simeon stated, his gaze unwavering as if he aimed to peer into Wen Ciyi's soul. "I am waiting for you to accompany me." Yet, Wen Ciyi unexpectedly countered, "Such matters can be handled alone." "Why?" Su Simeon pressed. "Because many things can be managed solo, like applying medicine," Wen Ciyi remarked as she exited the elevator upon reaching her floor. "You need not squander your precious time waiting for me when you could tend to your needs." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Simeon seized her wrist from behind, pressing her firmly against the wall before she had the chance to react. Her hands were raised above her head with such force that it felt as though he intended to crush her wrist. In a panic, Wen Ciyi exclaimed, "Su Simeon, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Su Simeon let out a low laugh, leaning closer to Wen Ciyi's delicate ear, his sharp teeth grazing the tender flesh. Wen Ciyi felt an unsettling strangeness emanating from him as he bound her wrist, rendering her unable to escape. With a voice laced with soothing tones, she pleaded, "Could you please let me go? It hurts." He gently nipped at the soft flesh, responding, "What do you take me for? A pet that comes and goes at your beck and call." In a fit of urgency, Wen Ciyi nuzzled against his chin, "I don't think that. Please just let me go, my dear." Su Simeon gazed deeply into her eyes, gradually loosening his grip. Yet he found himself unable to utter harsh words to her. He could not resist drawing closer, yearning for her gaze to rest upon him. Wen Ciyi rubbed her reddened wrist, but before she could speak, Su Simeon lifted her chin, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss, forcing her against the wall, compelling her to endure this punitive embrace. His hand rested on her waist until she felt breathless, and only then did he release her. His lips glistened, revealing the unrestrained possessiveness in his eyes. He whispered softly in her ear, like a wounded creature, "Just this once, don't leave me all alone." She did not offer him even a deceitful promise, so how could she expect Su Simeon to cherish the memories? There was not even a semblance of a commitment between them. Despite the overwhelming chaos surrounding Wen Ciyi, the company continued to grapple with significant collapse issues, leaving only a handful of loyal customers who had not yet surrendered. It seemed as though the passage of day into night was but a fleeting moment. Although the headquarters had not lost many personnel, the subsidiaries had submitted hundreds of resignation letters. As Wen Ciyi entered her office, clutching a stack of documents, sunlight bathed the tiled floor in warmth. She cast her gaze downward at the incongruous glow, reminiscent of a bygone era. Hihua remained seated at her assistant's desk, diligently compiling data. Wen Ciyi, lost in thought, uttered her name, Hihua. Hihua looked up, inquiring, "What is it?" "If it comes to the point where we can no longer endure," Wen Ciyi revealed her thoughts, "you should leave." Hihua asked, "Where could I go?" "Anywhere you wish, abroad, to another city. Your qualifications and capabilities are impeccable. You could even start your own business and be your own boss, sparing yourself from the ordeal here," Wen Ciyi asserted, clutching the cold documents with determination. Hihua regarded her with a look that implied, "Are you out of your mind?" and responded, "What will you do if I leave?" Wen Ciyi had not contemplated her own fate. Her thoughts drifted until she recalled something. "I haven't thought about it. Perhaps I would be alone. Oh, right, I need to step out for a moment." She intended to meet Su Si Mian at the address provided. She did not don a suit this time. Instead, she slowly changed into a simple attire reminiscent of her university days, a light yellow long dress paired with a short white jacket. She gazed at her somewhat emaciated reflection in the mirror, making a concerted effort to curve her lips upward in an attempt to conjure a smile. However, after much exertion, she realized that genuine joy eluded her. Thus, she ceased her attempts at smiling and instead opted to apply her makeup with solemnity. The address provided by Su Simeon was situated somewhat on the outskirts, and Wen Ciyi had not anticipated being outside the city. As she drove towards the destination indicated by the navigation system, an increasing sense of anxiety enveloped her, as if something awaited her arrival. Upon reaching an open expanse, Wen Ciyi had barely parked her car when she noticed Jojo, drenched in sweat, sprinting towards her. Coming to a halt before her, Jojo called out, "Senior." Wen Ciyi composed herself and, with a hint of intrigue, inquired, "What secrets are you keeping?" "That is not for disclosure," Jojo replied, winking at her with an air of mystery. Wen Ciyi's gaze wandered aimlessly, taking in the surrounding landscape, enveloped by layers of verdant mountains. Occasionally, a flock of wild geese would soar overhead, while the clouds parted to reveal traces of blue sky. The wind swept through the area, carrying with it the promise of adventure. Jojo led Wen Ciyi down a narrow path. Sensing her quietude, he playfully remarked, "Senior, doesn't this resemble a paradise?" A flicker of interest sparked in Wen Ciyi's eyes as she observed the undulating hills, the dense thickets of trees, and a refreshing patch of new greenery that caught her attention. Here and there, clusters of red clay walls intermingled with white, creating a harmonious arrangement. The mountains donned a vibrant green cloak, their peaks rising majestically, while the pines and cypresses swayed gently, reminiscent of ink diffusing on paper, pure and translucent. Indeed, it was a secluded utopia, a sanctuary from the tumult of the world, a place where one could escape the clamor of existence. As they walked, Jojo spoke with an air of anticipation, "Senior, wait here and don't blink." Wen Ciyi, lost in thought, did not know what to ponder. Listening to Yen, she merely forced a smile and replied, "All right, I shall look forward to it." During the weekend, he guided her through a maze of turns until they finally halted in front of a courtyard. The gate was unlocked, and as he gently pushed it open, Wen Ciyi was taken aback at the first sight. The yard was adorned with vibrant lavender, blooming vigorously in rich hues, while a narrow cobblestone path meandered through the center, leading to a quaint four-story villa at its end. As Wen Ciyi stepped into the garden, her emotions remained subdued, merely passing through the sea of lavender, her gaze momentarily flickering. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Weekend scratched his head and remarked, "Unfortunately, time is rather tight. Sugu has been quite anxious these past few days, insisting that if we do not hurry, we may miss something important. We are unsure of what we might be late for, yet we follow his lead." Wen Ciyi closed her eyes briefly and, with earnestness, scrutinized every corner of the courtyard before inquiring, "Where is Su Simeon?" "He is here." Weekend noticed her pallor and, with concern, asked, "Are you all right, Senior?" Just as he intended to step in front of her, he caught sight of her reddened eyes. Taken aback, he hurriedly added, "Senior, Sugu has been waiting for you upstairs for quite some time." Observing her pause, he seized the moment and quickly proposed, "Why don't you go up and see him first?" Wen Ciyi remained silent for a moment, then turned to Weekend, asking, "Is he on the rooftop?" Yes. Weekend nodded eagerly, gesturing upward. "He is right there. You should go up. I have a few matters to attend to and won't join you." Wen Ciyi emitted a nonchalant HM as she took a deep breath and followed the direction that the Weekend had guided her towards. The corridor appeared remarkably new, as if it had recently undergone renovation. However, Wen Ciyi found herself devoid of the energy to ponder such details. She desperately sought a place where she could catch her breath. Standing atop the building, she gazed down at an endless sea of flowers, where a gentle breeze mingled with the soft light of the horizon, gracefully rolling over the undulating lavender fields. The resplendent expanse of purple stretched infinitely, while the fleeting wind whispered a stillness even more profound than that of Lake Baikal. Chapter 64. Love cannot rely solely on emotion. The hem of her dress fluttered momentarily in the wind before settling softly. Wen Ciyi stood frozen in place, her breath nearly escaping her throat. To her astonishment, the seemingly infinite lavender was impeccably maintained, extending its blooming season into the month of November. The dazzling purple sea faded into the distant horizon, imbued with boundless tenderness and grace, a spectacle of grandeur. After a moment of tranquil reflection, Wen Ciyi heard footsteps approaching from behind. Her fingertips, which hung by her side, twitched slightly, summoning her courage. She turned to face Su Si Mian with a calm demeanor. Clad in a black coat, Su Si Mian retained his usual aloof expression, yet he appeared oblivious to the stillness in Wen Ciyi's eyes. He walked past her, lost in his own thoughts, and remarked, "I was actually wondering if I might be a bit early." Pausing beside Wen Ciyi, he cleared his throat and continued, "However, I feel I may not be able to wait that long." He tightly clenched a sharply edged box in his pocket, yet his demeanor appeared nonchalant as he spoke. "Senior, would you be willing to?" "I am not willing," interrupted Wen Ciyi, stepping back to create distance between herself and Su Simeon. From her vantage point, she could clearly see Su Simeon's hand, which was poised to retrieve something from his pocket, freeze in place. However, Su Simeon merely smiled, averting his gaze. As his fingertips gradually tightened, and he casually remarked, "Perhaps I was too hasty. Actually, this is not yet fully prepared. It is merely a prototype. Senior, please wait a little longer. When the new year arrives, we can come here together and enjoy the snow." He endeavored to paint a vivid picture of the snowfall this year, yet Wen Ciyi remained stoic, her jaw clenched as she listened, absorbing his words until Su Simeon's voice trembled at the end. Only then did Wen Ciyi utter two words. Upon hearing her say enough, Su Simeon instinctively responded, "Impossible." Wen Ciyi simply gazed at him quietly. His usually clear and bright eyes now seemed shrouded in a thick veil of gray. She could no longer suppress her hurtful words. Breaking up is a personal matter, and besides, aren't we merely fulfilling our own needs? Su Simeon abruptly lifted his gaze to meet hers, his voice laced with intensity. "What did you say?" Wen Ciyi spoke with a numbing indifference. "We are all adults now. There is no need for such a spectacle upon parting. I am a businessman, Su Simeon, and I have obtained what I desired. You hold no value in remaining by my side." As Wen Ciyi continued, her expression grew increasingly tranquil. Yet her heart felt as though it had been seared by flames 1,000 times. Love cannot rely solely on sentiment, Su Simeon. Do not be so naive. Consider it merely a dream. You have achieved what you wished for, and I have attained my desires as well. Su Simeon's voice was tinged with bitterness, his eyes reddening. "Is this truly how you feel?" Wen Ciyi gazed at him for an extended moment, then nodded and replied, "This is indeed how I feel." At that moment, Su Simeon could no longer feel the piercing ache in his heart. He softly asked, "Always?" "Yes, always," Wen Ciyi affirmed, her fingertips digging into her palm. The agony of torn flesh surging wildly, yet she maintained her outward calm. She continued, delivering the most painful words of the day. "Anyone can write a diary of unrequited love. Lavender is romantic no matter to whom it is given. Therefore, Su Simeon, do not presume that you hold any significance in my life. You do not even occupy a place in my heart. Your 11 years mean very little to me." Wen Ciyi forced a smile, but the tears lingered in her eyes, refusing to fall. "Has it never been otherwise?" Su Simeon chuckled softly, suppressing the pain in his voice. "So, has it always been me who was merely deluding myself?" "If you wish to interpret it that way," Wen Ciyi averted her gaze, her voice faltering before she ultimately concluded, "There is some truth in that." As Su Simeon's gaze fell upon the black card, a chill swept over his countenance. "What do you mean?" he inquired. Wen Ciyi feigned composure as she regarded him. "Just what I mean," she replied softly, nodding slightly. She extended the card towards Su Simeon, adding, "If this is insufficient, I have more. Get lost." Su Simeon's eyes brimmed with tears as he forcefully cast the contents of his pocket onto the ground. A silvery object flying out. "Get away." The silver item traced an arc in the air before plummeting into the expanse of lavender below, vanishing from sight. Wen Ciyi averted her gaze, placing the card on a nearby table. She briskly circumnavigated Su Simeon, and in the fleeting moment they brushed past one another, her steps faltered. She parted her lips, as if to speak, but ultimately descended the stairs in silence. Hastening through the lavender in the courtyard, Wen Ciyi paused at the entrance. Raising her eyes towards the rooftop, in a hushed tone, she murmured an apology. Your journey still stretches far ahead, filled with abundant blessings and applause. You will encounter someone who suits you and reciprocates your affections. That graceful girl will surely take good care of you. Therefore, Su Simeon, do not be disheartened or forlorn. I am merely a transient presence in your life, a fleeting possession that brings me great contentment. Your unspoken love I will always cherish. Regrettably, I have never witnessed your diary firsthand. Hold on just a little longer. Snow will soon fall, and this year will swiftly pass. You shall embrace your true happiness. Even if my words fail to convey my sentiments, you shall forever remain the exceptional Su Simeon, deserving of sincere and fervent admiration, unrestrained and resplendent. Your 11 years are by no means trivial. They hold immense significance in my eyes. Silly one, I hope you will take care of yourself, study diligently, and find your way in life. May your existence be filled with smooth sailing, peace, and joy, and even in my absence, I wish for your daily happiness. You will find happiness, your eyes will sparkle with delight, and you are worthy of encountering extraordinary individuals who will uplift you from sorrow, bringing warmth and a ceaseless hope. Though we may have missed our chance, we shall remain etched in each other's memories. Thank you for your fondness. Our paths shall diverge from here on. Has Senior left? Weekend inquired, noticing that Wen Ciyi was absent. Ah, Sugo, I just placed the line and wooden box where you mentioned, and everything is prepared. Weekend continued, speaking to himself until he noticed Su Simeon's silence and asked, Sugo, what's wrong? Su Simeon's voice was hoarse, resembling still waters. As his gaze fell upon the quiet expanse of lavender below, no need to bother. As the night wind arose, Weekend did not catch it clearly and inquired once more. What? Su Simeon remained silent, his oceanic eyes fixed upon the tranquil sea of lavender. That expanse of lavender had not awaited its owner and had missed the opportunity to bloom in all its splendid glory. Wen Ciyi tightly gripped the steering wheel. Yet her heart felt as though it were being sliced into countless pieces by a sharp blade, the edge of which pressed closely against her flesh, meticulously separating them thread by thread. In the meantime, Ji Hui called again. Wen Ciyi expressionlessly stared at the flickering contact until it finally disconnected. Ji Hui persistently attempted to reach her 5 or 6 times. Unable to bear it any longer, Wen Ciyi answered the call and exclaimed, Will you ever be done? After a moment of silence on the other end, a faint voice responded, Sister? It was Wen Nan's call. Wen Ciyi distanced the phone from her ear and glanced again, confirming the contact displayed was indeed her brother. Instantly, the anger within her was quelled. She took a deep breath and said into the phone, What is it that you need? Unaware of the chaos engulfing her company, Wen Nan brightly announced, Sister, I won first place in the design competition. I was thinking of treating you to a meal. Wen Ciyi's voice softened gradually, and she wearily replied, Wen Nan, I am quite busy right now. Hearing the fatigue in his sister's tone, Wen Nan cautiously inquired, Sister, is something wrong? Wen Ciyi, not wishing to burden Wen Nan with her troubles at that moment, refrained from disclosing the matter. Knowing her brother's character, he would undoubtedly drop everything to assist her. Although the two siblings pursued different fields of study, Wen Nan's discipline was more specialized, while Wen Ciyi's leaned towards broader aspects of their profession. It's all right. Wen Nan heard Wen Ciyi say as he glanced at his classmate waiting beside him and shook his head. Then, fine, he responded readily, expressing concern, Sister, please take care of your health and try not to stay up too late. After a few perfunctory affirmations, Wen Ciyi hung up the phone. She momentarily emptied her mind before diving back into her work on the computer. Although her backup funds were preventing a decline in stocks, they were approaching a critical point. Wen Ciyi convened an urgent meeting, meticulously analyzing every department's affairs. The foremost priority was to recoup the company's lost profits, followed by ensuring all economic aspects were minimized to avert further losses. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if he had encountered someone better. Amidst her busy schedule, she received another call from Wen Nan, who wanted to invite his sister to the upcoming New Year's Eve gala at Peking University. In the days that had passed, Wen Ciyi had barely taken a moment to check her phone. After scrolling for a while, she received a message from her mentor, which left her in a bittersweet state of amusement. With her recent lighter schedule, she decided to respond to the message for now and promised herself to revisit it on New Year's Day. Outside the window, the branches of trees were quietly draped in a veil of white. The streets bore the imprints of pedestrians' footsteps deeply etched into the snow, while the lamps lining the road remained unchanged. Delicate flakes of snow fell from the sky, shimmering under the warm glow. In the shop window at the corner, the garments displayed had been replaced with plush winter coats. Wen Ciyi paused for a moment as she passed by a store, her gaze momentarily captivated. Her eyes fluttered as she beheld a camel-colored coat, paired with a white sweater beneath. The image of Su Simeon wearing that very coat flooded her mind. It would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. After a brief contemplation, she could no longer resist the allure and stepped into the store. The wind chimed on the door, emitting a crisp sound. Noticing the entrance of a young beauty, the attendant hurried over and inquired, "May I assist you with something?" Wen Ciyi pointed towards the coat hanging and said, "Could you bring that one for me to see?" "Of course," replied the attendant, who then carefully retrieved the coat and presented it to Wen Ciyi with a smile, explaining, "This is our newest winter model for men, crafted from premium materials. A perfect one-to-one quality." Observing that Wen Ciyi was alone, she asked, "Miss, is this for your boyfriend?" Upon hearing those three words again, Wen Ciyi's expression momentarily faltered, a hint of unnoticeable regret crossing her features. She swiftly shifted the topic, saying, "Please wrap this up for me." The attendant, perceptive to Wen Ciyi's desire for brevity, promptly replied, "Actually, we also have a matching women's version of this coat, in white. Would you like to take a look?" Wen Ciyi had never anticipated that this coat was a couple's design. She stood in a daze for quite some time before finally saying, "Then please show me." "Certainly. Please follow me," the attendant replied, leading Wen Ciyi further inside. As she gazed at the white coat described by the attendant, she noticed a delicate purple floral embroidery at the collar. Curiously, she inquired, "What kind of flower is that?" "It is lavender," the attendant answered. "This coat was custom-made for our boss by a French artisan." Noticing Wen Ciyi's calm demeanor, the attendant leaned in and whispered, "Originally, our boss forbade the sale of this coat, but just a few days ago, we received orders to start selling this collection." Wen Ciyi chuckled at this revelation. After all, lavender was inherently romantic, and hoarding it was hardly unusual. "Then please wrap these two pieces for me," she requested. However, midway through her sentence, she suddenly thought of Wen Nan. "Do you have any hoodies suitable for college students? I would like to buy one for my brother." Upon hearing this, the attendant's eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically guided Wen Ciyi to another section, exclaiming, "This way, this way. These are all the fleece-lined hoodies of the season. Perfect for college students." After browsing for a moment, Wen Ciyi selected a blue and white gradient hoodie along with a black one adorned with letters and a little cat, which added an appealing touch without appearing too monotonous. The attendant swiftly brought the clothing to the checkout counter, calculating the total with remarkable speed, and with a beaming smile announced, "The total is 78,000. Will you be paying by card or I'll pay?" Wen Ciyi casually produced her card and replied, "Let us use the card." "Certainly," the attendant responded, processing the card and personally assisting Wen Ciyi in packing the items into the trunk of her car. With a friendly farewell, the attendant added, "We look forward to your next visit." Wen Ciyi smiled slightly in response, bidding farewell with, "I certainly will." As she drove into the parking lot, she contemplated retrieving the items from the trunk. Just as she grasped the bag, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a vehicle parked beside hers, a model that stirred a familiar ache within her. It was the very car she had given to Su Simeon. Some time ago, Wen Ciyi had received a small box at her doorstep, containing her car key and a sleek black card. No other items accompanied it. Not even a note. After a few busy days, as New Year's approached, Wen Nan messaged her, inquiring when she would visit. Wen Ciyi replied that she would come on New Year's Day, coinciding with the evening gala. Wen Nan assured her that he would pick her up at the school gate that day. As New Year's arrived, with the company on holiday, Wen Ciyi planned to visit Peking University in the afternoon. He asked if she would like to have dinner together that evening, to which she responded that she would be meeting her brother. Sensing something amiss, Hua inquired about her relationship with Su Simeon. It was then that Wen Ciyi remembered she had not informed anyone of her breakup with Su Simeon, and with a light-hearted demeanor, she merely smiled and stated that they had not been in touch for quite some time. As she drove towards Peking University, Wen Ciyi still vividly recalled Hua's astonished gaze, which even surprised her. The company was currently winding down operations, and Wen Ciyi was preoccupied with searching for her next opportunity. If time slipped away, she would be compelled by the shareholders to sign the contract that belonged to the Lin family. Anxious, she noticed that Hua remained unfazed. Upon stepping out of the car, Wen Ciyi spotted her younger brother, Wen Nan, squatting on the ground, drawing circles in the snow with a twig he had scavenged from somewhere. This sight transported her back to their childhood, when Wen Nan would pick up a stick to pass the time while waiting for her during snowy days. Despite the passage of years and the myriad changes in their lives, this particular habit remained unchanged. Wen Ciyi felt her eyes moisten as she approached him, quickening her pace before coming to a halt and calling out, "Wen Nan." Hearing him refer to someone as senior momentarily left her bewildered, prompting her to inquire, "Which senior?" Wen Nan regarded her with the incredulous gaze one might reserve for an extraterrestrial being, his tone laced with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Your boyfriend, of course. Shouldn't you know more about this than I do?" Wen Ciyi hesitated, her response unexpectedly slow. "Not anymore." Wen Nan, perplexed, asked, "What?" "I mean." Wen Ciyi suddenly felt a lump in her throat, gently inhaling before declaring, "He is no longer my boyfriend." Wen Nan gasped, raising his voice, "You broke up?" His exclamation drew the attention of a few scattered passers-by, who cast curious glances their way. Wen Ciyi swiftly admonished him, "Keep your voice down." "Indeed. It is hard to comprehend." Wen Nan remarked incredulously, "Sister, you possess beauty, a splendid figure, and wealth. What a paragon. What could have driven him to part ways with you?" Wen Ciyi found herself momentarily at a loss, caught between amusement and irritation by Wen Nan's hyperbolic tone, eventually responding, "There were other factors. We simply separated." Wen Nan muttered quietly, "Sister, was it your decision or his?" After a brief silence, Wen Ciyi uttered a single word, "Mine." "Oh," Wen Nan exclaimed, patting his chest with relief. "Thank goodness." Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow. "Thank goodness for what?" "Sister, you are the CEO," Wen Nan blurted out. "It would be quite embarrassing if you were the one cast aside." Wen Ciyi sighed, lifting her hand to gently tap Wen Nan on the head, her tone slightly stern. "All right, let's change the subject." "Oh," Wen Nan grumbled, rubbing the sore spot on his head, a hint of trepidation lingering in his heart despite their familial bond. As Wen Ciyi walked partway, she received a call from her mentor, who politely requested her presence in the laboratory, mentioning he had something to show her. With the phone on speaker, Wen Nan immediately interjected, "I want to go too." Given the short distance, Wen Ciyi acquiesced and took Wen Nan along. "Sister," Wen Nan inquired restlessly along the way, "what do you think your mentor wants to discuss with you?" Wen Ciyi contemplated for a moment, sensing it might pertain to a review. Yet she maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor. "I don't know. Perhaps it concerns you," she replied. Wen Nan's eyes widened in surprise. "Me? I've always been quite well behaved." Wen Ciyi smirked subtly, her lips curling into a feigned smile. "Is that so?" Wen Nan, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered her gaze into silence. The laboratory was located on the second floor. Initially, Wen Ciyi assumed it would be occupied solely by the mentor or perhaps a few classmates, and thus did not ponder further. However, as she approached the lab, an unsettling anxiety enveloped her, as though someone awaited her presence. This restlessness peaked when Wen Nan pushed open the door. Standing by the window of the laboratory was an individual clad in a simple black suit, his jawline sharp and defined. Su Simeon was engrossed in perusing the documents in his hands, occasionally exchanging a few words with Zhou Mo beside him. Upon hearing the door creak open, he merely lifted his eyelids with casual indifference, casting a fleeting glance at Wen Ciyi and Wen Nan, who stood at the threshold. His eyes, tranquil as ink, hinted at the tempest concealed within. Wen Ciyi felt a momentary flutter of panic at his unexpected gaze, nearly overwhelmed by an urge to weep. She fought to regain her composure, placing her hand on the bewildered Wen Nan's arm, and said, "Let us go." Chapter 65. He is doing well, you've arrived. The mentor remarked, his eyes focused on an analytical report. Upon noticing the two entering, he called out to them. Wen Ciyi hastily averted her gaze and responded, "Teacher, the last time you visited, you left your USB drive behind." The mentor retrieved a black device from the drawer and casually remarked to Wen Ciyi, "Have you been particularly busy lately? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight." Wen Ciyi offered a sheepish smile, responding vaguely, "It's all right. Just a bit overwhelmed with work at the company recently." The mentor, noticing her demeanor, continued with his tasks without pressing further. "Well, why not head to the auditorium later to enjoy the evening performance and unwind a bit?" Wen Ciyi nodded, accepting the USB drive and tucking it into her pocket. Wen Nan stood quietly to the side, and the mentor glanced at him and the bag he was holding, teasingly saying, "Didn't he win a prize in the competition? Aren't you going to treat your sister to dinner tonight?" "Of course I plan to," Wen Nan replied. "Mentor, would you like to join us?" "Sure, mentor." Zhou Weekend chimed in. The mentor seemed to have an epiphany, turning to the Wen siblings. "Would you like to join them? It would be livelier with more people." After a moment of silence, Wen Ciyi was startled by the loud sound of a door opening and then slamming shut, causing her heart to skip a beat. The mentor bellowed, "Zhou Weekend, can you please close the door more quietly?" It's broken and we'll have to pay for it. It seemed the person hadn't gone far, as Wen Ciyi heard Zhou Weekend exclaiming in a flustered tone, "I didn't close the door." "All right, you all should go eat." The mentor waved his hand dismissively. Wen Ciyi rummaged through her memory and finally recalled Li Lu, the person who had helped her during the sports meet and was Wen Nan's roommate. Suddenly, she paused. "I forgot to buy bubble tea." Wen Nan, perplexed, inquired, "Why buy milk tea? Previously, when I visited you, I always brought something along." Wen Ciyi, with a subtle gaze towards Wen Nan, replied in a softened tone, "I didn't bring anything this time." "Well, if you didn't bring anything, then so be it." Wen Nan shrugged casually. "It doesn't matter." "Sister, you tend to overthink things. It's just a few cups of milk tea. It's no big deal. We boys don't really drink that stuff." Wen Nan immediately lowered his head in apology. "Sister, I was wrong." The boys' dormitory was a mere 10-minute walk from the laboratory. Wen Ciyi continued to wait beneath the large tree as Wen Nan soon returned with Li Lu. Upon seeing Wen Ciyi, Li Lu greeted her with a smile. "Hello, sister. It's been a while." Wen Ciyi nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello." He appeared more composed than before, and even his manner of speaking had subtly changed. This thought lingered briefly in Wen Ciyi's mind as Wen Nan broke the silence. "Where shall we eat?" "Which cafeteria?" Not wishing to venture far, Wen Ciyi chose a nearby option, saying, "Let us go to cafeteria too." Li Lu added, "I have no objections." "Cafeteria too," Wen Nan muttered. Furrowing his brow, "I think I heard someone mention they were also going there." Curious, Wen Ciyi asked, "Who?" "It's nothing." Wen Nan dismissed the fleeting notion in his mind. The cafeteria is so large that we probably won't run into each other. However, Wen Nan's propensity for luck often led to trouble. When he spotted the person conversing with the weekend crowd, he could no longer bear to glance at Wen Ciyi's expression. Wen Nan, he heard her call his name in a tone devoid of inflection. Startled, he stammered, "Sister, I don't know. Should we change places?" "That would require a long walk," Wen Ciyi replied, unwilling to inconvenience herself further or to draw the attention of Li Lu, who had been quietly beside her. She sighed and said, "Let us just stay here." All right. Wen Nan responded quickly, as if propelled by unseen wheels. He pulled Wen Ciyi in the opposite direction and exclaimed, "There are so many delicious options over there. Whatever you wish to eat, I'll cover the cost." Li Lu observed Wen Nan's anxious demeanor and chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Wen Ciyi stood in the food section, gazing at the menu board, struggling to decide what to eat. She turned her gaze slightly and noticed that Wen Nan had piled his plate high with an array of dishes, nearly overflowing. She remarked, "Are you really going to finish all that?" Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Lu, who also appeared undecided. Upon meeting her gaze, he quickly shook his head, indicating that he too could not finish such a quantity. As Wen Nan continued to add more items to his plate, she said, somewhat blandly, "Brother, it's shameful to waste food." Wen Nan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Sister, today I'm treating you to a meal." Wen Ciyi, holding a bowl of wontons, slowly moved forward and asked, "What's the matter?" Wen Nan swallowed hard and added the final remark, "Even if I disregard your pride, there is no need to spare expenses on my behalf." Wen Ciyi simply could not fathom the peculiar thoughts that seemed to occupy her brother's mind daily. With a sigh, she responded, "Brother, if I truly wished to neglect your pride, I wouldn't do so merely for a bowl of wontons." The more she pondered, the more bewildered she felt, and she playfully tapped Wen Nan on the head. "What on earth occupies your mind all day?" "Not at all." Wen Nan retorted, "I'm treating, so sister, you should order more, allowing me the pleasure of spending on you." Wen Ciyi, she chose not to engage further with Wen Nan on this matter. The three of them found a seat by the window. But the location chosen by Wen Nan was somewhat fortuitous, as it offered a view of Su Simeon and Zhou Mo diagonally across the way. Wen Ciyi, lost in her thoughts, paid little attention to those around her. She slowly savored her wontons, and upon noticing Wen Nan and Li Lu exchanging sly glances, she inquired, "What's going on with you two?" Wen Nan immediately shifted his posture, resting his elbow on the table, and with an air of nonchalance replied, "Nothing. Just having a meal." "Not much at all." Wen Nan feigned innocence, fabricating a story while maintaining a countenance that demanded belief. "Well, Baidu says that this way of dining is beneficial for one's mood, so I thought I'd give it a try." As he spoke, he took a few bites. "Not bad at all. My mood has indeed improved significantly." Li Lu struggled to contain his laughter, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Wen Ciyi felt an inexplicable sense of relief. After finishing her wontons, she intended to rise and place the plate into the nearby large container. Wen Nan, his brow furrowed, inquired, "Where are you going?" "To put the bowl down?" Wen Ciyi, puzzled, replied, "Aren't you still eating? I'll just put the bowl away and then come back to wait for you." This reasoning seemed irrefutable, prompting Wen Nan to hurriedly shovel in a few mouthfuls of rice, mumbling incoherently, "I'll go with you." "Li Lu, have you finished?" Li Lu promptly lifted his plate, stating, "I'm done." Wen Ciyi fixed her gaze on Wen Nan, who felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back, only to hear his sister chastise, "You're wasting food." Finding Wen Nan's actions rather peculiar, she decided to remain seated. "Let us wait until you finish before we leave." Wen Nan exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo was diligently focused on his meal, but upon noticing Su Si Mian's perpetually frosty demeanor, he nervously asked, "Brother, aren't you going to eat?" "I'm not hungry." Su Si Mian's voice carried an icy undertone, causing Zhou Mo to hesitate, barely daring to eat. And then he diverted his gaze elsewhere, finally saying, "Eat slowly." Zhou Mo, taken aback, exclaimed while biting his chopsticks, "What? What?" Though Zhou Mo had no objections, he merely nodded and devoted himself to his meal. It was not until Li Lu tugged at Wen Nan's sleeve from beneath the table that Wen Nan wiped his mouth with a napkin and declared, "Let us go. Let us head to the auditorium. I finished eating." Wen Ciyi cast her gaze at the messages sent by He Hua, swiftly locking her screen in response. The auditorium was teeming with people. Previously, Wen Nan had arranged for 3 seats to be saved for her. Observing Li Lu and Wen Nan, Wen Ciyi felt that something was amiss. "Aren't there 4 of you in the same dorm?" she inquired. Wen Nan nodded affirmatively, "Indeed." "Then where are the other 2?" Wen Ciyi pressed. Opting not to sit between them, she chose a position to the right. The seats reserved for Wen Nan were in the first row, and a sense of unease crept into Wen Ciyi's heart. She feared that when Su Simeon took the stage, their eyes might meet. However, her apprehensions dissipated swiftly, as all the lights that had been on dimmed in unison upon the host's entrance, leaving only a few spotlight beams illuminating the vast stage. Wen Ciyi tugged at the yawning Wen Nan. "Where is the restroom?" Casting a glance towards the dark doorway on her right, she frowned and asked, "Do you wish to go?" Wen Nan shook her head resolutely. "I do not want to." "Sister, you are old enough. You should learn to face the darkness alone." Wen Ciyi sighed, resigned to her fate, and made her way in that direction. Fortunately, the entrance was merely dim, and the corridor still had sensor lights. In a state of near panic, Wen Ciyi averted her gaze, yet found herself unable to take a step forward. It was truly peculiar. Despite only being apart for a little over a month, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. There was no one. Attempting to feign nonchalance, Wen Ciyi changed the subject. "Where will you spend the new year?" Wen Nan pondered over his sister, a veritable workaholic. With his naive disposition, he did not dwell on it for long and cheerfully acquiesced. "Sure, sis. Are you going to be a flying performer again?" Wen Ciyi lightly acknowledged with a soft discreetly concealing her emotions as she replied, "Let us watch the performance." Soon, the grand finale arrived, and the audience could no longer restrain themselves, calling out Su Si Mian's name. The host, with a smile, announced that the final song performed by Su Si Mian at the gala would be "The Wind Rises." Amongst the myriad of songs in the world, Su Si Mian had chosen this particular one. Dressed in a sleek black suit, his hair impeccably styled, he unexpectedly reminded Wen Ciyi of the time she had touched Su Si Mian's hair, the soft texture gently resting in her palm. Though the seating around Wen Ciyi was enveloped in darkness, when Su Si Mian glanced in her direction, her heart skipped a beat. Despite the absence of direct eye contact, it felt as though she were frozen in place. The evening breeze stirred the white strands in your hair, and the interplay of light and shadow in your eyes blossomed into a smile. The dusk concealed your faltering steps as you stepped into the hidden painting by the bedside. In the artwork, you lowered your head to speak. Su Si Mian, with downcast eyes and a sharply defined jawline, sang the lyrics line by line, gradually lifting his gaze. When Ciyi's fingers curled tightly, the fervor of youth resonating deep within her, a timeless echo of student days. As Su Si Mian lifted his eyelids to take one last look at the audience, he slowly intoned the line, "In the name of love, would you still be willing?" At that moment, Wen Ciyi suddenly felt that Su Si Mian's choice of this song was entirely reasonable, though unbeknownst to her. He was bidding farewell to his own youth. He invoked the stirring melody of "The Wind Rises" to draw the curtain on his student days, using it as a vehicle to express the sentiments of his concealed affection. Following this, an awards ceremony awaited, when Nan yearned to catch a glimpse of his class. Observing Wen Ciyi's anxious demeanor, he could not help but inquire, "Aren't you staying a while longer?" As he noticed the sky had darkened outside, he asked, "Sister, do you not need me to see you off?" Yet, Upon reflection, it seemed that such matters had lost their significance. Have you made your decision? The mentor inquired. Studying the study abroad application. Susie Mion's thoughts drifted momentarily before she finally replied, I have made my decision. The mentor leisurely lifted his cup. Taking a sip before he remarked, in truth, some decisions are best made without ulterior motives. Susie Mion stood upright, her gaze steady as she stated, I just need to sign, correct? The mentor regarded her intently, then passed her the pen, saying, just sign here. Very well, he nodded. Collecting the document with the intention of submitting it the following day. Departure in January, and a mentor will contact you then. Thank you, mentor, Susie Mion expressed, standing alone in the laboratory, which housed only the two of them. As she gazed at the computer screen until midnight, she eventually thought to check her phone. A small red dot on her social media caught her attention. Without hesitation, she tapped to open it. It was a post from the weekend, accompanied by the words, soon we shall be apart, so let us gather more while we still can. It also featured two screenshots, one of a conversation with Susie Mion and another depicting a group of friends seemingly enjoying a hot pot meal together. Sue Simeon accepted the exchange student list to study abroad, embarking on a 2-year journey that he agreed to, as revealed in the first screenshot by Wen Ciyi. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank. She could not articulate her emotions, whether joy or sorrow, but deep down, she felt that it was indeed his rightful path to go abroad. After much contemplation, she ultimately lacked the resolve to express her approval, not even mustering the courage to like a weekend post. She did not share the snowy winter with Sue Simeon. Wen Ciyi pondered whether to see Sue Simeon off at the airport, even if it meant remaining undetected by him. After much hesitation, she decided to go, employing her previous methods to ascertain his flight information. However, on the day itself, as she stood in the vast airport hall, she found herself unable to take a step forward. She was aware that Sue Simeon's flight was merely 20 minutes away and knew precisely which gate he would arrive at, yet she chose to remain outside, standing amidst the bustling crowd. For a moment, she was lost in thought until she caught a glimpse of Weekend's figure and, without a moment's deliberation, she hastily concealed herself behind a stone pillar. The signing of the contract had been postponed repeatedly. Leveraging her name in the business world to extend the timeline was not an issue. However, with the shareholders growing impatient, the deadline loomed nearer. Upon spotting Weekend, she instinctively knew Sue Simeon must be nearby. Suddenly, it struck her that her time spent here had been ample. As her phone buzzed with a message from Hua regarding work, she accepted that not having witnessed Sue Simeon passing through security was sufficient. When Ciyi turned and followed the flow of people towards the airport exit, Weekend gazed at the charming figure, hesitating to ask the seemingly impassive Susie Mion beside him, Brother, are you really not going to say goodbye before leaving? Susie Mion retorted. Do you not think that what we have now is quite wonderful? Weekend pouted and shook his head. Brother, although you do not say it, I can sense that you are not truly willing to part. At that moment, the boarding announcement echoed, drowning out Susie Mion's indistinct murmur of wait a little longer. When the grass grows and the orioles sing, when the lavender blooms once more, that will be our time to reunite. Throughout the year, Wen Ciyi traveled to many places. She visited California and hung a prayer flag on a snow-capped mountain. The flag fluttered in the wind, extending over 100 meters. Her Tibetan friend informed her that each time the flag swayed, the sutras were recited, infused with faith and blessings. Wen Ciyi, dressed in the simplest of clothes, stood at the edge of the cliff, observing the flag's graceful dance. Her Tibetan friend invited her to dine, but she politely declined, stating that she had other destinations to reach. The night before signing, she found an excellent opportunity, a company willing to accept her current situation. The headquarters of the company was abroad, with only a branch in the domestic market. Wen Ciyi had heard of this company in the business world. Known for displacing foreign giants and rising to the top, remaining steadfast in that position, while rival companies struggled unsuccessfully to unseat it. As the year draws to a close once more, she recalls spending last year's New Year alone at the company, without seeking out lingo, regardless of the circumstances. It always feels somewhat peculiar to express a desire to celebrate the holiday with others when one is so solitary. While the new year brings its own charm, the winter chill in Shaojiang is particularly biting. That evening, Wen Ciyi nestled under a thick layer of blankets, having long since stowed away her sachet of lavender, only resorting to it in dire need. Although the company has been acquired, the overall situation is gradually improving. However, Wen Ciyi has prepared extensively for her role, yet is yet to encounter her superior. Despite retaining the title of president, it is merely nominal. as the acquisition contract stipulates that the company's representative will be replaced by the superior of the original executive during the acquisition period. Wen Ciyi, the former executive, has never met this superior. A partner who came to oversee the company mentioned that the boss is abroad, yet divulged little regarding their activities. Ultimately, it appears to be a mere procedural formality, with the crux lying in the superior's judgment and the final decision on ownership. Reflexively, Wen Ciyi glanced at the ascending numbers, her gaze flickering as she noticed an individual approaching clad in a black baseball cap. However, her vision had been compromised from prolonged exposure to computer screens, making it difficult to discern details from a distance. She quickly checked the date, contemplating that it was improbable for Su Simeon's exchange student opportunity abroad to arrive so swiftly, as the report indicated a duration of 2 years. Like two strangers who were never meant to cross paths, WeChat offers no insight into visitors. Wen Ciyi hesitates to ponder whether Su Simeon has ever taken notice of her moments. Yet, upon reflection, she realizes she has shared such heartfelt sentiments with Su Simeon that it would be unlikely for her to have ignored them. Perhaps it is merely an oversight on Su Simeon's part, having forgotten to delete them amidst the bustling routine of being an exchange student. She distinctly recalls the days being so hectic that there was scarcely a moment to catch her breath. Wen Ciyi stood in contemplation for a while before remembering to call the elevator. After 2 busy days, she finally messaged Wen Nan, expressing her intention to visit him. She thought about bringing him a little something, but then received an unexpected message from Wen Nan, informing her that the school had decided to extend their break for a couple of days. Surprised by this news, Wen Ciyi suggested they go out together. Wen Nan, adorned in the hoodie she had gifted him, glanced at her as she tugged playfully at the fabric and questioned, "Is it too small?" He reassured her, No, it's quite warm." Then, with a spark of enthusiasm, he said, "Sister, there's a fantastic restaurant nearby. Let me take you there." Noticing Wen Nan's newfound confidence, Wen Ciyi teased, "Have you come into some money?" He replied with a cheerful nod, "Indeed. I received my scholarship, and I'm treating my sister to a meal." Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow. "Well done. My brother secures scholarships every year, and it brings me great joy." Wen Nan chuckled shyly and admitted, "This time, I feel it was a stroke of luck." He entered a bustling restaurant accompanied by Wen Ciyi, who, observing the throngs of people, hesitantly inquired, "Sister, shall we reserve a private room or simply find a table?" "For just the two of us, let's forego the private room," Wen Ciyi replied. With her gaze aimlessly wandering, she raised her hand to signal a waiter. The waiter, noticing Wen Ciyi's striking demeanor, approached with a smile and asked, "Good day. What may I assist you with? Could we secure a table for 2? Wen Ciyi inquired. "Absolutely, please follow me," the waiter responded, guiding them down a corridor towards a table that had yet to be claimed. As Wen Ciyi placed her bag down, her eyes caught sight of a tree nearby, not too large yet reaching just enough to brush the second floor, adorned with an array of colorful notes. Intrigued, she asked, "Are those notes wishes?" The waiter, handing the menu to Wen Nan, replied with a smile, "Indeed, we have an ongoing activity here. To your left." Wen Ciyi turned her gaze to a small glass cabinet, which also housed several notes of various hues, along with a black pen. "You can write your message. And there are red strings for your boyfriend to hang it up," the waiter added. At the mention of boyfriend, Wen Ciyi's eyes widened, and noticing Wen Nan's equally bewildered expression, she chuckled and clarified their relationship. "You are mistaken. He is my younger brother." The waiter scanned their faces and, recognizing the resemblance, quickly bowed in apology. "I'm so sorry. My apologies." "It's nothing," Wen Nan said, waving his hand with a nonchalant air. At that moment, a nearby patron called for the waiter, prompting Wen Ciyi to timely suggest, "You may attend to them first. We will summon you once we have decided." The waiter promptly moved away. Wen Nan glanced around, uncertain, before flipping through the menu and happening upon the hot pot selections, which ignited a spark of enthusiasm in his eyes as he inquired, "Sister, would you care for hot pot? This establishment offers quite a delightful variety. Shall we opt for the dual flavor pot?" Wen Ciyi asked. Wen Nan hesitated for a moment, contemplating the menu, before responding, "They do have it, but sister, the dual flavor pot pales in comparison to the full spicy version." "Then you may order," Wen Ciyi replied, unlocking her phone to access WeChat, stating, "I am open to anything." Wen Nan nodded in agreement and focused intently on the menu once more. As Wen Ciyi scrolled through her phone, she learned about the activities of her friends. Hua was at home watching television, while Linko. She pressed her finger on a photo from a friend's moments to enlarge it. They were at a bar again. In the picture, many familiar faces were present. Yet she did not spot Fu Zizhou. Ling Gu was notorious for her love of nightlife, and only Fu Zizhou could manage her whims for a time. Judging by the scene, he must be away on a business trip. Sun Yin and Xiao Shihang were traveling. Everyone seemed to be living their own lives, thriving in their respective ways. Wen Ciyi navigated to her contacts and clicked on the weekend's profile. However, she found little of interest, as the weekend had set their moments to be visible for only 3 days. Observing her friends sharing their experiences, Wen Ciyi was suddenly inspired to post something herself. Noting that it had been over a year since her last update, Wen Ciyi held her phone up beside Wen Nan and said, "Shall we take a photo?" Wen Nan looked at her in surprise and replied, "Sister, are you planning to post it on Moments?" "Yes," Wen Ciyi said as she activated the camera. "I haven't posted in a while and thought it might be nice to share something." "Indeed," Wen Nan said with a serious tone, "Sister, you may not realize this, but I've always wanted to see your moments. You hardly ever post." Wen Ciyi chuckled. "What are you up to?" "My friends are envious of having such a talented older sister like you and are eager to see your pictures," Wen Nan declared, presenting a conversation with her roommate as evidence. "See, yet you still don't share anything." Wen Ciyi glanced at the chat and responded with a light laugh. "Come on, let us take some photos," Wen Nan said, taking Wen Ciyi's phone and positioning herself playfully. "Sister, I'll be your supporting role, highlighting you." The radiant flower. With a smile in her eyes, Wen Ciyi gazed at the phone screen as Wen Nan snapped several pictures, praising, "Sister, you look fantastic on camera." After observing her closely, Wen Nan frowned slightly and remarked, "Sister, did you know that photos often make you appear 3 pounds heavier than you actually are? Do you eat well? You seem to have lost a bit of weight. You barely have any flesh on you as it is. Are you down to just over 80 pounds? Wen Ciyi shrugged off the concern, saying, "I eat well, but I just don't gain weight. There is nothing I can do about it." Wen Nan, upon hearing these words, let out a lament, saying, "I truly envy you." She gestured towards her phone, presenting it to Wen Ciyi, and pointed at her reflection, lamenting, "My jawline is hardly discernible, and it vexes me greatly." Observing Wen Nan incessantly rubbing her jaw, an idea flickered in Wen Ciyi's mind. She inquired, "Have you fallen in love?" "Me?" Wen Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. In a dramatic fashion, she diverted her attention to the hot pot, exclaiming, "How could that be possible? How could I possibly be in a relationship? Sister, how could you even entertain such a notion? That hardly qualifies as love. Just because I am fixated on my jawline, you can't assume I am in a romantic entanglement." Wen Ciyi had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from her brother. Remaining composed, she calmly replied, "Why are you reacting so strongly? I merely asked." Noticing that Wen Nan was repeatedly stirring the beef without placing any in her own bowl, she subtly shook her head and remarked nonchalantly, "Aren't you going to eat? The piece on your chopsticks is about to overcook." Instinctively, Wen Nan set her chopsticks down into her bowl, then, adopting a mock-serious tone, addressed Wen Ciyi's sister. "Please remind me when you ask that question next time." Wen Nan nodded emphatically. Wen Ciyi, taken aback, relinquished the conversation and prepared to eat. After a moment of silence, Wen Nan could no longer contain herself and said, "Actually." Wen Ciyi looked up. "What is it?" Wen Nan hesitated before confessing, "There is someone I have a crush on, but I haven't yet mustered the courage to pursue them." Wen Ciyi twisted open the soda placed beside her, took a sip, and remarked, Then why not pursue her?" Wen Nan fell silent for a moment before responding, "Because I feel unworthy." Wen Ciyi raised an eyebrow, sensing a story, and pressed on, "Why do you feel unworthy? You shine like a little sun every day. How could there be anyone you feel unworthy of?" She teased him lightly. Wen Nan struggled for a moment, then laid down his chopsticks and said earnestly, "She is far too exceptional. I have thought about pursuing her, but I feel like no matter what I do, I'm merely floundering in the mud. That is simply self-sabotage." Wen Ciyi pointed out the issue. When you like someone, it's natural to feel a sense of inferiority at first, but you must strive to catch up. You need to shine brightly on your own before standing on equal footing with her. Her voice remained at a soothing level. You cannot dismiss yourself before even trying. On the contrary, you must take action to prove your worth. I have made efforts." Wen Nan said weakly, "Do you dare to appear before her?" Wen Ciyi inquired, wiping her mouth with a tissue. "Are you friends?" "No," Wen Nan shook his head. "We only interacted briefly as we were both temporary hosts for an event. We belong to different departments within the same institution." "Then what you need to do now is to become even more remarkable," Wen Ciyi advised. Her curiosity piqued about the girl in question. Who is she? Well, how should I put it? She possesses an exquisite beauty, and her smile radiates a warm charm. In Wen's mind, the image he conjured was that of someone utterly unattainable. The following day at work, Wen Ciyi received a notification that the elusive figure from above would be arriving. It was said that he bore the surname Su and was referred to as President Su. Upon hearing this title, Wen Ciyi was momentarily taken aback. Yet she did not dwell on it, as she was heading to her office to retrieve a contract. As she passed the pantry, she overheard discussions about President Su's unpredictable temperament, which raised concerns about potential negotiations falling through. Wen Ciyi stood still for a moment, contemplating. As the office door bore the character for Su, she took a deep breath, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips, and placed her hand upon the doorknob. However, the instant she pushed the door open, she froze in place. Chapter 67. Ruthlessness. Wen Ciyi had envisioned countless scenarios for her encounter with Su Simeon, perhaps at Peking University, around a street corner, or through a chance meeting in her residential community. But there was one possibility she had never anticipated. Su Simeon stood before her, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, positioned by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, meeting her in the capacity of a company representative. Wen Ciyi was momentarily bewildered. In the short span of a year, Su Simeon had undergone a profound transformation. Upon hearing the doors creak, Su Simeon cast a glance her way. His voice deep and intimidating, laced with an undertone of barely concealed frustration. Sister, you truly are difficult to find. Upon hearing this title, Wen Ciyi tightened her grip on the contract, biting her lip as a wave of dryness surged within her, yet she managed to feign nonchalance. I wonder what I did to make President Su seek me out. Su Simeon, with an inscrutable expression, cast a glance at Wen Ciyi as he took a few steps closer, narrowing the distance between them. He leaned slightly forward, observing Wen Ciyi from a higher vantage point, an unfamiliar sense of pressure causing her to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Please hand it over, Su Simeon stated with an expression devoid of emotion, as if discussing a matter of little significance. Isn't President Wen concerned whether I will sign this name? Wen Ciyi tightened her grip on the contract before extending it towards Su Simeon. Their fingertips brushed unexpectedly, prompting Wen Ciyi to avert her gaze hurriedly, focusing instead on the cactus positioned on the table. Su Simeon continued to peruse the contract, and upon noticing a particular clause delineated within its confines, a fleeting darkness crossed his eyes. He pointed to the agreement, inquiring, has President Wen thoroughly reviewed the contract established above? Wen Ciyi glanced at the direction he indicated. I have. He casually removed the cap of his pen and inscribed his name. At that moment, the contract became effective. Then, Assistant 1. You shall move to my external office starting now, Su Simeon remarked, closing the pen with a hint of nonchalance. The contract clearly stipulated that upon its signing, the former chairman's assistant could manage the company alongside him until the term of the agreement concluded. Wen Ciyi, with her gaze cast downward, appeared lost in thought. Su Simeon rested her elbows on the table, her palms gently clasped together. Are you worried about your previous assistant? Wen Ciyi was reminded of Hua. If she were to assume the role of an assistant, it would violate the company's regulations regarding dual employment. If she were transferred to the Human Resources Department as the overseer, Su Simeon remarked coolly, you need not concern yourself with your relationship anymore. Indeed, the position of head of human resources had long been vacant, yet within such a vast headquarters, it would be challenging for her to serve Su Simeon while avoiding encounters. This time, Su Simeon, observing the expression on Wen Ciyi's face, maintained his icy demeanor. By the way, do not forget the first social engagement of the evening. I shall anticipate your performance. 1. A subtle smile graced his lips, yet his eyes remained devoid of warmth, reflecting an unfathomable darkness. Prepare well. Wen Ciyi felt a sharp sting from his somewhat sardonic tone and responded affirmatively. Next time you enter, remember to knock, Su Simeon reminded her, though his words concealed an undeniable edge. Do not let your superior believe that a senior from Peking University cannot even adhere to the most fundamental etiquette, committing such a trivial error. He raised an eyebrow at Wen Ciyi, offering a polite, albeit cold, smile. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ciyi replied, Understood. You should not speak at this moment. Su Simeon chuckled softly, feigning concern as he inquired, Will it not happen again next time? Happen again? I am not a criminal, she retorted. Wen Ciyi exhaled deeply. Conceding, Mr. Su, I assure you I will not err again. Su Simeon lifted his delicate eyelids, appearing quite pleased as he nodded in acknowledgement. He gently applauded, his tone laced with restrained delight. Excellent. Apply what you have learned. You may leave now. Wen Ciyi was taken aback. She never anticipated that Su Simeon, who had spent merely a year abroad, would undergo such a significant transformation. Although he was no longer the frigid figure he once was, Wen Ciyi felt that his current demeanor, seemingly relaxed, was even more perplexing than his previous icy disposition. She recalled what Ji Zhuai had previously mentioned about Su Simeon's profound depth of character. As she organized her belongings in preparation for relocating to the space adjacent to Su Simeon's office, she considered the clothing she needed to move as well. For the majority of the past year, Wen Ciyi had been residing at the company, yet that particular area remained uncleaned, necessitating her wait for the cleaning staff to tidy it before she could deposit her garments. She stepped out to summon assistance, and while the cleaners were at work, she began strategizing for an evening engagement. During this time, Hihua approached to exchange pleasantries. Wen Ciyi, still grappling with certain aspects due to her inexperience as an assistant, seized the opportunity to inquire about a few matters from Hihua. Finally, after a long day, Wen Ciyi managed to pack her things. Clutching a document she had reviewed, she knocked on Su Simeon's office door. "Come in," resonated a deep male voice from within. Wen Ciyi placed the meticulously organized document before Su Simeon. Avoiding his gaze as she spoke, "Mr. Su, this outlines the company's profits for the first half of the year. Please take a look." She waited for a considerable time without hearing a word from Su Simeon. Just as she was about to express her confusion and speak again, Su Simeon leisurely broke the silence. Wen Ciyi instinctively responded with a hum. "Am I some kind of monstrous entity that people shy away from?" Su Simeon remarked, closing the document with an indifferent tone. Wen Ciyi instinctively replied, "How could that be?" She felt an inexplicable warmth in her gaze and promptly lifted her eyes, meeting those still profound orbs. Yet, she found this phrase somewhat familiar. With a flicker of her fingertips, Wen Ciyi said directly, "I understand now, Director Su." The last two words were nearly ground out through clenched teeth. She remained oblivious to Su Simeon's intentions, questioning whether he was merely highlighting her forgetfulness and not knocking and her reluctance to meet his gaze, and whether he would next scrutinize her choice of words. Sure enough, as soon as that thought crossed her mind, she heard Su Simeon continue, "Moreover, when conversing with me, there is no need to employ the term you." Unlike Wen Ciyi's awkward tension, he maintained his composed demeanor, seemingly confident in the notion that Wen Ciyi held some reservations towards him. Wen Ciyi softly repeated, "I understand. Have you prepared the attire for tonight's social gathering?" Su Simeon inquired. "I believe this outfit is quite suitable," Wen Ciyi replied. Su Simeon narrowed his eyes. Assessing her fitted blazer, Wen Ciyi's trousers had a casual denim style, ending just above mid-thigh, revealing her fair and delicate legs beneath. "Change it," Su Simeon stated, his gaze darkening momentarily as he spoke in a deep tone. Wen Ciyi, puzzled, asked, "Isn't it a social event? Is Wenju preoccupied and confused?" Today he mentioned socializing. Yet the attendees are all prominent figures in the business world, resembling a miniature soiree. Su Simeon lowered his gaze and succinctly reiterated, "including clothing and accessories. Everyone I bring must be meticulously vetted. Your current attire inevitably conveys an overly deliberate intent." Su Simeon continued, lifting his eyes to meet Wen Ciyi's clear gaze. "Do you understand?" Wen Ciyi, reflecting briefly on his words, found them reasonable and decisively replied, "Then I shall change." "No need for such trouble," Su Simeon replied, tilting his chin slightly. "I have a dress in my lounge that you can wear." Wen Ciyi looked at him in surprise. Su Simeon's tone remained steady. "It was just delivered by the brand." Checking his watch, Su Simeon, with a hint of bravado, advised, "Wenju, you have 10 minutes left." He seemed about to say more, but, upon seeing Wen Ciyi's expression, decisively abandoned the thought, stating, "No time for touch-ups." Wen Ciyi nodded and entered the lounge, where she noticed a meticulously packaged dress on the bed. As she tied the straps, she realized the zipper at the back needed to be pulled up first. With a sense of helplessness, she untied the straps and reached for the zipper, despite using both hands and even breaking into a slight sweat on her forehead. She struggled to pull it up. After a moment of internal frustration, Wen Ciyi persisted in her efforts to grasp the zipper. As Su Simeon entered the room, having waited in vain for Wen Ciyi, he was greeted by a scene that captivated his attention. The hem of Wen Ciyi's dress was slightly ajar at the back, revealing the smooth contours of her fair skin, reminiscent of delicate jade. Her prominent shoulder blades seemed to flutter like a gently stirring butterfly, exquisite and enchanting. A loosely tied dark red ribbon adorned her waist, contrasting beautifully with her silky skin, the vivid hues intertwining in a striking display. Su Simeon's throat tightened as he approached her, his warm fingertips brushing against the cold zipper, sensing the presence of another behind him. Wen Ciyi's body stiffened momentarily, startled, as she instinctively tried to pull away. "Do not move," Su Simeon's voice emerged, low and husky from behind her. His fingers grazed her exposed skin, igniting a fire within her, the subtle fragrance of lavender enveloping him. Every place Su Simeon touched felt as though it were ablaze. As he pulled the zipper to its apex, his gaze lingering on her now flushed earlobes, he encircled her waist with his arm, drawing her close, and gently secured the red ribbon, whispering, "All done." Wen Ciyi, her face flushed, turned to him and stammered, "Thank you." The warmth of his fingertips lingered, and he replied leisurely, "No need to mention it." Sensing an unusual tension in the air, Wen Ciyi quickly sidestepped Su Simeon, attempting to make her exit. "The driver should be waiting downstairs. Let us go." "Wait a moment." Su Simeon unexpectedly grasped her slender wrist from behind, a tingling sensation coursing through her. His grip was firm, yet she did not resist, merely inquiring, "What is it?" Su Simeon gazed intently at Wen Ciyi, then retrieved a tie from a nearby cabinet, presenting it to her with an air of nonchalance. "I just assisted Assistant Wen with her zipper, so surely Assistant Wen should reciprocate by helping me with this tie?" The tie was black, yet distinctively adorned at its end with a delicate embroidery of a sprig of lavender. Wen Ciyi accepted the tie, lifted the collar of her shirt, and secured the tie in place. Su Simeon, tall and languid, casually slipped one hand into his pocket, watching the woman before him as she tied the knot. Wen Ciyi found herself fixated on Su Simeon's pronounced Adam's apple, suddenly feeling a parchness in her throat. In a moment of fluster, she averted her gaze and took a few steps back, saying, "All done, let's go, Junior." In her fluster, her lips inadvertently uttered a different address, and upon realizing her slip, she hastily clarified, "I apologize, Mr. Su, I forgot." "Ah, it's nothing," Su Simeon replied. And as Wen Ciyi felt a wave of relief wash over her, she was abruptly taken aback by his next words, softly spoken. "Just put it on the account." "On the account?" Wen Ciyi was engulfed in confusion. "What account?" Su Simeon cast a meaningful glance at her, offering no explanation. "Come on, Assistant Wen. We are going to be late. If we do, I might have to deduct from your bonus." Wen Ciyi was left speechless, unsure of what emotion stirred within her. Previously, it was others who faced the repercussions of their inadequacies, but now the roles had reversed, a striking reminder of the shifting tides of fortune. On the surface, it appeared to be a party, yet in reality, it was merely a gathering of individuals discussing contracts. A few people approached Su Simeon to greet her, casting sidelong glances at Wen Ciyi and subtly attempting to provoke her. Wen Ciyi was no stranger to such encounters, acknowledging the truth of their words. She chose to stand quietly with a forced smile. When they noticed her indifference, they redirected their conversation towards Su Simeon, who displayed little warmth in her demeanor. After a while, Wen Ciyi decided to explore the dining area. As she departed, Su Simeon whispered a caution not to wander off. Unheeding, Wen Ciyi found herself disoriented in the extensive venue. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Illuminated by the sparse moonlight, she recognized the individual before her and exclaimed in surprise, "Guze?" Guze, equally astonished, responded, "Wen Zong." His delight at encountering an old acquaintance in an unfamiliar place was palpable as he reached out to shake her hand. "Hello, Wen Zong. I never expected to see you here." However, before their hands could meet, someone pulled Wen Ciyi from behind, causing her to stumble backward. Su Simeon caught her shoulder, her expression darkening. "Wen Zhu, I've been searching for you. I can't believe you're here chatting with others." Guze, puzzled by Su Simeon's address, scratched his head in confusion. "Your identities?" "It's nothing," Wen Ciyi quickly interrupted, forcing a smile. "What brings you here?" As Wen Ciyi felt as though her shoulders were about to be crushed, she maintained a smile on her face and said, "Let's discuss this next time." Once Guze departed, before Wen Ciyi could utter a word, Su Simeon pressed her against the wall. Su Simeon wrapped her arms around Wen Ciyi's waist, drawing them close together, and she heard Su Simeon ask, "How do you intend to converse with that person next time?" Wen Ciyi, rarely displaying a firm attitude, retorted, "That is none of your concern." Su Simeon's gaze was reminiscent of a deep abyss as she lifted Wen Ciyi's wrist above her head and grasped her chin, inquiring, "Why is it not my concern? This is a matter of personal life, Su." The pressure was somewhat painful, prompting Wen Ciyi to emphasize her title. "You have overstepped." Yet Su Simeon smiled, a smile that was evidently devoid of good intentions. "But, my dear assistant, may I remind you that it is currently working hours?" Engaging in conversation with unrelated personnel during work hours, Are you certain it is still not my concern? Wen Ciyi, choosing to abandon all restraint, declared. We barely exchanged a few words. Su Mian, can you not be reasonable? This statement was not new to Su Mian. He tightened his grip on Wen Ciyi's wrist and, towering over her, scrutinized her flushed lips. Without further thought, he leaned in and bit down. Wen Ciyi's eyes widened in surprise as she involuntarily tilted her neck. This could hardly be classified as a kiss. It was not an embrace of tenderness. Su Mian's actions were crude, his other hand gripping her waist with such force that it felt as if he intended to consume her whole. In a surge of emotion, Wen Ciyi forcefully pushed Su Mian away, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" Su Mian's lips were stained with a striking shade of red, and he readily confessed, his eyes swirling with emotions that Wen Ciyi could not decipher. Indeed, sister, this is merely a minor punishment. If you continue to be disobedient, I shall bind you with ropes. Do you understand? Su Mian gently ruffled Wen Ciyi's hair, revealing that even within the gentle nature of a puppy, there lurked an undeniable ferocity.